Welcome,
Hello,
everyone.
everybody. It's the Shut Your Mouth Lounge podcast, episode number. Someone help me out.
226.
226.
Your eyes were deceiving you, viewer. There was no 225. There is no 225. Shut your mouth, lounging, busting, say.
It got lost to the ether. You'll never hear it again. And was it gold.
I
So
don't.
many revelations.
I don't actually know which number we're on. We may have skipped 2 weeks, according to the numbers. I don't know.
Shit, fuck. Let's just call it 236 and act like.
Let's see.
Like,
Four more
Let's actually jump to 250 and call this like an
we're
Sure.
at number 250.
223 was the last one that was posted.
Then this is 225, I suppose, right? 224?
225.
224 should have happened last week.
13
so
days ago was 223. 13 days ago was 223.
The professionals here at this podcast.
I like how like y'all can see this, but you know of that cacophony. I just typed in 5. Check your lunch episode number 5. Yeah.
Number 5. That was like one of the last ones I was on before I joined in for these occasional guest spots. I'm Mike the Rat Guy, just showing up just temporarily because circumstances allowed, but I don't want to take over. The rest of you guys, feel free, go ahead.
Well, I'm Pink.
And good job.
I might have a problem, but I don't know what it is.
Wow, we got 10 views on Rick Rude's skeleton. Apparently, that was a very
people really want to find Rick Rude's skeleton.
Rick Rude died on the same day as the Columbine massacre. I know that much, but I do not know what happened to his skeleton.
Yeah. So.
I'm glad that I'm here to help.
You're on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
Did we ever finish the intro?
No.
No, I gave you guys the floor, and you're like,
This is soon. That's Mike. The Mike yelling over me. That's Addy over there. That's Pink, and Dubs is the guy in the trash can.
There are several individuals in this podcast. We'll let you figure out which ones are which.
There's too many individuals in this podcast, and nowhere for you to tell which one of us is which. Good luck.
I'm the one who will wind up talking too much, because that's kind of my thing. If this winds up being like another 7-hour podcast, I'm always blamed for it, and to be fair, it's usually valid.
I'm the one who lives under your bed. There.
I'd rather be the one who talks too much. Jeez. Go on, the rest of you guys are waiting for your moment. Now is the time.
I don't know. My trash can ensures I never have a moment.
Next, anyone step up?
Absolutely not.
All right, that was Pink. So is everyone accounted for now? Have we all,
I guess so.
Is that the intro? I guess.
Goku, speak up.
What'd you call me?
An inbred hillbilly.
Oh no, it's accurate.
He is from Indiana.
I'll say it again. I didn't know until I moved to Mid-South Illinois that there's like the Mason-Dixon line is apparently like way up in the Midwest. I thought that the inbreds were like down in Alabama, which they are, by the way. Anyone in Alabama, you guys probably have no teeth or fingers to write me hate mail. So
you just gotta draw the inbred border around the red states. Anything that votes red is inbred.
Obviously.
A really quick joking aside, just
really weird when states flip around election time.
Wisconsin flipped for Trump, which that's the first Republican they voted for in like 30 years.
Yeah, wasn't Wisconsin or was it Minnesota that was the only state that didn't vote for Ronald Reagan?
Oh, I
think it was Minnesota.
So, whichever, I know the first Reagan landslide, Reagan lost, I think Minnesota, perhaps. I think maybe also Rhode Island, one tiny little state that no one lives in.
Rhode Island doesn't exist.
Yeah, if I remember right, I think it was, Mondale. Yes, Mondale. Hit wherever he was.
It was
DC, maybe. I know that the second Reagan landslide, he lost one state. One.
The first one he lost DC.
Yes.
Maryland.
Maryland.
West Virginia, Georgia. Weirdly enough, because I
He
think there was
lost
still
4
a lot of.
states? I thought it was only 3.
He lost Hawaii and Minnesota, so he
Really?
lost 1, 2. Oh, he also lost Rhode Island. So 1, 2,
I knew it!
3, 4, 5, 6 states.
Are you sure? That
And
that
then
wasn't congressional? That was the actual presidential election?
Yep. And then 1984, he only lost Minnesota and DC.
Okay. And DC, again, if I recall correctly, was, if not Mondale, that would have been Dukakis. I think that was their home.
Yeah,
Oh, and I just now
DC.
realized.
I don't think DC will ever vote red.
I wouldn't assume so.
Especially not with how our country's going now.
Yes, this whole country needs to vote red very, very strongly to stop it from the direction it's going. All I'm going to say, without being political, I'm sick of paying $4.50 for gas and a president who's mentally retarded.
I hate
or at least
both
suffering
parties,
from.
so.
Well, yeah, both parties suck. I'll definitely agree with that. But at the moment, we're like.
Let us get a third party.
Yeah, keep open.
Have 3 shit parties.
You see, right? My friend back home says with much smugness that he always votes for third party because he wants to make a difference. And I'm like, oh, so you threw your vote away? Okay, well, you didn't. It's like, well, I'm glad that you're thinking you're making a difference, but hey, man, maybe in another 100 or so years, people will remember your efforts.
I vote for a third party because I don't like the main 2 parties.
Yeah, I only vote when I feel that one person is better than the other, and I want to make that statement. Like, I usually wind up voting against the person I like less.
Problem is, I would like to vote. I would like to vote Libertarian, but the Libertarians always choose really bad candidates, like Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson,
Gary Johnson. Who the fuck would like choose to vote for Gary Johnson?
I don't even know who Gary Johnson is.
Downers.
What'd you just say?
Why when you look up Gary Johnson, does he have a Vladimir Putin shirtless picture?
Why not?
Not Vladimir Putin shirtless. He just looks like Vladimir Putin shirtless.
Oh,
that's
just weird.
We had our election recently. This is like the
bullshit match. This just was.
Oh yeah, and now the EU is pulling back support, right, Addy?
Yeah, I guess I don't know why.
Because of Hungary.
But yeah, we had an election recently, and here's the thing: we have more than 2-party system, except we don't, because in every facet that we can, we try to mimic America, except in paying people.
Yeah.
My understanding is the reason why they're taking support from y'all is because Orban is, kind of a dictator and has been incredibly restricting freedoms and taking over the media and whatnot. And so the EU has said that the elections are clearly not democratic anymore, and so they're pulling support because of that. And then, of course, he made it worse when he said that he was going to continue to buy Russian oil and gas with rubles when the rest of the EU said that they weren't going to do that because it would help the Russian economy too much.
Yeah, I don't know about whether or not he's a dictator, because honestly I don't give enough of a fuck about what goes on in this country. Like the only thing I care about in this country is leaving it. So as long as the ability to leave.
Here, you're not going to be any happier. Go to Canada.
That is
I think
not
he'll be
true.
happier here than
that is
than
the
Hungary.
entitled American answer if I ever fucking heard it.
This country fucking blows. I can't wait to get the fuck out of it. There's no
Where are you
untruth to
gonna
my
go?
comment.
Where are you gonna go?
Anywhere but here that is not a third world country. In other words, Canada. In Canada, it's basically colder. We have the same society, but slightly less stupid, and we don't have the kind of presidential bullshit that we've had for the last 30 years.
I mean, you have Justin Trudeau.
Well, I guess.
Goddamn mind in Canada.
Well, where else am I supposed to go? I'd love to go to Japan, but in Japan I have to dress in a mini skirt. It's
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to dress in a mini skirt.
Porn all over my walls.
No, Mike, you don't have to dress in a mini skirt except for when you work for all 20 hours.
There you go. Actually, this gets me back to something I was going to say a couple minutes ago, which is that the Alabama thing. I honestly have nothing against Alabama. It's just I recently watched the Paradise Lost documentaries on HBO. The story about the West Memphis 3. Are any of you familiar?
Nope.
No.
I will give you the very, very brief summary in just a second, but basically it takes place in Arkansas, and the documentary shows a lot of people from Arkansas weighing in on this case, and I swear to God, everyone was just quoting the Bible like every third sentence, which is
That'll work.
fine, but it was like you could tell it was kind of like, okay, this is a little bit fringe loony, blah blah blah. Not that I'm not saying anything about religion. I'm just saying these people were like really kind of obsessive about it, and most of them had either no or very black teeth. That's all I'm saying. So in this particular area, in this particular documentary, Alabama, I'm sorry, not Alabama, but Arkansas. Yes, thank you. Arkansas looked really, really fucked up. And so I think to myself, Arkansas, Alabama, these, southern states, it's like, I hope these stereotypes aren't right, but every time I look at them, they are right.
They
yeah,
are.
so it's like
I lived in Arkansas for, like 4
oh
years.
God, was it
And
like that?
if you go outside of the like moderately wealthy suburbs / Little Rock, you're going to
Yeah.
find that. Like
Okay.
everywhere you go, you're gonna
I
find
mean,
that.
again, it was understandably a small sampling of a relatively small area in this documentary, so I assumed that, okay, well, maybe it's just like one little, I didn't want to judge, but like I was literally kind of grossed out that for the first 10 minutes of watching this documentary, I literally could not pull myself away from looking at everyone's teeth because it was
I
like,
mean,
how is
when I was
everyone
in
this fucked up?
when I was in Arkansas, I knew so many people who chewed tobacco,
Ah,
and
there you
like
go.
you just
You're literally
even
chewing
in
cancer.
high school, like
Good Lord.
modern day generation does not usually chew tobacco. They vape or smoke
Yeah,
pot.
yeah.
But no, these people chew tobacco, and it's like
Oh
that's
man.
just like I
Yes.
get it. Yes, high school you do drugs, whatnot, but chewing tobacco in this day and age, you're just asking
16-year-old
to
kid
lose
chewing tobacco.
your throat and teeth.
Yes. I mean, again, you're literally
Yeah, my
putting
girlfriend
straight
says
cancer in
that
your mouth.
my girlfriend says that her cousins who live in where do they live? Texas, Oklahoma, Oklahoma. They live in Oklahoma and
Oklahoma, yeah, that's
they
another
chew
good one.
tobacco. So
I remember watching a
chewing
Sean.
tobacco is just the
Oh,
grossest
it's
thing.
vile. It is vile. On one
It
of
is
my
the
plane
grossest
trips,
thing. Yeah.
yes, it certainly is. Because not only is it just gross that you're literally, I mean, again, you are chewing cancer. I'm not like, oh, cancer is bad, which it is. I've lost people close to me because of cancer. But it's beyond that. It's just the filth of having this gooey, gloppy, brown mush in your mouth. Just you don't even swallow it. You just you just chomp it and chew it like gum that never ends, only to occasionally turn around and just scoop, spit, slobber it when it fills up your mouth into like whatever cup or receptacle you have nearby. I was on an airplane flight once, directly seated behind someone who was chewing constantly, and every couple of minutes I had to like move my leg to make sure that when they turned and just casually went and spit into the cup in their cup holder, it was like splattering on the fucking airport. I'm sorry, airline, airplane. Thank you, airplane wall. And it was just like, this is just fucking like a pig wouldn't do this. This is
Yeah.
fucking filth.
It's really disgusting. I would honestly prefer people do like acid or stuff like that before they do chewing tobacco.
We'll have to keep pouring off the ass. Or, I'm sorry, off the tobacco.
I would have less like hang-ups about them doing acid than I would them chewing tobacco. It's just
less filthy.
It's so disgusting. You're literally just chewing something that's actively like degrading your body and mouth
And again, you
like
have to spit it somewhere. You literally, it fills up your mouth with your mouth. I said mouse. Fills up your mouth with tobacco juice, and it has to go somewhere. And usually they just turn and just spit it into like a literal just cup of saliva ingested, fucking infused rather, tobacco juice. It's absolute fucking disgusting.
Oh,
Yeah, right. That's his contribution for the half hour.
very
I'm trying to
poignant.
shut up because I know I sound terrible.
It's fine.
What did you
No,
say?
it is not. I was listening yesterday to the old New Vegas recording we made where I was on my phone. And no, I sound terrible.
Oh, you sound fine.
Yeah,
Unless
you're
you're saying
fine.
that in that particular episode you had like a cold or something, which I'm sure you still sounded fine. Really quick again, I don't want to dominate. I'll stop after a little bit after this. I just want to really quickly, because I said I was going to. The Paradise Lost / the West Memphis 3 case is a case in 1993 where 3 little boys. They are not the West Memphis Three. The three little boys were found killed, hogtied, drowned, beaten, stabbed. One of them had his his balls cut off and so forth, or cut around, whatever. The skin was torn off of it. They were found in the woods in West Memphis in 1993. And essentially, it is a story of the police latching on to three young, slightly older but still young boys. They are the West Memphis Three, range between like roughly 14 and 18. And the reason they latched onto these boys, who there was literally no evidence of any kind linking.
They listened to devil music, didn't they?
You are damn right they did. They loved
Yeah.
Metallica, and one of them, one of the detectives got on the stand and said that one of them wore black nail polish.
Lordy, that's
it
a
was
sin.
it was decided that because the oldest boy was a Wiccan, and they put him on the stand. He did a very good job, just calmly answering the questions and basically being like, "Oh, I'm not into worshiping the devil. I just like to educate myself to various religions and blah blah blah." Nope. They wear black. They're weirdos. Put them on the stand, convict them for life, and they did in fact get convicted for life, except for one of them who got convicted with death. But after 20
That's
fucking
fun.
years, after I think it's literally 18 years, there were finally enough petitions and DNA resamples and all that kind of shit to where eventually they were offered an Alford plea, which, for those who aren't familiar, is where they admit that while the evidence that was presented could still possibly lead them to being found guilty in another trial, they are going to plead guilty yet retain that they are in fact innocent. And that was a compromise that basically let the state say, well, they can't sue, they can't they can't get us back for any of the time lost that they spent in prison, blah 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 blah, but they can at least claim they're innocent. And that was like the best they were able to do, and now they're free and fucking like grown men. And it was all because they wore black and listened to Metallica. Metallica actually provides, in fact, the soundtrack to the documentary in question.
Wow.
I'm sure.
I wonder if Lars wanted to charge a fucking fortune for that too.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure Lars is happy about that.
Really quick, W, can you say that again? Because my character was screaming in this game. I couldn't hear you.
I wonder if Lars wanted to charge a fortune for that too.
As much as I do want to rank them for being, Metallica and being all about, no Napster and all that kind of shit, my understanding is that Metallica were one of the early groups of people who really felt for these kids and knew that they were being railroaded. And to my understanding, they just said, go ahead and use our music because they're fans. And one of the reasons why they're being, mistreated is because they're fans, and that's bullshit. So we're going to support them by, go ahead, you're making a documentary, use our music. Go ahead, show us.
But Lars still showed up at their house to beat their knees in with a tire iron.
He did. That it was kind of a compromise. It was a mixed deal.
Yeah.
Look it up, you guys. Really good documentary. It's actually there are 3 of them which followed the case all throughout the years, and it's called Paradise Lost. It is essentially like the prototypical story of completely innocent young kids, 2 of whom were blamed by a guy who was coerced through police interrogation with an IQ of 70, which is literally mental retardation. So like the whole case, it was just, let's get these kids, because again, they're weird, they're freaky, they don't look right, they must have done it, which again, it was satanic panic, in again the Bible heavy fundamentalist Bible area of Arkansas.
Speaking of, have you guys noticed that for a little while there was like the whole satanic fear had kind of gone away after, I don't know, like the mid 2000s? It just kind of dissipated a lot, and there wasn't really that concern anymore. But now recently I've noticed a lot that it's come back. There's like a resurgence of it. And
No.
I've been seeing so many reviews for books and movies and TV shows where people are like, oh man, this was just so satanic. Like people were talking about Turning Red or whatever because there were Chinese demons or something. And they were like, oh, this is satanic and horrible. And
is the QAnon thing?
Maybe it is the QAnon thing that's encouraging the whole satanic resurgence, but I've just noticed so much of it lately, and it's always targeted at just completely innocent, like almost mostly child content.
It always
is.
I don't believe for a second that all the modern day satanic panic is a result of Christians actually going out and saying things like that. I think, oh, hi there. Pardon me, I'm talking about the game. said I would do. I think it's a big part of just the massive political divide nowadays. I think Republicans are just straight up going out, and even if that's not something they believe, they're going to be posting things like that anyway because, hey, it kind of...
It got Trump big.
It paints the picture of a more heavy divide between the parties.
Religion has been used many times through many decades to help influence political parties one way or the other. I remember Kennedy said something specifically along the lines of like, I'm a proud Irish Catholic, faith is part of who I am, blah, 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 which was at that time perceived as good. Bush, meanwhile, was like, I'm a hardcore Christian, whatever, which was perceived, I guess, by some, I don't know, as bad. It's, whatever. Every president has to give their opinion on religion, I guess, understandably, because that has a play in laws and so forth. So,
I mean, we've never had an atheist president. I don't think
If
we
we did,
had an atheist vice president either.
I was going to say if we did, like I'm fucking American, but yeah, if we did, that's when we'd get our Shakira low because her hips don't lie.
I love Shakira.
I would vote for her as president of ass.
I'd vote for her for anything.
Yeah, right. I'd vote for her to be a cabinet member. You couldn't even stuff that in a cabinet. Anyway,
I honestly thought you were going to circle back around to the Tony Atlas thing and just I would vote for her to step on my face.
We'll go with a couple of other mystery fetishes.
I just looked up the religion of all of the presidents that we've had, and it goes Protestant, 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 non-Trinitarian.
Looks like there's a pattern here.
Protestant, 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 2 Catholics.
Who's the Catholic besides Kennedy, or does it list?
Joe Biden.
Oh, I did not know he was Catholic.
So we have.
I know he's an idiot.
Oh, so he's the devil. I get it.
We've had 2 Catholics, and everyone else has been Protestant.
Wow. This is one of those crazy historical things. At the time that Kennedy was the first Catholic president, and at the time that he was elected, it was a very, very common thing that a lot of people were using against him to say he's Catholic, so his loyalties aren't to America; it's to the Pope. He's a secret.
There were some who said that.
Secret agent of the Pope here to take over America and get rid of our.
Man, we got to worry about communists. Now we got to worry about the Pope.
Come here and beat people up real hard, I guess.
Abraham Lincoln is the only one who might not have been Christian.
Thomas Jefferson is.
Well, Thomas Jefferson was a deist. Yeah, that's true.
I just want a straight up devil worshiper. I just want one who's just simply, sir, Mr. Crowley. My next question for you is, if you had to, separate church and state, would you do so? Well, my Lord Beelzebub says that no, there is no church nor is there state. There is only my rule, which is evil. So, well, all right then. I pose the question now to your competitor over there. That would be hilarious.
Alex Jones would shit bricks. You shit an entire brick house.
I don't know how many people here. Oh, go on.
Bernie Sanders would have been atheist Jewish.
Was he atheist? Really?
Yeah.
I just assumed he was just straight up Jew. How can you be atheist and Jewish?
Well, he's technically Jewish,
yeah.
So he wasn't a practicing Jew. I gotcha.
Let me see if he's.
That's so weird that we refer to both an ethnicity and a religion that way. So it's like
it's also a slur.
Well, yes, that is true.
That word's very flexible.
It is, but like it's like, Bernie, you're Jewish, and it's like, well, I haven't went to a synagogue in 60 years. It's like, well, it's in your blood. Really?
It's in your blood. You need to be a Jew.
The synagogue is in your blood.
The synagogue is
in your blood. We need to free it.
I don't know how you stuffed an entire building in your blood. I've heard about blood, iron in your blood, but what about stone?
Well, your body is a temple.
Yeah.
Although that's more Christian, not so much Jew. I don't think. At least I don't know. I don't know much about the Jewish faith.
My body is a temple, but it's one of those Buddhist temples where there's monkeys shitting everywhere.
So the Jewish faith is mostly just the first half of the Bible.
Yes.
Mostly. There's some more to it than that, but it's that's the simplest way to describe it. It's just the first half of the Bible.
Yeah.
It's not so dark and I almost said evil. That's totally the wrong word. It's not so dark and scary.
Well,
The
Yeah.
was
have
definitely
you
a
read
dark
Revelations? The
It's been a
Revelations is
long time, but I have.
Revelations is by far the darkest book of the Bible and the most metal.
And the most metal.
I mean,
There
it
you go.
is. It
I
Jesus
is.
like it. I
Jesus
like it.
does great
It's
like
just
sick guitar
full of
solos.
like 12-headed dragons and
Yeah, with their shields and shit. Yeah.
thorny women and like multi-headed angels with like 1,000 eyes.
Well,
Man, the
what
apocalypse is gonna be
definition?
crazy.
What definition of dark are we going with? Because on one hand, Revelations is like, yo, the end of the world, there's gonna be a dragon and a giant bull fighting. It's gonna be sick, yo. I mean, like,
I mean, that's pretty
alternative.
dark, entertaining, but dark. You know,
I would say,
I look at basically the Old Testament, the New Testament. New Testament being, God is a little bit more wrathful. That's and I'm certainly no expert, soon. I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak out of place.
No.
No, is it the other way around?
Yes, it
It's
is.
the other way
Oh,
around.
okay. God's nice in the New Testament?
Yes.
Really?
Also,
Oh, okay. All right. I apologize.
people don't mention this, but one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is actually Jesus, the one that tends to get replaced with. I think it's plague that they tend to replace him with. That one is just
Coincidentally,
Jesus
we just
in the
faced
Bible.
Plague and Dead by Daylight, for whatever it's worth. So Jesus becomes someone who wants to go and bring about death and destruction.
But once is a strong word.
That doesn't really describe how the 4 horsemen
The
of
four
the apocalypse
horsemen?
work.
Don't
The
they
4 horsemen.
herald the bad
They
shit?
herald the end, yes.
Okay, but they don't participate. Gotcha.
Well, some of them do.
Oh, okay, but
Yeah.
not the Jesus one.
Yeah, not the Jesus one.
Okay.
Yeah, Jesus doesn't want to kill everyone. His head is just forced.
I mean, that was
He has to.
I was gonna say maybe I was raised wrong, but my understanding was Jesus was a pretty good dude. So yeah, hearing that he was one of the forecasters of the end of the world was like,
Yeah, the
Wait,
biblical.
wait, I'm sorry, really quickly because otherwise I'll forget. If he is supposed to be, well, first of all, is this biblical? Is this like actual established?
It's one of the theories. Just
okay.
because it's the black horse, I believe, if I remember right. The writer just has a pair of balances in his hand.
Okay, interesting. I like the concept.
Whereas like the first horseman is conquer. The second horseman is war. Yes, there's conquer and
I thought it was
war,
pestilence, plague,
Nope.
and really?
Nope. Yep. Pestilence and famine are both New Age horsemen. They're
Really?
not actually in the Bible. So it's
I'm interested. I didn't know that. Okay.
yeah, it's war, conquer, Jesus, and then death.
One of these names doesn't.
No, I don't think he was called Jesus. He wasn't called Jesus.
He wasn't called Jesus, but that's what most
he was
people
called
it's what-
Jesus.
Yeah, I was about to make
Jesus,
the,
which is
I was about to make the same joke.
I beat you to that one.
Yeah.
Nice. But really quickly, the follow up I had for that then was, and you kind of answered this by saying this more or less a theory. Is then this, if Jesus is, let's say hypothetically, to be the one of the 4 horsemen, would this not also then simultaneously be his second coming?
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
so.
well, that's
So the second coming is supposed to be when all kinds of bad shit happens. I thought the second coming was supposed to be when Jesus comes back.
Oh no,
Well,
no,
like
no.
all the sin is. Go ahead, you guys go ahead.
Well,
You're
the second
Bible people, I don't know enough about it.
second coming is basically Jesus comes back to wipe his safe state, and then people who were good can remain in the safe state.
Pretty much, yeah. That's actually pretty much
Okay,
the neat way of
perfect run,
describing
yeah.
it. Yeah.
He needs to go back and get a perfect run.
Yeah, he needs to dying for all your sins. Speed run.
Along the way.
Dying for your sins. Speed run.
Some people think that the death horseman is actually Jesus. So the one
What
that
is
the pale
anyone
rider.
basing off of when they come to this decision, this conclusion rather? Is there any clue to this besides, as you said, the leveled reins?
Let me see.
And I'm sorry, we in all fairness, I don't want to push things too far into religion and politics because I know that would probably divide the audience you guys have. So if you want to talk about cool
Which
stuff,
audience?
I don't want to.
Which audience?
You can't divide by 0.
I think we have one guy, but you can't really divide by 1 either. But you can, but anything divided by 1 is itself. So
I just know that you know, if someone were to click on a podcast that is not normally about religion or politics, I don't want to be, of all people, the guy who ushers both into this one. I don't want to ruin anything you guys have going.
I might be just misremembering things, actually.
Well, I will never trust you about anything biblical again, heathen.
Let us
I swear
astray.
that I had heard that was one of the
I believe you.
one
You
of the
probably
horsemen,
did.
but there's definitely
The
a horseman that
the trouble is there's so much shit in like the Apocrypha and stuff like that it can get hard to keep track of for a while, right?
It does get hard to keep track of, and Revelations is a
Yay.
very, very hard book to understand.
Hard book to read.
It is, yes. It's legitimately all just metaphors that we don't entirely know what they're referring to anymore, because a lot of them were regarding the time, a lot of them weren't, and it's just there's so many different pieces that they could translate over to and mean.
This is. Oh, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, no, I was finishing up there. Yeah.
Well, by all
The
means.
Antichrist is probably Nero, the Emperor of Rome, Nero.
Well,
Brother
no.
Nero.
There is no the Antichrist in the Bible. Antichrist.
I have been told so many lies about the fucking Bible. What the fuck?
Antichrist is actually, in the Greek, it's used as an adjective to describe someone who's just a non-believer. It's just someone who is
They are anti-Christ. Gotcha.
They are not. There's no such thing as the Antichrist.
Well, there goes my job hopes. There goes my career goals out the fucking window.
There's also
you can still be the Antichrist.
Isn't mentioned in the Bible.
Oh, for God's sake, no pun intended. Is Moses in the Bible?
On Saturdays.
Moses is in the Bible.
Okay, good.
Oh,
So
he was the main character.
That's he's the main character.
Yeah.
in this fictional development.
Yeah, Moses has a superpower is that he reads the manga backwards and just knows what happens in the Bible before he writing it down.
You know, I've heard see, now we're talking about Mormonism, where they just fucking like make shit up in hindsight. Sorry, Mormons. See, I gotta stop.
Just one guy makes up everything,
one guy,
so that he can have multiple wives, essentially.
Yep.
Yeah. And kills as many Native Americans as he wants because God hates them.
The first September 11th. Yep.
Previously convicted conmen as well.
Yes.
Isn't a good chunk of the Mormon Bible just explicitly devoted to Native Americans are inferior, so it doesn't matter that we took Utah from them.
I don't know.
To be fair, what's worse? Is it worse to do it for reasons of religion or reasons of simply we're angry white fur traders who want your land because it's better? I mean, like, really,
who's worse, Abraham Lincoln or Joseph Smith?
Joseph Smith, right.
Or Andrew Jackson, who was supposed to fight the British, but instead went, fuck it, and went and fought a bunch of Native Americans instead.
Yeah, but people always forget that Abraham Lincoln actually killed more Native Americans than Andrew Jackson did.
Well, dare I suggest that
because,
when it comes to Lincoln and Roosevelt, FDR, people forget lots of things.
And John F. Kennedy, actually.
Wait, Kennedy killed a bunch of Native Americans?
No. I'm just saying that John F. Kennedy, people forget a lot about what he did.
All I think about Kennedy is that his brains got blown out after he fucked like 1 million women that weren't his wife, including that Marilyn Monroe whore. And there I said it, she's a fucking whore. Has anyone here seen Marilyn Monroe as her real persona? Whatever it was, like Sarah Lee or some bullshit. I can't remember what her name was.
Yeah. I saw the picture of her before she became famous. I think the story was like some Hollywood producer actually found her. She was just like a waitress, and he decided
she was like a construction worker or something, like some menial job.
Yeah. I think she was a waitress, and she served him, and she just decided to, make her into the Marilyn Monroe, I guess.
And then you can attest to the fact, unless you disagree with me, in which case it's perfectly fine. She was not ugly, but about the plainest of plainest women you could possibly find on planet Plane.
Yep.
She was
but I'm not angry
a person.
at her for it.
I'm not. angry with
I'm
her.
not angry at
I'm
her.
not angry with her. I think she's a whore because, well, rolls eyes, she was one. That
Yep,
doesn't mean that I hate her.
sent a picture of pre-fame Marilyn Monroe to the pictures.
Let's all lash out at it to make W quit being so sensitive. Sensitive soups. Yeah, no,
Even
I
as the Marilyn
That is
Monroe character,
fundamentally one of those things that you and I think are always going to disagree about. You
what's that?
do not.
Well, I judge people by their character, dude.
I know,
And
but I don't.
go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
just one thing I just don't think it's classy calling a woman that to begin with.
Sorry. She was a whore, dude. Look up the definition.
But
She was also a drug addict and died as like a penniless pig in a greasy bed surrounded by chicken. I don't have a lot of good things to say about her. She had multiple extramarital affairs and fucked the president. And like, what? Is she classy? You're judging me? All right.
Well, no, I'm not saying like you gotta like punch back for like it's not eye for an eye.
But why do you care? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. It is classless to call a woman a whore, but I don't give a shit. Sue me. Have the cops come arrest me for it. Why does it matter to you?
It's not about being arrested. It's about personal character.
I have character. You just know that I'm very hyperbolic and exaggerative and outspoken about the things I don't like. If someone can sit there and talk to me and say, Mike, okay, drop the all the bullshit or whatever, how do you feel about Marilyn Monroe? You know me well enough, or you should, that I would say, okay, honestly, I think, as I just said, I think that she, lived up to the negative reputation that comes with being described as a woman of the night, blah, blah, blah. I think that she died in a very slovenly way. I think that she lived her life very recklessly, blah, blah, blah. You know that I'm capable of saying that. It's just much easier and way more fun for me to say she was a whore who died a pig. It's just, again, sue me. I get a kick out of it, and it's not inaccurate.
It's just so, like, ugly
It's
sounding.
unbecoming of you, Michael. Why do you not hold yourself to the standards of thine self?
I'm just saying, like,
I know.
Jokes at her.
W, you're too nice a guy to talk to us.
Yeah, get out of this podcast.
You're too nice. I've said this so many times. You're too nice a guy. You like. I get where you're coming from, and I'm. My tone suggests I'm knocking you. I don't mean to. You are a good person. You are a super good person, dude. I get where you're coming from. I just wish it wouldn't bother you that much that I throw out my slings about. Again, the things that I don't like.
I mean, for my 2 cents, it does make hanging around you harder for me because it's draining.
Okay, I was not aware of that. Why is it draining?
I don't know. Just having to listen to you go on constant trades about fucking shit that doesn't matter to anyone.
As opposed to all the other stuff we normally talk about. Gotcha.
I wouldn't have said that, but all right, there we go.
That was very. That was very harsh.
You dumb asshole. Just shut your fucking trap and sit right there, you little dumb shit.
You talk about very important stuff, and then you come along and just talk about people.
No, it's just.
I mean, really quickly, what I wanted to say here, really quick, I was going to give Eddie the benefit of the doubt until basically I was told that what I say is bullshit. I take offense at that because I think that you say a lot of bullshit that I don't say anything about that I couldn't care less about too. And I think it's fair to say that that's true of all of us, but we usually don't have the audacity to say that to each other. So,
everything I say is important, and you just shut up and listen to me.
I mean, honestly, I will have a dialogue with you if that concerns me because I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. I really don't. You guys know that I don't enjoy doing that. However, if you're, and I know you were being yourself hyperbolic, or at least I hope so, and making a joke or whatever, just say that, I talk about shit that no one cares about. It's like, well, hey,
no, not
dude,
always. No, Mike.
Talk to me more about Assassin's Creed for 10 years. Let's see how exciting that gets.
Mike, when the fuck was the last time? When the fuck was the last time that I talked about Assassin's Creed at length without you prompting me to?
There was a time limit. I guess I have to, I have to wait it out until it's my turn to talk about it, and then I get to complain about it. Just like you're complaining about Marilyn Monroe. You should have interjected me and said, Mike, I don't want to hear about it. That's boring to me, and then I would have.
But no, it's not that.
All right.
Mike, there is a misunderstanding here. I didn't express myself properly. But the thing is that it's not
sounded pretty clear to me, to be honest. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. I try to put things into words that make the most sense, the easier or the fastest way that I can. But sometimes that means that I come off harsher than I mean to be. It's
I
not that
don't know how else to misinterpret. You say things all the time that no one could give a shit about. I'm not really sure how else to
yeah, the
take
all the
that.
time is the part that was
Oh, okay, well,
not
I
right.
mean,
Yeah.
and without sarcasm, my response to that is it's kind of hard to feel less offended when you say that. Well, I only sometimes talk about shit that bores you and makes you,
Well,
lose
no,
your mind.
it's not that it bores me or anything, but
Like-
like, okay, so how do I put this? It's not really
You
what you
already did
talk
put
about.
it. I
Well,
got it
yeah,
loud and
but
clear.
well,
You
yeah,
don't
but
give a shit about what I had to say. Fine, all right.
no, Mike.
You don't
There's
have to
plenty of
apologize
things.
for it.
Mike, there's plenty of things
Oh,
that I care about what you
God.
say. There's plenty of things where I do care about what you have to say, but sometimes you put things so hyperbolically that it just like it's a thing of for example with we've gotten into a couple of arguments over your usage of words that I'm not comfortable with being around, and the thing with that is that like when you had those arguments with Dad about what's the word, fuck, the
Well, you have argued about cursing before with Ted, so that does kind of work.
no, but
I'm sorry,
but
I
I'm
didn't hear you, W.
talking
What was
about.
that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for my
What'd you
benefit,
call
so
me?
I follow everything. What did W? What did you just say? I missed it.
I'll never forgive you for this.
W, do you want to repeat yourself or?
Yeah, could you please? I want to keep track of who is saying things. I missed what you said.
Addy, when Addy lost track of what he was saying and said, when you and Ted argued about fuck, and I jokingly said, well, he and Ted have argued about cursing before.
See, I didn't even know that actually, or
Yeah.
if it happened, I do not remember it.
Yeah, the word I'm looking for, it doesn't come to me. But basically, when you had multiple arguments about spoilers and stuff like that, and there's this thing that I'm
Yes.
looking for where you said that it's common courtesy. There we go. Like it's
Yes, you're right.
like that's
Yes,
the
I did
thing.
say
Like
that.
a lot of times when we argued about the usage of those words, you just tell me to go fuck myself, basically. And to me, it would be common courtesy that if I ask you nicely to not use those words, then you would try not to.
You are correct. And if I have failed in that, I would like to be told now because I don't remember, which is my own fault. I don't remember with my bad memory being what it is. I remember you and I have had this conversation, but I don't remember what the words were or what the terms were, unless, as you just said, it was like me telling you to fuck yourself or whatever.
I mean,
if I have lapsed in that, please remind me. I don't want to do that.
I mean, there has been a couple even in this session. Words
yeah,
that
you're probably
used.
right. Okay, just remind me. Just please gently remind me, and I will try because I forget sometimes. I'm flawed. I own up to my flaws, and one of them is just not really giving a. I mean, you don't care if I swear, right? Because that's not
No,
something.
I don't care about swearing particularly. It's just like it's like slurs more basically.
Yeah, I think the distinction that could be made is, at least with me, with what I tend to have a little bit of an issue with, and it's not that big of an issue, but it's more just the like genuine vitriol that the words are said with. Like,
see, the thing
I
is,
mean,
it comes across as vitriol. You guys buy it
yes.
so easily. I'm not trying to remember when Ted
sounds
said
very.
it's hard. Just hang on 1 second, guys. 1 second. I promise. I'll give you the floor. I just want to say it's like, and it's easier to misinterpret it through text. So this is to Ted's defense. But Ted has said to myself, and I think probably the rest of you at some point or another as well, he's like, guys, you don't get it. I'm not mad. I'm just being funny to myself, at least. I'm being hyperbolic. It's who I am. It's what I do. I don't really actually wish this person was dead. I don't really actually despise this person. But, like, guys, stop taking things so seriously. However, and I'll turn it right back to you soon because I want you to continue. I didn't mean to cut you off. However, I do acknowledge that, yes, that's part of the way I talk. It comes across as very strongly worded and vitriolic. And to me, that's what makes it funny. That's part of just my sense of humor. But if it bothers you guys, I want to continue to hear about it because this is news to me. I was not aware of this.
Yeah, so as I was saying, it does come across as genuinely vitriolic. I think it's just the way that you say it. It's just with so much like force. I mean, I'm personally someone who definitely uses those words as well as in joking manners. I call my dog a whore all the time, and I don't have an issue with that. I just think that it's a little bit too forceful with how you say it. It makes it sound genuine.
It does.
And generally, it does sound like you do
what I want
despise
to
them.
emphasize here is
I
when you say
sorry, go ahead, W.
when you make like race jokes, Mike, I think like you do generally come across as joking. It's just like me and Addie can both get a little like tugging on the collar, like ooh, 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 because
Because I
our-
usually don't argue with like the kind of kind of thing,
Right.
Yeah.
Like I make it more lighthearted. That's probably because I
Yeah,
consciously do
like
try to hold back because I don't want anyone to take it seriously.
Mhm.
like whenever you make like the race jokes, I think generally speaking, outside of like one or two occasions, you do it with a kind of like wink and nudge,
Right.
Yeah.
kind of
That's the
thing, right?
intention, at least.
Whereas whenever the matter of a woman's sexual habits come up, it does often seem like you're like genuinely pissed, like, oh, she's a fucking whore and a slut, and I hate those people. And it's like, oh, all
Well,
right.
I will put it this way: I
Mhm.
don't respect people, women that just sleep around just for the sake of sleeping around. I've even said myself, hey, I'm not a hypocrite. My number's high. I'm not proud of my number. When it comes to certain women, like for example, just like random certain, not random certain, but whatever, like the occasional WWE diva or a famous actress, or again in the case of Marilyn Monroe, who was, for better or worse, well known for getting around. I guess in that moment, the way I look at it is when I'm around friends, I don't feel, again, this is for better or worse, I don't feel that I should need to censor myself. I don't feel that I should have to stop, hold my thought back, and be diplomatic because I'm going to offend somebody. Like I have felt until now, because I didn't know that it was offensive, that no one was being offended by it.
I
Do I
see.
think that my ex was a whore? Well, I think that by becoming a stripper, that was pretty whorish behavior. I'm not going to back up on that. Do I hate her? No, of course not. So it's like I don't know what to say to somebody who says like, "Well, you shouldn't call her a whore," and I was like, "Well, I think she kind of is." She's display. I mean, she may not have fucked a bunch of people, but she, I draw a very thin distinction between showing yourself naked to people for money and having
I
sex
think
with them for money.
Mhm.
So
I
so I
think
guess what I'm saying is, why take it so personally? Why be so offended by it? Like I mean, on the
I
forum where we talk about, I'm sorry, W, I know you keep trying to go ahead. You go ahead. Go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say, like, I think there's just I can't speak for the other guys, but I think there's just a little bit of a difference of personal standards here, and I couldn't say where or why it comes from, but like for my part, that it doesn't like particularly bother me unless it either reaches like ludicrous numbers or it was a lot of adultery. That doesn't mean that I would find her to be
Well, I mean,
appealing as a
I just really quick, I
prospective
have to interject.
partner.
Where exactly does one draw the line? At what point am I in? I shouldn't say allowed, but at what point is it reasonable to call someone a whore? Like
Well,
does it really have to be a
I
specific
I,
number?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't think I would ever phrase it that way. I think I would just say that there gets a
Well,
point where it's distinctly unhealthy.
where's that line drawn? And how am I
Well,
and how am I
definitely, but
supposed to know where the rest of you draw that line? To the point to where I
uh,
have to be careful about offending anybody.
I
well,
should
the
say
thing
that
is,
personally, I
you can't
don't.
read minds, but I
Yeah.
would say, like, personally speaking, I mean, well, whenever you get to the point of one of the members of Kiss, you're probably in some bad waters.
Well,
But
I mean, that's a pretty extreme example, yes.
I
Um,
think at the
uh,
end of the day, like a situation like yours where you just had a series of partners, I think is like perfectly understandable, or experimented when you were young or something like that. Like,
well, I mean, there's stories behind all of them. I just, speaking as Addy was earlier, I just figured no one really gives a shit, so I don't tell you about the details of my various flings or whatever. I figured, that if
I
anything, that would
think,
probably make you uncomfortable, so I don't bother.
well, it depends on how entertaining the story is, because
Some of them are kind of funny. I'll
there,
get around
there's
to
some.
it.
Obviously, we don't want to hear about. Yeah, I met this girl. We fucked. We never talked again. That's not much of an anecdote.
I mean, that's the short version of a couple of them, but there's usually more details that make them a little funnier than that. No, just here's the thing. Here's the thing. I have always been myself. You guys know from 10 years of talking to me, I generally don't give a fuck about what people think about me. They can like me, they can dislike me. I don't give a shit. I have now gone 12 years having one conversation with my own sister. When the podcast thing went south because of my buddy, I quit talking to him for a year. It's like, fuck it, I don't care. I'll just keep whatever. I'm a loner. I don't need people in my life. I like having people in my life when I enjoy their company, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That includes all of you guys. Now, the flip side to that very brash, smug sounding, explanation is the more human side, which is at the same time, I do not want to upset anybody. I take no
Yeah.
joy in offending anybody. If I know, I've told you this before, W, long ago, years ago, when you were pissed at me about something else I can't remember. Maybe you can remind me. It doesn't really matter, in this particular specific, or maybe it does. I don't know. But I learned, I think it was through Pink, or maybe even Pink and you soon. Someone told me, they were like, yeah, W's kind of pissed off. And I'm like, well, I don't know what I did. And W, you'll remember, I reached out to you and I'm like, dude, if I say anything that upset you, don't hold it back. Tell me what it was, because I don't want to do that.
I was just speaking my mind. I think things were going perfectly normal until Addie said your butt stinks and you like the smell of your own butt and you like to kiss your own butt, and also you're a stupid motherfucker.
I love that reference, by the way. The thing with Addie, because now I guess we got to get back to that, is Addie, on the one hand, I'll say the same thing that I said to W. This applies to all of you guys. It completely does. I know I don't talk to you as much, Addie, and that's part of the reason why I think we do have misunderstandings more often than some of the others. But having said that, the point is, you are still the same. I look at you as W and the others. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I don't want to offend you.
That's why I spoke up, even if I fucked it up. But
that's the other aspect. You kind of said two different things there. They kind of went in two different directions earlier. The thing where you said that I kind of bother you, that made me hesitate. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Okay, well, I want to hear about this, because again, my goal, especially during your own podcast, is to not take over and railroad.
I mean, it's not my podcast, but yeah.
Well, you know what I mean. It's not mine. You guys are, for lack of a better term. Anyway, but then I don't get the impression you were trying to hurt my feelings, and I'm not so fragile that it hurt my feelings. But yeah, it kind of pissed me off a little bit that you then basically said, in so many words, yeah, Mike, you're always talking about shit that we couldn't give a shit about. And I'm like, well, then I guess I can just stop talking to you then. Fuck you too, bud. If that's not what you meant.
I'm sorry for that, because I fucked it up. Okay, so the problem there.
I'll put it this way: I was not expecting it when I said, "Addie, oh, by all means, man, I'm sympathetic. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Tell me how you feel." And the next words out of your mouth was, "Well, when you go on these tangents about stuff that no one could give a fuck about," it was like, "Okay, wait a minute. How long has this been going on?" Thanks, man.
Yeah, no, I fucked it up.
Because usually it could have been worded better.
Yeah. So here's the thing with that, and this is not
better, but
well. Eddie, I don't want to throw you under the bus, because I don't want to say that your feelings aren't valid. They are. It's just now very surprising to me to now sit here and wonder, okay, well, how often am I talking about stuff that you guys just don't give a shit about? Maybe I shouldn't be on these podcasts.
No, Mike.
And I'm not saying that it's like a threat, like, well, maybe I should just take my ball and go home. No. It's like, if I'm actually really causing that much of a bother to make you think that kind of thing, maybe.
Oh, Mike, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Let me explain the problem with that wording. So usually when I form an opinion, the first time I go to it, I just say or just put down what my gut feels, and then I revisit that and try to actually go and think, hey, so I dislike this thing because of this is what I listed. Let's actually try to figure out what the actual problem that I have is, which is why my opinion on multiple games have changed.
And if I'm following you correctly, you're basically saying that you kind of have an impulsive reaction, but then you go back and rethink it and determine whether or not you should be valid in having that opinion. Is that what you're saying?
Partially, yes, but also just to what extent? Because saying that you talk about shit that nobody cares about is obviously too far and not true.
Well, maybe it is. If it is, I honestly want to know.
No, it's not.
It's true. I would not consider it true. No.
It's
maybe
not.
You're being charitable now. I don't know. Now I don't know what to think.
I'm
Mike,
genuine. I think you do have a lot of interesting insights.
Yeah, just think about the fact that any time that we make a 12-hour podcast when you're here, I could just tell you to go fuck yourself, stop the recording, and then just upload that. But I don't, because you talk about interesting stuff. Like, you can talk about interesting stuff.
To be fair, though, it's not just that. I think that, all of you guys, there's no most. I think that all of you guys would be way too polite to say something like that. So, I mean, I'll be honest,
you can ask soon. I've done that to soon once.
Here's part of the thing, right, is that we all have different overlapping interests. We all came together because of wrestling games, but at the end of the day, we all have different overlapping interests. And I do think that sometimes it can be a little bit awkward, because I do think Mike and Addie, you two probably have the least overlapping interests, I think, out of all of us.
Maybe.
It does seem that way, which is nothing against Addy or myself. But yeah, I think that we just have a lot of different interests. Yes, go on.
Yeah.
With that said, there are certainly shared interests between you two, because I think you two probably have the biggest fascination with weird internet bullshit out of us.
Besides me.
Perhaps.
Like I said, we're all wrestling fans, so we can all talk that. Or at least former wrestling fans in some cases.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, anyways, Mike, what do you think of RVD? And be careful with your opinion, because if you say anything less than great, then Addy will kill you.
I mean, see, that's the thing, is that I guess, okay, I will accept that if you feel that, you said, what you meant too strongly, fine, okay, fair enough. But that leaves the subject behind of, well, that doesn't change the fact that apparently, at the very least, Addy, and I can only assume the rest of you as well. This is something I've thought on my own, regardless of, before today.
I think both of you right now are enabling each other's anxiety.
Well,
Yeah.
everything enables my anxiety, so that's not going to really change, sadly. But I guess what I'm saying is, I would like to know. Can you give me some examples of stuff I talk about that you just don't want to hear about? Because if there's certain, I don't want to waste anyone's time, including my own.
No, the
talking
topics
about
that's the thing. That's the way I
well,
fucked
but
up.
that's
But
what
it's not the
said,
topics.
though,
Yeah,
is that
I
you
know.
said it-
I know that I
Isn't it-
used the wrong
Is it
words,
the
Mike.
subjects then, or is
No,
it, or
no,
is it
no.
the tone of voice?
It's the tone of voice.
Or is it both?
It's the tone of voice. It's just that a lot of times you come across as too earnest in how you put the things, and also I just don't like using slurs. That's pretty much it.
Okay, well, that I can accept. That's fine. I mean, like, are you the slur thing? I just want to be kind of clear about it. I do try, and I know I slip sometimes, but I do try not to let out slurs when we're doing the podcast.
I mean, I would appreciate if you could try it at all times when we're recording stuff. Like off recording, whatever, I can take it. But on recording, I would like to not have to edit around and stuff like that. And
I understand that. I do understand that. From my memory, the only time we ever do recordings is when we're like playing games together or in a podcast. So
yeah.
I mean, when I go ahead,
My
whoever was about to
philosophy
start.
nowadays is that I don't like care about what it reflects on me, because if people want to find bad shit of me doing stuff on the internet, they can find that instance of my sister on Minecraft.
I mean, on my YouTube channel where I made the video thanking people for 1 million views, I came right out and I said, if you want to like my videos, fine. If you want to dislike my videos, fine. I'm not going to try to be an asshole, but if you think I am, I don't care. So I mean, if anything, that's my mentality. I mean, you guys know me well enough. I don't give a shit. I don't give enough shit. I give a shit about you people because I know you guys. You're not just random internet nobodies who mean nothing to me. You're people who I've come to know as human beings, with real emotions and real problems, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so for that reason,
if you
again,
leave a mean comment on my YouTube video, I can make a snarky response.
yeah, and by all means do so on any video of mine you want, and I'm not gonna be bothered by it. It's just I don't know. It's I don't know. There is a little bit. I don't want to say a language barrier, but a little bit of a cultural barrier, I guess. Like for example, again, like Addy, when you just said, I would also appreciate it if you did this, that, or the other. And I'm like, I'm hearing you, but in my mind, I'm thinking, don't talk to me like that.
Mhm.
Don't tell me. I would appreciate it if you. It's like I don't.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to get into, but I know you don't mean it that way. Or at least I don't think you do. I don't get that impression, but it's like that kind of rankles me a little bit, and that does make me a little bit more kind of defensive and standoffish. That's a little bit of a personality clash, which I'm not blaming at you. That's no one's fault. We are who we are. But go ahead, W. Yeah, you're right. To quote Popeye, who I'm surprised anyone even knows who that is anymore. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna say. I mean, again, for whatever it's worth, I don't mean to offend any of you guys, and and I'm assuming no one's gonna, even if you, I don't know if this is true or not, but all I know is that I think I know you guys well enough to know, or at least to believe, that if you really shared Addy's opinion, and regardless of how you felt about how he phrased it, if in the back of your mind you were thinking, I'm glad finally someone said that to Mike. I'm glad finally someone called Mike on the fact that he says a bunch of shit we just don't care about. I believe that you guys would not actually tell me that. I believe that you guys would not be honest with me about that. Not because you're jerks, but because you're too considerate and
Nah,
you don't want to
Mike,
hurt my feelings.
Mike.
Not you.
Yo, I
would
know,
say it
I
because
know.
That's why we're having this conversation.
I know, but Mike.
I would definitely tell you that.
Yeah,
if,
so
if I
would
thought that was
W.
true.
So
I
would
mean,
W. Because W comes off as really nice, and he is.
W's
But
pretty
but
straightforward.
but
yeah.
W can
W's
come
very
out and
straightforward.
tell you stuff.
Pink's a liar.
Pink is the biggest bullshitter.
I was gonna say, yeah, I just said Pink's a liar. I
Yeah,
tend to not
fucking
trust anything
Yeah,
he says.
Pink still
I
spies
like
in
that
his
you
free
guys have
time.
figured me out so easily.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I like that I'm playing a game with him. I've been playing this game with him this entire time, and I'm probably doing like shit too because I've been focusing so much on this conversation.
You always say I'm too nice, Mike. You should be saying that Pink and Goku are too nice because those are the two nice guys out of our group.
W, you are the most vocal about having high morals, and I respect that. That sounds sarcastic, but no, I legitimately respect the fact. I like the fact that you have I've written to you before during arguments you've gotten into where it's like, dude, you're fighting the good fight. Like I really like the fact that you feel something is wrong, and even whether I agree with it or not, and you weren't arguing with me at that time, you were arguing with somebody else, can't remember who. It was like, I appreciate the fact that you're standing up for your convictions. That's integrity. I respect that. So before I think you do a very good job. I like every one of you guys. I like all of you guys for some shared reasons and sometimes for varied reasons. But W specifically, I've noticed that it has come back at me negatively. I'm not complaining about you. I'm just saying that if anything, it's actually gotten it's your niceness has actually made me feel like a jerk because like me just being myself when I have you like taking the high ground, it's like, well, but I'm not an asshole. I'm just fucking around. I'm just making jokes, and now I feel like a jerk. It's like you're sort of like, hey, Alex, can I send you some of these pirated games to make up for the fact that you bought me a game last month or whatever? You're like, no, I won't touch that stuff. That's just it's like, oh man, now I feel like kind of like a dirt bag, and it's just stuff like that. It's like you're too nice. But then when you do surprise me and you say stuff like, well, Mike, I have to admit, you should have more class than to call a woman a whore. Then it's like I just kind of scratch my head and I'm like, well, should I? Why? I don't know.
Here's the thing with the pirates thing. That particular instance, I actually was wanting you to be the one on controls during Silent Hill 2 was the thing.
Well, I think it was even before that, though. There were times where I wanted to, I mean, you're right. You did tell me that before, but there was a time where I think I was just like, you wanted to get a game on Steam or whatever. And I'm like, well, I've got a copy of that. I'll just send it to you. You don't have to spend your money. You're like, nah, I really don't want to. You were like, there was a while there, for better or worse. It's not even like there is no better or worse. It is just what it is. You were like, kind of like really, I don't want to say touchy. That sounds aggressive. You were very kind of just really not wanting to get your hands dirty at all with piracy in any way. You were like, I don't like the movie used Cars. You were like, well, maybe I'll have to watch that sometime. I'll send you my copy. I'll make a copy and send it to you. You're like, no. I'd rather just find it somewhere. I'm like, well, it's just okay. It was like that made no logical sense to me. It's like, well, you're not pirating it. Let me just. It'd be like if I were there in person, handing you my copy, dude. Borrow this over the weekend, and you still didn't want to have anything to do with it. I didn't think anything less of you. If anything, I thought, God, this guy's a nice guy. Jeez, but I didn't understand it. It was like it was. Go ahead.
Sometimes I'm just like, from a moral perspective or an ethical perspective, hedging my bets. That's all. I'm not firmly of the opinion that piracy is like bad or anything. It's just like, well, in case I later on, I don't want to feel guilty about it later.
I mean, that's your prerogative. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Although I have to admit that I did think it was funny when you at first I thought it was a joke, which kind of probably made you more defensive about it. But there was a time on the forum where you said something about like you scolded me really hard because I said that if a bunch of foreigners were going to storm the American gates, we should just start opening fire. And you were like, oh my God, someone's going to look at this and it's going to cost me a job in the future. And again, I thought it was a joke, but you were like, no, it's not. That I don't want this to be associated with me. And I'm like, really? All right.
It was a pretty heinous thing to say.
I don't think it was. I honestly, I'm not gonna drag you into this, but just my simple rebuttal is simply this. If hypothetically, and this turned out to be just more political bullshit spin, apparently, because you never heard of it after that week, if under any circumstance, regardless of country or source of origin, whatever, there were people at our gates saying, if you don't let us in, we're going to storm you, what do? Let them in? No, we defend ourselves. And if they start getting aggressive, we need to up the ante. So it's like if people need to get shot, people need to get shot. What's that? Go ahead.
I didn't hear nothing about storming at that time.
Yeah, you did. That was when they had. That was when they. I wouldn't have just said there are people at the gates wanting in. Let's shoot them all. It was because there was the caravan, the alleged caravan, where they were like, okay, well now they're at the gate and they're saying, that they demand to be let in, and blah blah blah. And if they
Whatever
don't, they're
happened
going to
to
find
that,
a
by
way
the
in.
way?
That's what I'm saying. After that week or
What?
two, you just never heard anything. It's like
I mean,
what they disappear.
I barely
Just
heard it
political
about
bullshit.
that week, and it just never, nothing ever came of it again. I
It
only heard
didn't.
about it in like the right wing circles, and then it just dissipated
Right.
completely.
I think as much as I am more right leaning than left lately, I think that was just political spin. I think that was just
Hmm.
bullshit to try and get people riled up against illegal
Both
immigrants.
parties
Wh-
will be in.
which I myself am not a fan of immigrants coming to this country illegally. It's just that simple. I find absolutely no reason to defend that practice. There's the
Hmm.
right way, the wrong way. I've said it before. Knock on my door, I'll open it and maybe let you in. Crawl through my window, you're getting fucking shot. It's that fucking simple. Do it
Apparently, they
right.
just apparently they just turned around.
That's
So
I
that's what happened to that. They just
like.
turned
Are you being
around.
literal? Did you look it up just now? And is that actually
Yeah,
supposedly they just
beginning of December, they just
how
got tired
anticlimactic?
and
Let's just
just
go
turned
home.
around and went back home. That's all that happened.
Stupid. Yeah. See, now I'm starting to not even buy that the whole thing was even real. Anyway, yeah,
The
but I
dream,
don't
distant, forgotten acid trip.
acid trip.
I mean, that's in the same category as the like freedom truckers or whatever. They were like all
Freedom
over the
truckers.
internet for like a week, and
Oh,
then
right. Recently,
and then they
yes.
just like disappeared and nothing happened. And I guess they claimed victory. The left wing claimed victory. Everyone went home. Still upset, but mildly happy that they
A Pyrrhic
succeeded.
victory, if ever there
Yeah,
was one.
and nothing changed. So
And still
Um,
the future refused to change.
well then, so we can all move on in harmony.
mhm.
I'm just gonna.
Until we get angry at each other
I
again.
know. Well,
Yes.
usually we
See
don't
y'all
get angry
next
at each
week.
other.
See y'all next week with the next
Oh yeah,
next
we never
argument.
get angry at each other.
Hope my
Well,
foot's getting
Ever.
erection.
I don't know about the rest of you guys. This is the first time I've gotten legitimately angry in any of these podcasts.
Oh
I
no,
don't know.
I'm just talking about politics in the nation in general.
Oh,
At
okay.
this
All
point,
right.
we're
No, I'm
always
just.
angry at each other. No,
um.
at this in this podcast, yeah, I understand why there was a little bit of anger here. Uh,
It was.
yeah, I definitely understand that, and I think
Uh,
everyone's emotions were definitely valid in this situation for sure.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree. Ironically,
Yeah,
again,
me
it wouldn't have
too.
taken me
mhm,
so
Yeah.
much by surprise had Addie not first said something that I was very sympathetic to, and then
mhm,
turned around and basically said, "Oh, and by the way, fuck you."
yeah,
It was, in so many words. I
yeah.
was like, okay, oh, whoa, wait a minute now. Yeah. Anyway, what I wanted to say is just simply, guys, please be honest. Right now, Mike has no feelings. Just be honest. Do I bother you guys? Does it upset you that I talk too much? Is there any grievance you want to air with me on these podcasts? I will listen.
No,
That's an
I've
open
already said
invitation.
I've already
No, no,
said this other
I know
part, but
you have.
other than that, no.
We don't need to hear any more out of you, sir.
I'll
This
chime
is
in
something.
if
Soon.
I might be able to chime in just a little
Yes.
bit.
Yeah,
I
it was
do
for everybody.
Yep, I do think that you maybe do speak over people and cut off people a little bit too much. I have definitely
You
felt
gotta
like I
do is
get
just
cut
gotta
off,
keep
and
going and just fucking keep talking
can I
over him and
can
fuck
I
the
can
guy.
I can I please finish my
No!
my
No.
thought, Alex?
I specifically held back to make sure. What I was going to say was,
Yes,
I agree. But go on.
yes. I definitely have felt cut off when I communicate on these podcasts. I tend to get spoken over, and that's the only real thing that I would take issue with. And I'm just saying this respectfully. I don't think you're a bad person because of it, but I do personally feel like I get spoken over a little bit.
Just talk until we shut up. Just talk until we shut up.
Fair enough. Asked and answered. This is not an excuse, but an explanation. There are two reasons for that. One,
Mhm,
my short term memory, I joke about it all the time, but in reality, it's something that deeply concerns me. It's not a joke. I
mhm,
forget things very easily. I can remember specific details of things from my youth. I can tell you every fatality combination in Mortal Kombat 2 right now off the top of my head. I can't
mhm,
tell you what I did 3 days ago. I can't tell you how the conversation like what we were even talking about before, the thing between me and Addie. My memory is just shit, and so sometimes it's a matter of I speak up because I want to really quickly get in something before I forget it. That doesn't
Right.
necessarily make it okay. It's just that's part of the automatic mentality of why it's happening. More directly, it is simply symptomatic of my anxiety. Anxiety. If you look up generalized anxiety disorder, you're gonna see things like racing thoughts, fast talking, the need to hurry up and get thoughts out before you forget them, the need to, not necessarily the need, it is not a desire to talk over anybody, but it is a habit. It is a bad habit. I'll take that one because I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. It's something that I try to watch, but it's a very hard thing to be conscious of in the moment.
I understand that. Yeah.
Well, thank you for telling me. I apologize.
Yep. No worries.
Anyone
Well, I
else?
think we're back on schedule for the FOF orgy this year.
I'm sorry, I actually didn't hear you.
Oh, you didn't. Oh,
Something
whatever
about-
you missed.
something
Never
about
mind
a
then.
Orgy.
FOF forum or something, or maybe it
He
was
said
an
something
orgy.
about an orgy.
Okay, I heard forum, so I'm giving
I
the
heard
benefit of the
orgy.
doubt. Okay, he's not as nice
The
as I thought he
FOS
was.
orgy.
I'm just trying to, I mean, again, it comes down to the fact that literally, like I said, I know I talk a lot. I know I've got my flaws. I recognize my flaws, but sometimes, people need to be called on their bullshit. And even though I'm not trying to offend you guys, if it turns out that I am, I would rather know that ahead of time so I can hopefully at least have enough memory to, to address that and fix that. Because again, the last thing I want to do is upset you guys. If we're in an argument or whatever, sometimes I don't care if I'm upsetting people, including all of you or anybody, my own family, anybody. But in general, it is something I do not set out to do. So, if I know that I can pull it back and make other people a little bit happier, then it's something I'd like to know.
Yeah. Friendship.
I love the
Friendship.
friendships.
Friendship.
It is power. Therefore, we have all been made stronger now. We must go defeat
Yeah,
God.
we are not Super Saiyan, got Super Saiyan, whatever the fucking newest level is.
Something.
US level?
Which means we're part monkey.
Yes.
What?
What did you mean by US level? Does it differ
The
between
newest.
countries?
Newest.
Oh, newest. Okay.
Yeah.
The U.S. level.
Well, because I wasn't sure if that was like as in like literally something was translated into the American version of DBZ and that made a difference. I don't follow. So
Yeah, no, like you know how Doki Doki Panic got released as Mario USA.
Okay,
W?
wait a minute. See,
Go
talking
ahead.
about people interrupting each other, that is one point I want to make in my defense. When four people
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna happen. But sorry, go ahead, you guys. Someone
W?
take a turn.
Well, I was just saying I like the idea of Goku going to America and he's being like, "Hey, I'm stronger here." Weird. There's a DC hero that's kind of an odd joke hero who is literally Uncle Sam, the spirit of America, and his strength is relative to how much people believe in America.
Like Santa.
Yeah, just like Santa and Elf.
Yeah.
Yes,
I forgot about that,
Santa's
yeah.
power depends on how much people believe in America.
Yeah.
That would be
He's
weird.
got to be feeling pretty weak right now.
Yeah.
Believes in Santa, then Santa can beat the Beast of Revelations.
It's all starting to come together. How can we work in the Addy and myself? I didn't hear you because I was. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
I said it's all coming together. Bush did 9/11.
Oh well, we all know that though.
We all know that.
If we
Yeah.
believe in Santa hard enough, he can stop the planes.
If we believe in Santa hard enough, he can go back in his time machine. Well, he doesn't even have a time machine. He's magic, so he can use his magic to go back and stop the planes.
I mean, really speaking, visiting every house on Christmas night, there must be time travel bullshit.
That fucker only works one day a year. Nobody talks about how fucking lazy he is.
But
Why
He
is
has,
that
he
bad?
has slave labor and only works one night a year.
Slave labor in the
That
coldest
one
part of
night-
the country, no less.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
not even country, but I'm sorry, globe.
We all have to pretend that the elves are happy in their situation.
Yeah,
They
I was
just
about,
love being slaves.
I was about to say,
They
like,
live to put together wooden toys.
Present to every child on one night. He doesn't work but one night a year, but that one night a year makes up for several.
That's got
Yeah.
to be a lot of work. Although, if you think, all right, does anyone know?
Especially when the anti-air system trying to shoot him down.
See interruptions. See, What the fuck?
No,
sorry,
you're right.
I'm
You're
just,
definitely right.
That was me. I was just playing around with that one. He didn't hear me start talking. Um, what I was gonna say really quickly is, has anyone or does anyone know? Has anyone like tracked? Let's say, okay, I don't know exactly which. I think it's like India or something like that. I don't know. You guys know. You guys study geography. If one were to start sundown in whatever country it begins first, and then go around the world and follow the night, as it were, and then go to the other end of the earth where sundown will end last, and then the sun will come up. Does anyone know how long that would take? Because obviously it would be, more than a 12-hour. I mean,
What
I guess
speed
it
are you
depends on the
going at?
season. And
Or
oh god, now you're talking about like 7th grade math class. I don't know.
I don't talk
when
about
two
math.
when two trains are leaving the, one train is going 50 miles an hour and the other train is that. How long would it take for you to have sex with your sister or something? I don't know.
Your answer
Yes.
is they all died.
What'd you just say?
Which one?
The thing about someone dying. I don't know what the other.
I
The other
just
thing is
said the answer is they all died.
they all died. Yeah, the trains did not meet. Everyone died.
The train collided head on. It was amazing and horrible.
There was have any of you guys heard of the game Mind Trap?
nope.
It's a
I
really
feel like
good
I
game that
have.
I think
Yeah.
it's a card game. Does that sound familiar to you? It's
Kind
essentially
of,
just a
yeah.
card game.
I don't play with
Basically,
cards.
well, I think all of you would actually enjoy it. It's like a real life physical thing that was first got big in the early '90s.
Oh wait, actually, I have heard about that. That's on Tabletop Simulator, I
Oh,
think.
cool. That
I
would
think
actually
that's
be
one of their actual official DLCs.
That would be very
Maybe.
interesting. Yeah, you guys may want to check it out because it is a thinking person's game. Basically, what it is a bunch of they're just small cards, and every single card, and there's like 5,000 of them. Every one of them offers you a logic puzzle. And for example, one of them, I'll just off the top of my head, someone commits a murder, but his brother, not the one who committed the murder, his brother. No, I'm sorry. I fucked that up. Someone commits a murder. He goes to prison, and his brother, who had nothing to do with the murder, even tried to talk his brother out of it, he goes to prison too. Why? You have to think outside the box. These are all logic puzzles. They're brain teasers.
What was the
The
question?
Pudding Brother.
Say that again, W.
It was the one-armed man.
It was Richard Kimball.
What?
Just to give Sue a chance, the question was, and on the card it's more elaborate and more well phrased and everything. But basically, to get to the long and short of the one that came to my head is a man commits a murder, and not only does he go to jail, but his brother, who also had absolutely nothing to do with it, was totally innocent, tried to talk the guy out of it, whatever. He goes to jail too. He gets the same sentence. Why is that?
Cue that Jeopardy theme.
do 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 do.
There was an episode of Jeopardy where they didn't have the theme; they just had some guy going do do do.
And it was Richard Trebek. I'm sorry, Alex Trebek. He just kind of looked around like, "Where's the music?" And then he just kind of like shrugged, "Do do do do."
The corpse rises out of the grave to do it.
Oh, that's just terrible. That's sad.
Yeah, horrible joke, Dubs.
Yeah, well, yeah. See, now there you go. See, now if you had said that with a little more animosity, that you're telling me that would have turned it from okay to classless. Come on now, fuck you guys.
I fucking despise Alex Trebek.
I'm glad he's dead.
Screw you and your mother, Alex Trebek. That was my very bad Sean Connery.
Oh man, that made me think of a gag from 30 Rock that aged very well or very poorly, depending on your perspective. So they have for a little bit throughout the series a running gag that Tracy Morgan's character idolizes Bill Cosby, right?
Okay.
And finally, at some point, Tina Fey's character is like, Tracy, we've got Bill Cosby on the line. You can finally talk to him. And Tracy goes, oh, yeah. And he gets on the phone and says, is this Bill Cosby? And it's actually Bill Cosby. Well, no, they didn't actually get them. No, hang on. You don't actually hear what's on the line, but you assume it's supposed to be actually Bill Cosby because Tina Fey's character isn't a liar. And they start talking, and then Tracy Morgan, the next thing he says after, it's Bill Cosby is, I ain't forgot what you did to my mother, Bill. I hate you. I want you dead. I want you.
That's great. That's great. Much like everything else he touches, that's gold. That's gold. That's good stuff. I have to look that one up.
I think he like even slams the phone then on the receiver, and Tina's like, "What?" And Tracy never explains why he did that.
Now, was he happy during the call that you don't hear the exchange? Like, do you see his face and is he happy?
No, he
'Cause
gets
if
pissed as soon as he gets on the
oh,
phone.
see, my humor, it would be even funnier if he were happy until hanging up, at which point then he lashes out. But that's just me. Before we move on though, I just wanna ask because I want to give you guys the answer. Did anyone does anyone have a guess on that brain teaser?
Nah, go
No.
for it.
They are conjoined twins.
Ah.
Okay.
I was going to say they're identical twins.
I thought I heard you say twins, but I didn't want to push too hard because I thought, okay, if you already nailed it, then that just makes the game sound lame because the game's actually quite the mind challenge.
Mhm.
But yeah, mind. I already see what the. How did I forget the name of the damn game?
Mind Trap.
Yes, thank you, Mind Trap. Yes, I was gonna say Brainstorm. Like, well, that's totally not it. That's like a movie or something.
Speaking
like that.
of, we really need to get you on Tabletop Simulator sometime.
You know, part of it is I do not know. I mean, I guess you. All right, here. Let me lead in with this. Do you guys play board games that you know, or do you just like
Yeah.
try?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
you do. Okay, I
unless
don't know many
unless
board
we
games.
try to play blackjack or poker without knowing the rules.
I know blackjack, but not poker. Poker
Oh,
is
glorious.
too many various
I just
things
ended
to
up
remember.
spawning an ogre and making him really big. That's
Yeah.
how I play blackjack.
Yeah, you can't play a game that Soon doesn't know as Soon, because Soon will just start doing weird shit on the side.
like spawning ogres.
That's
Yeah.
yeah. If I don't understand the game, I will fuck around just to keep myself entertained.
Yeah,
noticed.
and then I ate
That's-
soon.
It's a problem. I'm sorry about that, guys. If you have an issue with that,
No,
I'll try
it's
to
fine.
rein it in.
I like this. I'm sorry this time I do have to interrupt because it's so worth
Uh-huh.
pointing out. I love that based on what you just said, Soon, this is like the podcast of healing.
I was going.
This is
I was
the one
going.
where you
I
hear
have
it
yelled at
all.
quite a lot by you guys for just fucking around in
I
games.
was going to start doing. Go ahead, W.
Oh, I heard a
What
bunch of people.
dubs?
I said, I think it's time I finally came out to you guys and finally told you guys I have several bodies in my basement.
Probably not as many
What
as
were
Not
me.
enough.
What were you saying, Addy?
I was going to do a shit rendition of the Song of Healing from Zelda, but I don't actually remember it.
And what were you saying, Mike?
Oh, right.
I'm just going around the.
I don't think I had anything else to add, but you said something that I will add to, which is that you said that you apologize for fucking around in games. If any of that is, I'm assuming that you were probably talking about the board games. If any of that was consciously or otherwise directed to the whole shooting of the tires incident, that is something that I got over a very long time ago, but was simply so profoundly befuddled by that I can't help still finding it funny. That's why
I
if
don't-
I ever bring it up, still that's why.
I don't
It's
know
just
what
the
happened.
funniest.
I don't know what happened between you, but I probably did worse when the three of us played GTA.
Did the three of us play GTA?
Did you play
No.
GTA? I don't remember you
No,
playing GTA.
I played GTA with
Oh,
WS and fucking Pink.
Oh,
okay.
God, Soon, do you want to explain what happened, or would you like me to?
Oh, I've heard this.
I honestly don't remember it at all.
Okay,
gonna
I'll
be
make it
honest.
short. I'll make it short.
Other than that, I played with your radio a lot, and you
There
didn't
was
like
that too. Yeah, you. That was funny too. I was like, "Fuck it, then you take my helicopter.
Yeah,
I'll jump
I remember
out."
you jumping out of the helicopter.
I love the idea of the pilot of a helicopter.
and I
jumping.
I also remember you really did not like the Phil Collins song that they had in.
I
GTA.
hate that song so much. I'd forgotten that. Yeah, was that a dispute between us? You liked it and I hated it because I do hate that song.
I was at
I
that
love
time
that
I was obsessed with 80s music to the point where I just only listened to 80s music.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm still kind of like that, and I just liked any 80s music that
I see.
that I heard because I just felt like I don't know. I was being the cool youngster who was into music from before my time, but
Yeah, I have no problem with Phil Collins. It's just I don't want to
mhm.
hear 37 repetitions of "I don't care anymore." I'm telling you, I just don't care. I got it, Phil. I got it. That's like the whole damn song. Are there other lyrics besides that? Don't answer the question. To describe very briefly, what happened was in like the first, let's say, few months, I'm guessing, of the GTA 5 online mode, I was playing not with randos, but always with only my friends. One of them was Howard Beware, who was on the forum for a little while. A couple of them were sadly I can't remember their names, but they
Lynch,
were. I'm sorry.
Justin Lynch.
Justin Lynch is the one I was
Yeah,
thinking of. Yes, I
Justin
played with
Lynch.
him a great deal. Yeah, we played a
Hmm.
lot of games together. And every now and then, Soon would pop in and he'd say, do you mind if I join you guys? And it was nothing against you, Soon, but often what would happen is we'd be in a match, we'd be trying to do a mission, we'd be doing something like, for example, one thing that we spent many hours on was certain types of car paint could only be unlocked if you did ridiculous things like lapping or getting like whatever, like speed boosts behind the car in front of you in a race like 50 times or whatever. And it's like we weren't good at racing, so he and I, Lynch and I, would like drive around in circles, tailgating each other, following each other to artificially inflate those numbers to get the the cheesy unlocks. In other words, I was usually busy, and it was like, well, on top of that, this was nothing personal, but this was how I was with everybody. I also didn't know what kind of a player you were. I'd never played games with you before. I didn't yet know you all that well at that time. So it was just kind of like, well, I mean, like when I'm just gonna fuck around or whatever, sure. And there came a time where you asked, and it was like, well, yeah, why not? Why not have Soon in? I'm here with, again, it was probably Justin, and I think at least one other person, because we had enough to fill a whole car. And here's where the funny part, to me at least, comes in. I said the only thing I ask is that you have to understand that the group that you're going to be joining with, myself and these other guys, we play a certain way. We are completely teamwork based. We do not like fuck with each other or anything like that. We're all kind of on the same level. We all perform to the best of our abilities together as a cohesive unit to maximize these missions that we all go on to raise our money and stuff like that. And you're like, cool, okay, I have no problem with that. I'm like, all right, well, come on in. It is literally like we all spawn in a parking lot where my last game ended or whatever. Everyone spawns in. We go to get in a car. Soon hangs out outside the car. What is the first thing Soon does? He shoots out our tires.
But
And
clearly,
it's
you're asking for it.
he I was like, all we ask, like you've asked, and I feel bad that you haven't been able to get into our game yet. Whatever, join our game, cool, it'll be fun, no problem. Just please, just do this, okay? He immediately proceeds to do exactly the opposite of the rather reasonable thing I asked him not to do. And I couldn't help but just kind of look at, like, I looked at his character in game, like, just why? Why did you do that? Like what? Are you just doing that to troll me, or are you just really that much of an asshole? Like what's the story here? And I think I booted you. I think I deleted you out of the game or whatever. I booted you out, I think.
Mhm.
And then if I recall correctly, it was like a week or two later, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll let you back in again, but don't be doing that bullshit again or whatever. It's like that's yeah, it was kind of funny, but like I asked you nicely not to. And then that's when I'm flying somewhere in the helicopter and you're my passenger, and you keep changing my station. And I don't know if this is a personal thing or what, but like whenever I drive with somebody, if I'm in control, whether in real life or not, I'm the one who decides what's playing. If I'm riding with somebody else, I do not touch their radio because that's their ride. But I kept on turning to like a song that I think, if I recall correctly, you said it was rap, and
Mm.
you just like you didn't want to hear it, and so you kept on changing it like every few seconds. And I'm like, I don't think I could have communicated with you in game or something. So eventually I was
Mm.
just like, the hell with this. And like I said, I bailed out of my helicopter. I just jumped out. I'm like, you control it then. Fine, you fly, jerk. and,
And I'm
and
pretty
that
sure I probably crashed it because I couldn't figure out how to fly helicopters in GTA.
Okay, I guess that is worse than what I did, because all I did was with every time I saw a W or pink, I just shot them in the head and then stole their car.
that's
Well,
pretty bad.
It
Well, I
is.
remember distinctly there was some bit we got into where there was like, take this car from the drug dealers. And while I was doing that, Addie was saying, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up. But I was in my own little world, so I didn't hear him at all. And so later on, I just happen to drive by Addy, and Addy shoots me in the head, and he just simply says, "Pick me up." It's just like,
Oh yeah, yeah. That's one of the times it happened that I remember. The other one is when we raced from, I don't remember where to one of the gas stations, and then Pink won the race. So I get out of the car and I'm like, "Hey, Pink, you won. Here's your prize." And then I just shot him in the head with a golden gun.
I don't see what Addy did was more violent and damaging, and for lack of a better term, permanent. Well, it was more aggressive. I think that's what I'm looking for. But at the same time, what Eddie did had a punchline. So I can't say the same thing about what you did, Sue. So who's to say which one's worse?
The good thing is, on my side, I hear Addy and Pink make it to the finish line, and then I just simply hear Addy say, "Pink, here's your reward," and I just know what he's doing. And then I hear Pink go, "Ah!" And then I just simply say, "Knew that was going to happen."
Yeah.
Aside
from
Eddie
those,
took it upon.
yeah,
go ahead, Eddie.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I like that you apparently took it upon yourself to be the person who gave an award, even though it wasn't obviously
you're gonna give an award.
Like normally it's just like the game should be the one who I mean I get it, like this is a weird thing what I'm trying to express. I think you guys get it. I think it's funny to even like make the presumption that, oh hey, we won the race, I as someone who lost the race will be the person who rewards you, and it's like, no, the game's gonna reward him. He's taken care of. You
But
don't have to give him a reward.
I was going to.
And then
go ahead.
the reward is of course his death. So,
yeah. I was going to reward him because I was the host during those games.
Oh, okay, all right, that makes more sense. I see.
But yeah, I think it was those 2 times, and aside from that, I don't remember it happening too many times. It happened enough times that I was both Pink and W's rivals, but I don't like. I think it happened like 3 times with both of them, and that's about it.
Yeah, I don't think it was really a thing of like, please don't shoot me. I think it was I think we all knew none of us here are the GTA Online pros looking to grind. I think we all knew, let's just go in and dick around. Right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's just it. Just really quick, and in Soon's defense, had I just simply voiced, man, it's totally cool that to fuck around or whatever, then it wouldn't have been a big deal at all. It was just that at that particular time, we had all kind of grouped up together and found the time to play together, and we were trying to take it seriously. So what you did was intrusive. However, normally I'm not that anal about a game like Grand Theft Auto. It just at that time it was,
It just depends on what the player environment is, because sometimes if you dick around like that with someone who's trying to get something serious done, and it's like, oh, you dirty fucker. Whereas
right.
for what we were doing, it was just like, ah.
Yeah. It's a shame that Soon wasn't there for the games where I did do that. Like there were. Well, you were Soon.
I was definitely. Yeah,
you were actually. I remember. That's right.
We actually did play. We did play quite a lot, and then until eventually, me and Howard were doing something. I forget what.
You
and
told me.
He went and, if I remember right, he went and killed me, and then blamed it on me, and then from there on, you wouldn't play with me anymore. Despite the fact that he had killed me and then lied about me doing something.
See, I remember you saying before that he lied. Here's the thing. I can only say that I didn't witness whatever it was that you guys experienced. I don't even know at this point in time, because it was like 8 years ago, what the context would have been.
Yeah.
I am not, having known this guy for at this point now almost 40 years, I've never known him to be an outright liar, at least not to me. So, if you feel that he lied, I'm not going to tell you he didn't. I can't speak for him, but I want to at the very least hope, if not believe, that I think that it was a misunderstanding of some kind. I don't know. If I booted you for reasons that were not true and didn't trust you for a while because of something that was not true, I regret that. I feel bad about that. All I know is that whatever he told me, I guess, was what I believe he at least perceived in his mind to be the truth.
Right.
I guess that's all I'm trying to say. I know he didn't have anything against you as a person. It wasn't like, oh, you're playing with that guy again. Oh, he's a little prick. You know what he said to me? It was like nothing like that. Howard's a grown man with a family and kids and a full-time job, and I mean he's a normal guy. So I don't know. Like, in other words, I'm not trying to demean what you said or undermine you. Again, I just, I want to think again it was a misunderstanding, but either way, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, maybe it was, but
I can't.
I
Honestly can't speak
just
for it.
the only thing that I remember really was feeling like he was lying about me, and I think I remember him charging me with his car, but that's about it.
I don't know what the circumstances were. I know that there was a while there where I really, really enjoyed. I think you might have been there for some of this as well. I don't quite recall. I really enjoyed doing the
I don't
what
think
were
so,
they?
because he was on Xbox at the time.
I'm trying to think who it was who was playing with us. It was
It
you,
was
myself.
not Jason Momoa, Justin Lynch that we played with the most. I remember
Excuse
that.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Justin
There was
Lynch, Monkey
There's
Wrench,
a third
I
guy.
think.
There's a third guy, a British guy.
Yeah, Monkey
there was
something.
Monkey Wool.
Monkey Wool,
Monkey
yeah.
Wool.
Are
I
you
don't-
sure?
Yes,
was
it
that
was
not
Monkey
Tom
Wool.
John?
Yes, it was
No,
Monkey
it was
Wool.
Monkey Wool.
I thought Monkey Wool was more or less gone from the forum at that point.
Maybe.
this would have
Or
been only
was
about
it? Oh
2000.
no, it might have been Tom John. Yeah, I think you're
Tom
right.
Johns
It was
did
Monkey
play.
Wool.
He did
Yeah.
play with us. I know that
It was
much.
no, we definitely did play with Monkey Wool. I remember that.
Okay,
You
I
We
don't
mean
remember
definitely
that.
played with
Joey?
Monkey Wool. We
I don't
played
think
with
Mike was-
Justin Lynch a lot.
I don't think Mike was there. I think that was you, me, Monkey Wool, and Joey once. But
Well,
Mike wasn't there.
this might clarify it. I don't know, but just what I was going to say is that there was a time when I was really into the game mode where you'd be randomly walking around, anywhere in the game map, and you could just like trigger a firefight between your
yeah.
group.
We played the firefight a ton. That's what I
Yes.
remember for sure.
And the reason I mentioned that is because I don't know if that would help isolate. I could have sworn W was there for that, but I guess not.
I don't remember him even being on PlayStation at that point. I thought he was on
don't think
Xbox.
he was either. Yeah, now that you mention it,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about who the hell was that fourth person. It was you, me. I think Howard.
That was PlayStation 3 days.
Yes, it was. Yeah, that's what I was playing on.
Yeah, and
I
I don't
eventually gave
think
my
Dubs
PS3
had
away.
the PS3 at that time. I don't know. Do you have a PS3 now, Dubs?
No, I did not get back on PlayStation until PS4, which is when I played with Joey and Wool.
Yeah, so yeah, then this would have been before that. Yeah, because I never got GTA on PS4. I only played PS3.
Then that was what you and I were both playing on, because I know that's what I got on initially. Yeah, that's about the last. I had forgotten that after our little mishaps or whatever between you and I, that you did eventually come into my games quite frequently, and we did do a lot of the shootouts and stuff like that. I remember someone specifically telling me that they didn't like that mode very much, and I could have sworn that was W, but I'm wrong. I'm clearly wrong. See, guys, my memory.
I played that GTA 5 session with them, and at one point I did a bank heist with Sato and one of his friends, and that one I specifically remember because at the end of the bank heist, they do a little segment where they show outside there's a bunch of cops waiting to shoot at you when you open the bank doors, and
Yes.
Sato was like, "All right, I got a plan here," and without telling any of us, he just simply pulls a rocket launcher out of his ass. Shoots the rocket launcher at the front door of the bank while it's closed. Stick with me here. All four of us who were doing the heist were standing next to that door. Nonetheless, the rocket bounces off the door and returns to cinder, blowing Seto up and none of us. And I remember me and Seto's friend just laughing our asses off while Seto just went, "Oh, God damn it."
I love that whole thing was also set up by the nice cute little detail of "Don't worry, guys, I have a plan."
Yeah.
Had it just happened simultaneously, that would have been a little bit less funny. But the fact that he clearly had a great confidence about what he was about to do makes it that much richer.
Story makes me want to play Payday 2 again.
Yeah, Payday 2 is awesome.
Okay,
Payday
now
2
you
is super fun.
Payday 2 was funny when we last played.
You guys got me a copy of that.
You would like Payday 2. They have what's his name? Gus from Breaking Bad.
Oh, really?
He's in the game.
You can play as Ron Perlman.
You get
Ron Perlman. You can play as Ron Perlman.
Ron Perlman and Giancarlo Esposito in the same game.
Well, you can't play as John Carlito. He's one of the mission givers. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's still awesome though.
And so
Anything
he
that gives
like
him more time to
narrates.
talk.
He narrates your mission.
Excellent.
Ron Perlman, I want to say, is the only celebrity that actually provides his own voice.
Well,
But you
no,
can,
there's if you count the YouTuber,
oh,
H3H3, fucking
right,
Ethan.
right. You can play the YouTubers, and they
Wait,
have,
there are YouTubers that have been put into that game?
yeah,
Just,
2 of them.
just a couple.
Oh,
No,
that sickens me.
like a YouTube couple. H3H3, Ethan and his wife.
Which, to be fair, his wife is legitimately ex-Israeli Defense Force, so that
Yes.
one's not entirely
Oh.
ludicrous.
But then he's like an overweight, disgusting slob of a human being.
Oh, he's a YouTuber.
Heh,
Which, to be fair, I guess I am now too, technically.
heh.
YouTuber. It's not even YouTuber anymore. It's
Oh,
content
oh!
creator. You alright, W? Did you fall off your chair?
Oh, and John Wick is a character as well. Which,
In Payday 2?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know
in
John
Payday
Wick went
2.
back that far.
I used to play John Wick in Payday 2.
Interesting.
Yeah. They also added Tony Montana as well, though I don't think you can buy that DLC anymore the same way you can't buy the Stranger Things DLC for Dead by
Understandable.
Daylight. But nonetheless, yeah, you can see a decent amount of people running around as Tony Montana. The protagonist of Hotline Miami, that's my character I always play. I love him.
If you can, and maybe you can't, I would not know, having never played it. Can anyone briefly summarize? I know Payday 2, you rob banks or whatever. Like
Right.
what is the actual gameplay loop?
It's very similar to GTA 5, but without all of the other bullshit in GTA
well,
5. It's
Yeah.
I wouldn't
kind of-
say that. I would
Yeah, me
say
neither.
the
Go ahead.
game that it's best compared to is almost Left 4 Dead, right?
yeah,
Except
that's fair.
Yeah.
Left 4 Dead, generally speaking, the goal is run through the level, try to keep going. Payday, it's do certain objectives, choose a certain way you're going to break into the bank and meet the objectives to do it, while also, in the same way that in Left 4 Dead you are facing hordes of hundreds of zombies, in Payday you are facing hordes of hundreds of SWAT officers.
Yep.
And it's
Yeah.
absurd, but it's fun.
So
yeah, and
is
they've also got like little objectives that you have to do.
Yeah, that would go ahead soon.
Yeah, and you like carry the loot bag sometimes to get to an escape vehicle, and then you have to defend the escape vehicle or stuff like that. It's a really fun game to play with friends for sure.
from the excuse me.
Just for a quick example, one of the most basic heists in the game is to break into just a little small town kind of bank that has a safety deposit area or whatever. And it goes in the stages of you want to get in there, you want to set up the big power drill to open up the big safe. And once you get in there, there are a bunch of little lock boxes. And you can try and pick the lock on each individual one, which takes a while. Or one of you could have traded out one of your gun slots, excuse me, for a big power saw that can just instantly open the lock boxes. And that's just kind of
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were done. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Each of the players can choose a loadout ahead of time, different weapons, and there are loads and loads and loads of different guns, though most of them are DLC, as well as a large variety of perks that can encourage you to go in loud and wear heavy armor, take the biggest guns, just fuck it, I'm going to kill all the cops. Conversely, you can take like a stealth-focused build with a silenced pistol and whatever, and you can make it where if you stealth it right, the cops never catch on at all. And you just sneak in, take what you want, and get out.
Well, all right. Now, here's the part that throws me. Then is the game primarily based? I understand that it involves all of the various, all of the above. But is the primary hook of the game the actual robbery, or what happened?
No, it's more the firefight, and sometimes it is the like planning and stealthing around to try to get the loot and stuff. Each mission has different objectives and different gameplay loops, kind of. Some are more stealth based and planning based, and others are just pure firefights.
Yeah. And there's definitely a strong appeal to the game where when you pick up a wad of money, it tells you how much that was worth and so on. And you pick up all the loot, and at the end of the level, they provide the loot for everyone, and you see the money numbers go up, and it's like, oh yeah, money! I love stealing, I love theft, And so, so a little bit of the satisfaction is like, let's get that fucking money, let's go out there and rob the shit out of this bank.
So then, when you talk about the aspect of the game that is the planning phase, where you determine how to best get into the bank and so forth, essentially
Mhm.
what that is, if I can describe it this way, that is the prologue to what starts the mission, which is the bank robbery or what have you.
Yes.
Then the way you execute that robbery, given your various decisions and so forth, that will affect the kind of heat that you have to deal with throughout the rest of, I guess, the level or whatever
Yeah.
you want to call
Yeah.
it. Okay,
So like you
okay.
can have a perfect stealth mission where you escape without a firefight,
I
or
see.
you can fuck up at the very beginning and have to fight the entire way through the level. And yeah,
What
You can
what
fuck.
are the levels like? Is it like city streets and so forth, that kind of
some
thing, or
of
is it
them
Yeah,
are
like
all
city
of
all?
them.
streets, some are city streets, some are like breaking into office buildings, some are
Oh,
breaking
okay.
into car dealerships,
Where,
I gotcha.
some are
Okay,
defending like a rural farm and making drugs while you're in a firefight.
yes.
okay.
So okay, they have a lot of really unique maps. One that I can think of off the top of my head that I think you might like is there's you play the map and it's like you start off with the heist having gone wrong and you need to make your way fighting through a series of streets against the cops using
Yep.
cars as cover and so on. And you want to guess what the name of that level is?
I don't. Don't tell me it's four leaf clover.
Heat Street.
Oh, he. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, four leaf clover was somewhat
I
based on
think
heat, so
I
there you
think
go.
one of my favorites was it the one where you're in like a skyscraper or something and you like have a piece, well, that's kind of a spoiler for the mission that I thought was pretty cool, but like I think one of the apartment buildings you get like helicoptered out or something.
Uh,
Is sounding familiar?
I believe that was the Left 4 Dead crossover map.
Maybe it was, yeah. But that one was really cool.
Yeah,
Your description of the game does make it sound really, really cool. Like I never had anything against it. I just
Mhm.
didn't understand how an entire game could be based on robbing banks. But
Oh, Panic Room. Panic Room's the one I'm thinking of with
uh,
the magnet, I think. Yeah, Panic Room was the level.
okay, I haven't seen Panic Room. If that's the one with Jodie Foster and Forrest Whitaker, don't tell me any more about it because I actually want to see that movie. David Fincher directed it. I love pretty much everything he's done. Did someone just light a joint?
Wait, did you say David
no.
Lynch?
David Fincher, very
Oh,
close.
David Fincher. Okay.
Yeah, although David
Um,
Lynch is good too.
yeah, I'm not a big fan of him.
What have you seen
Especially
of his? I'm not to say that I'm going to
I've
challenge you. I'm just curious.
seen Eraserhead.
Eraserhead is a love-or-hate type of film. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
absolutely,
also
unquestionably.
he signed a letter saying or condemning the deportation of
Oh, Polanski,
Roman
I bet.
Polanski.
Yeah, a lot of people did. Hollywood is, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
him, Natalie Portman.
yes, I heard that.
But
There was a few
And
others,
unlike
but
most
it
people
was
who
it was
take
mostly
argument
like
seriously,
French artists that were doing it and signing
oh,
that letter. But like out of American ones, he was one of the only American ones to sign that, as
you
well
know,
as creeper Woody Allen.
naturally, whose entire life is all about molesting children.
Mhm.
Or marrying them, and or both. Yeah, I try to take the tack. I know Ted and I have argued about this, and I understand his point. I don't know if he cares to understand mine, but I understand the point that he finds compartmentalization to be something that is difficult to do. What I don't like is that he blames it on sociopathy, and I'm not a sociopath. I simply am able to say that, hey, I like Chris Benoit as a wrestler. I can still watch his matches and still also think that he's an evil bastard. I can separate the two, and I'm not evil. But anyway, my point being, I've said to him about other things such as Chris Benoit. It's like, well, I try to separate when I can the artist from the art. It's like Victor Salva directed Jeepers Creepers after having been a literal convicted pedophile. And it's like, well, I didn't know that when I saw the movie. I enjoyed the movie. Am I
oh,
going to now, decry the movie because I learned that? No. Do I think that the guy's sick? Yes. Do I hope that he doesn't direct another movie? Yes. But that doesn't mean I can't like Jeepers Creepers. He did a good job.
Right.
So
Yeah.
anyway, my point
Just.
being, I'm not saying you're wrong at all.
Mhm.
I'm completely Roman Polanski's. He raped a little girl. He should serve his time. Period. To me, it's that simple.
Mhm.
But just as far as David Lynch goes, while I respect that you are, you're less likely to want to watch his films or whatever because of that. I, for better or worse, isolate that kind of stuff. I watch the films and I just kind of go by just what they are.
Yeah,
It
it's
doesn't even
just
like literally pop into my head, I guess.
Mhm. Yeah, it's just hard. Like once you know that about them, and yeah, once you know that about them, it's just hard to go into their movies not, having that in the back of your mind the entire time, and it does ruin the experience of watching those movies. And so, yeah, like once you know about it, if you watch the movies before it happens and you can still appreciate those movies, then, that's fine and I don't have any issue with that. But like, I don't know, for me personally, I just can't watch those movies without thinking about the fact that the people behind them are, horrible, horrible creepers.
Well, to at least put it straightforwardly,
Hmm.
at the very least, based on that action, the person behind David Lynch's movies is at least someone who, to some extent, clearly supports a
Yeah.
pedophile. Well, not
Pedophile,
a
rapist,
pedophile.
violent
Yeah,
pedophile, rapist.
you're right. Rape was also involved. Yeah, that is important to
Well, I don't
note.
think he raped any
He
pedophiles.
drugged
He
her
drugged
and
a girl and
violently raped her.
yes, in the ass, I think,
Yes.
at Jack Nicholson's house in his pool, if I recall correctly. It was like a
Jesus.
16-year-old girl. Yeah, so it wasn't technically pedophilia. I'm the one who always calls people on that, but it was still wrong. She was still underage.
Wasn't
Presumably, I
she?
don't know
She
what
was like
the.
14.
Yeah, I think you are right. I think she was younger than 16. Yeah, she wasn't like a child, but she wasn't. Yeah, I think you're right. I would go with 14.
Let me look it up real
See,
quick. But
yeah,
yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
pretty sure she was 14.
You're probably right. I guess it is a personal thing because and I don't think either assertion are wrong. Like if
Hmm.
I read, just hypothetically, for example, that aforementioned Victor Salva did do another movie which he did a few after that, but I didn't watch them. But if he did do a movie that I heard was fantastic, and it
He was
sounded interesting,
13.
13, good
13.
lord, okay, we're really getting down there. That's almost well, not pedophile still, but that's another
That's pedophilic.
that it actually isn't. Pedophile is prepubescent, but there
Okay.
is a philia that covers that age, and I can't remember it off
Hmm.
the top of my head.
Okay.
Um, oh God. But yeah. Again, like if Victor, again, the aforementioned person who, in his case, he raped, or he blew something. I think he blew. He gave a blowjob to a, like a 10-year-old boy or something on the set of one of his movies. He groomed him and isolated him from his parents, and then blew him or something like that. Served his time in prison, which doesn't make it okay. But the fact is, he did it, and then he went on, and people still allowed him to make movies, which is really weird to me. But whatever. But again, I didn't know any of that when I saw Jeepers Creepers, and again, I stand by Jeepers Creepers, the first one at least, as a good movie. It actually legitimately is to me a decent horror movie. However, again, if I now knew, knowing even what I know about him, he went and made a movie that was supposed to be really good and it sounded interesting. I can't lie, I would still check it out. That doesn't, I don't think, make me bad, nor, however, it's very worth stating, does your refusal to watch or support in any way such a film soon, nor is that bad. It's just two different philosophies.
Yeah, it's not like an active refusal to watch them. It's just that I can't
You
watch
can't,
them
yeah,
without that being in my mind, And
that's
I don't have
And
any
understandable.
issue with someone who
I
does
think
watch
Ted
them
said the
and
same.
enjoys them.
I
Yeah.
think Ted said the same thing. That he's tried several times to watch old Chris Benoit matches, and he just can't.
He has
Yeah.
said that, and I can understand if it's constantly in the back of your mind. Just for me, I am. There are two things for me. It usually just simply doesn't pop up, and if such a thing does pop up, I mean, obviously, whenever I see Chris Benoit in any shape or form, hear his name mentioned, of course, immediately the first thought in my head is what he did, but it doesn't linger. It is kind of quickly replaced by, okay, what does he look like in this match? What's he wearing? He's got a cool entrance theme, blah 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 blah. Which isn't to say that I forget what he's done. It just does not take such precedence in my mind. Which again, it's not saying that it's better or worse. It is what it is. That I'm able to just kind of put it aside subconsciously and just focus on the immediate whatever I'm seeing at that time. Like when I'm
Yeah.
watching The Elephant Man, I love The Elephant Man. It's a great movie. It is super straightforward. It is like unlike any other David Lynch movie that he's ever made. In that it is super straightforward
Well, the
and
fake story.
well, yeah, that too. Yeah, I think it's the only one that he ever did that was based on a true story. I believe.
Yeah.
And it's just really good. Very well acted. John Hurt and Anthony Hopkins, they do a fantastic job. Half the cast of Lynch's Dune is also in it, and it's really good. And I would like, for example, feel like I would not be able to deprive myself. The way I would look at it is, I wouldn't be able to deprive myself not being able to watch that movie again. However, I would also, in no way, say, well, you're wrong for not being able to keep the Roman Polanski thing out of your mind. It's like, well, that's a good reason not to want to watch someone's movies. Who wants to sit there and have to think about that kind of shit?
Yeah, for
Yep.
sure.
Oh man, what do we talk about after that?
Not that I would be very interested in Roman Polanski's movies. I don't have any interest in artsy French bullshit.
Supposedly, Rosemary's Baby is quite good, but I wouldn't. Well, I did
Well,
see a movie of his
that's
that
a
I did
movie
very
that
much
you
enjoy.
definitely can't watch without having that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, God, that's true.
Yeah.
He made it.
That is a movie that is more or less about rape.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah,
So,
I
like,
think it's directly about rape. If I
yeah,
understand
it's
it correctly.
100% about rape.
Yeah.
So
Evil
you
rape,
can't
no
watch
less.
that. You can't watch that movie without thinking of the fact that the guy who made it is a rapist.
Yep.
I shouldn't be laughing, but that's a funny comment.
But it's the perversion of a movie's like narrative by the fact that the thing that is condemning is something that the guy who made the movie
the guy
did.
actually indulged in. Yeah. I never really thought about that until just now, but I was going to mention, as I will now, to some of you guys, I've mentioned that I have seen one Roman Polanski movie. It's called Death and the Maiden, which stars Sigourney Weaver and Ben Kingsley, and it's got a really good plot. It's based on a play that Roman didn't write. It is basically about a woman who was in a. It takes place in, like, I think, the '60s, and I believe she was in a Nazi concentration camp of some kind, or she was being experimented on by, like, a Nazi doctor, and he was this wicked, cruel person, and he would do all these horrific, sexual, physical, abuse for months on end as she was a prisoner, and he always kept
Did,
her blindfolded. Go
did
ahead.
Roman Polanski make a bunch of movies about sexual abuse because he got off to it?
See, that's ultimately where I was going to go. Is that I think it's interesting that I never looked at that until now. That, oh my God, wow, here's another movie about this guy being a horrible beast or whatever. Really quickly though, the movie's really good because what happens is, as it turns out, it's revealed that even though she's still suffering from trauma and everything else, Sigourney Weaver's character has never been able to identify who her captor and torturer was, because he always made sure that she was blindfolded with the lights off, or whatever, she was blindfolded, I know that much, and so she never knew who it was. But because of that, she always focused on his voice and his manner of speaking. And one night, this is giving away only the first, like, 10 minutes of the movie. The setup is that one night her husband gets a flat tire, encounters a guy who says, "Hey, let's go back to my house. We'll call a cab for you," or whatever. And Sigourney Weaver swears that the stranger that her husband brings home, she can tell by his voice and everything else, she swears that that is the guy who tortured her. And you don't find out until the end whether she's right. And the whole movie it's a psychological battle where Ben Kingsley is like, "I did not do this. You are insane. You are just looking for someone to blame." The husband is like, and she's like tying him up around a chair and smacking him and shit. And the husband is like, "What the fuck is going on here? You can't do this." Yes, I can, because he did it to me. And it's like, the whole time you don't know who's the fucked up one. And again, whether she's correct or not, you only find out in the last 5 minutes of the film, which I will not reveal. If you guys want to, you can go look it up. But it is worth watching, unless, of course, you don't want to watch a Roman Polanski movie, which, as we just discussed, I totally understand.
I got this was probably about a year ago, but this is back when I had internet for certain. And I remember me and my family were just like, "Oh, let's watch something on Netflix." Hey, Chinatown. We always heard Chinatown was good. Well, let's watch
I
that.
also did hear it was very good, for whatever it's worth. I'm sorry, go on.
Started up, and like one of the first lines, directed by Roman Polanski. All of us groaned, and we just hit the back button. Let's find another movie.
He also, I didn't know he directed the 2005 Oliver Twist movie, which
I
is
didn't either.
That's very uncomfortable to have him in charge of,
a lot of little kiddies.
child actors.
Yeah.
And that's wasn't that post rape?
2005. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that was definitely.
Yeah, his rape was in like the late 70s, I think. It was not too long, or early 70s, I believe. It was actually after.
Sharon Tate was murdered.
Yeah, it was after Sharon Tate. Not only a few years after, I believe. Which I think was 69?
I think I'm fighting the final boss of Elden Ring while we're doing a podcast.
Let me
You were
see
getting a
when
little
he.
muffled there. Yeah, I was
made
wondering.
I made a
did it.
whole drawing while we were just waiting for you
Late
entering this podcast.
70s.
Late 70s. Okay. I was wondering why you were so.
1977.
So whilst everyone was watching Star Wars, he picked a time when everyone was distracted.
Yeah.
Uh,
3 years after Chinatown. But
Chinatown was first. Okay, I
yeah,
thought you were referring
Chinatown
to.
was first.
I thought you were referring to Oliver Twist. I'm sorry. The way you phrased it, I thought you were saying was Oliver Twist before or after. I'm like, oh God, way after. I didn't know you meant Chinatown.
Mhm.
Eddie, what did you draw? I was wondering why you were so silent that whole time.
The dragon.
Another dragon. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I can't believe that yeah, Oliver Twist is just very uncomfortable having,
It's like entirely child actors, isn't it?
yeah, it's mostly child actors. Also, Ben Kingsley really likes acting in Roman Polanski movies, apparently.
Does he?
Yeah, he's also in Oliver Twist.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, that's just two examples,
I
but
lost a lot of
But Ben Kingsley takes any role.
he's
infamous for taking literally any role.
Him and Christopher Walken and
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage takes it because he's broke as fuck.
Yes,
because he spends all of his money on comic books and dinosaur bones.
Dinosaur skulls, yeah.
that were illegally obtained.
We were talking about that, I think, in the last one of these. My understanding is Nicolas Cage, I don't remember the name of it, but he's in a movie that, and this could have changed by now, and God knows if it was based on 5 critic opinions or what, but on Rotten Tomatoes, the latest movie Nicolas Cage was in has a 100% positive Rotten Tomatoes score.
The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent?
That's the one. Have you seen it?
He's actually been in a few good movies, though. He's supposedly in the best Lovecraft movie.
The Color of
Outer Space. Yeah,
Color of Space. Yes,
Color Out of Space. I think
Color Out of Space. Yes, you are correct.
And I've heard it's really, really good. I need to actually watch it. I think it's on one of my subscription.
I have a copy of it, but I've not watched it yet. Whoever gets it first, we should definitely let.
He was also in Into the Spider-Verse. Weirdly enough, I didn't know that.
He was.
Yeah, you know Spider-Man, right? Yeah.
Spider-Man Noir.
Oh, he was, huh?
The Nazi puncher.
Did not know that.
There's a Spider-Man that's known for being a Nazi puncher. That's interesting.
Yeah. Because that Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, the idea is like, here's 7 Spider-Men, and they're like entirely different. One of them is the Spider-Man from the 40s who wears a trench coat and everything.
Have you not watched Into the Spider-Verse?
Punching Nazis.
Me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I swore you had watched it.
Was that the one that was animated?
Yes, the one that's like kind of stop motion animation.
Yeah, the animation style really, I don't want to say it made me nauseous, but like it literally felt wrong to look at, if that makes sense. Like it was smooth enough to be like well done, but intentionally like jaggy. I don't even know how to describe it. It was visually very off-putting to me. So no, I never checked it out.
That's fair.
Yeah, I remember seeing it and thinking just like I don't know how to describe it. It was like, this is just so ugly. But I could tell it wasn't. It was like skill was put into this.
Right.
Why does it look so offensive?
Yeah. I've said before, but I think Klaus did a much better job with their animation style than Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, I didn't see it in motion, I don't think. Actually, I did, because I believe that you were, Ted slammed it out of hand, and you were like, no, it's good. And you posted it, I think, in response, a few seconds of a clip of it, and I was like, actually, that was pretty good.
Yeah, Ted has a very, very impulsive reaction to a lot of things.
Well, what I like is that I'm sure he never even for me, this started with Skyrim. I remember he was first very jacked about Skyrim. I still have a copy of the thread that he started saying, "Hey dudes, my wife got me Skyrim, like score." And Fair enough. He hadn't played it yet. I know it is kind of funny looking back and imagining him even saying that. But I have the page copied because that's one of the few pages from the old original THQ site that you can still view on the Wayback Machine. And it just so happens that thread is one of the ones that's archived. I think the first one to the first one to reply, and I say something like, "Awesome, man! You have like hundreds of hours of joy ahead of you," or something like that. It's like, oh, good lord, looking back. And I think it was like a month later that he told me, and I think it might have been just in an email. I'm not sure, but either way, he told me specifically. He was like, "Oh man, I kind of quit that game." I'm like, "Oh man, it's a bummer. Why is that?" And he was very even-handed about it. He said, "Well, it seems like a fair enough game. Whatever. It's just not my wheelhouse. It's just not quite my thing." And then somehow in between that, next time I spoke to him about it, Skyrim like slapped the chocolate milk out of his hand. And he hated it ever since. It was like, it's the worst example of the worst of anything that's ever been created by the worst of mankind. It's like, dude, like you played like 10 hours of it, if that. Yeah, that's how I know it sucks. It's like, oh, all right. And I know soon you don't like it either, and that's fine. You guys are welcome to your opinions. It was just Knight, not to drag him under the bus, but I think it's fair to say that he has a habit of making very declarative statements about things, regardless of whether he is particularly, I don't want to say knowledgeable about them, because Knight has a very surface level knowledge about a lot of things. He has a lot of in-depth, great knowledge about a lot of things as well. But there are also a fair amount of things that he has only kind of a surface level of knowledge, or at least, let's say, interest in. And he will take a stance on some of those things as if he's an expert. And it's like, well, but dude, I've played the game for like 300 hours, Ted. I know a little bit more about it than you do. No, you're wrong. It's like,
I remember he did that with Arcane. I still consider
what is
it one of
Arcane?
Arcane is the League of Legends TV show, and
Okay.
I still consider it one of the best animated TV shows ever, honestly. But everyone in the forum was very against that idea, and Ted specifically was just shutting all conversation down about it, saying that it was terrible, and he hadn't even watched it yet. And then he watched like 2 episodes of it, and he was like, it's all right. There's some good stuff, some stuff that I'm not interested in. Whatever, I don't really care about it. But he still did not appreciate the fact that I was very much so a fan of that show.
He wanted better for you, apparently.
I guess so.
He wanted to save you from the terribleness of it.
That he hadn't fully watched. Which the thing was, he only watched to episode 2, and I would say that episode 3 was where it got really good.
There you go.
And so I was like, well, you didn't even watch the
good
part
one.
that like was really good.
So what's that, W? You're sounding like you're underwater.
You think he's arguing with his mom or sister?
Oh, okay. All right, I'll leave him be for now.
He's arguing with Margaret.
The worst example, best example, however you want to phrase it, with Ted. Again, I'm not trying to bash him, but this one really frustrated me. It was when Howard was on the forum, and the brief time when he was thoroughly amused at the fact that Lesnar ended Taker's streak. And I've said this before. I have known this guy all my life. I grew up with this guy. I went to school with this guy. I've hung out with this guy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times over the course of, at that point, 30-something years. And I talked to him before, after, and during when he was posting about his reactions to WrestleMania. He thought it was hilarious. He was like, wow, I didn't expect them to do that. So many people are pissed. That's funny to me that so many people are pissed. That amuses me that so many people took the streak that seriously. Fine, fair enough, whatever. But when he said that on the forum, everyone, like, even if someone even gave him a ban warning for saying that he was trolling. He's like, I wasn't trolling. I'm saying my honest opinion. It's just not the popular one. And Ted took to him fiercely. I can't remember what was said between the two. Howard can handle his own, and he probably, said something back that, probably was at that point trying to provoke Ted once Ted started getting involved. But either way, then he told me after, like, that night, he was like, dude, just, I know you tried to get me on that forum, and it does seem like there's a couple cool people there, but, just, man, are they really uptight about some of that shit? I'm not, I don't want to be part of that. And the thing is, after that, like, even years after it, when I brought it up again, Ted said he was just there to troll. And I'm like, dude, like in what universe do you think you know my best friend more than I do? In what universe were you there talking to him in person? He was a liar. Maybe you believe him, but I don't. It's like,
in fairness, I
okay,
mean,
okay.
if you're taking enjoyment out of annoying people when they're pissed off and thinking it's funny
Well,
that
he
they're
turned it into
pissed off,
that. He did
that
admit
that
to me
is a
that he
little
turned it
bit
into
of
that.
what trolling is,
Well, but he did that in response to the fact that he started getting the ban warnings and everything. He told me that maybe he could have phrased it better. I guess that's probably true, and he may have admitted that to me, but probably not to the forum. But when he first was saying, I think it's hilarious. He was being honest. He wasn't trying to rub it in anyone's face. He thought it was great. He thought it was legitimately an entertaining move. He thought it was funny that so many people, not our forum per se, but just the audience, the wrestling audience, was so hurt by it basically. And again, the comments refuting that were so impassioned. They're like, who the fuck is this new guy trying to rub salt in our wounds? And the more he got it, the more he started giving it back. So yeah, that much is true. I'll give you that. But Ted took on the tack. I even told Ted that once, and Ted was like, no. The whole reason he was even there, even talking about that subject, was trying to rile us up. He knew we were upset. He was trying to get a reaction. I'm like, no, he wasn't, because I know him, and he doesn't do that. He's not that person. I know him and you don't. Another example of when Clint Eastwood said that the movie American Sniper was being politicized, and Ted was like, well, of course it is. It's all about the heroes of war, and leftists don't want to see movies where war is treated as good and soldiers are treated as heroes. And I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. All right. Anyway, what Clint Eastwood said is that he thinks that the politicization of the movie is stupid, and that he doesn't agree with either side. He just wanted to make a movie about this guy. And Knight literally, I swear to God, said, well, then he's lying. It's just, okay. All right, dude. Yeah, I'll go back and talk to this other wall over here, as for a change of pace. I don't know. Whatever. I can't take that strong a stance on something. I'm not going to sit here and tell Muda that The Wire is the worst show ever when I haven't even watched it. I don't know.
I will.
Well, there you go. Someone needs to. Someone needs to shut him up about that show.
Would I even be soon if I didn't form very strong opinions about things I have no experience with?
Do you?
Yes,
I
absolutely.
I don't typically associate you with that behavior. Huh.
Sometimes
well,
I do.
I respect you for copping to it. For whatever it's worth, that's not usually what I think of when I think about you. I need to be paying more attention to your devious ass. Really quickly, just so he doesn't lose it. I heard W say something. W, are you still there?
Yeah, I said I don't mean to alarm anyone, but I just got handed orange chicken and kung pao chicken.
What the heck, man?
See, I knew that
Me
was coming.
some.
I knew. Yeah, see,
The moment you heard the moment you heard another voice, you knew he was getting food.
Whenever I'm talking to him, and granted, we talk often where we're playing games like this or on the podcast or whatever for hours. So granted, it's going to happen sooner or later. But he's always either pissing or eating or some combination of both.
Yes.
At the same time.
So you're right.
At the same time, yes. He'll just be sitting on the toilet, scooping out, I don't know, chocolate pudding
Ice
or something.
Cream, you're right.
Chocolate pudding while he's on the
nose,
toilet.
But yeah, I realized that partway through.
I remember I had a cousin of mine who in high school had to make a film project. So he just made something that I don't know what it was. It was a compilation of his stuff. And then I don't even remember what possible context for his home film could have ended with this, but he showed it to all of us. And it ends with him doing the backward sit on the toilet while he's got the cereal, got a bowl of cereal sitting on the water tank of the toilet. And
isn't that a South Park joke?
It almost certainly is.
That's the episode with Butters sitting backwards on the toilet so that he can eat cereal. That's just straight from South Park.
I never knew that. I never knew either of these.
How could you not know about the joke that Dub's real life classmate made?
Cousin,
real life cousin.
I assume that he would have
even closer relationship to you, Mike.
I don't recall many odd home movies I saw from class. I do actually. for theater class for the final bit, we had to do either a home movie or do a stage play. My group chose to do a stage play because we were more comfortable with that. But for one, there was a group of 4 girls. They're all like super teeny boppers and all this and that, and they're all like super wholesome. Oh my God, did you hear about this and that? So when their home movie was coming up, we were all a bit like, oh boy, what's this going to be? Oh no, they made like a super well-made horror movie about the 4 of them going to an abandoned cabin in the cornfield. I don't even know where they found that, but it looked actually pretty derelict. And like them all getting murdered, and they actually like had blood effects and everything. Like
That's
one of them
awesome.
was. I was like, what the fuck? And like they were all super wholesome like people, so it just came out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck?
You know, one of those don't judge a book by its cover situations, I guess. I certainly wouldn't have expected it.
And there were 2 stoners who had to make a project, so they made one that they filmed in the bathroom at the school. Of they go over to the urinals, and one of the stoner looks at the other stoner and says, like, he compliments his penis in a PG way, I think. And then they do like a secret handshake while they're also still pissing in the urinals at the same time. And then like a weird, stupid like editing cut gets made, something insane. And then it ends, and I remember my teacher just simply turning to them and going, "Well, that was very creative."
I know my creative writing teacher in community college would have loved something like that. He was actually a screenwriter for, and what he specialized in was like gore house flicks, like Saw type movies.
Yeah.
So he would have loved that. It was kind of weird having a creative writing teacher who just was very upfront with the fact that he wrote complete garbage.
You know, yeah, there's something to respect about that. You know, a self-awareness. You know, it goes a long way. I haven't written anything in many a year, but when I was younger, I wrote constantly. I loved it. Everyone was like, "Oh my God, this is going to pay your way through college, etc."
You still write a lot. You just write a lot in conversations.
And yeah, that's true. That actually is true. You're right. That's probably actually comes from the fact that I was such a writer at such a young age. You know, I won the Young Authors Award when I was like 12. I wish I still had the certificate or whatever. God knows if I do. I don't think I do. You know, so I was very prolific and I loved writing. But for me, the apex was stupid shit like talking about creative writing. When I was about 16 or 17, I wrote a story that was going to be about a friend of mine. It was going to be a medieval story about a couple of friends, you know, knights that, you know, go on these journeys, whatever. I was very much into fantasy at the time, stuff like
Yeah.
What'd you call me?
What the?
I just are you doing a bit, or are you actually just like politely encouraging me with every okay
Hurry along,
yeah,
Mike. Hurry along, Mike.
Sorry, yeah, yes, I am, yes.
okay I
sorry, that was not a bit.
That wasn't a bit?
No.
Oh, you were actually being serious? Like yeah, okay, yeah.
I might have been too emphatic, I guess.
I counted like 5 of them, and I'm like it's yeah, is he trying to make me stop? Yeah, that kind of takes the wind out of what I was going to say about my silly story, so I'll tell it another time.
Knights. Tell me about knights.
Nah, I'll reference it another time. It's going to just be awkward now to finish the story, so it's not that important. I mean, maybe now I'm a little bit oversensitive because of the earlier conversation, but it was literally like every third word I said was like, yeah, yeah, right, okay, and it's just like, dude, whoa, like I'll try and shorten it, I promise. Some other day you'll hear it. You're not missing much. I just whatever. I wrote a story and made a couple jokes that I thought were funny. You'll hear them some other day.
Or will we?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure
you're
you
such a writer.
Really
you're
care.
adding intrigue to real life.
What's that?
I said you're such a writer. You're adding your intrigue to real life.
It's starting to kind of blend a little bit. It's like that Will Ferrell movie that I didn't see, where his life becomes a novel, like an actual novel. Stranger Than Fiction. Anybody?
Oh yeah, yes, yeah.
Okay, someone's familiar with it. I didn't see
it.
it.
Yeah, I've seen it. I had to think about it for a moment, but I've seen it.
Yeah, Stranger Than Fiction is that one movie with what's his name?
That one, well, with Will Ferrell. And,
yeah, Will Ferrell, I think.
You're right. It is for sure. And
yeah, I loved that movie.
Oh, was it actually good? I mean, I heard it was.
I liked that movie.
I liked it.
For sure.
Oh, okay. Something different than
Which
one of
I
his
don't usually
usual.
like Will Ferrell in movies, but
Yeah.
I despise him.
You what?
you
I
despise him.
despise him.
You just. I very much enjoyed Anchorman. I thought that was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Well,
Anchorman
everybody
was
has
fun. And
everybody has the one Will Ferrell movie, right? For me, it's
Mhm.
Elf.
Well, I mean, for
Well,
everyone,
yeah.
it's Elf. You can't not like Elf. I mean, you can get sick of Elf because they play it
Mhm.
37 times a year at Christmas time in the span of a month. But
That's just the first week.
yeah, right.
Right.
You're on. I think I counted last time, and it was. I think it literally was like 30 something times in the span of the month of November. I'm sorry, December.
The thing is, Will Ferrell doing like the goofy man-child thing
The
only really worked
shtick.
for
You're right.
when he was actually playing a man-child. You know,
Right. There was a
Yeah,
while there where
Stranger
he
Than
did.
Fiction. Stranger Than I just generally like high concept movies.
Mm.
Sadly, Will Ferrell has a lot of the high concept movies nowadays. Or
Does he?
I mean,
What is he?
outside
When's
of
the last
like
time he was in something? I actually don't remember.
the problem with
everything must
most
go.
What's that?
Everything Must Go apparently, or was it Eurovision?
He was in
Wasn't
Eurovision just a couple years ago, but that was comedy.
Mhm.
In terms of
Everything
high
Must
concept Will Ferrell
Go.
movie, yeah, everything must
Everything
go is
Must
what I think
Go.
of first.
That wasn't the one where he played an alcoholic, was it?
I think so. He's an alcoholic divorcee who had a yard sale selling all of his
Yes.
possessions or something.
Yeah. Was that any good? I wanted to see that.
I've never seen it. My parents saw it and they hated it.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Here's the other Will Ferrell movie where I actually like him. The Lego Movie. He was good in that.
Meh.
He was good in Megamind. Megamind is a classic.
Yeah, Megamind was good too.
So I guess
How can
maybe
you
it could
not
be.
like Megamind?
It seems, I guess, maybe safe to say that Will Ferrell is usually most tolerable when he's not just playing the Will Ferrell archetype that he plays
Mhm.
or has played in so
Yeah.
many other films.
Yeah.
I mean, like, can someone tell me the difference between Talladega Nights and the movie where he spoofed ice skating?
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
are those dramatically different films? I didn't watch either one, so I wouldn't know.
Well, I didn't watch either, but I'm going to guess they're probably trash.
And then there's the one where he
I'll
was a
take the Ted
basketball
Stings
player.
here. I've not watched this movie, but it's trash. Fuck you.
But yeah, I would agree that any of the movies where he plays a man-child are kind of garbage. I don't think that Stranger Than Fiction,
I think he
he
played
felt
that
kind of more
straight.
subdued. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
more straight with that one.
He was
Sure.
Lego Movie was a weird one where he pretty well played two characters.
Nobody cares about the Lego Movie. Get lost.
I love Lego Movie.
I remember 6 or 7 years ago, there was lots of us on the forum liked that movie, and now nobody talks about it.
I was not one of them. I have not watched the Lego Movie. It could be a perfectly fine movie, but I haven't watched it.
It is. It's really good.
I heard that it really was very good, but there's something about modern Lego that strikes me as incredibly smug. Very,
Very corporate.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'll take your word for it. I just know that. I mean, they made a bunch of movies in a very short time, and all the characters, even the Lego figures, like, look smug now. They have like these smug grins, and it's just like when I was a kid, Lego was just the stuff that you build.
Do
Now
they
Lego is
mock
like a
you?
bunch of characters that.
Like,
Go ahead. What?
do the Lego minifigures are mock you?
Do they mock me?
Yeah.
By their very existence. You know what they are to me? Whores.
I
Dirty,
just-
filthy whores. I'm just
What are
putting
you
her out.
doing to your Lego?
I just
Yeah.
They go in the jar. They go in the jar.
I just hope that whenever I have a kid that they are not into Legos because those fucking things are so damn expensive.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
They've
I'd rather
that
they
way.
be into video games than Legos. Legos are way more expensive than video games.
And it's a shame because I've seen some Lego sets that look really, really good, but they're like $300 fucking.
Yeah. They're crazy. Like
Yeah.
even just getting like a little like tiny, I don't know, speeder scooter from Star Wars will go like $20 at least.
That's what I was
and
gonna
it's just
guess.
like
Yeah.
3 pieces. You know,
Yeah,
you've got the stormtrooper and then you've got the fucking speeder bike. And it's $20 fucking dollars. And that's the cheapest you can get anything Lego.
Yeah, I was recently in the supermarket and they had Lego sets on clearance. And it was like, hey, buy this fucking Lego plant. It's on clearance.
Lego plant?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, it's just I guess like a life-size plant. I don't know because I couldn't tell from the package the exact size of it, but whatever. So yeah, a Lego plant that you can buy on clearance. It was like I think it was 50% off for $100.
That was
$100.
plant. What was like an actual
Each
cactus?
individual Lego brick or piece is $1.75 to manufacture.
Yeah.
Clearly.
It's almost. I kind of get the impression. I'm not going to blame hobbyists for this because I'm sure it's even if this is accurate, it's not their fault. But
It's
it almost
100%
seems.
hobbyists that are raising the prices. That's what they always do with
Well, I guess
every
maybe
child
it
toy.
is. Yeah, because what I was
Like
going to
people who
say.
collect action figures made them go ridiculously high. You can't
Yeah,
get a
scalpers
Godzilla.
too.
You can't get a
Yeah.
Godzilla action figure without paying literally $400
For at least a decent one, yeah.
for a decent one, and you're talking $1,000 for a good one.
Right. I
And
know
I'm not
Gentle
joking.
Giant does.
That's not
No, I believe you.
exaggerating.
I believe you.
I've seen them go high as multiple thousands of dollars.
I feel as if you know what I was going to say is that I think that Lego somehow, maybe because of the movies and everything else, or at least in part, it feels as if what was more or less a kids slash family hobby has basically taken on the level of prestige and therefore also pricing of like serious model kits.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like no
They're the
longer
elite
just like
The
building
toys.
with
thing is,
blocks. Right.
I actually have heard that talked about before, and people will say, "Oh, Legos are actually supposed to be like collector's items. They're supposed to be, actually really, really high
That
quality
is
modeling."
so different from what it was when I grew up. I
Yeah.
had literally like a box of Legos, and you just put stuff together. You know, you didn't have all these giant like awesome sets and shit like that. You just had
Mhm.
fun. You just played and created and built forts and shit, and knocked them down. But yeah, now they're like these like intentional expensive masterpieces.
Well, you can still get those. They cost $120 to get a box of Legos, but you can
Are you
get them.
serious?
Oh yeah. Hmm.
Again, when I was a kid, it was like. I
Dollar
mean, granted, things
75
were
per brick.
cheaper, but yeah, I mean, honestly, back then, is that an actual figure, Pink, that you're quoting? Is that actually like, did someone really do the
I
math and
hope
figure
so,
that
because
out?
I'd look really smart if it were.
Yeah, well, then again, the bricks are different sizes though. So like the little half pieces, I guess that'd be like 85 cents or 90 cents or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
when I was a kid, it was like maybe 20
One Lego
bucks,
piece costs 10 cents for one Lego piece.
like to manufacture, or that's the average of how much it would cost if they
I
weighed
think
them against how much
that's.
the
Let
sets
me
are.
see.
I think that's manufacture.
I think that's manufacturing costs, which is really expensive,
I was
actually.
gonna say that's actually on the higher side. Yeah, I definitely would have expected. I 3 cents. I would have figured.
I don't know if things are
Oh
exactly
no,
as they were
no,
when I was a kid, but I remember.
that's based on how much they cost on average, for the sets. Like buying a
Oh,
set, the price of each Lego brick is about on average 11 cents. Some sets are as high as 20 cents a brick.
Mm. Yeah, that's a little bit on the high side for me. What's the joke? Only the 4 richest kings of England can afford one.
Hmm.
And they only spend about 5 cents per brick on manufacturing.
Ah, okay.
Actually, it might even be cheaper than that because they produce in China, so it's more
1
likely
second.
probably like 2 cents or something.
All right, things gone.
Hmm. Wait,
Lego is a scam.
Yeah.
You say that with an admirable little amount of authority in your tone. I like that. Like yeah, again, talking about a declarative statement. You were just like like debating the actual financials, and then you just out of nowhere, Lego is a scam. Like you're like a news anchor. That I like that. That actually legit sounded funny. I know that the Star Wars figures that I get, the Black Series, which is supposed to be like you know, the collector line, the highest quality line, the most articulation, etc. Which a lot of the figures are. Some of them are kind of crappy, but for the most part, yes. They roughly retail on average about $20 a pop, which that's way more than the $4 Star Wars figures were when I was a little kid. But inflation, whatever, times change, articulation, etc. However, they occasionally will slip in a quote deluxe Black Series figure, like for example Jar Jar of all people, probably because they knew he wouldn't sell, which he didn't. They
Right.
made it to where we need to make up a little bit of a overhead on this figure. They made it to where Jar Jar came with like a couple of extra accessories as opposed to none, and the accessories were like a little shield and like a I don't know like I don't know, like a rock or something, something that fit his character in the stupid movie or whatever, and that bumped up the price by $10 fucking dollars.
Jar Jar came with realistic rubbery tongue.
Oh god, I wouldn't have been surprised if they would have pulled that. Ugh, God, that movie sucked. It was such a bad movie. One of the worst. I hated that I had to start declaring a Star Wars movie one of the worst movies I've ever seen, but it is.
I honestly, after watching the Disney movies, I have a lot more respect for the prequel movies.
I don't.
I think
Well,
they have a lot more artistic
not the first
integrity. They have a
prequel,
lot
but,
more artistic integrity than the Disney movies. At least they tried to do something. Disney just coasts.
I agree with that. The argument that I made for The Last Jedi, which is commonly maligned as the worst of the three, my understanding is I didn't even watch the last one, the
I didn't
actual
either.
final one. Yeah. My understanding is it is a disjointed, complete dumpster fire of a mess, like from all sides. They're like, this movie tried to fix and appease everything all at once and failed in every possible way. Like they ditched a bunch of shit that they brought up in Last Jedi because they didn't have the balls to follow through. Meanwhile, then they ditched a bunch of shit that was set up in the Force Awakens because Last Jedi screwed that up, and
Yeah, my understanding was that who was the person who directed it?
Which one?
The Last Jedi.
Oh,
or not the Last
Jedi
Jedi.
was. Abrams did the one.
Abrams, yes.
The booking.
My understanding was that J.J. Abrams felt very disrespected by, Rian Johnson because Rian Johnson was clearly undermining everything that he had set up.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Rian Johnson was just doing his own fucking movie.
He also went ahead and just disregarded everything that Rian Johnson was setting up. Although Rian Johnson, frankly, wasn't setting anything up. He was just making a solitary movie.
It seems that way, yeah.
It didn't actually flow into another movie very well.
No, it was kind of like a standalone episode, yeah.
Honestly, Rian Johnson was just a humongous asshole with that movie. I think it's honestly, it was honestly sabotage on his part. Making that movie because he hates Star Wars.
It does.
He's
very
vocal.
Been exposed. Really, he's actually said that.
No, he's very vocal. He hates
to direct it. Oh, they're just.
He hates Star Wars. He hates Star Wars, and he hates the people who like Star Wars. And so he made a Star Wars movie that was against what Star Wars fans wanted because he hated Star Wars fans. He hated what Star Wars was, and he wanted to make it something completely different. And he took very much so a lot of joy in pissing off Star Wars fans because that's what he's set out to do.
Well, I know that after the movie and the backlash really kicked in, I remember that he infamously took a picture of himself drinking from a mug that said "Fanboy Tears."
Yep. And Kathleen Kennedy was apparently all on board with that. She also hates Star Wars fans.
Oh yeah, that much is clear. Yeah, that much is evident. The male ones, at least.
Well, she doesn't want male Star Wars fans. She wants to make Star Wars appeal to women, I guess.
Women
is what I think she's been trying to push. Yeah. Which the problem is that Star Wars doesn't have a ton of female fans, and so you're just getting rid of all of the male fans that have dedicated. I don't know.
There, I suggest that there is perhaps a way that could have been done a bit more gently to attract more female fans.
You could just, have good female characters instead of.
Make a good movie.
That from square one.
Like you could do.
It wasn't terrible.
I remember Teen Titans. I think I've talked about this before, but the old Teen Titans had amazing female characters. Raven and Starfire were very, very popular among young girls. And they ended up canceling Teen Titans because of the fact that girls were buying too many action figures from the boy section. Because they just liked Teen Titans so much because it had good female characters. And it seems like Hollywood, in trying to promote strong female characters, has lost the ability to actually write good female characters.
Well,
Honestly,
the thing
people.
is,
I'm sorry, just really quick, super quick. People would scoff at this, but honestly, Jim Cameron writes very good female characters. Not so
yeah,
much for Titanic, but look at the rest of his work. He's a very good writer of strong female characters.
yes, exactly. See, this is the thing. A strong female character. Okay, so some people get this misunderstood, and they think strong female character
Equals man.
Excuse me, I was eating a fortune cookie. Equals.
Wait. I'm sorry, really quick. What was your fortune? We have to know.
Yeah, what's your fortune?
You will
take it
die
easy.
today.
Oh no!
That sucks.
I wasn't
Hey,
prepared
what's
for
that
that.
hurtling towards my house? Look, a shooting star. Wait, it's getting closer.
No, but what's your fortune, Dubs?
Take it easy on yourself. You're doing the best you can.
I believe it.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. Vague enough
But-
to be a fortune cookie, but still fair. Go ahead.
Like the assumption they have is strong female character means no emotions, macho, kick ass. Which honestly, if I see a male character that's that way, I'm like, oh, that character was lazily fucking written. I don't care.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
You
when
need to
think
have a
of the-
character who's actually vulnerable as well. You know,
Yes,
like strength doesn't come from not having anything to challenge you. Strength comes from exceeding overcoming those challenges. That's what
Right.
true
Let's think
strength is.
Let's think about the action 80s male heroes that like are being compared here, right? Because John McClane has marital issues that he needs to get over. And John McClane has a lot of times in Die Hard where he's like, holy shit, this is fucked. Like
He
John
gets
McClane is
like
not
literally like raped over glass in that movie, essentially.
Yeah. The T-800 is a fucking robot and still develops a strong emotional connection with John Connor.
Right.
And even the T-800 at times seems almost a little intimidated by the T-1000 because how couldn't you be?
Yeah, true.
I mean, holy shit! Everyone in Predator. Predator is entirely a movie of '80s action heroes getting the shit kicked out of them.
That's also true.
So
I think with
And then you've got like Aliens, which had Ellen Ripley, who was not actually the most badass woman in that movie.
no, that'd be
Well,
Vasquez.
Everyone
Well,
forgets about
Vasquez.
Vasquez. Yeah,
Vasquez is kick ass. My thing with Ripley though is that entire final act, her going into the nest. There is one scene I think of distinctively for Ripley that just sold me as, oh, that's such a good fucking writing bit. Is when she's going in the nest to retrieve Newt, and she goes to start burning the eggs, but the alien queen kind of like makes a sad little whimper, like, please don't kill my children. And Ripley hesitates.
She has
She's
it.
like,
Yes, I was just gonna say
oh,
it.
she's like, oh my god, I nearly killed this thing's babies right in front of it. But then one of the eggs opens, and Ripley goes, wait, what the fuck was I thinking? And she just
And then
starts
she
burning.
goes balls out insane. It's like 3 minutes of her blasting that shit with everything that the gun has.
Yeah, that is such a great scene because it just establishes like, okay, yeah, there's like sympathy here and a recognition of like mother versus mother. At the same time, let's not go too far with this sympathy. It's still, she still wants to eat my face and fuck my face and all
You know,
this and that and
it just
another.
goes to show that. See, I think the thing is that Jim Cameron knows how to write. I mean, again, not always, because again, the characters in Titanic, as much as I love that movie, were horribly underwritten. Maybe on purpose, I don't know, because they were set dressing. You know, he knows how to write characters. And like, look at T2. Every single major character in that film undergoes growth, significant growth. Every character in T2 winds up on the opposite side of where they started in that film. You know, I
Yes.
mean, you don't get that unless you're a good writer. I mean, those characters evolve and grow and learn and turn into entirely different people. And if you can do that for a female, I'm sorry, rather, if you can do that for a male, why should you not be able to do that for a female? You know, just
And the
write
fun-
good characters.
And the funny thing is, both these movies, Aliens and Terminator 2, are followed up by sequels that go, fuck all that.
To be fair, yes, that is true. As much as I love Alien 3, you're not wrong. I'm like one of 3 defenders of that film, and it's not because of the plot.
That's just, I think that's probably one of those movies that just survives better in isolation, you know?
It is a very, yeah, you're right, because I was just going to say, I found myself just about to say, it is a very, very good film. Very well made. Very well acted for what it is. Atmosphere up the ass. It's just not a good Alien sequel.
Yep. Which, do we want to hit what we've all done in the past weeks at some point?
Sorry, my character in the game screaming. What did you say? What about at some point?
I was saying, do we want to hit what we've all done the past week at some point? The usual one. The
We
usual
have talked about a
podcast
lot of
topic.
different things.
Soon, what you been up to the last week, man? Well, I know what you've been up to, but
For the
just
viewing
let
audience.
loose on
the audience.
Let loose on the rest of us what you've been up to. Or don't. All right, Pink.
You only gave him like 2.5 seconds. Come on.
I'm used to him being quicker on the draw than that.
That is true.
Right. This week, actually not this week. Last week I watched WrestleMania. That was good. Very, very good. 2 nights of it.
Yeah. I heard it's the best WrestleMania in years, and like looking at the card, honestly, I believe it. Yeah.
I've heard the same, and I'm just confused. Looking at the card, I don't even understand how that's possible.
Except for the Sammy and Knoxville match. That match sounds like the shit. But other than that,
I mean, was the main event?
That wasn't even the match I didn't like the least. Well, I hated the most of the show. I hated Dominic and
Dominic, right? It really says a lot that Logan Paul was not the worst part of that match.
He was miles ahead of Dominic, and Dominic has been doing this for like 2 years now.
No, more than 2 years.
More?
Didn't he do a frog splash when he was like 5 for a spot?
He's been a 20-year wrestler. My God, the veteran.
He did the frog splash. You can't take it away from him.
Yeah, that match. I mean, well, here's the thing, though, Pink. That match has The Miz.
Yeah.
Miz is always great. That is true.
Yeah, it was the battle of fathers and sons.
The battle of fathers and sons.
Could you imagine if the match ended and Miz just simply turns to Logan Paul and says, "I am your father"?
And then he collapses and he yells no.
I can imagine that. I actually can.
He collapses and he yells no. And then he goes, "I'm sending you to the suicide forest."
Oh, wait, where? Oh, I get it. It took me a second, but I caught up.
That should have been his finish. He does a crucifix bomb and calls it Suicide Forest.
Oh, God.
That's
horrible.
horrible.
Someone in the audience would snipe his ass, which should have happened by now anyway.
The fans just charge the ring.
I love the fact that the wrestling fans would be that agitated about that particular incident. I hate him for it, but I hate him I was looking for any reason to hate him as it already is.
I mean, my thing is that, like, I don't like the guy to begin with. And then I've also had people that argue with me that he's good because he knows how to box. And like, no.
Well, when you say good, what do you mean? I'm not like good at boxing, maybe, but what do you mean by good?
Well, that he should be admired because he's good at boxing.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I mean, Hitler loved dogs. That doesn't mean that he was a good guy.
Hitler good at checkers. Does that mean we should admire him?
Is that actually also true?
I don't know.
Hitler
was wow, I didn't know that about Hitler.
Okay, maybe hot take, but Hitler's paintings are okay. I don't know.
Well, the funny thing is, he didn't get rejected from the art college. They just said, "Hey, we're gonna have to think about it." And Hitler took that as rejection, and I was like, "Oh, fuck all you guys!"
Oh, I didn't know that.
By the way, I hate Jews for no good reason.
Like, one guy you know what? That's evidence from Breaking Bad. No half measures. No half measures.
There you go.
One half measure. 50 million people died.
Oh God, that's terrible.
But it may be true.
See, that's the kind of joke I would make that you guys would get mad at me about. Well, no, to be fair, you wouldn't get mad at me about that one. I made a really good joke about black people the other day when you and I were playing W, and you let it go, you let it slide, because you knew that it was just a fun one.
Oh yeah, well, I think that is one of the things that changes it. Like, is it a quality, like, really funny joke, or is it just like, I said something
just
racist?
Yeah. Like, I wouldn't be like, okay, I was gonna play as Claudette, but I'm thinking twice about it because she's a fill in the blank. Like that would be like, that's where'd that come from? That's not even a joke.
Whereas if the killer like tunnels you as Claudette, saying, "Oh, well, clearly the killer is racist," that's funnier,
Well,
yeah.
that's
I can't remember exactly what I said the other day, but I think what it was is that 2 Claudettes were in the match, and Deathslinger I got off the hook by the other Claudette. She ran off, and he went after her, and I was like, well, no wonder he went after her. He can't tell them apart, because who can? They're both black,
That one I definitely laughed at because it's just so absurd. Because no American,
right. You're right.
No American would get them confused.
I would assume that most normal people wouldn't, but I don't know. I mean,
of course, the classic joke is the newscaster that got Sam Jackson and Lawrence Fishburne confused, right?
I've heard of that. Like, wasn't it directed to Sam Jackson and he took it like with good spirits? Or am I getting it wrong? Okay, he was like, well, Sam Jackson, but it's okay.
He didn't entirely take it with good spirits. He very much so put the guy on the spot and was like, "Are you serious, man?"
Yeah, but
he just kept pressing it. But at the same time, like confusing Samuel L. Jackson for Lawrence Fishburne. Like look like polar opposites, and they act like polar opposites.
Yeah,
Lawrence Fishburne really is a very subdued, quiet person, and Samuel L. Jackson is probably the most I don't know,
outspoken. Outspoken
person in Hollywood.
Now, to be totally fair, while the black element does definitely play a part in this, to play devil's advocate, we have to remember that Lawrence Fishburne has been bald for quite some time.
That is exactly
Jackson. Yeah, and they do kind of like at a glance, one can kind of get the wrong name in their head.
They have a lot of the difference is mostly in their eyes, which Lawrence Fishburne was playing Morpheus in that commercial, so he had sunglasses on.
There you go.
And the big difference, of course, is that Sam Jackson has generally a very kind of long, narrow face, and Lawrence Fishburne has a very round face.
Yeah, I think you're right. Looking back, I haven't seen Fishburne in a while, but yeah, thinking back to The Matrix, you're right. Yeah, Sam Jackson's a little bit more gaunt.
Yeah,
but it wasn't like a thing of like Sam Jackson was saying the guy was racist. It was clearly just a thing of like
really?
All right, I reckon. It was clearly a thing of he realized, oh, here's an opportunity for some fun. Let's stick around here.
Right. Especially because apparently Twitter has it's actually become a meme about Lawrence Fishburne and Samuel L. Jackson. Even before that news report, it was already a meme. And I think he mentions he's like, "Man, you're just as bad as them people on Twitter."
Why did it become? Why just because there's two black actors who happen to, presumably simply also because, as I mentioned, they happen to be both be bald like that. There's a meme about that. Like they, how? Like why? What is?
I think it's just because they're so different that people meme on the fact that they look alike. It's stupid. It's just stupid.
I guess I'd have to see the meme because, like, in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, why would someone make a joke about that? Like, they're not even just because they're black?
It's literally just memeing about people who confuse black people with other black people or Asians with other Asians.
Okay,
that kind of thing.
Right.
It's just memeing
if
on
it's
those
a play
people.
On that, yeah, okay. That's
with two black actors who are very, very different from each other is the point.
Yeah.
But then there's also weird memes like the one with Ted Cruz looking like the Zodiac Killer, which I never understood because they don't look anything alike.
I guess that's the joke, maybe. If it is, I like it because that's completely surreal.
I'm going to suggest that one was probably a deliberate, politically motivated one of let's try and sabotage Ted Cruz by saying he looks like a famous serial killer.
That would be
really
but it was desperate.
They chose the least Ted Cruz looking serial killer out there.
They chose the least Ted Cruz looking Zodiac Killer.
Ted Cruz looks like the Unabomber.
He looks like a 30-year-old southern nerdy fucking white boy. And Ted Cruz does not look like a white boy.
How would you describe him looking if not white? Well, maybe not a white boy.
Well, he's literally not white. He's literally not white.
Ted Cruz isn't white. He's
not white? Have you guys?
No, he's Cuban.
He's Hispanic.
Seriously?
He's Cuban.
Well, I mean, the name fits. Yeah, I don't think I ever knew that.
His dad was straight up immigrated straight from Cuba and to escape Fidel Castro because
he looks like a cracker to me. I would not have guessed.
No, he doesn't look like a cracker. He looks like melted cheese.
He looks good with the beard. You leave him alone. He doesn't look like
he does. The beard was an improvement. The beard was definitely an improvement.
Oh yeah, the beards make all men look better. Well, most men.
Most of the time, I have to say.
Because like
it is.
I remember people did like a Photoshop edit of all of the presidential candidates of 2016 and put beards on them, and every single one of them looked so much better.
They actually look smart sometimes.
Well, except for Hillary Clinton, but that's.
I don't know, dude.
Snakes don't have beards.
Yeah.
I remember Bernie with a beard looked like Santa Claus.
Yeah, yeah, I guess he would.
He's so old it would be hard for him to not look like Santa Claus.
That's also true.
He's way too tiny and skinny to be Santa Claus.
That is true.
That is also true.
He's
I
coming,
imagine
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus, I imagine, is old but also big and vigorous. You know,
He's supposed
full
to
of
be.
energy.
Yeah,
Isn't he
Energetic.
supposed to be
cheeks
jolly?
and jolly, right?
Donald Trump actually looked more like Santa Claus from what I remember. Let me.
Well, he's a little on the thicker side.
And someone put
Yeah.
put like the old Civil War general beard on Rand Paul. So like little goatee thing.
What
But
did Clinton have? I picture Clinton having like one of those pointed, like recent Mel Gibson goatees.
They obviously put a Fidel Castro beard on Marco Rubio.
Man, that was an election where a decent stretch of it was two Hispanic dudes who look white running against each other.
That's just confusing. No wonder they didn't win. Americans didn't know who
Did
to
you
vote
just see
for.
the picture of Hillary Clinton that I sent, Dubs?
Yeah, I saw it.
She looks like Conchita Wurst a bit.
Who?
Conchita Wurst.
I guess I don't know who that is. Yeah.
She won Eurovision one year, and then she became a celebrity, a minor celebrity over here.
Okay.
She's from Australia.
Yeah, America doesn't spend
from
a lot
Austria,
of time
I think.
caring about other countries.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, actually. Yeah, there was a big controversy over in Europe about her. Or
Yeah.
So, Mike,
or them.
Americans
Sorry, I
do
think
care
it
about what
was-
happens in Europe. You just are dumb.
Yeah,
No,
was
it's
he
maybe.
identifying as male at the time? He
I
was
don't
just a crossdresser.
know.
Was that it?
I don't remember.
I think
I'm
he was
call-
male at the time, and
I'm calling
was
them
just
her
cross-
because I don't know. I don't remember if they what they identify as.
But-
Yeah,
What-
I'm
If you just look up
can't get this-
Eurovision, if you look up just Eurovision winners, that's the person who pops up for everything.
What even
Conchita
is
Wurst.
Eurovision? What is that?
Um,
It sounds like
it's
a
what
television,
happens-
television station.
Well, it's what
It's-
happens when somebody pisses on your glasses.
you know American Idol?
Nah.
Slash America's Got
Sadly,
Talent?
yeah, those stupid fucking
Yeah,
things.
so
It's their version of that.
Eurovision is basically the European version of that, except with all the
Okay.
European
Not
countries.
really.
And actually, there have been several very major acts that came out of Eurovision.
It's not really
that you
that
would be
though.
familiar with,
It's
like ABBA. ABBA was out of Eurovision.
but I mean
Really?
that's not really
Yeah.
true though. Like it's not like I'm an American Idol. It's like I haven't even watched Eurovision, by the way. I just know these things because I live in Europe. But fucking like it's a thing where each year a country chooses their representative to show off what their musical culture is like, and then there's judges who choose the winner each year. Like I don't know.
Basically,
I don't know
it's
why
American Idol mixed with the I don't know
the World Fair.
Miss Universe, basically.
Sounds like crap. Which don't, I mean, to be fair, I think American Idol is absolute fucking filth. So don't think that this is a cultural thing. Just reality TV in general, I fucking hate. It's not
I don't think there's parts of reality
emotionally
TV to it.
manipulative.
Like, I don't
I'm
think
sorry, what?
I don't think there's the whole thing with reality TV to it. But then once again I haven't fucking watched it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But like it's basically just like freaking they go, hey, here's so and so act representing this country, and then they go and sing a shitty song that they wrote for the event, and then they leave.
That actually really does sound like a cross. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And then the judges rate them and they leave, and that's about it.
They leave. The judges do like they give a score and then they like walk out. They just like go
No,
away.
no, the contestants. So
Oh,
yeah, it's
I
guy.
prefer the idea that the judges just give a score and then they just kind of like awkwardly
Yeah,
shamble
wow.
away.
So yeah,
The
like I said,
the
it's
rest of the
literally
show-
just American Idol mixed with Miss Universe.
Yeah, it does sound very much that way. What were you gonna say, W?
The rest of the show consists of the host trying to wrangle them and get them back.
I mean,
Get
I
over
love the
here.
idea of them giving their numerical ratings and then, cut to the celebrity or whoever reacting like, oh, good, yay, or whatever. And then cut back to them, the judges, just without even speaking, just kind of like looking at each other like, well, our job's done, I guess. And then they just kind of get up out of their chairs and just sort of quietly half put them, slide them in and then like kind of walk out. Like, I guess we just leave, and the camera just quietly lingers on them. It's just dead air. I don't know why. I find the stupidest shit, buddy.
Yeah, but speaking of that
You still have
shitty
to
ass
have
show, yeah.
discounts Simon
Oh, Cowell, is it?
The
Yeah.
discount Simon Cowell that's on every single one of those,
There really
yelling
is.
verbal abuse at the contestant.
But that's the thing.
I'm the
That's the thing.
asshole
need
one.
ratings.
That's
The
the
heel.
that's
Yeah.
the
And then they
reason.
use whenever the pseudo the discount Simon Cowell likes an act as like proof that everyone should like it because it's
Yeah.
very good if this
Pretty
asshole likes it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, but that's why I'd say that it's utterly like American Idol, because I don't like it. Once again, I haven't heard about the judges actually like giving
The
their
judge
proper
personalities.
Yeah, I don't hear
Is
about the
that it?
judges. Yeah, I don't hear about the judges actually like, you know, talking to people or anything. It's like more like boxing judges where you just hold up a card and then they,
Yeah,
they
a
go
lot
home.
of, a lot of those reality TV shows do focus on the judge personalities more than the actual
Well, I
contestants.
mean, like, one of the judges on American Idol, or one of those stupid shows, is Heidi Klum, who's a fucking model, who I will...
America's Got Talent, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. To me, they're indistinguishable, but fair, I know. I mean, I
They
appreciate
also
the
had
correction,
Howard
but
Stern.
yeah, they're...
Howard Stern with Heidi Klum on that one.
Well, see, Howard Stern at least is an outspoken host who always throws his opinions. He's very crude, etc. You know, I can see that being entertaining.
He was obviously the discount Simon Cowell on that.
I would assume, yes. but like, I mean, Heidi Klum, the simple fact is she is a model. All she did for her entire career was stand and get paid for wearing clothes. Like, what in any fucking possible way conceivably brings her within the orbit of a universe of being qualified to judge in any kind of official, you know, critical capacity, someone's musical or mathematical or whatever skill it is that they're judging? Like, I could see her being like, whatever, Runway Princess, the show starring Heidi Klum as a judge. What's she doing judging singers?
Well, you see, the
it
reason
might as well
why
be Mike
she's
Tyson
qualified,
judging singers.
the reason
I'd
she's
watch that.
qualified,
Me too.
the reason she's qualified is because she has money.
Yeah, honestly, that's pretty much it. She's not even a good-looking model. Fuck her. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
What are you gonna
I
call her?
believe
A
you,
whore?
Mike. We
Are you
had
gonna
her
call her a
special
whore?
office.
Marilyn Monroe was sexually active with a lot of men that she was not married to. I can't
Including
say the
the
same about
president.
Heidi Klum. I don't know, including the president. Yes, who was married and probably needed to focus on his
And she
For a
was
second, I
very-
thought
she was
Mike was
very
saying that the
handsome
president is a
and
whore.
the presidency outside the
whoa,
president.
whoa! It's too many voices.
Rob-
Too many voices. All right, pick a
What
number.
it is?
All right, I think Soon started first. I think. Go ahead, Soon.
But yeah, I was just saying that. Actually, I forget what I was saying now.
We were talking about her and the president.
Yeah, I was saying that she was very open about the fact that she was fucking the president.
Happy
with
birthday!
Happy birthday, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Ugh, gross.
yeah.
Eddie, I think you were next.
Yeah,
I think.
for a
Either way, go ahead.
for a second, I thought you were saying that the president was a whore.
Which one? The current one? He might be. I don't know.
Don't
Clinton
know.
was.
Probably-
Kennedy was.
Yeah, Kennedy was a huge whore.
Absolutely.
Total whore.
Yeah, I mean, it takes two to tango, and he, you know, he did not shy. He did not
Yeah.
shy away from that Marilyn Monroe.
As well as multiple other women.
Yes.
Many
Yeah.
other women.
That whole, you know, that whole clan is up to no good, or was. I don't know if there's still any Kennedys around.
His dad is the worst one of them, though.
Well, yeah, I
which
was
one's
gonna
his
say-
dad? Who's Kennedy's dad?
Joseph.
I'm sorry,
Joseph Kennedy.
Joseph. Okay. All right.
But what he did was actually
That
really,
one-
really awful.
Really bad.
Okay.
Really
Well, with
awful.
that kind of lead up, you guys need to go on because what?
Uh,
I mean,
so
what are you
so
like
one of,
shooting a few people or?
one of John F. Kennedy's sisters was borderline mentally retarded. She had an IQ of like 75 or something.
I don't like where this is going already. Go ahead.
And
Oh, I think I
she
know.
had a lot of behavioral issues because of the fact that she had a lot of pressure on her as one of the Kennedys. They expected her to still succeed like every other Kennedy, but she just wasn't capable of it because she was, you know, like not intellectually capable of it.
Did they ever
and-
killed
We're
or
actually
something?
still not.
And
We're
so
actually still not. Almost.
yeah, and so she had a lot of behavioral issues. She acted out, you know, she did typical teenage rebellion stuff like going out and partying, I think, or I don't know. She had issues with teachers, etc., etc. Anyway, so the dad, Joseph Kennedy, decided with his wisdom that the way to resolve this issue was to have her
Like starved and chained in a basement or some shit.
Was
out
it
of the public eye?
lobotomized?
She was
Oh, God.
lobotomized.
Oh, are
Yeah.
you serious?
Yeah.
She
Yes.
was lobotomized, and the lobotomy basically turned her into, you know, borderline vegetable.
Oh, that's great. That's, you know,
And
that's how you treat
So,
people.
yeah,
there's a very, very, very common rumor or myth or whatever. I don't know, whatever you want to say it, depending on how much you believe in mysticism. That the Kennedy curse is God's payback on the Kennedy family for Joe Kennedy
Good.
having her lobotomized.
Yeah,
yeah.
good.
And
If
apparently John F. Kennedy's mom, I forget her name, but she was very much so opposed to the idea, and so Joseph Kennedy did it in secret and like
Oh,
went to the
God.
doctor and took her in secret. So yeah.
That's yeah, I mean, wow, okay. Well, what can be said about that? That's not just
Not
that's
to mention that
vile.
the doctor that he took her to was a very infamous doctor who basically was a snake oil salesman, but he sold, you know, lobotomies and just went around scamming people, and he would hide the fact that lobotomies were terrible and what had happened, and he would just go town to town where people wouldn't know about his other lobotomies, and he
Gotcha.
would sell them on the fact that this would be great and it's a new, you know, era of medicine. And he knew what he was doing. He knew that he was, you know, ruining people's lives, and he would just sell these lobotomies to like men to like rein in their wives
Oh,
and
Their
God.
etc.
daughters.
And he did like thousands of lobotomies.
This
It
goes
wasn't
without
that a
saying,
time
but
period where anytime your wife or your sister or your daughter said, or your mother even, if you were left in charge of her, said something that you didn't like, or you was like, ah, she's a bitch. It's like, well, either off to the nunnery or lobotomy for you, bitch.
right,
Like,
or
what?
burn at the
Because of
stake.
that was like 100% because of this guy. Like people in the medical field knew that lobotomies were bad. It was this guy who was solely promoting that. And so every idea that we have about lobotomies and their usage outside of asylums came from this guy.
You know, I mean, I was gonna say it goes without saying, but you know, the literal first rule of practicing medicine is first do no harm. So I mean, that is like the core oath that is, you know, like unbreakable.
He
You
also
know,
won a
and he's a
Nobel Prize in medicine, by the
oh,
way, for the
good,
lobotomy.
good, good. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
For
I hope
Well,
developing
people
the
I'm
can
sure
take it
Alfred
away
lobotomy.
from him.
Nobel is sitting there thinking, like, finally, this is what I designed the award for.
And now to be fair, if I understand, this is really kind of I guess a mean-spirited comparison, but what's her name, Miss? You know, how dare you take away our climate? Help me out here. That
Oh
stupid
yeah,
kid,
the 13-year-old
the
autistic
puppet.
child that people
Yeah.
love to bully for being
Gretel
autistic.
Thunberg.
Wait, sorry. They love to bully her. What?
Nothing, just nothing.
No, go ahead.
She's I was just
I
saying
was just mocking
people
her.
bully you know, 12-year-old autistic child is just kind of a
I don't
little
care if
bit
she's
outside
autistic.
of
Her speech was so melodramatic. It was stupid.
she's
That's
just
all I'm
being
making fun of.
used by her parents
I
and
agree. I
politicians,
agree.
and I think it's a little bit disingenuous to, you know, target all that vitriol at her. She'll
I'm
develop
just making fun of
into
her voice, her speech.
an awful obnoxious, you know, adult. We can bully her then.
I'm
But
gonna bully
don't
anyone.
bully her as a 13-year-old.
If someone gets on the national stage and literally says, "How dare you," I'm gonna call that shit for what it is, which is melodramatic fucking pap. Sorry.
I'm a firm believer in bullying children because children are the worst. Thank you, Ignite.
I mean, I mean, in addition to thinking her message is stupid, whatever. That's beside the point. The simple fact is, she could have just simply, just like calmly delivered a speech without sounding like she's trying to go for an Oscar. You know, then I would, you know, not think that she's such a joke.
She's,
you know, it's,
Yeah.
you know,
She's
that's all
she's a
I'm
autistic.
kid,
saying.
and
Mm.
she's a kid listening to her parents. What can you say?
And she's autistic, so she doesn't
I've known
have, you
autistic
know,
people who don't speak like that, so whatever.
yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, I understand what you're saying, but it's like I'm not gonna pull back on this one. She spoke in a way that was annoyingly obnoxious and just like yeah, it's like she was fucking trying out for Shakespeare. You know, you could say how dare you, people are bad, whatever, but she didn't. How dare you? You know, it's give it a rest. Well, you know, whatever. That's all I'm saying. I didn't call her a whore.
So I want to get this in. I am sick to death of the man, kids are the worst humor. Like it is.
Like what example? Like what do you mean?
Oh, well, it's one of those things I don't think you get exposed to so much, but it's a thing with my generation. It's a running gag that my generation, all of us hate kids and we'll never have kids.
I thought everyone did.
Yeah,
No, I mean that
is,
literally. I thought that was like not even reserved to your generation. I thought it was like a common thing that. Like,
yeah, no, that's
everyone...
a common thing. That's not just our generation, Dubs.
It's common. It's common, but millennials are the biggest antinatalists so far. That's for certain.
Huh.
I'm not a millennial. I'm Gen Z. I will have you know. And
when were you born?
You skipped the skitty generation.
When were you
we
born?
haven't seen what Gen Z's up to yet.
You're Gen Z too, you asshole.
We're on the edge. We're on the edge.
We
are.
We're
on the edge.
We're basically borderline millennials. We get the best and worst of both sides, I guess.
I'm Generation X. I'm from the generation that didn't know what the fuck it wanted to do with its life.
Yeah, the cynical assholes, as I usually call them.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, Mike, you need to stop being old.
Nobody really.
But...
The thing is, nobody hates Generation X. Everyone hates the boomers.
Oh, they did for a while. Trust me.
They did.
But,
well, that was the boomers that were angry.
Generation
at you.
X was whiny grunge. You know,
the boomers hated everyone except for themselves, despite the fact that they deserved the most hate.
Yes.
So the only hate you guys got was from the boomers, and fuck the boomers.
You know, yeah,
fucking
I'm not
entitled
a big fan
assholes.
Of boomers. Yeah, I'm not a big
every
fan.
Every generation is of the view that the generations that came before them are too conservative, and the generations that came, and that the generations that come after them are too liberal. But the boomers are definitely like the most profound example of just
everyone
swinging
hates
hard.
The boomers.
The
swinging
boomers
hard
were very. They're self-congratulatory more so than any of the other. Maybe not so the millennials. I think they're kind of close, but yeah, the boomers are like, you know,
but I think
they're just proud to be boomers.
I think every generation hates the boomers, except for the boomers. Like the generation before them hated the boomers. The generation after them hates the boomers. Millennials hate the boomers. Gen Z literally made memes out of the boomers, calling them Karens and everything.
True.
So I think maybe that generation might just be a bad generation. Maybe.
It was a generation that came from all the time of tumult and all the drugs and all the self-satisfaction with revolutionizing society, and they've never stopped patting themselves on the back for it.
By the fact that they revolutionized jack shit.
Yeah. Oh no. They remember they were having lots of sex and taking lots of drugs, and they let black people
live. And now they're all a bunch of prudes.
Yeah, they're wasps.
Where did that happen to you too
go?
One day?
Shaking the cane.
I'm already a prude, asshole.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't need to get old.
Actually, you're the prude here. Dubs.
That's kind of true. I think I'm less of a prude. I'm less of a prude than Addy.
I mean,
let's talk about humor.
Yeah,
Addie's definitely big on dirty humor.
There you go. See, yeah, you guys. There you go. Take it off.
Yeah,
Addie's definitely big on dirty humor.
We all need to fight while Mike just sits back and enjoys the fact that we're fighting with each other.
What were you saying, Davia? Because I didn't hear you.
He was calling you horrible things.
I thought you were going to say he called me a whore, and I was like, based.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking whore. Fucking whore.
The Marilyn Monroe thing really was a sensitive subject today.
And the timing is hilarious.
I think Addie just has a crush on Marilyn Monroe. Maybe he has a
line over it. Nah, she personality is not big enough.
She was personally attacked.
Go ahead, W.
The funny thing is that just yesterday I was reading the. You guys know about WikiQuote, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
WikiQuote? Yeah.
I was just yesterday reading her WikiQuote. That's a funny thing.
What's some of the stuff on it?
Well, I can't say right now as I'm busy fighting the final boss of Elden Ring.
If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
Is she actually who coined that?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe not the one who coined it, but she's the one who's attributed to it.
Well, you can't believe everything. You know, Abraham Lincoln once said, "You can't believe everything you read on the internet."
Abraham Lincoln also said that everything was you'll do if you're brave enough.
I'm actually interested to know. I like finding the actual attributions behind these quotes.
I want to say that.
Do you guys mind if I blow through what I did this week fairly quickly because
No,
I've
go
got
ahead.
a puppy that needs me, and I've had my sister's babysitting
Oh,
for
yeah,
way
yeah.
too long.
For a second, I thought you said I had my sister's baby, and I was like, wait, what? Oh, okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
There's another
Pink is
word
a
after that,
seahorse.
Yeah.
Pink has been
Yeah,
a seahorse all along.
And then you a seahorse too. That's extra weird.
Go ahead. We should probably let soon go ahead.
All right. So
Go ahead with what?
my week.
His
What'd you
week.
call me?
My week. I
Whoa.
watched WrestleMania. It was fantastic. 10 stars out of like 3. And
Dave
I thought
Meltzer.
it was a very well put together show from top to bottom. There were some definite dry spots, but what are you gonna do? Some of the competitors they have on the roster nowadays. Looking
Not
at you,
watch
Dominic.
wrestling anymore. Not watch WWE at least. Works for me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. Outside of WrestleMania, I watched a film called The New Guy. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with it.
I've heard the title. I don't know it though.
So
Recent film, isn't it?
it's
No,
gotta
no,
be
you're
recent.
thinking of. I think you're
Not
thinking of Free
super
Guy.
recent, but within the 2000s, I'm gonna guess.
Okay, yeah.
I-
Either way, I may be confusing it, like Sue
Is,
said. With
is that like a raunchy comedy?
Yes, kind of.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
I think
I
I've seen a
definitely don't know
clip of it. Maybe.
possibly. It feels very weird, and it's hard to pinpoint the exact like year it came out because I was watching it. And it feels like one of those dumb National Lampoons movies from the 1980s.
Mhm.
But then you got my all time favorite band Saliva playing in the background during the scenes, and like, wait, this song is very early 2000s. So,
it.
and then
Have
we've got Zooey
wait.
the Scandal in the film as well, and
Does it have frosted tips?
Frosted Tips. I don't know what that is.
I mean, I
Guy
know of it
Fieri
as
had
a
it.
hairstyle.
It's the like spiky hair with the like blonde tips, basically.
It's
The
Guy
the tips
Fieri.
are blonde, dyed blonde.
I
Because that's
You know, you
that's
guys could just really
quintessential.
quickly look it up,
That's
right?
quintessential early 2000s. Is the frosted tips?
I don't recall Frosted Tips.
Okay, maybe it's not 2000 then.
I'm very certain it's early 2000s because that's to me where all the pop culture kind of lines up. It's got
Low rise jeans.
heck if I know. I don't
Was
pay
the
attention
movie
to these.
good?
Was it good?
liked it. I probably wouldn't watch it again because it's one of the films where it's a one of the films where the main character is a loser and the his personal goal is
Is
to become a popular person. So
Mm.
the story is he's the loser at his current school. He gets into jail at one point and meets a guy who was a loser at his prison, but when he changed prisons, he became the top dog in that prison. So he's like, hey, I'm gonna take you under my wing. I'm gonna show you how to be the top guy at this next school that you're gonna go to. So it's funny because the dude isn't like a hardcore tough guy in any way, but he has to act like it in order to get ahead. So yeah, it's one of those films where hello injured person, where the main character is trying to be something that he's not, and it
What is
goes
the?
kind of off the rails.
Oh, okay. That more or less answers. I was kind of like, well, what is the point? And then you basically summed it up. It becomes
Yeah.
wacky. Things get chaotic and silly and
Yeah.
funny, and yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
So
Was that all
I
you
thought it
did
was
this week?
good. I didn't love it, but good enough for a first time viewing. Will
Fair
I see
enough.
it again? Not anytime soon. But the only other thing I recall. Oh wait, I watched a lot of Community this week. Not in order though, because one of my sisters has been binge watching that, and I'll walk in for an episode or two. And boy, have I missed a lot of episodes in that one because I had only seen snippets of the puppet episode. I've still not watched the puppet episode because I only saw a snippet this previous night, couple of nights as well. But I saw a cameo by Sarah Bareilles. That was cool.
What is she from?
She's a singer.
Ah, okay.
And I gotta say, the later seasons of the Community, I know they get bagged on a lot, but they really honestly kind of do suck. Like
Any other
from an
Community watchers
overarching.
here?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
hate 'em.
I thought you were breaking for a second. I was gonna ask if anyone else had any like response to that because no one weighed in. Like,
I
yeah,
haven't
you're
watched
right.
Community.
Ah,
I have, but I've
Wait,
not
you
been able to
haven't watched
speak yet.
Community?
Oh, God damn it!
No, I haven't.
Fuck's
Weird.
sake!
you all right, W?
I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you.
I
I said
guess
like
W was
30
fighting-
times.
I haven't watched Community.
Shut up, all of you! Shut the fuck up!
No.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Hey, look at me.
See, it feels good. Tell me it doesn't.
But either which way, I have watched Community,
Good
and
for you.
the later
I'm proud.
the later, I thought the later seasons were still entertaining, but the heart of the first 3 seasons was certainly gone. Even when Dan Harmon came back, you can see the transformation where the first 3 seasons, Dan Harmon was pretty good, and seasons 5 and 6, he starts to get a little bit closer to being shit, and then he starts Rick and Morty, right?
Right.
So I do think that seasons 5 and season 6 have some pretty good gags. I think both Paget Brewster and Keith David's characters are great. I've linked the Keith David bit to Mike. The I'm addicted to encouraging white people bit. But it definitely becomes more of a string of gags rather than forming up a meaningful story about these characters who are kind of fuck ups turning into better people. And in fact, a lot of it gets regressed, right?
Yes.
A lot of relationships get broken up because, I don't know, the guy they brought in for season 5 just felt like, or season 4 just felt like breaking them up. Donald Glover, for whatever reason, gets busy with something else, so they literally send him on a ship into the middle of the ocean, where he then gets abducted by pirates, and that's just the way his character goes out. That's it.
Is the show supposed to be that wacky all throughout?
No.
That's really? Wow, that's
like Somali pirates or just like
yes. Somali
1700?
pirates.
Okay.
It should have been
It goes on
1700s
to be
pirates.
like 1700s pirates, just like Jack Sparrow just rolls up in his ship.
Arr,
and
you'll be
it's
part
just
of our community now. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Like, Donald Glover leaves. Chevy Chase's character, they kill off because Dan Harmon hated him and he hated Dan Harmon.
My understanding is most people do hate Chevy Chase.
Like, that's one of those cases where it's like,
the show.
Chevy Chase was fantastic, but the thing, like, that is absolutely a case where I understand in both cases. Like, yeah, I'd probably also hate Dan Harmon, and I don't think I'd hate Chevy Chase, but I can see where he could be a bit abrasive sometimes.
Supposedly, he's just a smug jerk, like almost all the time.
I feel like a lot of people hate Chevy Chase.
What's
well, you know what,
a lot of people hate Chevy Chase.
I don't. I just heard that story a lot.
I just looked him up with Community, and one of the main articles is Chevy Chase doesn't care about claims he acted like a jerk on Community.
There you
go.
And
I guess that just sums up everything right there.
The other defense,
he's such a jerk. He doesn't even care that he was a jerk.
The other defense I always hear Chevy make is the classic, well, I just call him as I see him, right?
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Yeah, I think like even though I enjoyed season 6, a lot of it, like it's watching a different show, especially because season 6 gets rid of Yvette Nicole Brown, and Yvette Nicole Brown was, again, one of the, like, the thing is, the cast for the first 3 seasons, it's great on all cylinders. I like every cast member. Once they make it where Britta has actual character and she isn't just perfect girl, then like I love the whole cast, you know?
Yeah.
And well, here's Troy's gone, Pierce is gone, Shirley's gone. Okay, so we've only got the core. We've only got these 4 guys here now, and I guess they're just going to bring Chang in more, which turned out to be a gigantic mistake because Kim Jong wound up turning out to be super successful with The Hangover. And here's Paget Brewster and Keith David, and it's like, can you guys really pay to keep either of those 2 on the payroll for another season? I don't think so.
Wasn't John Oliver a really big part of Community?
On and off, because he was also busy doing the stuff with Jon Stewart at that time. See,
Yep.
He's a main part of season 1, then he disappears throughout season 2, then he comes back for season 3 and says, man, that's weird how I disappeared for a year, huh? He disappears again throughout season 4, comes back for season 5 again, and then disappears for season 6.
Yep.
How many seasons of the show are there right now?
6.
So it's over?
Yeah,
yes.
It's over.
Hasn't it been over for a long time?
Oh, it probably has. I never saw it, so I wouldn't know.
And they've always wanted to get back together to do one last movie, but the trouble is that pretty well everyone on that show has turned out to be successful in some regard afterwards, so none of their schedules line up. Abed didn't wind up being as successful as I wanted, which was a pity, but that's probably also one of those cases where it's like he probably was only good at playing that one character. Well, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, Community, yeah. I would generally agree, yeah, the last 2 seasons, while they have good bits, are broadly not a good follow-up to the first 3 seasons. And season 4 is just trash. Just dumpster it.
Yeah.
We don't have the creative vision of Dan Harmon, nor do we have a sense of humor. And when he came back with the sense of humor, but without the creative vision. So,
yeah. It's like there are so many great scenes in the later seasons, but everything from an overarching standpoint, it all just sucks. I hate it. And I didn't like any of the new cast members outside of Keith David.
Oh,
well,
Abed actually went over to do a show that I've heard is pretty good, which is it's about like developers of an MMORPG, and that one I heard is actually really good and does a lot of parody of microtransaction heavy games and the people who make them.
I do remember seeing one gag from that show where they're having a bunch of kids do a tour of the studio, and it's like, hey kids, you get to see the studio behind some of your favorite games. And at one point, the kids get brought over to meet the community manager, right? And they ask, oh, what do you do? And the community manager goes, well, see, my job is I have to listen to complaints and manage forums and social media accounts, and I have to, talk with people, hype up the game. And one of the little girls goes, do that job. And then the social media manager just bends over down to her level, gets in her face, and says, no, you don't.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the show. I do know that not too long ago there was a reality show about, again, reality quote unquote, about like who could be the most nerdy LARPer or something.
I always wanted to be a writer for a reality show like that.
I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah, people actually came to me, and I was a little bit insulted. They're like, "Oh, there's you hate reality TV, but what about this one about like video game people?" And I'm like, I love video games, but I'm not so.
Don't try to pander to me.
Yeah, it was like I'm not, what I hate, which is the stoner who can't go anywhere without wearing a fucking 420 hat. I don't live my hobby. If reality TV is stupid, I'm not going to suddenly get into it just because it's about video game.
Yeah,
so I never watched it. I thought it was a dumb idea. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love video games too, but I would never go out like wearing, I don't know, a Assassin's Creed shirt.
Well, I mean, I don't even necessarily mind the cosplayers. I likely, I mean, if I attended a show, maybe I'd do it. Maybe, that's a big maybe.
That's fine. Yeah.
The actual television show though that turns some like it was literally like who can be the biggest video game nerd, and it's like that's just like you said, like Pink said, that's just pandering. It's like we're not all dumb. Someone was just talking about this with Ted, the Big Bang Theory. It's like, I'm sorry, but not all of us are fucking like virginal, physics majors who just fucking make WoW references all day long. I'm sorry.
Everyone on this podcast is except for me and you.
Wait, hang on.
You
There's
guys,
one part of that. I
can't defend
excuse you.
myself.
I've never
Big
played
Bang Theory. I don't know what it's about. Help.
I fallen. I can't get up.
That was a little bit of a hornet's nest, and it went all kinds of different directions. Go ahead, what W?
It sounded like almost Addie's little comment, like thrown in there just to the side and a little bit quiet, was so good. It sounded almost like you were saying like just simple like "There's a snake in my boot" or something like that. Just a complete non sequitur. And just a complete non sequitur as well. Just
I think I heard Pink say that he had played WoW or not played WoW, but he didn't know how to feel about it. So something along those lines.
No, I was saying I've never seen the show, so I don't know how to defend myself.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've only been forced to sit through a few clips of the show because, like, whoever I was in the room with had it on, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm an idiot who has bad taste." No offense to anyone who likes the show. That's me being hyperbolic again. But the show is literally just like a bunch of, from what I could tell, they're portrayed as just like the utterly most stereotypical loser nerds who are just like they're super smart but super socially awkward, and all they can talk about is like highly advanced intelligence stuff and sex. And it's like
Hmm.
it doesn't really work that way. Sorry guys, I know that you're getting your information from like the D&D handbooks of like
People who are like that.
1980s, but
There
what's
are
that? Sorry.
definitely people who are like
Oh,
that. Yes.
there are. I'm not saying that it doesn't, capture anybody, but it's like the fact that that show is basically like, vaulted as speaking for the nerds. It's like it don't fucking
Yeah.
speak for me. Uh-uh. Anyway, yeah, that's whatever. But yeah, so there was a reality show. I think it came and went immediately. I think it just like disappeared rapidly
Hmm.
when people
It
realized.
failed. It flopped really hard because they tried
Yeah.
to pander to an audience that had no interest in
They were
reality
insulting.
TV shows.
Well, there you
And
go.
an audience that they were insulting too.
Yeah,
How?
that too. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I mean, I remember they had like the cute dork girl, and then like the
Hmm.
total doofus guy who's fat and doesn't realize that he's dumb. Just like every negative stereotype.
Yeah.
And it's like, and again, like I think the goal was like who could be who could. I really think this was the thing. It was like who could be the nerdiest,
Hmm.
like some weird
Anyways,
unquantifiable thing. Go ahead.
anyways, Pink, what did you do with the rest of your week? Because I know you are needing to do
He needs to
something.
leave.
That is true. That is true.
The only thing I can recall is I got the pupper, which is why I need to leave.
Yay.
So.
Pause
All right,
for the
catch you
pupper.
later.
Get
out of here.
Right.
I'm gonna stick around until I finish this match with Mike, and then I'll be
Not gonna go too much farther, I don't think.
Yep.
Although this is, we both been playing Elodie, which is interesting. I've got her up to 50, and I have almost all the perks on her I want. So this has been interesting.
That's nice.
Yeah. How is your Elodie?
Well, I got
Besides
Calm
splattered
Spirit
on the
on her,
ground
so
right
she's
now.
not going to be screaming like a goat anymore, and that's great.
Yeah, there's a lot of it looks like every killer has now read the rule book that you slug the second class person and go try and kill the remaining one.
Indeed.
Which is it's the right thing to do.
It
It's just
is.
I don't understand how everyone has suddenly learned that that's the right thing to do. This never happened ever, and now every single killer does it.
To be fair, the reason that changed was because of the changes to hatch. Because before they changed the hatch, that would have not been a good play. I think.
Yeah, that's
Right?
true.
Yeah, that would have been a bad play because the person downed could potentially find the hatch, etc.
It just feels like this is really lit up like 200% over the last, I'd say, maybe month. It just
I
seems like
think
this is now every killer.
I think the boil over change encouraged a lot of slugging, and so after that happened, people just continued to realize that that was a good strategy.
That could very well have been.
Because yeah, boil over
Unless,
definitely forced a lot of killers' hands in that regard.
Yeah,
Yep.
they really did overdo boil over for a minute there.
unless they have Unbreakable, No Mither, or Soul Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, or all of them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that does
actually,
happen.
Soul Guard doesn't work unless you have a hex active, but everyone takes ruin anyways. So
Yeah, pretty much. Ruin and or corrupt. Were you able to? Do I still have a boon up? I can't. Oh, damn it. Well, I might at least get him off of you right now. I'm not sure. We're both on final hook.
Yeah.
Oh.
Someone might get the hatch. We're very much at the end of this match here. It's been a pretty what would be the word? Back and forth, I guess. I don't know. Can't think of the right word.
Competitive.
Competitive. Thank you. Yeah, I'm for some reason not able to concentrate properly.
No worries.
He's
Thank
still
you.
chasing me.
I was about to ask. Okay, then I'm gonna light a boon just in case you manage to get over here and get away from him. Shit. Okay, well then never mind. I'll stay on this generator then for the time being. You have a pretty fair amount of health before you bleed out, so I'm gonna try and get this gen. It's about 30%.
He's actually hooking me, so you're good.
Oh, he is. Oh, that sucks. All right, and I blew the gen again, so he's gonna know right where to go.
Soon,
Like
how'd your week go?
My week went well.
I don't believe you.
Ow.
You're a liar. Liar. You're Lyle. Your name is Lyle.
You're not
I
even
know you're
Sue,
lying. I
you're
can see it in
Lyle.
your eyes.
I always get accused of lying on here, I swear.
Maybe if you stop
I guess
stealing
that's
my
just because
pies.
you don't have a very trustworthy face.
Yeah, you guys have seen my untrustworthy face.
Wait, hold on a second.
To
You're the
be
only
fair,
person
I do have
face I haven't seen, so maybe that's where it stems from.
There you
I
go.
do have Lying Ted as my profile picture
Do you now?
on
Ted?
Discord.
Oh! I was gonna say, like, wow, you just changed the avatar you've had for the longest time, and I get it now.
Yeah. I'm
Lying
talking about
Ted.
my Discord, the one with the smarmy pink cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz. I love how like I'm looking at like the profile pictures and like the backgrounds are all subdued colors because it like bases on the picture that you have for your profile. Like pink has like a gray, you have a tan, Addie has a tan, Alex has a tannish brown, and then mine is just hot pink as the background.
I mean, mine should be red because I say it to be red.
Yours is like a light tan for me.
Yeah, for me it's red. Weird.
Weird. Yeah, that is weird.
Oh my God.
What?
That's the next controversy.
Soon,
We need to argue about this.
What'd I do?
Millennia has toe armor.
Toe armor. Okay, you know,
Okay.
sure.
She is safe from
At
my
least-
deal.
Is this before or after she strips?
Yes. During.
She strips.
Yes, she strips. When you
Oh
get
God!
far,
What is?
you
where
haven't
is
gotten
it?
far enough in the fight, have you?
No, this game has been so much. This game has been bizarrely a lot more sexual than Dark Souls ever was.
Who wrote it?
George
R.
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 Martin.
Grim Martin.
Right.
And he named all of the fucking characters G names, R names, or M names. You got
Gotta make
Roderick,
sure people know that
Roger,
he wrote it and not his next installments of whatever book
Radon,
series he wrote.
Dude, there is, you know,
Radagast, or whatever.
Radagast the Red.
Or I think it's Radigan.
You meet 4 gods named Godric, Godwin, Godfrey, and Godfroy.
Yep.
So he really worked very, very hard on this. I can tell.
Yes.
He
I
put
wonder how much he
a
got
And then
paid.
you've
real hard
got
effort
then
into
you've got
this.
all of the M names as well. You've got
Millennia, Michaela,
Melania,
Millicent,
Millicent,
Moog, Morgot, Morgit,
Melania,
Mogwin. Again, Morgit,
I
Morgot,
wouldn't even want to play
Mogwin.
this fight. I wouldn't be able to even tell any of these characters apart.
I
mean,
can't. I'll be honest. I
Yeah.
can't. Renala,
Well,
Fridar, America.
Here's the trick: some of the characters are
Orthel,
actually some of the
Raul.
characters are actually the same person.
Oh,
They are, yeah.
God,
The
dude,
only-
go finish your fucking books and die.
The only,
idiot.
the only Elden Ring character
God.
that I remember the name of is like Bylid or whatever.
Bylid? That's at least
That's a Fire Emblem
different.
character.
It's a what?
That's a Fire Emblem character.
Oh.
Not Byless. Like it's with a B
Roderica.
and like a D and a Y.
Melina.
You mean Blythe?
Maybe.
Live.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Blythe,
Blythe.
the wolf.
Well,
That guy is cool.
You
I
know, I
love
could
Blythe.
probably guess why you like Blythe.
Oh, I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
like Blythe. I just hear
Who
about him a
doesn't
lot.
like Blythe though? Dubs. Everyone loves Blythe.
Blythe. Well, that's the trouble. Blythe is too cool not to like. He's too cool.
Yeah.
He's the
Ronnie,
super royal.
Rennie. There's also Ronnie and Rennie, which are sisters.
You have just literally
Renna.
between the two of you
Renna.
guys, you've just listed literally something like 35
Renala.
fucking characters. Stop. Like
Ronaldo.
Ron.
Ronaldinho.
Rondo.
Antonio Banderas.
What? What is he? Don't drag him into this.
Pedro
He's done
Pascal.
nothing to you.
Al Pacino. My favorite Elden Ring boss.
Mendoza.
Gone.
I just want to illustrate
Ethan.
that just within the span of like less than 2 minutes, you guys just effortlessly rattled off several dozen fucking characters. Not just even several dozen characters, but several dozen characters with completely interchangeable names. How do you like this game? How do you even understand this game?
Well, there's a bit more to it than the names, but
I don't like it
we-
because it's popular, and I'm leaving now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Big sword go thwack.
And
I don't
it's
touch Big
hard.
Sword.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, not always big sword. Wolverine claws. I don't know. There's
Oh.
Wolverine claws. You can be Wolverine and kill, I don't know, crabs.
God.
Well,
Yeah,
kill God who's a crab.
Yeah, that too. You can actually.
That's his one
Yes,
weakness.
I know.
Probably a crab soul spirit.
I mean, I read the spoilers soon. I know enough.
I'm pretty sure the spoilers for Elden Ring are like 50 pages long.
I mean, I don't know the actual story spoilers. I know the like final. Technically, what is the final boss? And then yeah, that's pretty much all I can say about it.
There's
the final boss or the real final boss? Which one are you talking about?
So it's one of those kinds of games.
I'm not sure. It's the one that disappoints people.
What disappoints people?
It's just a guy in a lawn chair named Bob.
Yeah, the final boss of Elden Ring is just George R. R. Martin falling downstairs.
Bob, the lounging one.
They didn't even hear my joke.
I mean,
I think you should say about Joe Biden falling downstairs.
No,
the final
it's
boss
George
is
R. R. Martin.
Always kind of a little bit disappointing. It's kind of tradition at this point that the final boss isn't actually like a real boss.
The final boss a second ago, and I was not disappointed. In fact, I was quite intimidated and decided, actually, you know what? I'm going to go kill some of the secret bosses instead.
Yeah, the final boss of Elden Ring is George R. R. Martin falling down a set of stairs.
Oh, George Martin. Okay. Well, it sounds like he defeated himself then, rather easily.
Well, the trouble is not getting squished by him on the way down.
George Martin
Speaking
is
of
hand
which,
him a pen and say, "Finish your novels."
I watched the South Park parody of Game of Thrones the other day, and that was pretty good.
Was it a recent episode?
No. This was back in like when PS4 and Xbox One initially came out, back in like 2013 or 14. They had a 3-part episode that was pretty good about. It was a parody of Game of Thrones,
That's actually right around the Red Wedding, so that's probably about when it was the most popular. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, that was a good 3 episodes.
Oh, okay.
And then for really whatever reason they decided to make George R. R. Martin obsessed with penises as the joke.
Well,
and so he just at one point he just has a choir of people singing penis, 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 penis. One penis next to another penis. And he just like one of the kids is like dying because he has diabetes, you know which one that is. And they're trying to order him a pizza so that he can get some food to, boost his blood sugar levels, and George R. R. Martin is just like, don't worry, it's coming, it's eventually coming, it'll come.
Nice.
And when it gets here, it'll be so great.
Right.
And it's coming, I swear, I promise it's coming. I ordered the pizza.
I'm glad that everyone has now. I mean, there was a while that obviously it's not everyone. I'm being hyperbolic, but I'm glad that the sentiment. Like, I don't dislike the guy. I just have lost a lot of respect for him as an author, as a I mean, again, I'm not a grand again award-winning author. Whatever. Yeah, I won
the internet
award
has ruined
kid,
me.
whatever, but,
sorry, continue.
What ruined you? What?
The internet.
Oh, the internet ruined you.
Yeah.
No.
Usually it's penises that ruin you.
It ruins society.
We live in one.
They put that in the movies now,
Yeah.
Because in Zack Snyder's Justice League, Joker fucking says we live in a society.
Oh. Good.
Yeah. Jared Leto Joker, too.
Good. And then he sucked the plasma out of fucking Zack Snyder.
Oh no.
With his arm mouth.
The guy or anything like that. It's just the simple fact that he has drug his feet on his not even so much the fact that I don't care if he finishes the books. I'm not going to read them. Right. For me, I'm over Game of Thrones. Not that I hate it or anything like that. It's just it's done. The Game of Thrones, the phenomenon, to me at least, ended like 3 years ago. It's done. It's over with. I don't need to throw myself back into it. That universe is concluded for me. It's just, it really bothers me that someone in his position is basically just fucking over his audience. The loyal people who were there from even before the show, who've been waiting way more than patiently for him to finish his work.
Like
He just
25
has such
years,
a
yeah.
literally, yes, literally. In fact, 10 of those years have been since his last book. You know, it is just very lackadaisical and just really, I don't know. People are like, oh, you know, he's not your bitch and he'll write whenever. It's like, no, the guy has an obligation to,
No,
you
he
know,
does.
finish this.
No, he has no fucking
We've talked
obligation.
about this. We've talked about this. He has. If you want to talk
He
about morals,
got.
this.
I mean, he became famous and rich off of this.
Yes.
This series. We made him
There
rich
You
and
did not pay
famous.
for all those books. You paid for the books you
There is
bought.
an inherent promise when someone begins something that is described right off the bat as part of a series, and they just don't bother to finish the series. When you get people invested in your work with the, again, inherent and even perhaps spoken promise, which he has made, that he will finish the story, and then he just drags his ass and doesn't bother and comes up with a million excuses while he's out, you know, doing whatever he's doing. That is just ignoring what is, in my mind, a moral obligation to those he made a promise to. You know, it's just a douche thing to do. He's not legally obligated. He's not financially obligated. But by offering someone something and then profiting from that offer, and then hooking enough customers and saying, okay, well, I'm going to keep giving you guys more as long as you stay with me. I'll keep delivering. To then not deliver, you are not fulfilling your end of the bargain.
Yeah.
You paid for the books that you got, and if you
I
got
did.
those books,
Hold
then
up.
you
Hold up. I paid for the book that I bought, but the entire fan base paid for all of the books that were bought, and he's screwing over the entire fan base. So yes,
you did not pay for a book that does not exist.
what?
You may have gotten most.
I paid for the books that do
He
exist.
made an investment, not only
I made an investment into a series,
and you got those books. You got those books.
But he did not get the full series. He didn't get getting. That's like saying that you go to buy a car, and the guy says, "Okay, well, I'm going to sell you this car or whatever." And then by the time you get there, the guy only sells you the tires. It's like, well, where's the rest of the car? Well, I don't know.
Did he charge you for a car? Or did he charge you for tires?
If you go there with the expectation that the car is going to be there, then the car should be there. If you invested, if you paid, let's just say you did pay for the full car, but even what you're saying is George Martin can stop right now and it's perfectly okay because you got the books that you paid for. You paid a certain amount and you got a certain amount in return. You paid for the books cover price, whatever, and you got those books in return. So therefore everything's equitable. I disagree with that because you are buying those books with the knowledge that there are going to be more coming, at least to the point that the story gets finished.
Let's say
you're making an investment in the story.
Let's talk about Star Citizen because I think that's kind of equable. You go and you buy the Kickstarter, whatever. You can go play the game. It's not finished. You're paying money so that it can be finished. You're investing in that product so that it can continue its development.
Right.
And then these assholes just continue jerking you around. You can read or you can play the stuff that's already there, but you're promised that it eventually will be a final concluded product, and you've invested money into that promise, and they're not fulfilling that promise. That's
and you may not have been as motivated to even invest in the first place had you had. Let's put it this way, really quickly: had any of these people known up front that he was going to write a series and cancel it or whatever, not finish it, whatever. Is it not fair that if they'd known that in some kind of weird, bizarre world where he admitted that they would have, they would have still committed and bought all the books and made him a billionaire? No. No one would have been like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to read books 2 and 3 of a 7-part series that's never going to get finished. They bought with the understanding that the story would come to a conclusion. You don't just say, okay, well, I've written enough, I'm done. Too bad for you guys. You got what you paid for. I mean, you can, but then you are a complete A-level douchebag.
I can say it's annoying, but I don't think it's morally
It's beyond annoying. I think it's completely irresponsible, selfish, wildly inconsiderate. You know, again, you know, as Soon pointed out, this guy's wealthy because of that series, and people have been waiting half a lifetime in some cases for the series to end, and for him to just basically say, "You'll get it when it's done. Too bad. Keep waiting, whatever." And he's aging rapidly. Again, I think we can all agree that he's going to die before the books are finished,
Yep.
and that's just that is just an unfair bargain.
Now,
He
one of
entered
the R's
in.
in his name stands for
He's
robot. He's fine.
And people also like to mention Wheel of Time, that like Robert Jordan didn't finish his series and he, you know, passed away before that. But the dude was working very, very hard trying to finish that
well, he was at
series.
least trying. Then there
He was
you go.
trying a
Yeah.
lot. He was trying very, very hard. But then he ended up getting like terminal cancers. I forget how he died. It was some kind of illness, and he ended up dying in his mid-50s.
Yeah, see, George
And
Martin
this
doesn't have
asshole
that
is
excuse.
motherfucking 78 years old, and he isn't even trying to finish this series. He's just casually
almost
like
actively going out of his way to not finish it. He's doing everything but finish it.
he's just actively like, you know, whatever. I wrote a lot in 2020, 2021. I didn't write that much, but it's okay. I wrote this other stuff. You know, I think that you should like read my other series
Yeah, you
because
read this
I
spin-off instead
put
of
a
the
lot
actual
of
thing you
effort into
invested
that,
in.
and I think that like all of my work is worth reading, not just this one series. I don't care, you know. That's what he said to people
That is
that
what he's.
had
He's
invested
actually said that. Yes.
into his series. He said, you know, you should just go read my other series. They matter to me. You know, you might only care about this one thing, and I think, you know, it's a shame that you only care about that one thing, as if, you know, people don't have other things in their lives other than his fucking series
Right.
already.
You know,
And
I mean,
he's just insulting us, you know?
I agree with you. I happen to agree with you. Obviously, you know, I understand your counter argument. I really do. But to me, it is essentially the equivalent. Let's forget the car analogy. Let's just say I started to write a book series, and you know, let's say that I was even more honest than Martin, and I said at book 4 of 8. I said, you know, I just kind of don't like doing this anymore. And people wrote in thousands of letters of hate mail and everything. And they say what Soon and I are saying. You know, you've you know, made millions of dollars off of us or whatever. There was that TV show. You're like a, you know, world famous figure. Blah 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 blah. And you did it by telling us that you were going to finish the story. And if I were to then say, again, and I'm not saying that Martin has said this, but just picture that he did. If I were to say, well, yeah, I did make that promise. I did tell you that I was going to finish the story, and I'm not. So, hey, you know, shit sucks to be you. You know, is that not if that's not immoral at the very least, it's profoundly irresponsible. You know, I mean, like, how do you defend that?
Irresponsible. I would say it's irresponsible. Yeah.
It is completely just. I mean, irresponsible. Again, in my opinion, selfish, lazy. You know, it is a bunch of negative words that to me add up to just this guy has real problems with you know basically you know being okay with taking advantage of people.
Yeah.
He's fucking over people's trust, and he seems okay with that.
I would have more respect for him, honestly, if he was just upfront about the fact that
Yes.
he didn't know how he was going to end it. He
Yes.
lost his passion for the project, and it's just, you know, very difficult for him to continue. But he's continuing to just jerk us along, saying, "Oh, you know, it'll come, it'll come. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm writing a lot.
I remember it's been like 6 months since he said there'd be like the next chapter preview or whatever, and then that
Yeah.
got delayed by like another 6 months. And it's like, dude, at this point, like, who even believes you?
I mean, he originally said that this book was supposed to come out in like 2016, 17, 2015, maybe even.
Literally, yes, yeah. The show was supposed to still be on when the next book was out, and again, the show ended 3 years ago.
Yeah, and we still don't know when this book is coming out.
Yeah,
we don't have like a release date or anything. He said that if he didn't like go out of New Zealand, like having finished the book, that they should put him under house arrest. That was 2 years ago.
and
At
again,
this point,
that hyperbole, as you said, to me is insulting. It's not like anyone has ever said you can't live your life, you can't do anything else, you have to just sit in your room and write 24 hours a day. No one, I don't think, in their right mind or anyone at all probably ever actually suggested that, but they act as if that's what the fans have said. No, what the fans are simply saying is, look, again, we invested in this. There was a bargain that we made. There was a handshake. There was an exchange of money, which was the metaphorical handshake. And you're basically just saying that you're not really feeling it anymore. You're acting like you are, but you're not. And so we're getting screwed over. You're making us wait. You're making promises that continue to be empty. How long are you going to keep doing this? And I just think that, by making it so obvious that he wants to do so many other things, and he does write, spin-offs to the main story that he doesn't feel like finishing. And then he said that he was going to maybe try to make a book or a show about the history of Westeros. And it's like, can you maybe not like actually finish the main series first that people have been waiting to read since 1995? Like really? Can you at least not just finish the main thing first before you go off on this whole other tangent? I mean, like, no one's saying you have to sit there behind your typewriter every day, all day long, but at least, like, don't just go around doing all kinds of other completely optional tertiary shit that takes up all your time, and then yell at the fans for saying, "Hey, we're still waiting." That's I don't know, man. That's just, to me, that's just a completely take the money and run type of thing to do. And maybe he's not doing it on purpose, but he's still doing it. I don't know. I've said my piece.
I do agree that it's irresponsible and that he should get around to doing it, and that it is disappointing for the fans. I just don't know. I just don't agree that it's like, well, he's a shitty person because he's doing it. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't say that.
I feel that his actions in this matter are shitty. I don't know if they necessarily make him a shitty person, but I think that he's handling this entire thing in a very shitty way. I'll put it that way. I mean, again, I don't hate the guy. He provided something great.
It's at the very least disrespectful.
Yes, disrespectful to the audience that made him, that gave him the comfy life where he can just say, "I'm going to take my sweet time."
Yeah,
because no one knew who he was before this series. I mean, that's just.
I
Sorry,
think
go
he's
ahead.
I think he's an anxious nerd who can't get over his anxieties.
At least that I would understand. Again, if he came out and said that, I would literally, to compound on what, or I'm sorry, to ride on what Soon said. If he came out and gave almost any explanation other than just "it's going to be finished, shut up and wait," if he did come out and say,
and read my other stuff while
yeah,
you wait.
right, and read my other stuff. You summarized it perfectly, because he did say something almost word for word what you said. It was like, well, I don't think that a person should only be, forced to write one type of work or whatever. I'm proud of my other works, and you should check them out too, and blah blah. Again, it's like, that may or may not be, but the simple fact is, you maybe shouldn't be saying that when you are totally dragging your feet consciously for years on something that people have been waiting. Your fans, the people that made you wealthy, have been waiting a very, very long time, a generously long amount of time, for you to just get done. It's like there's no rule saying you can't write anything else, but like when you do those things, when you do write columns about basketball, and you do fucking take months-long trips to Haiti, or Hawaii, or whatever it is that he does, like, just own up to it and just say, "Guys, I'm really having a hard time. I don't know if I'm gonna finish this. The show, maybe you should just go with that." He just, maybe he's in and I feel for him a little bit, because maybe he's in a spot to where he feels like, well, he's in he can't say that because people would be pissed at him, but that's his own fault. I mean, if he can't do it, he can't do it. And if that's the case, he should acknowledge that sooner than later, until he's a corpse. That's all I'm saying. But again, I'm not, your rationale is fine. Again, I'm not saying he's a shitty person. I don't know. He doesn't seem like a shitty person, but he just seems honestly kind of cowardly. Like, oh, people didn't like the end of the show, and now what do I do? I personally don't buy this. Is my own personal opinion. I do not believe that his book ending was either A, going to be different, or B, it still had a lot of work to kind of. In other words, what I'm saying is, to rephrase. I fully believe that the ending of the show was the ending that he had planned for his books, and that he is now stuck not knowing how to fix the ending, because he knows so many people hated it. He wasn't expecting it, and despite what he says otherwise, he is trying to adjust his narrative, his book narrative, to fit something different that he thinks fans might like better. I honestly think that's a lot of what's taking his time.
I think he was mainly bothered by the fact that people really, really hated Bran becoming king. Like,
which
that's
is weird,
probably
Go on, you're probably going to say the... I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest thing that people had issue with the last season. And from the very outset of his story, like on page 1 of his notes, probably first line of his notes is Bran becomes king. Like, that's been his end goal the entire time that he's been writing this series.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
people just despised it.
That one's actually a pretty simple fix, honestly. The simple fix is make Bran not be a robot.
Well, he's not a robot in the book, so that's already fixed there. But the problem is that, like, it's more than just him not being a robot. It's also, you know, Peter Dinklage's stupid fucking argument. You know, who has the best story in Westeros? He should become king because he has the best story. As if that, first off, that argument makes no sense. Like,
such a good story, he was gone for a season.
Yeah, that's what I was also going to say. But, like, that argument makes no sense. Why would we make someone a king just because, you know...
He has a lot of things to say.
Yeah,
you know,
right. Interesting. He went out, you know, let's tell stories about this.
You know what's going to make a great ruler? This guy's going to have a lot of fun stuff to talk to us about.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. As if that wasn't, you know, the issue with the very first king that they had with, you know, King... Fuck, what's his name? King Rob...
It was like Rangle, or I
Baratheon, you know, Baratheon.
Oh, Robert Baratheon.
Robert Baratheon, yes.
Yeah.
Like, that was the issue with him, was that he was just a drunkard who told stories about his glory days.
I didn't even think of that, you're right.
Peter Dinklage just makes this argument, you know, this guy has the best story, as if he had the best story when they literally cut him from a season because his story was going absolutely nowhere. And he just sat in a fucking chair the entire time, getting carried around by a giant oaf who couldn't talk.
That's his story. That's his whole
literally
story.
his
story.
He
talked to him in a tree for a while, but
he just gets wheeled. Yeah. He gets wheeled around by, you know, 2 kids and an oaf and a wildling, and then he goes, I don't know, to a cave, and he sits in the cave for like 3 years, and then he just goes back down south, sits in a chair some more, and that's essentially his story. Is he just gets wheeled around for a little bit, sits in a cave, then sits in a chair, and just stares and says weird, creepy things about watching his sister get raped.
Does a lot of sitting. Aha, mid chase. Does a lot
of.
Go ahead.
One thing I'll say is I do think that there's a little bit of projection there of George R. R. Martin wants to put the tiny little nerd on the throne so everybody finally respects him. But also, also the part of the thing we're not talking about here is that the last couple seasons were very incompetently managed. And
I was actually going to go in that direction. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to go ahead. I want to say that right off the bat. I agree.
I agree with that as well.
Yes.
Well, I still think that that's impacted George R. R. Martin's ability to write the book just because of how much vitriol there was towards that season. If he writes something even similar to it, you know, people are still going to have that backlash. But yes, you're right. People, you know, D.B. Weiss and David Benioff are completely incompetent.
Yeah, I had Bran, as you know, my thoughts on Jaime, and some of the other characters, and just in general, the rushed pace of the show of the last couple of seasons. Had all of that been handled better, and again, Bran in particular, throughout most of his entire run, he got boring after like the second season. Had all of that been handled better, I think that people would not have had the backlash that they did. It's not so much that I think people strongly dislike Bran. I just think that the actor was wooden. His storyline, as you pointed out, was pretty much just stagnation. Not to say that Daenerys's wasn't for just as long.
Yep.
But it's just, it came as just such a random, like, wait a minute, the guy that most viewers didn't really even care that much about, even when he was the star of the episode, like, really? Him? You know, had that been handled better, had he been more interesting as an actor, had the script given him a little bit more to do than just be a literal prop, you know, then maybe it wouldn't have come across so bad. So you know,
I think
in the books it could have wound up well. I don't know, but now I don't think it's going to go that way.
I think they should have honestly recast the actor after the season where he just wasn't there, they should have just recast him. It's not like they hadn't recast, other important characters like Dario Naharis.
Yeah.
He was an incompetent actor. He was
Um,
never, I don't think he was ever really that good. And
yeah.
in interviews, I can just tell he just played himself, and he's not an interesting person. So that didn't work. Like,
I think
if you're
that's a good
gonna
way
play
of putting it.
if you're gonna play yourself, you have to at least be an interesting personality, like Jason Momoa or something. But he's not interesting, and he's not a good actor on top of not being interesting.
Yes, he's not interesting, and in my personal opinion, he didn't do very many interesting things.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need to, do the role again. You accurately summarized his entire story, which is essentially sitting and having things happen around him. That is 75% of his story.
Mm-hmm. Even when he had magical powers that made him the most powerful person in Westeros, he did nothing with them.
No, he didn't even help in the, if I
Like,
recall correctly, unless I'm forgetting something, even in the great big giant battle that was, teased for 9 years or whatever, and then ended in like one night. I don't think that he even helped out with that, did he?
Even in the long night, all he did was sit in his chair
and he told Theon that he was a good boy.
Yeah, and he did possess crows, and he watched from above and did nothing with. He didn't like relay information about what was going on. He just sat back and like ate popcorn while he was watching the battlefield.
He literally just watched. He didn't. He actually. That honestly almost kind of comes as a legit surprise. They literally had him go so far as to warg into crows, but then literally just to watch.
Yes.
Oh my god! I don't even remember that. That is almost like a legit middle finger to the audience.
I think he literally rolls.
Nah.
He rolls his eyes back, goes into warg mode, and you see these like crows flying around. And you're like, oh, what's he gonna do? And
nothing.
He just flies around and just watches.
The guy who can read the mind of Peter Baelish and go back in time and see what he told his dad before he set him up.
And he can change the past as well. He can literally manipulate past events.
And what the fuck is with that? He did it accidentally by killing dude, Big Oaf, I can't remember his name, forgive me.
Mm-hmm.
And then Hodor, of course, that became his name, which I thought that was extremely contrived, but whatever.
Oh yeah,
Martin said that was there from the beginning. Bullshit. Sorry,
I never understood why people thought that was a good plot twist. Like hold the door was where we got Hodor. Hold the door, hold the door, hold door, hold door, hold door.
And they did it in such a way that was like the literal. If you remember, that was the end of the episode, and it was all like super like they showed like it was a crane shot from above as he was on the floor seizing, and you could tell the audience was supposed to be like, oh, I get it now. And it's like, okay, that was really fucking dumb, actually.
Well, to be fair, people were like, oh, I get it now. That makes so much sense. And I'm just like, the fuck? Shut the fuck up.
You're right.
No.
Right. That's exactly how I took
sense.
it. No, it didn't make sense.
Bullshitter.
It didn't make sense. And if anything, it made Bran look incompetent and stupid. And then meanwhile, he goes to find out the interesting thing about Ned's, I'm sorry, not Ned's, John's parentage, and he can't even talk to anybody about that. Then he spends like a good 2 years not even telling anybody about it. And it's like, what? Yep. Okay, well, thanks for being useful, Bran. Good job.
And then Sansa learns it, and Sansa, despite
a specific request not to tell anybody,
and the last 4 seasons being about her character growth and becoming more adept at spying and politics and
she's the smartest person I've ever met.
Fuck off.
Arya, then that makes you literally retarded.
I know a killer when I see one.
You're right. Oh, you mean the one that just massacred thousands of people? Holy shit!
Yeah,
I never thought of it. That was great. That was so great.
I know a killer when I
see one.
And the fucking horse that just appeared out of nowhere.
Yes, it did. Yeah,
the white horse that appeared out of nowhere.
The whole city's destroyed. Arya's all helpless by herself. Oh, but here comes my ride. Cool. All right. The end. Literally, the end of the episode.
Yep. And then the Dothraki that died
they
on
were built
camera.
Up for 5 fucking years, or
every single one of the Dothraki dies on camera. Next episode, half of our Dothraki died.
And What's the? Oh God, I could keep going. I need to stop. I need to stop. There's so many things I
Boys
want. I don't
being
even hate.
sieged.
Putting the
Boys
catapults
were being
into the
sieged.
walls.
Run outside of the walls.
Yes.
Charge them in the fields. What?
Putting the
Shouldn't we
catapults
build a
outside the
moat or
walls too.
something? Yeah, right.
And
Let's
then
leave all our forces outside vulnerably.
shows a shot of Sam being covered in zombies.
It makes it out
Nothing
alive.
happens to him. He's just sitting there like crying while a bunch of zombies are laying on top of him.
You know, at one point, Robert Baratheon says that there's a fracking.
I legitimately thought that multiple characters had died in the episode because they showed them covered in zombies.
Yes.
And then they were just fine. And I was like, what? Are these zombies just like, cuddle piling on top of Sam, just like keeping him warm?
They're a super great threat. We've been building this up for literally the last 7 years.
And then
these are super dangerous things.
I saw a behind-the-scenes shot of Jamie and Brienne fighting the zombies, and because there's not the like really, really dark lighting, which honestly, the dark lighting was just to hide how awful the battle scenes were.
You think so? I mean, it's a simple take, but I believe it. It was a
let me describe
episode.
let me describe the behind-the-scenes where you actually have decent lighting. You literally, it's the same shot that's in the show, just with proper lighting, where you can see what's happening. And what's happening is one zombie out of a horde goes up, Jamie slashes it. All of the other zombies are just sitting in the back, like waddling around like penguins, and they're just like doing this little jig, and there's like 5 feet between them and Brienne and Jamie, and it's the same shot that's in the actual show. It's just you can actually see what's going on, and it's just a horde of zombies sitting there shaking around, doing
waiting
a little
for their
jig,
turn to be dispatched.
and then one zombie runs up, another zombie runs up.
Oh God. How does everyone feel about, since we're on Game of Thrones at the moment, how does everyone feel about the fact that Daenerys did in fact become obviously spoilers, we're past that point. How does everyone feel about the fact that Daenerys did become, I guess, the quote bad guy? A lot of people say that it happened too quickly. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. No, you should have gone ahead, but I think I knew where you were going. So sorry I cut you off. But
no. I'm trying to watch myself cutting you off. I know that a lot of people said that it came too quickly, that it was too sudden. When viewed in the season itself, she ramped up pretty quick, yes. But I as I've had this conversation with W before, I point to the fact that there were many episodes in the preceding seasons where she just gleefully burned people alive, and it was fine, and it was celebrated with successful music and all that because they were bad guys. But all the way back to when she was told by Khal Drogo of all people to turn and not watch her brother get melted by the gold, she was like, no, I'm watching this. She was a cold fucking bitch from day one, and people just forgave it because they wanted to root for her, which is fine because I did too, and because she was portrayed as being on the right side of quote history. So by the end, everyone's like, "Oh, it was so out of character." No, actually, they were foreshadowing that pretty much throughout the whole damn show.
Hang on.
It actually did make sense.
Nobody's saying that this. No one said that Daenerys doesn't like to burn people. You'd have to have not watched the show to say that.
No. It's not that people said that she didn't like to burn people. The common complaint, at least at the time, about Daenerys turning on the city was
the
that,
innocence.
Yes, is that she just killed a bunch of random innocent people, and that's so not like her. She's the slave freer. She's the mother of lost children or whatever the fuck. And it's like, yeah, but you guys are forgetting. This goes all the way back to all the lore of like the first season, where they were saying, the Targaryens, they're mad, they are like crazy lunatics,
so
they are
stupid.
Impulsive.
That's so fucking stupid. Oh, yes. It's in the blood. Oh, fuck off.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm, we get to be
a series that otherwise was very cynical of magic and prophecy is like, oh, you know what? All the Targaryens, it's just. They go crazy. Jon Snow's probably gonna go crazy after you get
all I'm trying to say is that it was foreshadowed. There was a precedent for what happened.
There also is a very, very big theme in Game of Thrones, and also, by the way, magic is actually in the books is much more pronounced. The shows way, way over the top reduce the amount of magic that was from the book, intentionally so by D.B. Weiss and David Benioff, because they thought that regular audiences wouldn't understand the magic, and so they cut out a bunch of magic. But anyway, regardless of that, the blood is actually a huge theme in Game of Thrones. You know, the Starks are all very similar to one another. They're all strong-willed, etc. He very much so has a lot. What?
I hate when it's.
Oh, sorry.
No, I said I hate that.
Oh,
you can
I'm sorry.
hate that, yeah.
Okay.
I thought you said Cap too. I was like, what am I lying about?
I thought you said yeah. I thought he was just agreeing with you.
Oh, I thought he said Cap. I was like, which is the young person for lie.
Shit.
Bullshit. Yeah, but no,
you lie!
Wait, what's the word that you thought he said that is the
CAP, cap.
Oh, CAP. Okay, once you said that, then I was confused into thinking that he said cat, as in Catelyn Stark. And I'm like, oh, okay, tell me more. Total clusterfuck there. Let's move on.
But yeah, anyway,
No,
I
he's a
was
Kappa.
going to try to go back to Daenerys Targaryen, because it did make sense that she went evil. The problem is that her motivation for going crazy and evil in the last season made no sense. It literally just went, basically, as far as I could tell, the motivation was she went up to Jon Snow, wanted to have sex with him. He told her no, and then she goes crazy and kills a bunch of people.
Another argument that I don't personally agree with, but has been espoused even, I think, by some of the cast members, is that she lost her shit, essentially. She became the ticking time bomb the moment, forgive me, I forget her name, her character, her assistant, her advisor, was turned into a slave and then beheaded.
Yeah.
I don't. I can understand both of those as arguments. To me, the way I take it is that it is the combination of all of the above. It was that she found her sphere of influence getting increasingly small. She found that everyone loved Jon, despite the fact that she was, in her eyes, trying so hard to be the best type of leader that there could be. She felt rejected by his lack of love. She felt, angry by the fact that, her advisor had been killed. To me, it was just kind of like one of those, she just snapped. And while that does seem, and I would agree to a large extent, is anticlimactic, it does happen. That kind of thing is not unrealistic to me. So I rolled with it. I was not particularly bothered by that particular plot development.
Also, I guess there was the dragon dying was a big thing.
I forgot about that as well. You're right. Yeah.
The problem with that is that people thought that was really stupid because he just literally
forgot about it.
Yeah, literally David Benioff after the episode was just like, well, I guess she just kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
Oh, good.
Which, by the way,
it's an actual ass cover.
Yes,
that was literally, just she forgot. Yeah, we'll go with that.
After the episode aired the same night as the actual episode, and in this after the episode interview, he literally says the quote, Daenerys just kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
That big thing, that armada of ships that's coming to fuck us up.
And I mean, to be fair, the Iron Fleet, was the episode before all the way over at Casterly Rock, which is on the opposite side of the continent, which is a vertical continent.
Right.
And somehow, this Iron Fleet just sails across the continent despite there being no rivers that pass through the continent. And they would have to go on a multi-year journey around the continent to get up there.
That almost beats Gendry running from one end of Westeros to the other one to war. He runs from fucking north of the wall all the way down to Dragon's Reach or whatever, Dragon Rock, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
To warn Daenerys oh shit, stuff's going down up there. I just made it here in an afternoon.
And it's like a
run, boy,
right.
Run, boy, run.
The others send him to go grab somebody. And while they're surrounded by zombies, and it's well, did Jon and all them just spend a month surrounded by zombies?
No food, trapped in a little tiny island. I didn't see any privy buckets for them to shit in or anything like that. They were just there. And the zombies. It took the whole time for the zombies to figure out they could cross the ice as well.
Yeah.
Good lord. You know, and again, I love Game of Thrones, but yeah, that man, it's really sad that all of us there have been shows like this in the past, but it's sad that all of us collectively, you, I, soon, everybody, have been exposed to an example of a massive, major milestone pop cultural show beloved across the globe, which then had what was perceived by the vast majority of viewers to be one of the worst endings to a show in all of history.
Yes,
Like
literally, probably the most pop culture popular show ever.
in my
Lit-
lifetime, no question.
I don't even think. I mean, I think the only competition it would have is like MASH or something.
I was thinking of that
I
MASH
think
and
MASH is the only TV show that could even compete with how popular it was, and I don't even think MASH was popular outside of America. It just aired
yeah.
at a time where most people were really excited about TVs, and
It's a funny way of phrasing it, but I think you're right. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So I think Game of Thrones actually did have like the most concurrent viewers of any TV show outside of MASH.
I
Like
have to go
ever.
back and look. I know that the show surpassed Sopranos numbers, and Sopranos was before that time the highest watched show in HBO's history. Cable is always going to be, of course, a margin of what local, free networks are. So, when people compare, like, well, the end of MASH had something like whatever, like 133 million viewers or whatever, whatever number it was. That's because everyone had access to it. Whereas not everyone has access to not only cable but pay cable like HBO. So yeah, I would say that's a fair comparison. I think that the level of excitement for the end of Game of Thrones, it's like I said, it's nothing I ever experienced in my lifetime because I didn't watch MASH.
Yeah, so MASH's finale was is still the most watched episode ever with over
I believe that.
over 50 million people watched it.
Okay. Yep.
So
Yeah.
60% of the US.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, that's
wow.
The time.
that's not even
60
count. That's only counting TVs. That's not counting individual viewers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. There's 5 people in a room.
Almost
Everyone
100%.
with a TV probably had that. Well,
Yeah.
Yes. So about basically 100% of America watched the finale of MASH.
Yeah.
Which is that's insane. But yeah, Game of Thrones
insane.
otherwise is probably the second. And it was so shit.
Yeah, I mean, again, while I rolled with what seems to be one of the 2 greatest complaints of the final couple of episodes, that again being the Daenerys thing, just for me, the simple fact is, again, I'd never ever been a part of something, watched something since at least season 2. I didn't get the first one until season 2 was about to release, or 3, I can't remember. Regardless, to have followed something with such anticipation and been a fan and enjoyed all the, again, it was a Wikipedia's article on it. It goes on for paragraphs about how much of a just universal pop cultural touchstone for so many people of so many ages and blah blah blah, reignited the fantasy genre, etc etc. It was essentially our generation's Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
You really, there's no other way of looking at it.
Or
and
Star
just again,
Wars even.
yeah, right, very good point. Or Star Wars. And just the fact that, again, we were privy to what then became essentially the most disastrous fall of what was the show at the highest of heights. It's like that does not happen very often.
Yeah,
So
and it's
it's like,
kind of crazy because I think it damaged the fantasy genre. It was supposed to, reignite the fantasy genre, and so everybody is currently making fantasy shows. Amazon Prime has like 5 fantasy shows in the make. There's Wheel of Time, Lord of the Rings, etc., etc. There's Witcher over on Netflix,
oh yeah.
and the fan base just isn't there for them anymore because Game of Thrones was just so shit, and it ruined the respect that people had gained for the fantasy genre.
It's that's interesting. I would love to read like a real, like, critical, like a lengthy critical analysis from someone in the film and television industry, because it seems like there are several cogs at play. It seems like what you just said is absolutely true. It also seems like Game of Thrones, fantasy or otherwise, probably ruined or at least damaged a lot of faith in the long form storytelling
Yep.
style. I would think also just the sheer fact that I think that maybe people, even those who liked, still come away with a positive view of Game of Thrones after everything was said and done. I wonder if
Not
they were
many.
just fatigued. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that is they are, I think, in the minority.
Yeah, I think if you go on Reddit right now,
they're
free
still
folk,
talking about it. Hey,
free
folk, are they
folk.
still bitching about it?
Oh yeah, yeah, they have like 1,000 people viewing the page like right now, probably. Meanwhile, you go on r/Game of Thrones, and it doesn't even have the same amount of subscribers. I don't. No, it does. It does have more, but like
the free folk,
as
they
far
never let
as
me down.
as far as how many are viewing it, it's like sub 100 people.
Oh my good lord. Yeah, I mean that's actually where I was gonna go is that even the people who came away enjoying the show, even when everything was said and done, I'm almost wondering if they're just over fantasy altogether. It's like, okay, well, I just spent 8 years watching that. I'm exhausted. I don't need any more fantasy for a while. So I mean, there's probably a lot of reasons at play why people are just not showing up anymore. But I think that likely I think the main culprit is the fact that Game of Thrones was correct or otherwise, perceived as the proverbial bomb of an ending. I mean, when you look at it on Rotten Tomatoes, every season is ranked like between like 92 and like 97% positive. The last season is like 50. I mean, it plummets and plummets hard.
And I think a lot of those people change their opinions even after the fact.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
I think I've mentioned this before on the podcast or talking with you or whatever, but one of like during my university years, I had a creative writing class, and there was just one day. It was not that long after Game of Thrones, actually. I think a few months after, where we literally just sat there for well over an hour and a half and just talked about how Game of Thrones season 8 was horrible writing.
Yeah.
And
Oh God.
like
Yeah.
the professional writer in the room, who was the creative writing professor who had published multiple books, he was just like, man, I'm so glad that you guys are capable of seeing how shit that was.
he was worried that he would have to explain it to you, but you were all like, no, 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 we saw it.
Yeah, he was like, you guys are seeing how bad the writing was. I'm glad.
It was just, I hate to take the lazy route and go with what everyone else said, but I firmly believe it. I think that the writers were literally just in a hurry to hurry up, wrap up the show, and move on to Star Wars.
Well, I mean,
Yep. Which
we
they didn't
literally
get to do
Which they got
hurried
fucked
it.
out of because
We-
they did a poor job.
have you read the articles about the fact that HBO and George R.R. Martin wanted 15 seasons?
I have not
Yeah.
read that. I knew that
Yes.
they wanted it to go on. I didn't know that they specified 15 seasons.
HBO tried as hard as they could, saying, we want like 15 seasons out of this.
Wow.
George R.R. Martin said the same thing. D.B. Weiss and David Benioff were like, nah, we're ready to move on. We just want to end this. We're going to end this at season 8.
It makes me wonder if it's a trust issue or something else at play that HBO didn't just, well, I mean, it could also be contractual. I don't know why HBO didn't just force their hand and say, well, then when you guys are done with season 8, we're, hiring somebody else. You
Yeah,
have to not have the show end the way you want it to, and we're moving on with someone else.
I've personally watched hours and hours. This is how obsessed I am with how bad the ending of Game of Thrones was. But I've watched hours and hours of interviews with David Benioff and, well, not really DB Weiss, because he's kind of just a yes man, little pathetic nerd who just follows David Benioff around. But I have watched a lot of interviews with David Benioff, and one of the things that I noticed in these interviews was that they just wanted to do the Red Wedding. They've outright said this. Is that they literally went into it. They were like,
that was what made them want to do the show.
We're gonna do the Red Wedding. This will make us so famous. We'll become like the best people in Hollywood if we do the Red Wedding. And after that, we don't really care anything about this. We just want to do the Red Wedding so that we can become rich and famous. And that's what they set out to do. And they succeeded. The Red Wedding made it what it was, and it made them the hottest commodity in Hollywood, and they managed to sign the biggest deal in Hollywood history for like $600 million for Netflix so that they could write Leslie, what's her name? Leslie Jones. Leslie Jones. They wrote Leslie Jones comedy special and Metal Lords, I guess, and they're going to write
that is.
And they're going to write another adaptation of some science fiction book about some guy, or sorry, it's by some Chinese author who is sucking on the dick of the Chinese oligarchy and is actively defending the genocide of Uyghur Muslims. So,
I can only
that's what
assume
they're
that
doing.
I hope they lose their jobs rapidly. I hope that they go away.
That 100%. That makes a lot more sense now that you say the Red Wedding thing, because
I remember that.
what was the entire philosophy that Benioff and Weiss were like going on about, and they got in trouble for, and now people mock them for? Them saying, "Well, it's surprising."
Yes.
It's the fucking Vince Russo book.
I was just gonna mention that. Yeah. Yep.
It's subverting expectations.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that's Ryan Johnson that coined that phrase, and that's become a huge
he
meme.
popularized it at the very least, because that was The Last Jedi. It
subverting
subverted
expectations.
All right. Twisted them around and shoved them up the audience's ass is what it did.
To be fair, I did like Knives Out. Knives Out was
that's what's weird is everyone did.
Everyone loved.
Ted even liked it. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
everyone
Ted
loved
has
Knives
no
Out.
love for Ryan Johnson. Yeah.
I loved Knives Out. I resisted watching it for the longest time because I hate that smarmy asshole. But no, Knives Out is legitimately a super well-made movie.
Interesting. And I don't know if he wrote it or not, but I kind of think he did.
I think so.
Yeah.
And yeah, he is clearly a talented director. Knives Out shows that. I mean, he was very, like, you can tell that it was a director's movie, you know? Like, the director was all over that movie, and you can see it in every part of the movie. There's so much style and substance there. Like, the best comparison I can make it to is like a Wes Anderson film. You know you're watching a Wes Anderson film when you watch a Wes Anderson film because he's got so much style to it. I don't like that style, and
I tend to not either. As much as I did enjoy Grand Budapest Hotel, I'm with you.
Yeah, but my point is, there's so much style in there that comes solely from the director. He clearly, Knives Out couldn't have been made by anyone else. And I'm surprised. I just wish that he had put the passion that he had into Knives Out into Star Wars.
Yeah,
because he is talented. He just didn't want to make a good movie, honestly.
Well, again, I don't know how much of it was him, but he did direct. I've said this before. I can't take it away from him. He directed the single greatest episode of Breaking Bad. Not only considered so by myself, but by, like hundreds of television critics. Every voter on Rotten Tomatoes who's voted on that show, like Time Magazine listed it as like one of the, I think, like 10 greatest episodes in the history of television, and it's like, granted, the script and the acting played a major part in that, because that's the episode where everything comes crashing down. So that was like a 5 years in the making episode, but it was nonetheless beautifully made. You can't look at it and say, oh, the guy behind the camera just pointed it and filmed. No. He required certain takes. He chose the best takes. Advised the performers on how to behave and blah 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 blah. They're involved. I can't take it away from him. He made a bang up episode of television. And to be completely fair, The Last Jedi is my favorite of the two that I watched. Not, it's the most offensive. I can openly admit that, but I've said it before. It's like I have to, at the very least, throw up my hands and say, at the very least, as offensive as his attempt was, whatever, he tried. He didn't just fucking remake Star Wars and just say, hey, it's the Disney version, come pay us now. He actually tried something different. It sucked, but he brought something different to the table, and he made a movie that by itself was, I don't know, entertaining when removed from the Star Wars mythos.
Nothing to say
Is
about
Addy still with us?
I also
Addy,
think
we have forced Addy to listen to 5 hours now of stuff that is not in Addy's wheelhouse at all, and he's just been soldiering it out.
Eddie has to be here because Eddie is the one recording.
Remember, I'm recording too.
Over there, by the way. What time is it?
It's 5 o'clock even on my end.
No, not you. I'm talking to Addy.
Oh, it's
not you.
Not you. You.
It's gonna be midnight in 3 minutes.
Oh my good lord.
Okay. So it's not as late as I thought. I thought for whatever reason that in Hungary it was going to be like 3 a.m. or something.
Not yet. That's usually when we stop.
Yet. Addy, just so you know, remember, I'm recording this too, so if you need to bail, I mean, I'm not telling you to, but I mean, if you need to, don't worry about the recording. I've got it right
I
now.
actually have to get going because I have to go on a date with my girlfriend. So
You have to. I like that. Well,
yes, I have
phrased. Well
to.
phrased.
I told her that we were going to go on a date tonight, and it has gone way too long on this
She's
podcast. So
holding
now
a gun
I am
to my
going
head.
have to
Please, I
go.
need to leave.
She actually
Very-
has been giving me stink eye for the last like 10 minutes.
All right. Well,
So I'll head out. Catch you
You're
guys
a
later.
damn liar
Yeah,
yourself.
y'all have fun.
it has been fun. Yeah, have a good date. Sorry about all the drama and nonsense.
No worries. Have a
All
good one.
right. Now that he's gone, me and you, Addy, it's about time we have it out. Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
All right, fuck you.
RVD.
There you
RVD.
go. See?
RVD.
Yeah, all right. What's the RVD thing? Help me out. What is,
I don't know.
What's the story there?
I was
You just
earlier.
thrown
I was
it.
just saying. Earlier, I was
You
just
said
saying, like, let's talk about wrestling because that's something that both Mike and Addy enjoy. And I was like thinking,
But then you said I couldn't
well,
say anything
like,
bad
what?
about RVD.
Oh, I was cracking a joke because
Oh.
RVD is your favorite, right, Addy?
I don't know anymore. I don't really have a favorite wrestler. RVD used to be my favorite wrestler, yeah.
What made him your favorite, and what made you now unsure if he's still your favorite?
Well, I liked his promise, I guess is a good way to put it. Like, the way he moved around was very like it was a nice mix of doing high flyer shit and then also doing more ground based stuff, and also he also did hardcore stuff and it made it work.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So like I like those parts, and like I like, for as much of a shit heel that he is in real life, I appreciate that when asked about it, he's like, oh, I only do this shit for the money. I don't care. Like, I have to respect that.
I was gonna say I kind of respect that as long as the person at least tries. Like
Yeah.
Ultimate Warrior basically just didn't care, didn't bother, just didn't care how sloppy he was, whatever. And his excuse was, well, I'm just doing it for the money. I don't give a shit. That you can't respect. You can respect somebody who says, well, I don't really care about this, but I will give it my all because the fans deserve it. That's cool.
and with Rob, like I'd like to believe that he at least tries. He can't do the shit he used to anymore because he's not 20. But
Right.
but he tries to do the shit that he did when he was 20, and then nearly breaks his neck, probably.
I would imagine. Yeah, I wouldn't do half the stuff that they do.
Yeah.
How do you feel about RVDW?
I've actually never seen a complete RVD match.
I've only seen a couple. I have not seen enough to have an opinion on him, but what I've seen, I like.
I liked how.
I would say that.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Out of your ACW guys, I'd say he's definitely the one who came out with the least shit on him.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, it was him, Tommy Dreamer, Sandman, and whoever else
Sabu.
that no one cares about.
New
Sabu.
Jack.
Oh God.
Dudley's.
Yeah, the Dudleys.
Forgot about Taz. What an idiot.
I love Taz as a commentator.
Wait, you love Taz what?
Because he's an
as
idiot.
a commentator, yeah.
He came out and he was like, "Oh, not for nothing, but I'm the human suplex machine." And then he injures himself after like a match, and then is forever just a commentary guy. Like he had like a match in WWE, and then he broke himself. It's great.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, ECW will do that to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Then I guess so will WWE. He had to learn
ECW.
that WWE style.
ECW, not even once.
Yeah.
ECW. It's weird that I like, as I was just talking to some of you guys about, or I guess at least UW the other day, about how I like the backstage type of brawls and stuff in the concession stands and in grocery stores, whatever, what have you. But ECW itself as a promotion just struck me as incredibly annoying.
I mean,
I never had any interest in watching
Mike, that's not really like a weird thing because like I straight up like hardcore matches. I think they can be good if done right,
Yeah, yeah.
But then ECW just seems a bit too sleazy for its own good. Is the best way I can put it?
To know, but I believe you.
I mean, I've seen half an episode of ECW, and then Rob Van Dam came out, and I learned that his gimmick this whole time was that he's too good for ECW, which was right at the time. I'm not sure anymore, but his whole gimmick was that he's too good for ECW, and then Sabu came out, and then they broke through a table, trying to enter the ring. And pretty much. I mean, that's not actually what actually happened, but it was that tier.
Totally
it was that tier
you.
shit. Like, I don't remember who it was, but they had a guy whose gimmick was that he was a dog.
Oh, all right, okay, all right.
That was his gimmick. And then like half of the wrestlers' gimmick was just like, I do the sex.
I do the sex?
Yeah.
Alien. Hello, Earthling. I do the sex.
I do the sex.
And that's the best way I can put it. Because it was like, like they were trying to be like, like heartthrobs and shit, but like they couldn't sell, like they couldn't sell fucking pretzels for free at a baseball game.
I believe it. I totally believe it.
Like that's the thing is that's something that matters a lot. I guess with any sort of performance. It's not just that you can actually like it's not just about your acting ability, I guess, but about your delivery. Like if you can deliver something well, then regardless of whether or not you actually like live it or believe it, then it will fall flat.
Yeah. I mean that makes sense. Yeah.
And like that whole like that's what I'm saying. Like half of that roster was just, hey, fucking sex. Also, the Dudleys are here.
Tables.
Yeah.
Yeah, and tables. And then, of course, let's not forget the fans who knew nothing but chanting 3 letters over and over and over again.
Yeah, and
not even 3 letters, but 2 letters in a stupid abbreviation. EC dub, EC dub. Shut up, idiots.
My favorite.
Remember,
yeah, go ahead.
I just remember hearing about a storyline they once did that Paul Heyman thought was a brilliant romance storyline where Tommy Dreamer couldn't choose between Beulah and some other girl. So in the end, he chooses both, and they have a threesome. That's the storyline.
That's very well written. Wow, that's some good deep stuff right there.
Did you know that Paulie wrote the Universe Mode storylines? I didn't.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
I remember reading actually. I think it was.
No, that was a joke, Mike. That was a joke because they suck.
Well, wait. Who did you say? I missed who you said had written them. Who's the name you used?
I said Paulie for Paul Heyman.
No, you're right. You are correct.
No, I know I'm correct. I'm saying that the Universe Mode storylines suck. It's not a surprise.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I remember.
Yeah.
I think it was WWE 12 when they were saying something like they made a big deal, and I fell for it. I was so stoked.
I think that was 14 where they first did the he wrote storylines.
I don't think it was. You may be right, but my memory is that because number 11, SVR 11, is the first one to do Universe, and I remember it was after they were like, okay, we're gonna make some improvements for next year and make it better or whatever. And I remember waiting excitedly to see, okay, are they gonna do stuff like whatever, I like unrestrict the title matches and stuff like that. I remember that they said that Universe Mode had now been expanded to where instead of only having like 15 different cutscenes or whatever, you now had, and they threw out a number like literally like 300. There were like Universe Mode now has like 300 different storyline cutscenes that can happen and blah blah blah, and they're all written by Paul Heyman. And it's like I whatever game I know it was in 2K14 because I love that game, but it was either 12 or 13 then. Might have been 13. Where I played through Universe and I saw mostly the same cutscenes, not only in that game, but a lot of the ones that were still held over from the year before. So I didn't see no fucking 300 cutscenes, and what was there was not anything special. It was just like, instead of maybe getting the cutscene where like, oh, your opponent has a ticket for the front row of the show, instead it was like, I don't know, Undertaker would show up and like double team you from behind and be like, okay, well that didn't happen last year, I guess. Like it was nothing.
Yeah, I think that was either 13 or 14 because with 12 with 12 the big thing was that they moved to a new engine.
That is true. You are right about that. You're definitely correct about that. I can say it was in 2K14 because again I was there for 2K14. I was actually there talking to the developers.
So yeah, then it would have been 13, I guess.
It probably was then. Yeah, 2K14 the Universe Mode changes were what's
pretty good. 13, I can tell you because I play the shit out of Universe in every game, and I've only skipped like 2, and they're both 2K games. 13 was definitely the one where every single match they had where it was a rivalry and the rival paid for a front row ticket, and that was did that cutscene for every single rivalry.
See, I remember that happening constantly in 11.
And then
11, I
they
remember
never
being
fixed it.
11. I remember being a lot more logical. Well, I can tell you that in 2K19, which is the one I play the most nowadays, they probably just outright got rid of it because I've never seen it in 2K19.
Wait, I'm sorry. I think I might have missed something that you said. You said that in 2K19, which is the one that you play the most these days, what
They
happened?
probably just
Oh,
outright
they got rid of the
it
cutscene. Oh, gotcha.
because I have certainly never seen that cutscene happen in 19.
At the very least, maybe they like went in there and programmed the number. Like they took out the extra few zeros for how many times after 1 it should happen.
They moved the decimal point.
Right. Instead of happening like once every, I don't know, 100 matches, 10 matches, whatever. It happened every one match, every single match. Yeah. I
you
don't
know
know.
what? Yeah.
I know that with 2K14, when they were talking about Universe, 2K14 did not get much substantial improvement in terms of Universe, which is okay because I think that at that point it was still pretty good. 2K14, I think if I recall correctly, was the one that added the
Bless you.
Whoa, what was that noise? W, are you all right?
That was me sneezing.
Oh, good lord.
Sorry, it came out of nowhere, so I sneezed pretty well directly onto the mic.
It happens. It was just like, wow, I didn't know what the hell that noise was. 2K14 was the one that would allow you to, I think, oh god, was that the one that allowed you to set your rivalries between short and long, stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that was
and
kind of the only real big change that year.
it was a terrible one because if you set characters to be in a rivalry, that means they wrestled every week on the show.
Yes, I did not know that at the playtest because I was primarily assigned to do the road I'm sorry, not the road to WrestleMania, but at the playtest we were all given for the first 2 days of testing. The third day was just basically just a short half day of just free for all, fuck around, whatever, tournaments, etc. But the first couple days we were given assignments. We weren't allowed to just play the game however we
Yeah, that's
wanted.
how
I
it
mean,
works. Yeah, that's how
right, yeah.
QA
I mean,
works.
we were it was whatever, like 10 of us, and it was like, okay, this guy over here, you do Universe today, you over there, you play a bunch of exhibition matches today, blah blah blah. Both days I happened to be assigned the story mode, the 30 years of WrestleMania mode, and I was fine with that because I thought, well, that's cool. I'd rather save Universe for when I get the actual game anyway.
Yeah. And it took them a good while to improve that. And at one point, they finally did have a universe mode that went back and like made it where like, okay, they're not wrestling consistently every fucking week. They wait until the pay per view. Okay, cool. I can tell you that whatever change they did to fix that is reversed in 19 because it goes back to them wrestling every
Are
night.
you serious? That sucks. Whenever something that's so stupid like that gets brought back.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
favorite is go ahead. W.
No, you go ahead. I think I pretty well hit everything important.
All right, but yeah, my favorite from any of these games is every year. Like every year that I actually played the game, which isn't many. Like I played Universe mode in 11, 14, and 16 because those are the ones that I have. Like not even 16 technically. I don't own 16, but
You played it though. You're saying that's one of the ones that you did play.
yeah, it was free with gold, and both
Oh.
Brian and Clown went out and bought me the gold so I could get it. They were nice.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. Or I get like Clown had a trial, I think is what happened, and then Brian just actually went to the store and bought me a fucking month of gold for some reason.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems like a random thing, especially for Brian to do. Maybe he expected to play some Japanese games with you. Maybe fighting games even. I don't know. Like I don't even say this trying to demean him.
He said that. Yeah.
Honestly, I think Brian was kind of always looking for us to be better friends to him, but he never knew how to properly phrase it. He was a bit too macho, so instead of phrasing like how he'd like to do more stuff with us, I think instead he just did his weird standoffish thing that he sometimes did.
Did you say? Did I read you correctly that you said that you got the impression that you think that Brian wanted us to be better friends to him?
Yeah.
Like
he wanted. I think
you
he
think
wanted
that he
to be
felt mistreated by us.
Well, I think he definitely felt that because he would take Ted really hard, and remember he'd delete his account every time he got into an argument with Ted, and then come back.
I just struck that up to just, I don't mean to, bag at the guy, but I just struck that as just emotional immaturity. I just thought that was him just being like, oh God, he did this like 5 times now, I didn't, I never
maturity
interpret.
certainly, but I would at the
Well, I
same
mean,
time
they're not
say
mutually exclusive. I guess what I'm trying to say is I never interpreted. Not that you're inherently wrong. I this is the first I've heard of it, so I think it's interesting to discuss. I guess what I'm saying is I just interpreted Brian as just kind of like he was set in his ways and he was happy to be set in his ways, and I never got the impression that he wanted anything more from us, like greater friendships. I thought that he was like quite happy just kind of being the standoffish kind of guy that he was. I guess what I'm saying is just like, what gave you the impression that you thought that he wanted us to be better to him?
W?
Yeah, are you there?
Oh no,
We can't hear
Margaret
you.
him.
wait, can you
Now
can
I
you
can.
not hear me?
Yeah,
No, now we
Okay,
can.
you hear
Now
me
we
now,
can.
okay. Well, why do you keep coming back?
You maybe just because no one else. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's hard to say. I guess like why does anyone come back? I guess you miss the
Like
camaraderie. I guess you. I don't know. That's
that's
hard to
I
say
don't
because in Brian's case, you're right. I mean, he like you said, he quit his account, like deleted everything like at least like 3-4 times over, but he
and
did
to
keep
hear him
coming
talk about
back.
it most of the time, he pretty well said that he didn't like us or something or other, or that he didn't like us that much, yada yada yada. But
Did he say? Wait, did you say that he did say that?
I don't know that he would say like I don't think what was I gonna say?
I mean, if he said that,
I
I
don't think
believe
he
you.
ever said I
I
don't.
just didn't remember. Okay.
He certainly seemed to carry the implication like, well, I don't like you guys that well. But like
Huh.
I don't know, it's maybe I'm crazy. It's just there's definitely a vibe that I picked up from him of that, right?
I guess I never. Maybe because he seems so standoffish and brash, and just like again, like like he had kind of like like an automatically defensive attitude. Like when he would talk about his Japanese games, he would often preface it with saying stuff like, "Well, I know no one cares about this, but I'm still going to say it. I'm playing this Japanese game and blah 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 blah."
I mean, to be fair, Mike, I sympathize with him nowadays a lot more than I did back then, and even back then.
In terms of feeling that people don't care about what you have to say.
Yeah.
It happens.
Like,
I think it happens to all of us.
yeah, like I thought
go
about
ahead,
leaving,
go ahead.
like I thought about leaving the forums recently, just because like if I can contribute to the discussions, then why the fuck am I here anymore?
Well, what makes you feel like you don't contribute, or
I mean,
aren't allowed to, or however you want to look at it?
Well, it's just usually when on the forums when discussions happen nowadays, it's about stuff that I don't know about or don't care about, or a mixture of
Okay.
both. Like it's like, hey, here's movies, or hey, here's comics, or hey, here's comic movies. And it's mostly movies, but
I don't remember. You're not much of a movie guy. I honestly don't recall.
Yeah, I don't like. I enjoy.
He's very much not a movie guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what would you say would be your big, aside from gaming? Then, what would be a big topic that you do enjoy talking about that you feel like no one really joins you with on the forum?
I mean that's partially it. That I don't know. Like even with video games, I'm kind of growing disenchanted because nothing that I particularly care about is coming out. And when it is, then it's just like kind of like a wet fart, you know.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can understand that.
Other than that, I mean, like I have some interests, but none that I'm particularly deep in. Like I would like to make music, but like, what the fuck am I supposed to say about it? I don't even know how to actually like play the instrument that I own.
I mean, to be fair, in that particular case, I don't think there's a lot of people who are musically inclined on the forum. I don't know, but I don't remember anyone
Gramps
saying
knows
that
how to play the banjo.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I
Well, there's
think he
something.
told me that a while back.
Guitar Hero.
Yeah, I'm really good at Guitar Hero. that much is true. I can play a lot of the songs on Expert, not all of them.
I wasn't talking about you, bitch. I was talking about Ted. Shut the fuck up. Everything's always gotta be about you, huh? Huh?
Yeah, because I thought I was like I was just chiming in. I wasn't trying to take sole credit, but fair enough.
We're taking this in the ring, brother. It's going at SummerSlam. That's the only mature way for two adults to solve their problems.
Especially
strip to your underpants and then hug a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get into our underpants and get hot and sweaty and roll around and try to hold each other down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some good stuff.
But yeah, like that's it's pretty much like, with movies I don't care usually. Like it's a thing where like I care about making movies. Like I genuinely find it interesting hearing people talk about how movies are supposed to be made and why this is good or that's good. That can be interesting. I don't give a fuck about most movies coming out. They just they like I don't enjoy actually watching the movies. I enjoy watching how the sausage is made when it comes to movies, or like most things really.
Okay. I
Like,
mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but you're right that that's kind of a tough one because like I don't want to discourage you from trying to participate on the forums, but being that I don't share the same problem that you have, which is that you find that you don't feel like you have a lot to say about what other people are saying. It's hard for me to know what to say to that because it's like, well,
I mean, there's not much you
you're right.
can.
It
Like,
sounds
it's
like
not a problem that we can particularly fix. I don't think it's
well,
just
it
how it
seems like there
is.
should be a way to fix it, though. I mean,
We just on you and have more addies.
you can all talk to each other, yeah. It's just that's kind of tough because I mean you've been on the forum for years, and despite the fact that you mouthed at me a little bit earlier, I don't have anything personal against you. I would hate to see you leave just because you feel like you have nothing to add. But at the same time, in a literal, practical sense, if you actually really just find that the conversations are always about stuff that you don't know about or don't have opinions on, like what can you really say? That is kind of a
All
tough
right,
spot to be in.
nope.
I mean, that would be like me going to like a subreddit on car mechanics. I don't know anything about fixing cars. What am I going to say? Hello? Everyone's
Oh,
still here?
I'm still here, but I'm getting punched.
You're getting okay, so you're silent. Addie, are you still here?
Whew. Okay.
Addie, are you?
Addie! No! He went to start a subreddit!
He
You
went.
fool!
Wait, he did what? He went to join a subreddit. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I gave him an idea. Um. And first of all, Addie, you back? Are you there?
Yeah, he's here.
Maybe.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
I
yeah,
heard you.
There he
so
is.
so you started talking, and then someone switched the light switch in my house, which makes all of the audio cut out, and I have to restart Discord to work.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Did you lose the recording too? I'm still
No,
recording.
the recording is
Okay,
fine.
recording's
The
still going.
recording
Okay,
is fine.
that's good.
I think. I hope.
I mean, again, if not, I've got the backup
Yeah.
as long as nothing gets fucked up on my end.
So yeah, pretty much when you started speaking, the last time that I spoke is when it got out.
Okay. Yeah, basically, W and I were just agreeing that regardless of what happens, if you do decide to go, you should leave your account up, if nothing else, because Corn.
Oh yeah,
I was
I'm
about to
not
say to
gonna delete
W.
it.
Yeah, Corn has separately, in addition to saying this to everybody else, everyone knows that he's kind of a stickler about this, and it's fine. I understand where he's coming from. I don't necessarily disagree with him. But he's told me also privately during some of our lengthy chats through playing this game and stuff like that, that he's like, yeah, I know it probably seems weird to some people, and I'm like, well, I mean, to me, it doesn't seem weird. It's, when someone deletes their account, then you have not only thousands of lost posts, but additionally, you see a bunch of blank, faces and stuff filling up, clogging up the page of various
Yeah.
threads, and yeah, he wants to keep an archive. I get the feeling that Corn he feels very close to the forum, and he's had his crises of faith with it and stuff like that, including recently. But he looks at it, as well as he should, as kind of like his baby, like something that he's proud of, that actually had it helped to help entertain us and stuff like that. And he likes that, and he wants to preserve it should anything happen to it. And that's one of the reasons why he's really wants to try and make sure that if anyone leaves, they don't just delete their account, which even I've been guilty of doing in the past, the one time. So
yeah, I mean, I deleted my account that one time, and then I resurrected 3 days later because I'm Jesus. Yo.
Why did I don't remember that. When did that happen? What did you delete?
Literally
it for?
literally like a week after I joined.
Oh.
Ted and Soon were arguing with me in literally every thread, and I was like, you know what, maybe not.
Were they just kind of harassing you, or were they having fun? They were really just kind of giving you a hard time about all kinds of stuff?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
okay.
I deleted my account. No, I didn't even delete it that time. I'm wrong. I just left. I just made a post that I left. And then 3 days later, Goku hit me up on Skype, and he was like, "Hey, I know shit's bad, but I guess I can help next time if they don't stop."
Oh, that was nice of him.
Yeah.
Do you? You don't. Never mind. I was about to say, like, do you remember what they were giving you shit about? But it's not my business to bring up old ancient drama. That's I don't want to put you on the spot.
I don't remember. It was probably like partially because I had a big ego, because I was and am still treated like special IRL.
Okay, fair enough. I follow you. I got you.
So that's probably part of it, and I don't remember the rest.
Maybe you were yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just that. Maybe it came across and they were like, hey, new guy, calm down or something. I don't know.
Ted is probably like, the thing you like is shit.
Yeah. You brought something up and Ted said that it was stupid. That sounds like how it would have been back in the day. You like that? That's dumb.
Yeah, I remember when we had the I remember this one specific argument we had around that time, when he was like, when he just posted katanas suck, and I was like, katanas are cool. And then we argued.
Cool. Why would you say? Yeah,
and then
I love samurai. What?
Yeah, I don't know. And then we argued about whether or not like, we argued about whether katanas are cool or not. And he kept talking about modern katanas, and I was talking about the traditional methods of making them. And he was like, nah.
That's the thing I've mentioned before, why I generally don't argue so much with Ted anymore, even if I think it sounds like fun, is because I observed that in that KOF argument where he was like, "Oh, Pete, you only like KOF because of the tits."
You're right. I saw that.
I said, Ted, you know me. You know that's not what I'm there for. And Ted said, I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with all the other assholes. It's like, and at that point, it occurred to me, Ted is not arguing with you. Ted is arguing with some YouTube comment that he's got sick of seeing, but he doesn't get the opportunity to argue with the commenters themselves. And I think that everyone on the forum except me is very prone to overexposure, so that kind of thing just happens, right?
What do you mean by that? Everyone but you is more prone to overexposure. You mean they like myself get more irritated by it more easily than yourself? Yeah. Okay. For me, I can say yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I can also definitely concur. Like, I made an entire review where I just yelled overexposure.
I'm playing a game right now that I think both of you guys thoroughly despise because you're sick of seeing it in the news.
What, the Elden Ring?
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta admit, I'm fucking tired of hearing about it. That is for sure. Not through you, but just the general consensus that this thing came to Earth as a gift to humankind, and we'll just worship it as such for the rest of time. Like, I'm a little tired of that, but you playing it is fine.
Yeah, we had this same discussion 2 weeks ago with W. But I said pretty much what you said, more or less.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Pretty well, yeah.
Because like my thing,
I think I said something along the lines of like, "Do you guys want me to not talk about Elden Ring on the podcast?" And they said, "I'm fine with you talking about it, but I'm sick of the fucking news."
Yeah. No, because like, you brought it up because you played it that week, and we discussed it a bit, but then you moved on quickly, and then I brought it up as a topic later because we wanted to discuss that earlier, and then you asked, we're not supposed to talk about Elden Ring. And that's when I said that it's fine if you talk about Elden Ring.
We don't talk about Elden Ring in this house.
I was just thinking
we don't talk about
that,
Elden Ring. No.
It's anytime most things. I can't speak for everybody, but I think for a lot of people, anytime they are exposed to a high, almost like obsessive, insane level of hype for anything that they themselves are either not familiar with or not interested in, especially the latter, they get tired of hearing about it real quick. And it may not be fair. The thing that's hyped is usually probably worth the hype, but I think
don't
it's
know,
just
Mike.
human
Sonic
nature
Adventure
to.
2.
Was that really super hyped before it came out? Was
I
that
mean,
one of the really bad
no.
ones?
It's that was one of the best Sonic games, and the camera sucks dick, all of it. Like that's like the game. The game is overall not horrible. It's a mediocre video game. It may be like I guess you could argue that it's one of the best Sonic games. I don't know. I disagree. But then like my favorite Sonic game is the one part of Sonic Unleashed people don't like. So, you know. Yeah.
Did you say the game we were just talking about? Did you say
Sonic?
Oh, that will make a difference.
Oh!
Did you was the game that you were just talking about, Eddie? Did you say it was Sonic Adventure 2?
Yes.
This sucks.
Was that a Dreamcast title then? Because Sonic Adventure was. Okay, all right. I only played the first.
Yeah, 2 was a step. Like, you know, it took out some things, it put in some other things, and like overall it's an alright game. Like I don't think it's garbage. But you know, it's not like it shouldn't be the golden standard because it had too many bad parts for me to be able to be lauded as a golden standard. But then making that argument, I would also argue that Sonic doesn't have a game that's good enough to be a golden standard yet.
See, I feel differently, but that's just personal opinion.
Yeah.
For me, you know that I grew up with the old Sonic games, the classics, so I would say
so
Sonic
did I.
2 fit that bill. You did?
Yeah, I mean, technically I didn't grow up with them, but the first Sonic games I played were I played I think it was just Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I forget if I played the first one or not.
I think you might have told me that before, actually. Yeah, that seems kind of familiar.
But yeah, I used to.
Which were the?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was kind of going to go in a different direction. It's still about Sonic, but go ahead. You stick with your point first.
I don't remember what I was going to say, so whatever. Continue.
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. I was gonna say, which are the like was Sonic not bad for like a really good long stretch where there was like not even one good Sonic game, like Sonic Extreme, Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog.
You want to talk about Sonic? Shadow the Hedgehog is just Sonic Adventure, but with like
guns and motorcycles.
Yeah, guns and motorcycles.
Right, the guns too. I forgot. Yeah, the motorcycles I could kind of. That's stupid because they're supposed to be fast-running creatures. But guns, even. Oh my god.
I mean, have you heard about why guns are in that game, though?
I'm sorry. Have I heard about what?
Why guns are in that game?
I don't know if I have.
So the director for the game, and who, if I remember correctly, is the same guy who did Sonic Adventure. He got a lot of like actual physical mail from fans, asking him to give Sonic a gun, and he was like, he was like, well, I can't give Sonic a gun because that's not like that doesn't fit his character. But Shadow is a blank slate, more or less. I mean, he's fucking dead, so we can just resurrect him and then just make him the edgiest boy ever, and then that game pretty much ruined his character.
That's terrible.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
That's just so arbitrary. Well, we can't give it to Sonic. Let's just, I don't know, throw it on this other character instead. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah, and
paying no attention to whether any of the characters have guns at all.
Yeah, and like
oh my god.
Like Shadow was introduced in Sonic Adventure 2. He was like his character was not great, but you know, better than in Shadow the Hedgehog or in games that came after.
Okay.
Because like his character is that he's the good character read that I liked, that I read about them recently, is that Shadow is just Sonic, but like 10 years later. Like he has the same design principles of, you know, trying to be cool for the younglings, but instead of the start of the 90s, he's the end of the 90s, cool.
Okay.
And so his character was that he's kind of an anti-hero, I suppose, but like basically he's being misled by Eggman, and his goal is to save Earth, more or less, and then he dies saving Earth.
You know, I liked when it was just a hedgehog that ran fast and collected rings. You know, that was all I needed. I didn't really need all this other bullshit.
Yeah, I like the additional bullshit because it makes for a more interesting world for me.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah,
but I'm also
that's fair.
But I'm also used to like fucking Sonic X, and Sonic X's story was bad.
It's yeah. Even if you explained it, I probably wouldn't even know half the characters or anything like that. Because there's like a bunch of Sonic characters that I don't even understand who they are.
I mean, like
a giant
here's the thing.
walrus and.
I mean, here's the thing. The giant walrus they can't choose anymore because of cam benders. But that's the thing. Like, there's a big side cast of Sonic characters from the games, and there's an even bigger side cast of characters who are from the comics, and an even bigger side cast that they can't choose because of cam benders.
What is? Did you say camp enders?
Yeah.
What is that? I'm not familiar with that.
Ken Penders was the writer for the Archie comics for Sonic, and then he made things like Scourge the Hedgehog, which is a Sonic from an alternate timeline that who is evil and green, and has
Scourge the Hedgehog, which is a green version of Sonic. Are you oh my godding at what he just said or something in your game?
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It is pretty fucking dumb. Yeah, that's.
I've told you about Scourge before.
I've expunged it from my.
No,
memory
not you, W.
Oh, okay.
I've definitely expunged that from my memory. I've seen Scourge. I've certainly seen Scourge before and been like, "What the fuck was that?" But I don't remember him being evil, fucking Skynet timeline Sonic.
Yeah, because you look at Scourge and he doesn't look anything like Sonic because I don't know. But like basically,
is he supposed to be from that Sonic X show?
No.
Is that supposed to be him? Oh,
no.
Well, that'd make too much sense. So let's not do that.
No, it literally was just Sonic from an alternate timeline came over and he's evil and wants to kill people, and also wants to kill himself in this universe for some reason. And also
really?
Yes, and he calls himself Scourge now and wears sunglasses and a leather jacket and he's green for some reason.
He wears a leather jacket.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
like
give him a bunch of piercings and a face tattoo, a Mike Tyson face tattoo.
Yeah. And here's the thing though, like,
and a pocket chain.
No, a pocket knife.
You can't get more 90s than that.
But yeah, that and I remember there's one scene or one panel, not it's a whole page I think actually, whatever, of the comics that people are like, here, this is Scourge's best moment, and it's a thing where he breaks into Sonic's house in the middle of the night, and in the freaking like the hall, Sonic's dad is waiting for him because Sonic has a dad.
And what's his name?
I don't know. He's campaigners.
Judgment.
Yeah.
Judgment the Hedgehog.
So Pestilence. Sonic's dad. Pestilence
the Hedgehog.
So Scourge shows up to kill Sonic in the middle of the night, and then Sonic's dad is just like, I know that your dad in your universe died, but I'm sure he's disappointed in you. And then Scourge starts crying and leaves.
What a bunch of nonsense!
This is a farce.
Did that weird Chris Chan guy invent all this?
No.
That's an entirely different molehill or whatever there.
Yeah, but so that and Pender's also so basically Pender's sued Sega and Archie because he thought that in one of the DS games that they made for Sonic, they used one of his ideas, which was literally just Knuckles is not alone. There's other people that are the same species as Knuckles. Oh no. But yeah, so he sued. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this is stupid. That's all I was gonna say.
It is. So he sued Sega and Archie couldn't provide enough proof that the idea is not stolen. So he now owns Knuckles is dead, Scourge the Hedgehog, and the Zoot Shoots, which were these like they were these like I don't even know what to call them. Like tunnel systems that people.
Shoots. How could you even describe something with that name?
Like it's a thing. It's a see-through thing That's like a tunnel system that people can fly through to travel between like planets.
Okay.
And yeah, so he owns those for sure. He also claims that he owns basically all of the characters as family that he invented. But that I don't think that's legally binding. But
binding.
Yeah.
Binding.
Did I say blinding?
I don't know. The whole thing sounds like. I mean, again, all I know is that when I was a kid, Sonic was just a game where the hedgehog ran fast and collected rings. And again, while I understand, like you said, that's pretty plain. By having all this other stuff, you have a whole universe and multiple characters and everything. But it just sounds like so much of all the expanded Sonic universe is just a bunch of just throw it at the wall.
Oh no, it is.
Shit.
It is, Mike.
Yeah.
Like most of the games feel self-contained, even though they're technically supposed to be in the same universe because nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah.
Like they tried with Forces, they tried to actually have some sort of continuity, and then they messed it up even in that one game somehow. So yeah.
Sonic Forces. What year was that?
That's the latest one. That was like 2017. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, that wasn't the one that I liked, was it? The one that was like the old games?
No, that's Mania.
Sonic Mania, you're right. And that's the one that, if I remember right, you said you didn't like because it was too derivative. It was basically just, retelling of the old games, essentially, which, to be fair, you're not wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it was partially that, and otherwise, like, I would be fine with the game, but it's also a lot of, like, it's once again, like, the overexposure of people going, hey, everything else sucks, it's only this one that's good.
Oh, okay, yeah. The part, almost kind of like the overhyped thing that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Cause like I can like I can play that game and I can tell you, yeah, I didn't like playing it, but at the same time, there's nothing inherently wrong with it.
I'm sure that's happened to me before, but nothing immediately comes to mind. W, can you think of a game that you've played where you couldn't really identify anything wrong with it, but you just didn't like it?
There are plenty, but the thing is, that's the kind of estimation of a game that won't stick with you because that's like the definition of bland.
Yeah, forgettable. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm like that with a lot of games because like usually I remember those opinions not because I remember the games, but because the games are usually talked about a lot because they're well liked, like Elden Ring or Zelda or Undertale.
Undertale's another one I got really sick of hearing about for a while there. By the way,
and like with Undertale, even when I was at the height of my hatred of it, I played through the game three times, I think, because you needed to play through it 3 times to actually like know the story. So I played through the game.
Through lots of games that you hate several times.
I was kind of dwelling on that. I'm thinking, wow, he played through the game even though he hated it. That's I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if I could do it.
I mean, here's the thing, Mike. Like, even though I don't think of myself as a particularly good critic. I mean, okay, we didn't get to it yet, but technically I did just like a week ago quit. we'll get to that.
But quit. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What? You were just starting it up again.
Yeah,
it sounded like you were doing good.
Yeah, for a bit it sounded like I was doing good, and then I suddenly didn't. So yeah, we'll get back to that. But yeah, so like even though I never actually got anywhere with doing the video game reviews and stuff like that, like I hold myself to the standard of a critic should be able to, for one, try their best to be unbiased and also tell you exactly what they like and don't like about the game, while also pointing out what are well executed and not, regardless of whether or not they enjoy those things.
I mean, to be fair, I think that's a logical argument, yes.
And so to have a good basis for comparison with games, I play games in genres that I don't like, or just straight up games that I don't like, because I need the experience to be able to compare other things too. The things. So like I played through Undertale because it was hyped up and shit like that, and I was like, well, I might as well actually see what it's about. And that, like, there's things that I can praise about it, like the art was the art varied a lot, the combat mechanic was actually really fun, but the writing and how the writing affected the combat mechanic rubbed me the wrong way. And the writing is supposed to be the best part of the game, and I know not to
That's
me.
what I've heard. Yeah.
Because
Well, I
like,
mean,
yeah,
spoiler alert. Didn't I confirm with at least one of you guys, maybe even both of you, previously, that the game is essentially just all about trying to show you that violence is bad and you should be a pacifist?
yeah,
Okay.
Showing
Yeah.
you
yeah. Feel bad about
video
killing.
game people.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's not even like just a pacifist thing, because that could be done well. It's specifically a thing of video game people have feelings too, and you should feel bad for the amount of them that you're killing.
That's okay. That's stupid. Yeah, I don't think I would enjoy this game.
And like, imagine, and then the writing was like, when was that game released? Tapia, do you
Oh,
remember?
God. Like
It was
2013 or something like
I want to
that?
say
14
2016.
or 15, because I
Okay.
remember as soon as it came out, watching Matt and Wooly. Well, I didn't watch it, but Matt and Wooly were playing it, and I was at the time I was like, Undertale, what the hell is that? Okay,
Right.
they just picked some out of nowhere game that no one cares about. Okay, boy, was I wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe for that first minute it was unheard of, but then, boy, then suddenly everyone was talking about how great the stupid skeleton characters were and everything else.
Yeah, so like, imagine like that game is written like 2015 Tumblr blogs a bit,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
and like, there were moments where I was like, hey, that was a nice moment, and then and then character moments just didn't happen, or the characters weren't written in a way that was engaging to me, which
Yeah, makes
obviously an
sense.
objective thing, but still.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And so
follow.
like, or not objective, subjective, whatever words.
Well,
So yeah,
yeah.
there's a big
Subjective
difference.
yeah, they're complete antonyms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that they're antonyms, because your subjective opinion can
Objective
be
and
the same.
subjective, they're generally considered pretty opposite
Yeah, they're
viewpoints.
antonyms.
Yeah,
They can call
they mean
they
two
can
very different. Go ahead, W.
your subjective opinion, your objective opinion, and your subjective tastes can co-align. Certainly, I would
Right.
say Schindler's List is the best movie of all time. I also love it. Well, there we go. They co-align, but that, broadly speaking, I would say that they are antonyms in terms of one is this is the facts. This is how things are. I can be right or wrong. The other is this is just my take. This is just my taste. This cannot be right or wrong.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Well, yeah. Yeah.
Like,
I've been argued too much with. Ted argued with me too much.
It's always the classic thing with Ted is like, just say like, I don't care if it's good or bad, I just like it, and generally speaking that will shut him up, and if it doesn't, bring up Kevin Nash and then he'll shut up.
I used to really bang him about Transformers, because I remember there was one quote he made once that I was just like, you really actually just said that. I'm not going to let you live that down, which was something like, those are great movies.
Yeah,
it's like,
he
under
said that.
what possible metric are those great movies? Go ahead, W. What?
I remember very distinctly, like 8 or so years ago. It was a while ago.
Yeah,
he would vocally advocate for both Transformers and Big Bang Theory, and he won't really advocate for either now.
He matured.
I think it's a little bit of that. I think it's also, for one thing, the overexposure thing. He got overexposed to people saying those were the worst movies and the worst TV shows, so he got overexposed.
Yeah.
And
probably.
I think there's another aspect there in that Ted is big on like seeing himself as a champion of the working class and so on. And it's easy to say that those are both working class entertainment that your hoity-toity rich boy critics would look down on. And in that case, I could see him being very strongly opinionated on it in terms of, well, let me just thumb my nose at the academics who think they're so much better than us, right?
To an extent, that's an understandable argument. It's just weird to want to be that champion, I guess. It's just weird to care that much, to me, at least, about what other movies other people like. I don't know. Go ahead.
That it is a bit weird to care that much about that kind of thing. But with that said, I mean, if he's gonna pick like working class entertainment to champion, there's better stuff, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can be working class without being shit. I mean, Transformers is like, I mean, talking about subjective, objective. I think that there are probably a lot of like criteria with which to judge how poor those movies are. so to say that they're great, I mean, he can say he was greatly entertained by them, but I would still rank him on that too. But it's like, I think it was literally something along the lines of, people give Michael Bay too much shit, Transformers. So what if, whatever. So they're not, like you said, so they're not pieces of art, whatever. They're still highly entertaining or something along those lines. And it's like, oof, man, you're
But
defending those like you've lost all future rights to defend anything
yeah,
good.
Mike, doesn't Ted love like the original Transformers cartoon?
I know he grew up with it, so I'm assuming he did.
He
Okay,
definitely
I think
does.
so
He definitely
yeah,
loves it.
that's a
yeah.
funny juxtaposition then, because like he loves that cartoon and then loves also the butchering of it. I
Yeah, I was never very close to
think-
the cartoon, but my understanding is the movie was really like a disservice to the cartoon. So I don't know how you could
Yes.
like them both.
and then
I think
yeah,
by now he'd broadly agree, and he'd probably cite that as one of the big things wrong with the movies.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then on the other hand,
oh
like
no!
oh no,
You all right?
the toes got
I
freed.
just fell to my death.
Are
But
you
yeah.
still,
The
like,
toes,
I
the
thought
toes
you
did
beat,
get freed. So
Oh no,
I thought you beat the final. Are you still playing Elden Ring?
yeah.
yeah, I bounced off the final boss, so I went to go fight the secret boss, which is why I said she
Oh,
has
you
toe
did.
armor.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned fighting secret bosses earlier. I almost thought that was a joke. I guess so. I didn't know that you were actually legitimately going out and finding secret bosses to
But
fight.
yeah,
All right,
so
fair enough.
so for the funny juxtaposition, like I'm not the biggest fan of Transformers as an IP. I didn't mind the cartoon when I watched it. I don't like those movies. They're bad.
I saw the first one. I thought it was absolute garbage.
I
I
saw the
was
first
almost
two.
embarrassed. Yeah, well, I heard the second one was the worst one.
Is it the second one or the first one where they go to like the plane museum and then the Decepticons are there for some
Second
reason?
one.
Okay, so yeah, I
so
did see the
I'm
second one.
glad W had the answer because I was about to say I literally don't even remember the majority of the first movie. Yeah, like it was just
The only part I
wash
remember,
of who
the only
cares.
the only part I remember from the first movie is Sam's happy alone time. And
I don't remember that either.
for some reason, I still remember the full name of that character, Sam Witwicky. He haunts
Yes.
my days.
Oh,
Same
such
name
a
in the cartoon.
stupid name. Really? Wow. I think
Yeah.
I'd actually pointed that out to me once before. You're right. It
But
was like,
yeah,
don't you
Right.
remember that? And I was like, I never really was that close to Transformers, so I wouldn't remember that.
but yeah. So the freaking like the Sam's happy alone time is he's in a dorm and his parents visit and he's trying to hide he's trying to hide a smart Decepticon.
Yeah, the female transformer that can transform into a human starts raping him, right?
Yeah, something like that. And
Really?
then his parents come in and they think he was jerking off, and his mom is like, oh no, it's fine.
With a woman on
Everyone does
top
it.
of him?
Yeah,
Everything about what you guys are saying is stupid. If this
I don't
was in the
disagree.
first Transformers,
yes.
God, I'm glad I don't remember it.
No, this was the second one. This was in the second
Oh, that was the second one?
Okay.
Shit.
Yes.
See, they blur together because they're
Even-
crap.
Even people who liked the first one hated the second one.
That's what I heard. Yeah, the second one was supposed to have been like I don't know what they could have possibly done so differently to make.
I guess
the
I
second
don't
one
remember any part of
worse.
the first one then.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bumblebee taking a piss on the FBI agent.
I don't even remember that. I remember the
How does
racist
he even
robots.
oh God! Here I'm about to ask. How is he taking a piss? It's a robot, but if fucking who cares? Who cares?
Mike, do you remember the racist robots?
Yes. I actually do. At least from the movie, I remember one of them. Like, isn't it called like I don't know, like Slow Jam or Rap Boy or like some kind of ethnic name? And
No,
he
it's
like
two
this,
of them. There's two of them.
There's two of them. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I only remember the one. Okay. What are their names? Can you guys
I
remember?
don't remember.
Like what? Like isn't it one of them like Jive Talk or some bullshit
Well,
like
one of
that?
them
Like,
is
so on the nose.
Well,
They both do.
Mike, I remembered. One of them is Vastov and the other is Screen Time.
What?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Were they?
One of them is voiced by the same guy who voices SpongeBob, by the way.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah.
That. And he played like a thug robot.
Yeah, it was Skids and Wheelie, I want to say.
Skids and Wheelie. I'm thinking of a totally different character then. I remember in the first Transformers there was like a total like ethnic black stereotype character.
Yes, you're thinking of Jazz because
Jazz.
because I remember in the original '80s cartoon, Jazz was voiced by Scatman Crothers, who
okay.
Also played the dude in The Shining.
Yes, he did.
He gets an axe in the chest.
Yes, he does. All he wanted to do was calmly watch TV with his Nubian black African princess naked woman behind it. He was just chilling. And then he gets a call from a stupid psychic little boyfriend who calls him over to get killed. What a waste.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't even remember how we got here. All right, Undertale. So yeah.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. I always love going back from A to B to C, wondering how the path turns out.
so yeah, like my thing with Undertale is that it's I would argue it's a bit overrated. I guess I don't know because
I mean, from everything I've heard about it, I would definitely say it's oh wait, I'm sorry. Did you say underrated?
Over.
No. Oh God, could you imagine?
Yeah.
A game that's frequently called by internet nerds the greatest game of all time. Underrated, you know?
Yeah.
I kind of didn't think you said that, but then like in my mind, I think when you said overrated, my mind combined overrated with Undertale, and I was like, wait a minute, you didn't say underrated, did you? Yeah, okay.
But yeah, like there are good parts to it, but the message that the game is trying to push ruins the good parts to me, and then the music is fine if you like that kind of music. That's pretty much it. Like I don't like chiptune music usually, so I didn't get to enjoy that either.
Music if it's actually a good tune. Yeah, that's I don't mind the quote instruments, but it has to at least be like a catchy tune.
Yeah, I mean,
the only thing I like about Undertale is Megalovania. So
I flip flop with that song because I before I played Undertale, I actually liked it, and then I played Undertale, and I was like, this song sucks, and then it became a meme, and then it became then it went away.
Pope.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, you didn't hear about this?
Someone played a song from Undertale for the Pope?
Yes, and then he did a Jedi duel. I mean, okay, the Jedi duel part is...
One part of that is a lie. Figure out which one.
I don't know where to jump off of this, but yeah, okay.
The Jedi duel part is not real, but they actually did play... They actually did play Megalovania to the Pope, and he smiled.
Why was this done?
Like, to entertain him.
But I mean, like, was it like, oh, because this game is so wonderful and it's all about
well, he owns the game.
Caring about people, or
he owns the game. Yes.
Really?
Technically speaking, you gotta clarify that shit.
Well, yeah. What are the details here? This is you guys clearly know all about this.
The love of your life, Pat, went over to the Popes and gave him a copy of Undertale.
Yes. The guy who does the stupid game theory videos where he says Mario's a communist because he wears red.
That
guy, for whatever reason, got to visit the Pope.
Yeah, I'm already kind of stuck on that point. Yeah, like how does one just go visit the Pope? But okay, go on.
Yeah. And then when you visit, well, it's not only that. When you visit the Pope, you're supposed to give him a gift because whatever. The Pope also has
really? I didn't know that was a thing. You're supposed to fucking get like he's not God. He's just a guy.
I don't
get got the hotline.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, that's the excuse.
But yeah,
I mean, doesn't the Bible? Where's soon? Like, doesn't the Bible say something about like not worshiping
That is
false
an
idols?
argument unto itself, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have just pulled open the whole Catholic Protestant dispute.
Let's not.
Go ahead, keep going.
Because Soon or Ted or any of the other Christian guys on the forum would say, yes, the Pope should not be getting gifts. Because that's what Martin Luther put on the board of the fucking church.
There you go.
500 years ago.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not insane about this. It's like, okay, well, like, I mean, are we supposed to get down and worship the guy too? Because we do that, and it's like he's not God. Whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so either way.
And Europe was never the same again.
So yeah, either way. When you visit the Pope, you're supposed to give him a gift. So
that's just
so the Pope has like a shit ton of like, for example,
like presents on a corner.
Well, yes, but like the weirdest one that I know of is the Pope has a set of like high quality samurai swords that he can't use. He's not allowed to use it, even though he should. I would actually pay to watch the Pope do sword katas.
He's not allowed to use them.
Well, I don't think so,
because of his own like popal teachings.
Well, no, it's in the Bible it says that you're not supposed to like wield weapons. So.
Oh, okay.
You know, I don't think he can actually like wield them, but it would be fucking
like,
sick
can you
if he
even,
did.
like, pick them up?
Yeah.
It'd be cool to see the Pope holding a katana.
I mean, the thing is, from what I understand, every time you visit the Pope, you're supposed to give him something. And Dr. Masamune used to be like, who is my like historical husband, though I guess. He was the emissary or whatever for Japan. So I'm assuming, since the guy is known for having a shit ton of swords, I'm assuming the Pope also has a shit ton of swords.
He probably does.
And I just really
can't get over the fact that you're supposed to just gift the guy. You're just expected to, like, that is like the most selfish, like just like, oh, I'm just so great, you know. Why don't you kiss my foot while you're here, and you know,
that is
and suck
almost
my
certainly
dick.
a 1,000-year-long tradition, right?
I know,
there.
right? Yeah, that sounds very
'Cause
antiquated. Yeah.
That probably goes back to, like, you know, Leopold, 5th King of Lombardy, wishing to bribe the Pope into giving him another church or whatever.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree.
But so anyway, so yes, Matt visited the Pope, and because he's supposed to give him a gift, he was like, "Hey, Undertale."
And so he gave him like is that
He
game
gave him
available on all day? Like, how
no, he gave him a USB. He gave him a copy of on USB.
On USB.
Can the game be played on USB?
No, well,
No.
he could install it,
so
I
the
guess.
idea was that he would transfer it onto the PC, I
Computer.
guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Assuming that he has a computer, I don't know if
the
Popes do or not.
I mean, the current Pope has like a Christian metal album, so you know.
He's also not joking about that. I listened to that album for just a
so
little.
Did I.
The
so
new
did I.
Pope has a Christian
the current Pope.
album?
Yeah, Pope Francis.
Well, it's a variety
Christian
album.
rock. It's Christian rock.
It's a variety
Christian
album.
rock. That's definitely a little bit different.
But I really want it to be Christian metal. Like I want him to do screamo while there's people like Gregorian chanting in the background in Latin.
Jesus loves you.
Yeah.
Okay. That'd be pretty awesome, actually.
I mean, look, I'm giggling at the idea of the Pope in like full regalia, sitting at a computer and just tapping away at a keyboard.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to imagine how he would even play the damn game.
I'm imagining that instead of a PC, there's a big cross that he unfolds, and in one of like the top part houses the monitor, and then the bottom part is the actual tower, and then the sides of the cross, one side is the keyboard, the other is the mouse.
Yeah. The papal PC.
Yeah.
There you go.
The P in PC stands for papal.
Yeah. The papal computer. There you go.
Yes.
That's right. The papal computer. Very good.
The bat computer.
The bat computer. The Pope's probably got one of those somewhere too, apparently. Like, what is like? All right, I'm just so stuck on this. Why even just when you train to become a pope, when you're whatever, I don't know all the terms and everything like that.
Mike,
when you're like a
I don't think
just hang on one second.
Okay, go ahead.
When you're in training to become a pope or whatever, like, isn't the whole idea that you live a humble life where you like give up all possessions that you don't need? Yeah. Well, what's the Pope doing having a bunch of gifts? Like, what?
He is technically supposed to live a humble life.
That's what I thought. If anything, if he's supposed to be like again, the non-idol version of, you know, God's messenger or whatever the hell he's supposed to be, like, should he not be the most humble, the most meager? You know, should he not be like sleeping in a bed of straw in like a little tiny room to show to people, you know, God's messages of, you know, again, humility and a lack of pride and everything else? Like, what's he doing with like fancy robes and big stupid hats and demanding gifts from people? Like, what a fucking mixed message. You know, and again, by the way, let's pray to this guy. Let's worship this guy as if he's a living God. But let's not, you know, idolatry is wrong. Shrug. Okay, I guess. Call me confused. So,
boy, Mike, if you want to hear about this, I'm sure you could ask Ted at any point. He could give you a fucking. I'm sure Ted has already written this thing, and he just keeps it in like a box somewhere,
waiting to whip it out whenever someone happens to ask.
50 million reasons why the Pope is the worst.
I'm surprised. Kind of.
I want that to be a thing now. The cope.
The cope.
The Pope must cope with what I'm going.
The Pope must cope with what I'm going to
Do.
To start a
God.
rap album.
Just make a rap diss against the Pope.
Someone needs to. Someone probably already has.
But yeah, what I was going to say is that like we can only explain so much because like technically I'm supposed to be Catholic, but I'm not, and
You're not practicing then.
Well, I was baptized as
Catholic.
yeah,
well.
good.
Yeah, my family was Catholic as well.
But do you practice?
Do I?
Oh
no.
hell no!
No,
no.
no.
Not since I was like 2.
Yeah, I never did. I like it. I was baptized as Catholic, and then I just left it at that as that. I know.
It's like, well, I'm Catholic, I guess. There it is.
No, no. I mean, if like it, I guess right now the best way I could describe it is that like I'm taste-leaning agnostic, I guess. But that's just because like in case I'm wrong, I don't want to piss anyone off.
Yeah, someone. I think it might have been Knight. Knight made a comment in passing just a couple months ago, or maybe a little bit longer. I can't even remember what he was saying, but he made a passing comment about something like, "Yeah, well, that's why people who are kind of dumb, float to being agnostic or whatever, blah blah blah." And it's like, does he not remember that I'm agnostic? That's kind of a shitty thing to say, But I
was
let it
just
go.
like, I think it was just a little goofy thing of like, eh.
I couldn't without remembering the context. I can't remember exactly what it was that he said, but he just had kind of like a little sideways slam against religions that aren't the ones that he believes in, and he mentioned agnostics as one of them, and I'm like, I don't really understand why anyone would have I'm not an atheist. I'm not saying that God doesn't exist. It's like and again, it wasn't to me or directed at me or anything like that, but I am just wondering. It's like did he say that fully remembering and knowing that I myself am agnostic? Because if so, that was kind of a shitty thing to say. But regardless, doesn't matter.
But yeah, like pretty much all I know about being Catholic is that like I know my patron saint, and that's about it.
I don't even know how patron saints work. I don't.
Me neither. I know how I know how they were supposed to work in like.
You choose one like a Pokemon.
Yeah. funny you say that because like my patron saint is fucking Saint Francis of Assisi.
Patron saint of mine would be Saint Francis. Yeah, that's what I would pick.
Patron saint of merchants and animals.
Animals. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. That's who I would choose. I'm not joking at all. When we had when I was with my ex of 5 years, who was not the stripper, we had a wonderful pet rat that was like the sweetest little critter that we'd ever had. We had never realized that rats could ever be so sweet. She was loving and affectionate, would sleep with us and groom us, and sadly rats don't live very long. She lived about 2.5 years, and we were really broke up when she died. It really hurt. She was like a family member, and I saw online a way to commemorate her. It was and I still have it. I'm within 5 feet of I'm looking right at it. It's a little golden like little medallion that on the backside we inscribed with her death date, rest in peace. And on the front side it is a molded a stamped image of a textured, I don't know what the word is, molded, whatever texture, image of Saint Francis to commemorate that we bought this medallion and he is the patron saint of animals. And I actually, many years ago, I actually got a St. Francis medallion because I thought that was really cool.
Yeah. For me, it's just funny how that turned out, because I am like, judging by how my life has been and how I interacted with people when I actually was capable of doing stuff like that. I do tend to be pretty mercantile, and I'm also a furry. So thanks God.
I wasn't even thinking of that. Yes, I don't quite go in that direction, but yeah.
But yeah, for me, it's just a funny coincidence.
The patron saint of animal sex fetishes.
Yeah, being a furry is not strictly a sex fetish. For some people, it is.
You know more about it than I do. All I know is that there's a lot of them out there that are into that.
Yeah, there's a distressing amount of people who are into that.
Yes, I would say distressing is a good word for it. I mean, it's fine if somebody wants to dress up as a penguin and have sex with somebody who's dressed up as a walrus, whatever. Put ketchup on your fries, mustard on your sandwiches,
people don't have sex in fursuits because they cost too much.
What do?
Well,
they just have regular sex. They don't.
Yes.
Like, how are you a furry if you don't dress as a furry?
Well, no. Technically, being a furry is a hobby, and the thing is, it's very fucking ill-defined, and people who are like, usually when race gets brought up, it's people arguing that it's very complicated of those arguments.
That's probably best just leave it at that.
Yeah, so basically it's a hobby that's very ill defined, and it's mostly just like, hey, do creative stuff surrounding this aesthetic choice of anthropomorphic animals. Then there are people who are into that shit, and there's two kinds of those people who just look at the furry porn, and people who have mersuits. Mersuits are fursuits designed specifically so you can actually fuck in them.
Okay.
Now fursuits, most people don't even have fursuits to begin with, because good fursuit costs somewhere between $1,000 and the night sky dollars.
Okay.
So like,
oh, I've got night sky in my pocket.
Yeah, that's the point, that it, like limitless amount of money could be spent on that shit.
Right.
And so, yeah. Other
and
than
then
that,
there's the other group, and the less said about them, the better, apparently.
Well, the mersuiters are usually looked down upon because they give normal furries a bad rep.
I just love the term normal furries. No offense. It's just funny that that's like saying the normal foot fetishists, fetishists
there.
are, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, yeah, it's just funny that, like, someone who's into something that's already considered fringe is upset by the even more fringe version of that fringe. I just find it funny that there's like this arguing subculture of these, it's like, you give furries a bad name. It's like, I thought furries themselves gave furries a bad name.
Yeah,
not that I'm saying it's
recently.
bad, but because everyone seems to hate furries. I don't
I mean,
really
not recently. They don't really give themselves a bad name recently. Like, technically, like now it's gone the other way, where the smallest like inconvenience is blown up into like, oh no, people are going to hate us even more now for nothing. Like, recently there was a thing where a group of I want to say it was 14, but that's just a meme. I think it was 19. Whatever. I think it was 19 people got together and jerked off on a pizza at a convention, and they posted about it and then threw it out. Now, obviously that's gross, and
yeah.
But now this is where the outrage comes in, because that story has gotten into those people jerked off on that pizza and then put it out into the convention center, so anybody could eat it, and they didn't tell anybody that it could be that it had cum on it, and they also didn't throw it out, and one of the cleaning people had to throw it out, which is not true.
Okay, I was gonna ask. Yeah, okay.
Like, from what I understand, what happened was the people did the deed, and then they made the gross out post about it on Twitter, and then they threw it out, which is bad enough. But like that's the thing, we don't need to embellish it even more when it's bad enough.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
And then like just that thing isn't particularly like it's not a furry thing. Like this could have been done by frat boys,
Yeah, it seems like the type that would. Yeah.
I mean, just
Alex, do you have an opinion on all of this?
He's dying to Margit.
Margit, I did decide, fuck it, and started a new character, so I've not hit Margit yet, though.
I guess Eddie must know what you're talking about, because I sure don't.
I'm throwing at random names that I heard in regards to Elden Ring, and hoping it's right.
All I know is he said something about a Margit, and I guess that's a person or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so basically with the whole furry thing is that, like, it's like, I'd say for like it depends on the person. For some reason, for some people it is a fetish. For other people it's a coping mechanism.
Yeah,
and then
I can understand that.
And then there's also people who just really like the aesthetic and they go with it. Those people are the luckiest, because they get to actually just like be like, hey, I'm not furry anymore, and they just leave, and that's good. I wish I could do that.
Dabble, yeah. I see what you mean.
Like, I use it for me it's a coping mechanism, and yeah, shit sucks.
Well, everyone's got their coping mechanisms. At least you're not doing acid like corn.
Yeah.
What you're doing is probably healthier than that.
I mean,
I love corn,
in
but
a way, I
everyone has
guess.
seen how I. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying in a way, I guess it's healthier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you're not like actively doing things to destroy your body.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
dropping acid isn't just gonna like turn around and kill you, but it's like when he talks about like, yeah, I just love getting fucked up. It's like, just dude, wouldn't it be better if you didn't though? I don't
Just
know.
don't, idiot.
Yeah, sometimes I want to just tell him that. It's like, dude, just stop. Just don't do that. There are better things you could be doing that are probably just as fun, if not more so, that won't fuck you up. But it's like, oh, but your goal is to be fucked up. Well, how the hell do I argue somebody out of that one? All right, have fun, I guess.
Yeah.
This is out of nowhere, but I've been hungry for a while. I need to grab something to eat.
All right.
So
Probably
Bon
want to
appetit.
wrap things up at some point. So me and Eddie should probably start hitting what we've done in the past week. I mean, like, it's, don't get me wrong, it's fun talking to you guys, but I got schoolwork I'd like to get ahead of because I don't want to do too much schoolwork on Easter.
Well, we've been on for a while. I was just gonna say that I was just gonna hop off now and let you guys talk, and then I will save this I will save the recording in case something happens to yours, Addy.
All right.
And then I will let you guys wrap up, only because I don't want to. I feel bad running abruptly, but it's like I've been kind of putting it off, and it's like, well, I really kind of need to eat.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't had a proper night's sleep in like 3 days.
You should, yeah. Maybe you guys should end this soon and go to bed then. To be
Nah,
perfectly
sleep is for the
honest.
weak.
Yeah,
I wish I was joking about my body rejects sleep, and I need to make it like more drowsy before I can actually sleep. It sucks.
Take some sleeping pills, although those tend to make me more
I
drowsy.
can't take pills because of epilepsy.
Oh, okay. Don't do that then. Well, I will step away then and let you guys wrap up. You can go ahead and say whatever you want to say about me when I'm not around, I guess, and maybe
that mic sure stinks.
He smells. I can smell him through the computer. My God!
Saying that I stink is a lot nicer than what you said earlier. If you said that, I would have had a problem.
Oh boy.
But anyway, yeah, it's been fun. And again, I don't mean to bail so suddenly, but you guys, maybe you might want to still talk for a while, and just I need you to eat sooner or later, because not too long from now I need to get ready to go to that karaoke thing later on. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. So I will say to both of you the same thing I said to Soon. Sorry about the drama. But it has nonetheless
happens.
been fun.
I brought it.
No, you didn't bring it. How did that even get started? You started it, W. I mean, technically, I started it. To be fair, by saying something that bothered you guys, but I didn't realize that the stuff that I said bothered you guys. And W, you reacted very strongly. Yeah,
it's Marilyn Monroe's fault. It's Marilyn Monroe's fault.
Well, see, I'm happy just blaming her then, yeah, because it was like I called her a bad name, and you were like, "Well, you shouldn't do that." I'm like, "Well, it fits," and and then that's when everything went sideways for a half hour. So, we'll just leave it at that. Marilyn Monroe is dead.
Yeah, Marilyn Monroe tried to ruin our friendship.
Men. Yeah, she's did. Evil. See, she's there's just another reason for me not to like her. But yeah, go ahead, guys. Have fun. I will talk to you soon, and I guess I'm just gonna bail, and I'll cut my recording here. Again, let me know if something happens with your recording. I'll provide you with at least the majority of it, everything up to this point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. See you guys.
Right. See ya.
W.
What'd you call
Alex.
Me? What?
I'm waiting for you to say goodbye to me like a good friend would.
I said see ya. You're gonna have to accept that.
Oh, I didn't hear you. You were muted or something, or you said it under your breath with much spite. One of the two.
See ya. Goodbye.
All right, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Later, man.
See ya.
So yeah.
There we go. Oh boy, now we need to. What'd you do?
Many things. So, where to start? Let's see. Slay the Spire is good.
All right, I have heard good things.
Slay the Spire is still good.
Yes, I remember you being a big fan of it the first time.
Yeah.
Deck builder, right?
Yes, it's a deck builder roguelite, and I would say it's my favorite roguelike, just overall, probably because it being a card game, it is more intuitive to me for it to be a roguelike, because card games are pretty much inherently roguelikes.
Yeah, it's a lot of here's what you got, it's random, deal with it, and then followed it up with you lose everything, start over.
Yeah. And I've beaten the game once with all of the characters except the fourth one, which was added after I started playing the game. And I don't know what the story is supposed to be so far. There's stones that I need to gather with the fourth character and then take them to the ending of the game, and something may happen. I'm not sure. I haven't actually done it yet because I always get shitty pulls. It sucks. The fourth one is my favorite character too, because when you get going, like, she is a big snowbally character where if you can get going, then you can kill even bosses in one turn. But if you don't get going, then you die to the like smallest shittiest mob. It sucks when that happens. But yeah, so then what else did I do for video games? Let's see. I didn't tell you about beating Katamari, I don't think. But yeah, I did beat Katamari. It was fun.
Which one?
Damacy.
Which one? Damacy. Okay, yes, that is the one that I have also beaten. That is a damn good game. Though it did bug me that having like a free mode where you could roll over the, like, get continent sized. For one thing, they only had one level where you could get like continent sized, which I understand because that one's a big special scale and you don't want to burn that just on nothing. But it did kind of bug me that unlocking the free mode for that is behind so much craziness. But other than that, yes, that is a phenomenal classic of the PS2, probably one of my favorite PS2 games.
Yeah, it didn't get released over here originally, so this was the first time that yeah.
Huh, alright.
Me and my Katamari was released, I think, though. But I didn't have a PSP.
That was the PSP one, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, and I didn't have a PSP.
You didn't get We Love Katamari either.
I think maybe we got that one too as well. I forget.
Huh,
but yeah, this was the first.
You just missed the first one.
Well, technically yes, but I also just I didn't get to play the We Love Katamari either. Like, I personally didn't get to play it.
Yeah, I get you.
So yeah, this was the first time that I played it, and the controls were more intuitive than I thought they would be.
Yes, when you look at that control scheme for the first time, you're like, who designed this? Then after one level, you're like, I get it.
But it still took me until like the second to last level to figure out how turning worked. So that was funny.
Turning is a bit rough, but like once you get used to like that and the building up the dash, the ability to flip to the other side of the Katamari, all that, like you can pull off crazy stuff.
Yeah, then I got used to all of those fairly easily. It's just turning that I couldn't do for some reason.
Yeah, turning. Well, especially because turning is often quite slow. It's slower than you expect.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But so yeah, that was fun. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you real quick, was there like one particular level that you really liked, or was there like a particular object or a character, I guess animal or whatever, that bugged the shit out of you or something?
I usually didn't like the sumo people because even when I was their size, they wouldn't get picked up. For some reason.
Specialty of sumo wrestlers when you think about it.
Yeah.
And if you can get easily picked up by a dude that's even your own size as a sumo wrestler, you're a shit sumo wrestler.
I suppose so. And then I don't remember which level it was, but there was a level that I had to play through 4 times before I could actually finish it, and the music for it was "You Are Smart." And yeah, I understand why people hate "You Are Smart" now. Like,
it's got so much good music, but I feel like I do remember. Yeah, there's a mid-level one that's just like, what the fuck?
I mean, like, "You Are Smart" would be better if it wasn't so monotone, but it is. Or like, I don't even know what my problem is with it, because I deleted it from my memory banks aside from the chorus.
personally have no memory of it. I don't recall there
It's
being a
just
song
like
called "You Are Smart."
I don't know if it's called "You Are Smart," but the chorus or like most of the music that I remember is just like ambient bleep loops is the best I can describe it, and then a robot goes, "You are smart,"
I don't even
with
remember
the
that. That's...
intervals.
I
So
may
yeah,
have purged it from my memory out of annoyance.
I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that I beat Tiny Tina's One Shot Wonderland, whatever the fuck, the Borderlands 2 DLC that was released as a separate game as well.
Yeah.
I beat that game, and I finally had fun with the Borderlands game, with like an actual Borderlands game that's not Tales.
Oh, did they include the Borderlands 3 advancements like sliding and rolling and so on?
No, but here's the thing. I went with a character that I didn't give a go to before because of their aesthetics, because like I don't like how the Necromancer looked. Like the idea of just like small schoolgirl with a mech just didn't appeal to me.
Yeah.
But then I was like, hey, I played as Krieg, I played as Zero. I don't care about any of the other characters who are available in Borderlands 2.
Yeah, yeah. You look at the main dude Axel or whatever, and it's like, hey, it's less interesting Roland. Great.
Yeah. And so I played as her, and the Necromancer fits like a glove. She is very well fitting with how I play the game, cause like she has a skill tree called let me check. Actually, the skill tree is called Ordered Chaos, and that whole thing
is it the stack building one?
Yes, it's the one where every time you reload, you lose accuracy but gain power.
Yes.
And it's the most fun the way to play the game for me, because there's a point like around 300 stacks. There's a point where the game stops being Borderlands and starts being Doom, especially if you're playing with a shotgun like I am. And then while playing Doom, you also have a stand, because why not?
Yeah. Yeah, I always wondered that. Like, that's a kind of an odd ability to give to the chick whose gimmick is that she can summon.
Yeah, I mean, the gimmick makes it easier for me to actually like play the game, because it means that not everyone is aggro to me all the time.
Yeah.
And like it's one of those things where like I honestly liked it enough. Okay, technically that's another thing I did, but I liked this enough to actually re-download Borderlands 2, and now I'm playing through the game on True Vault Hunter with Gage. Like I beat the game with her normally, and now I'm doing True Vault Hunter.
Nice.
Yeah, like I honestly Go ahead.
You're definitely right that Borderlands is a game that differs a lot depending on whether or not you find the character is actually for you. Because just speaking from my own personal experience, there have been times where I've tried Borderlands and just not gotten into it, and I couldn't put my finger on it. And to be honest, a lot of those times were because I was playing some character I didn't like. But when I go back and think on it, the best time I ever had with Borderlands was playing online multiplayer with randos of all people as medic Roland, and I thought that was hilarious as Roland, just going around shooting my teammates to make them better. You know?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I honestly think with this, like, if we could find all of us a character in one of these games, we could even have fun with them. But like, I don't know how we do that in the same game, because like, for me, I like Gage, but I don't know. I haven't gone to the pre-sequel yet and given Wilhelm a go, because Wilhelm can also summon, but doesn't have the stack building thing that I like. And so it's missing half of the character that I like. And then, oh wait, I need to look into whether or not fucking the Handsome Jack clone has the stack building, because that could work. Whatever, either way. So yeah,
the character who should be able to do it'd be him.
Yeah. But like at the same time, that like I don't know if there would be a character that you or Pinkfoot like in this game. Then again, I don't know how y'all play this game, so that's another thing.
In Borderlands 2, I think the most fun I had was picking the weirdo perks as Krieg. Because I wanted to make him a melee-focused character, much the same as I made Brick a melee-focused character. But I don't remember him being super effective with that, and melee in Borderlands just feels bad anyways.
Yeah. From what I remember, you're supposed to build Krieg on melee on the basis that you'll get downed and then get back up immediately.
Yeah. That's when I looked at Krieg's pool of perks. It looked like all the best stuff he had was the suicide bomb when you get downed perks.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, and that's so this is where I go into balance. So there is actual balance differences between Tiny Tino's Wonderland, whatever, a separate thing, and the actual game of Borderlands 2, in that because that's a separate release that they made recently, they rebalanced the whole game and put it in as an easy mode, which means that leveling doesn't fucking take 5 million ages.
Yeah, that was I think one of my biggest issues with Borderlands is the leveling is the most appealing part of this game, and leveling takes forever.
Yeah. And so like I'm having a lot less fun playing Borderlands 2 than I did the one shot separately, just because of this balancing difference. Because like easy mode also makes it so you take less damage, which I can do without. But I would like to actually like get 2 ability points every level instead of 1, because it makes my life a lot easier.
And it makes character building more fun.
Yeah.
Because what's the most fun part of all those crazy RPGs with all those crazy perks? Coming up with crazy nutso build ideas. Like how would this act with this? And so on.
Yeah, like right now, because I'm doing a second playthrough with the same character, I have ordered Chaos pretty much maxed. Like I'm only missing 2 perks from the whole tree, because they don't work with what I'm trying to go for. I'm also made it so all of my shots bounce. So if I miss someone with a shotgun, the shots ricochet off of everything, even the air, and hit them.
That's amazing.
And also, I usually use Jacob's shotguns or things with low, like whatchamacallit, magazines. So I pretty much always have a full mag, and I get 2% health per sec regen when I have a full mag.
Huh.
Also, my summon doesn't go away if it can kill people. Like, the more people it kills, the longer it stays.
Huh. Does Gage get faster recharge speed for her thing than most characters do?
It does seem so, yes.
Okay, I was about to say, because like for a lot of them, it's a big part of the character, but it was often something you only got to use once in a blue moon, it felt.
Yeah.
Like that's why I could never stick with Salvador, even though Salvador, it's like, oh sweet, it's a Mexican dwarf dual wielding assault rifles. Then it's like, well, he only dual wields like once a year, so feels great when you do though.
Yeah, I also dislike that with Zero, because the last time I played through this game, I was playing a Zero, which like I feel like that I should have realized that I would like Gage faster, just because like all the 2 or 3 characters that I played Borderlands through it all have had decoy abilities. One of them literally had dash trap, because like I play in pre-sequel I played both Handsome Jack and Claptrap, and Claptrap's ability is copying everyone else, which means that he can also get dash trap.
Huh.
And like that's what made me actually give Gage a try, because I remembered, hey, I mostly like playing as Claptrap when he'd get the summon. So what if I just go with the person who got the summon originally? But yeah. And the balance for the new game plus, I guess, like technically they say that this is the proper game, and like that's the thing. Oh yeah, because of how the game works. Technically, if we can get people together who own the Handsome Collection on PS4, I could just boost y'all to levels where we can play the game normally. Like that's the thing, because I'm learning how to play the game alone. I can just not die and then do the missions with y'all there, and then you get all of the experience and power level.
Yes. You'd have to go back a little bit, I think, because Borderlands beefs up the amount of damage that enemies deal and take whenever you're with players. But yeah, it could definitely work.
Yeah, we just need a group of people who own the game. Yeah.
Like the strategy in Pokemon, when you've got some Pokemon you want to grind up, just go and beat your regular, like the Pokemon that your strongest Pokemon in the party can match. But make sure to tag in the Pokemon you want to level up just for a single turn, and then tag them back out so they'll get counted as part of it.
Not even that. Like in the later Pokemon, it's just, hey, here's the Pokemon I like. I'm gonna beat some like people who are much lower level senseless, so all of my other Pokemon can level up faster. I did that with Charizard in X, because like I had my team were Charizard and Breakshen, or I think that was the name of the wolf Pokemon, or not wolf, fox Pokemon that they had in that.
Fuck.
Yeah, you cut out.
What'd you call me? Oh, you said wolf fox, but you said it too quick because you're correcting yourself. So it sounded like you said the wolf fox.
I mean, look, I've seen too much.
We're all just living up to our stereotypes today.
Yes. So anyway. Oh yeah, so what I did is that whenever there would be a single battle, it was just Charizard, and whenever it was a double battle, it was just the two fire type Pokemon that I had, and then everyone else got power level through them. Their power inspired them to kill people faster, I guess.
Do more, kill more faster.
But yeah, I wish like Borderlands 2 was fun like before I have 300 stacks too, though, because like the initial getting.
I understand that.
Because the initial getting the stacks up after I get killed is very painful, and oftentimes it is the reason that I die a lot, because I make one mistake once and then I lose all of my 400 stacks that is the max with this character. I lose all of my stacks and I respawn with none.
Doesn't Gage even like scream no if she happens to die with stacks full?
I don't know. I know that when if you have your stacks full or close to full, and you keep reloading, which she does a lot for me because I use Jacob's shotguns. But yeah, but if you do that, she actually starts complaining. Like she's like, dude, you're breaking the game. Player, what are you doing? Step player, what are you doing? Anyway,
I'm sure that video's out there somewhere.
Definitely.
I only just recently found out about and informed Mike about Italian Tifa.
Ah, she's an Italian citizen now. Yes.
Yeah, I heard some rumblings about it like a month ago, and I was like, "Oh, this must be a stupid dank meme." And I found out the actual context. Boy, that makes it much more entertaining,
doesn't it?
Yeah.
But my favorite thing is that just when the news hit, Vinny Vinesauce did a stream, and to start off, he just put on like a Final Fantasy VII sound font version of the freaking Pizza Pasta song from Spider-Man 2.
Oh my god.
It was great. So yeah. Freaking where was I? Borderlands 2. Yeah, we could actually feasibly play it and enjoy it now. Now that we can just cheat the system more or less. We can all be Gage, and then nobody will die.
You might be able to. Yeah, you can take, I think, multiples of a hero, can't you, in multiplayer?
I think so.
But I'd still feel the inclination, like, still to mix up the party, because, like, well, what if we would do better with emotional damage? Yeah, emotional damage weapons. This gun does emotional damage with its bullets.
That should be a gun in Borderlands. That would I'd be fine with that. Oh yeah, I guess
the annoying gun actually might do that.
Nice. But yeah, I guess the other thing that I could say about this is that I also enjoyed the one shot more, because they played around with it being a dumb video game more, and like it made sense in context as well, because of it's Tina DMing a D&D game pretty much. That's the DLC, and there's multiple times when she's like, hey, here's an enemy that you can't beat, or whatever. Here's a jump that you can't cross, and then the people complain about it. So the game just before you takes those parts out and replaces them. And stuff like that. Like I like that because
Tiny Tina is too eager to please as a DM, so she just changes plans. Like, well, they wanted to jump here.
Yeah, and then did you see have you played that DLC yet?
The DLC. What do you mean the DLC?
The one I'm talking about, the Tiny Tina D&D DLC that they have. I'm gonna see if I can.
Any of the Borderlands 2 DLCs. I definitely played the Borderlands 1 DLC.
Ah,
you know.
But did you finish the main story? I guess because that's all it spoils.
I've been spoiled on everything to the Borderlands plot.
Oh, okay.
I even know how Borderlands 3 plot goes for the most part.
Oh, okay, yeah. So basically, the whole story or the whole story for that thing is Tina is trying to DM a game while they wait for they wait for a Hyperion guy to get beaten up, and she's waiting for Roland as well. And the whole thing is just basically them getting Tina to accept that Roland is dead.
Yeah, I think I'd heard that. Yeah. Which, is Tina particularly related to Roland? I don't remember.
Roland saved Tina in 1, I think, is the story thing. Like, because Roland...
Tina was in Borderlands 1 in some capacity?
They imply it. I don't know, because I never beat Borderlands 1, but, you know. That's what they say.
They did set up some sequel stuff just out of nowhere in Borderlands sometimes. I remember the... Wilhelm from Borderlands pre-sequel is a party member, someone you can play as.
Yeah.
But he's in Borderlands 2 as a boss that just pops up with no real pomp and circumstances. Just like, here's Wilhelm, he's dead.
Not only that, but so is one of the DLC characters for the pre-sequel, because you kill the Jack clone in Prosperity.
Right, and don't you also kill Jack's girlfriend, the cowboy, or cowgirl?
If you do, I don't remember. Which I should, because I literally beat the game like yesterday, and I'm still playing it right now, so you know.
Yeah. That might have been a side quest, though, so...
Yeah, if it was a side quest, then I may have missed it, because there's only so many side quests I'm willing to do while grinding for levels. Because, like, let's be real, most of the side quests in Borderlands are kind of stinky. Especially the timed ones. I don't even try those anymore. But yeah, I'm at the point where Sanctuary gets teleported away, so I'm basically halfway through the game already. I started this playthrough, I don't know.
Teleported away.
Yeah.
Do you mean teleported, or do you mean like it gets airlifted?
Both. It's a mixture of the two.
Wait, so you're telling me I actually played through half of Borderlands 2? I thought I'd only got like fucking 10% of the way in.
Yeah, you think that, but the game's story is not much longer. No, the actual main story. There's of course side quests, but it's like it's that you go and save Angel, and then Roland dies in the process, and then let's see, you go and Bloodwing dies, then Roland dies, and then they then they fight Jack. Actually, that's it. Those are the 3 big plot points.
And then they proceed to regret killing Jack for years and years and years.
Yeah. Which is funny considering yeah, go ahead.
There's that one and Arkham Knight are probably the 2 biggest examples of, wow, we really shouldn't have killed off our main villain.
Yeah. Yeah, the funny thing is that one of the DLCs, the Hammerlock's Hunting something or other DLC that they have for this game, the main antagonist of that DLC is made a joke of, because he's like, man, Handsome Jack is gone and he was the greatest. And then all of Gearbox became that guy.
And doesn't once you actually get to the finale to fight the guy, he just falls down the stairs and breaks his neck?
Yes.
And then you fight something else for the final boss of the DLC?
No, he lets out a mutant that he made that you fight first, and then he shows up like I'm gonna have to take matters into my own hands, and then he falls down the stairs and dies.
Yeah. If you're gonna have a joke villain, that's definitely the kind of villain to use that kind of death on.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I also liked how for the whole DLC, he's so much of a joke villain that neither of the characters who are present take it seriously. Like, Hammerlock just constantly shit talks him.
Yeah.
And like he treats him as a bother.
It seems like he is a bother, so that's fitting.
Yeah. But yeah, the out of the DLCs, honestly, like if they had to make one of them a standalone game, they chose the right one.
Yeah.
Because the pirate DLC was boring for me, but then I also don't like the pirate aesthetic, so
Yeah.
And then the hunting DLC was bad because I just don't like most of the like wildlife in Borderlands games. I don't know why.
Yeah, they get kind of silly.
Not only that, but the resistances also get kind of dumb in my opinion. Like it feels like they're either too tanky or not tanky enough, but there's no in between.
Yeah. Well, Borderlands in general suffers from a enemies are too tanky problem.
Definitely, yeah. Right now I'm using instead of the shotgun, I'm using a pistol that shoots 3 exploding bullets because that's what I need to do to actually do damage. Otherwise, there is no damage at all. And that's great. Oh boy, am I going to my favorite place of all time? Not yet. I really hate. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, so did you quit before or I guess did you quit after Sanctuary got like airlifted out?
Yeah, pretty well. That's it. That's pretty well where I cut off.
Okay, good choice. There's a part later where you go underground, and there's these mutants that I don't know better way to call them. Like the wildlife are very mutated, and they're very tough, and the whole the whole place is filled with acid, and it's just a big chore to do. And I hate it. Like out of all of the places,
the chore realm.
Yeah, like out of all of the places that you need to go to in Borderlands 2, that's the worst one, and that's saying something because most of the places in Borderlands 2 are very forgettable.
Yeah.
Like,
you're not wrong.
I was going to say, did you remember Iridium Blights? But you never saw Iridium Blights. But it's just a big field that's purple. That's it.
Oh god, I forget. Is it really early game or really late game that there's the Minecraft dungeon?
Oh, that's the place. That's hell.
Oh.
So that's late game technically. But yeah.
I guess if you want to hide in a quote unquote Easter egg that is just blatantly you taking assets from another game, then yeah, you probably want to put that pretty late in the game.
Yeah, I also. I was going to say I also liked, but no, not really. But in the D&D DLC, you have to fight dwarves, like fantasy dwarves, and
they're all Salvador, right?
Yes, they're all Salvador, but they're all.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and freaking Lilith calls Tina out on that, and then she's like, "Okay, let's ask Salvador if it's racist," and she just yells down, "Salvador, is it okay if all of the dwarves in the game look like you?" And he just goes, "That's awesome."
Of course he does, because he's Salvador, bitch.
Yeah. But yeah,
Salvador's the friggin' best.
The thing I want to point out is that one of the death crowns for the fantasy dwarves in the game is, or at least it's not a fucking creeper. Because they're minors, you see.
Yeah. Oh boy. The funny thing is, like, around the time of Borderlands 2, so many people were going like, "Oh man, Andy Birch is the worst." And the first game that isn't Andy Birch written is Borderlands 3, a game which everyone says, "Wow, the writing is the worst ever."
Yeah, apparently from what I heard, the new game that's also D&D themed is better. I may actually look into that because like I will look into the characters at least to see if there's someone who plays like Gage, because I may actually be interested somehow.
The inevitable question is, could at some point they do a Borderlands 4 or a Borderlands All Stars where it's all of them, right?
Yeah. I mean, not anymore, because aren't like all of the Borderlands 2 characters dead in 3?
Maya is dead and Roland is dead, but they could still, you just say it's an All-Stars game. You can put whoever you want in, sure.
I mean, was there that much difference between Maya and Lilith?
Yes, there was a lot of difference.
Okay, I wouldn't know because I didn't play Sirens.
I'm trying to remember exactly what Lilith did. Lilith did something real weird, which is why I never really stuck to her when I played Borderlands 1. Maya, of course, freezes people in space bubbles or whatever. And as for the new siren in 3, I have no fucking clue.
She yells really loud.
Probably.
They went for a more mythological take on being a siren. The name is also Sindel.
It would actually be hilarious if at some point they introduced a siren, and her only power is that anytime she opens her mouth, like klaxon air raid siren noises come out.
and then you go into a multiplayer game, it's just fucking Siren Head.
Yeah.
The model. Shit. But yeah, so overall, if we can get people together on PS4 or PS5 to play Borderlands, I may be interested to actually play Borderlands. I won't rule out Xbox either, but that would be harder for me right now. PC is the hardest, so that's why I'm not even bringing that up.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, so aside from those, what else did I do? Well, I did draw a couple things. 1 second, I'm drawing to a Crystalisk. The fuck happened? I killed the Crystalisk, but I'm not getting up. Okay, cool. I guess I'll die. Yes. I wish this was on recording. So you could see me killing the Crystalisk and then just dying. Anyway.
I'm trying to get my ass to a bonfire so that I'll be ready whenever you post it.
So yes, I did
they
draw.
Call them sites of grace or whatever they want, but god damn it, it's bonfires.
Yeah. Every time you rest, it should play Bonfire by Childish Gambino. So anyway, I redrew this. I redrew Big Ball. I actually don't like how this turned out overall. I wanted to go for, like, I was trying to what's the word? Practice, like, muscle definition and shit like that without going too hard on it, and I failed. More or less is what I would describe it as.
Good. I think the transition of the elbow on the arm that's facing on his left arm is a bit awkward, but other than that, I think it's good.
All right, thanks. So I did that. What else did I do? I don't know. It's been a while. I actually didn't draw that much, but it has been 2 weeks. Well, guess I did remake this. Every time I remake this, I just try to make it more cursed.
Oh, is it gonna be Kirby or Sonic? Hang on.
The second.
Loading. Yeah, there it's Sonic.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the blood is a bit much, but the saliva I think does add to it.
The blood is only
you know
there.
where
yeah, go ahead.
I would do something odd with the eyes. Maybe making them a little bit bloodshot, or maybe emphasizing the fact that it's secretly one eyeball.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. The blood is there because like this is technically a redraw of my first drawing that I did, which was supposed to be for Halloween. So I'm taking like ideas that were supposed to be on that, but I couldn't actually do, and trying to apply that with my current knowledge. But like with the blood, like I don't think I've been satisfied with the blood being on the hands since the first time I drew it. I just do it because it's the thing that ties the line together, more or less.
Yeah.
So yeah. So basically, I agree. I guess.
Yeah.
The saliva turned out too good, is how I would put it.
Yeah, it turned out very well, that's for certain. And the usage of white lines instead of black ones just makes it a bit eerie, you know?
Yeah, that's just supposed to be lighting. The actual line work is blue, like dark blue.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else did I do? Well, I made this during the podcast. Literally during it, I made a drawing. There.
Yeah. He's so happy.
Yeah. I actually kind of like how it turned out. Yeah.
Is that midway between a Charmander and a Charizard?
No, it would be midway between Charmeleon and Charmander. I think, but it's not what it was supposed to be. I was just trying to draw a dragon, but like most of my internal dragon freaking memory is just like Charmander. Oh, let's see. Was there anything else? I did draw Waluigi when we drew it pink. That was alright. Here's the Weege.
Alright, what is that's I actually like that. That reminds me of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
I didn't see it. Do they have many Waluigi heads? I guess
they have. Hang on, let me get it. It's Fear and Loathing, and let me just pull it up. Here we go. It's the front cover of it and the poster. I'll put it in general since it's technically not art.
Yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, but like I did this drawing of a Luigi and like I decided that I'm gonna draw a Luigi with like this fucking big long ass neck for some reason, and whenever I do, it reminds me of the Crooked Man.
Which version of him? Which depiction?
The RPG Maker game one, the Crooked Man.
I've not seen that one.
Oh well, technically it's not RPG Maker. It's Wolf Game Maker or something like that. I think it's called, but whatever. It's more or less the same. At least the end product. So yeah. That game I would be willing to do something with those games for Halloween if y'all are interested, because I have some nostalgia for them, but they're shit. Like straight up, like they're not great. The Strange Man series is just, it goes from okay, I guess it was alright for the time, to kinda boring, more or less. Like the Crooked Man was alright. It got silly, kind of. The Sandman was weird, but it was okay. It worked. I don't even remember what the next one was. Because that one was actually bad. Like I remember one of them was just straight up, like, I guess not bad in the sense that it was like of no quality, but it was boring, and that's worse because that means that it doesn't stick with you at all. But yeah. But whenever I look at Waluigi and he has that big neck, I'm just reminded of the Crooked Man. Which that's a bit from a guy from the guy that I watched play through those games. He just started calling him Crooked Man. I don't know why.
Specifically Crook?
No, not Crook. Crooked Man. Like that's his full name.
Crooked. I see. That would be kind of a silly but fun thing for them to do, like in the next Wolf Among Us. Who did it? It's Crooked.
Yeah. So yeah. I did that. What else did I do? I did watch a couple of movies, actually. 3 of them, in fact. Okay, I thought you cut out, but I'm not sure.
It's difficult for me to tell, honestly.
Okay. It seems fine now. So yeah, I watched both of the Sonic movies, and I also watched the good guys or the bad guys, whatever. They're different. So yeah, I guess which one do you care about the most?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to run that by me again. Which 2?
So I watched it was 3. I watched both of the Sonic movies and also the bad guys.
The bad guys. What is the bad guys?
So the bad guys is DreamWorks' latest furry bait. Kind of. It wasn't meant to be that, but it ended up being that. Well, okay, maybe they meant it to be that. The protagonist's design is kind of sus. You know?
Okay.
but it's a story about like overall like I guess antagonistic animals, I suppose, and antro animals who are thieves that then go through that then get caught and they try to become good people or good guys. And then the Disney twist happens and stuff like that. It's the bad guys I would overall summarize as a movie that doesn't bring a lot of new to the table, but what it does bring is well executed. Like it's not gonna you're not gonna be surprised by anything that happens, but it's executed fine. Like it's not. I don't even know what to compare it to really, because I don't watch enough animation or movies at all. What if I watched movies, it usually was animation, but not in recent years.
Yeah.
But it's not the Emoji Movie, I guess, is my closest approximation. Like it's
so overall,
yeah.
it's satisfactory, is what you're saying.
Yes, I enjoyed it a lot. Enjoyed it a lot. There were honestly parts that I would say it outperformed the Sonic movies in. Namely, I liked how the song the game fucking the movie uses 3 songs, maybe 2. Maybe it uses one twice. I'm not sure. Whatever. It has three parts where there's music in the movie. Actually 4. Yeah, 4. There's 4 parts where there's uh like licensed music in the movie, and only one of those times could you argue that it's not tied into something happening on screen. Like it's either the characters are singing the song and or like they're cruising around in the car and it comes on the radio and they sing it, or it's there's a part where it's straight up was I think written for the movie, and then the characters perform it because we need the musical scenes. There's one scene where there's a licensed song that's there to set the mood, and I was fine with that. And even then it was utilized properly. Like the action was mostly edited on beat, which is something that is a pet peeve of mine, and something that is actually peeving with the Sonic movie, because the Sonic movie is just, hey, here's a song that people who are like over 30 will know, and then they don't do anything with that. It's just a song that you know. you know.
Yeah, that sounded a lot like what I was expecting of those Sonic movies, honestly.
But yeah,
Like
so, yeah. Go
by
ahead.
all means, it sounded like they had repaired a lot of the outright "fuck you" to the fans with that bad Sonic design. But at the same time, it still sounded like it was generic. Well, people will never take Sonic on Green Hill Zone seriously, so let's bring him to the real world and have a bunch of 80s and 90s send-ups for the kids that grew up with Sonic.
It's the first one is kind of that. The second one is not. The second one is better overall, I'd say.
Don't tell me they actually go to Green Hill Zone in Sonic 2.
Well, no, Green Hill Zone doesn't exist. Green Hill is the small town that Sonic lives in the real world. But
I see.
But there is Mobius. They don't call it Mobius, but there is Mobius. Like
What is Mobius?
Mobius is the planet that Sonic lives on, that's separate from Earth. In the old comic timeline. So they're not pulling from freaking from the games only. They're pulling from the old Sonic comics and shit like that for their lore. And they're also pulling from levels from the games for some of the planets. So how the Sonic movie is set up is Sonic is an alien. Knuckles' family murders Sonic's adoptive mom, I think. And
okay.
and he is sent to Earth through one of his rings, which works as like stargates, more or less. I think.
Right, because they made the rings a plot object.
Yeah. And so Sonic travels to Earth. He's alone. He stalks people. That's his only like hanging out with people, is stalking people. And the first movie is him getting to know a guy and the guy saving him from Eggman, who is Jim Carrey, and they either gave Jim Carrey a lot of leeway on how he portrays Eggman, or they literally fucking wrote the movie version of Eggman to be Jim Carrey, and I'm fine with it, because I have a soft spot for the guy. I grew up with him, so,
Huh.
Like, for me, like, I'm fine with Jim Carrey coming on screen and Jim Carreying all over it. Like, Jim Carrey not only chews not only on the scenery, but everyone in the movie. Sometimes literally.
I like, because I've seen like just a little bit of Sonic 1 where it's him and a military guy walking around talking about how much of a threat this Sonic character is. I'm imagining like midway through, like he just starts nibbling on the guy's shoulder. Not even like cannibalizing him, eating him, but like the military guy's just talking seriously. Meanwhile, Eggman is just like on his shoulder pads ineffectively or something like that.
I mean, honestly, that wouldn't be out of character with how Carrey, like, with how Carrey portrays him. But at the same time, it's a thing where, like, Carrey is like, it's a duality. I'd say his performance as Eggman, because on one hand, yes, Jim Carrey is kind of portraying Jim Carrey, but at the same time, there's also moments where they let him actually be like imposing, and he actually acts imposing and shit. So it's not just it's not just Jim Carrey shows up and does Jim Carrey things, or just Jim Carrey tries to actually act for once. It's a mixture of both, and I'm fine with that, because I'm nostalgic for Jim Carrey showing up on screen and Jim Carreying all over it. I don't mind it.
If they let him do it the right way, he can Jim Carrey the film.
Yeah. I would actually say that he was one of the highlights, because like it's really great how most of the time, literally even Sonic is a straight man to Jim Carrey just being Jim Carrey. And that's great. Like I also like some of the callbacks, because in Sonic 1, Sonic flosses on Jim Carrey in one of their battles. And then in Sonic 2, where Jim Carrey beats Knuckles, he flosses on Knuckles for some reason.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, hang on! I missed it. Does Jim Carrey do that?
Yes, Jim Carrey flosses on Knuckles.
Oh my god!
And the thing is that while he's doing that, Knuckles is walking towards him. They're having a proper, normal conversation about working together, and Jim Carrey is flossing, and he's not breaking eye contact, and it's great.
Well, yeah, how's he supposed to make eye contact with a CG monster? Well, actually, come to think of it, Marvel did put in place a lot of stuff to make it where you could make eye contact with CG monsters.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. He's not breaking eye contact with Knuckles. He's looking at him. Like, he's
looking directly at him.
Yeah, while flossing, and Knuckles is walking towards him, and he's just like, "We need to work together, Knuckles. We need to stop Sonic."
Oh my god, that's actually amazing.
Yeah.
I like the idea of him giving a straight, serious speech while he does the stupid Fortnite dance.
Yeah. I was like when I heard that Sonic flosses in the first movie, I was disappointed, because why would they let Sonic do that? And after that I realized, well, Sonic is one of the characters who would do that, but also like this, like I honestly would have preferred it if they had a full like normally shot, like serious moment of Eggman and Knuckles discussing their war plans, while Jim Carrey does Fortnite dances for the whole scene. Just
yeah.
Shit. That's why I like the guy, because he can, like, there's I don't see a lot of like comedic actors who pull that sort of stuff. And it's not really a thing of like only Jim Carrey can do that, but he is one of the only people that I see do it. So
Yeah.
Or at least consistently. But yeah. The second movie introduces Tails and Knuckles, and Knuckles is very well written for Knuckles. Like he's not dumb, he's naive, but he's kind of wise, I suppose, which is what he should be. Like he has his moments where he comes off as kind of dumb, but it's more because he's naive and doesn't know how Earth works, because he's an alien.
Yeah.
So I thought they handled him pretty well. Tails, is fine. There's I didn't like how there was a running gag where something stupid happens and Tails shows up and he's like, "Well, only Sonic the Hedgehog could fuck up this bad."
Nah.
Like, I get it a couple times because Tails' character is that he's basically a fanboy for Sonic, and he came from the other side, the other edge of space, to help Sonic because he saw Sonic blow up a baseball stadium in Sonic 1. It wasn't an actual stadium. It was like a small like practice field for kids. But yeah. What else can I say about 2? I really liked how there was actually more focus on the actual Sonic characters, as in all of the CG monsters and Jim Carrey, who arguably is himself a CG monster. But
there's a computer, but he is a G monster.
Yeah, a gangster monster.
Yeah, the biggest gangster.
Yeah. And like there's so many small things that I really liked. I liked how Sonic turns into Super Sonic and how they handle that, because Sonic, like, they got it right. That's the thing. Like with all of these what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever, adaptation. There we go. A lot of these adaptations, they take the elements that are cool from the games and they go, hey, here's how we can apply this, but they don't actually think about whether or not that's like accurate to the game. With this movie, a lot of the things that they do as send-offs or send-ups, they actually, it seems like they thought about how it happened in the game and how it would make sense in adapting that to a movie, rather than just, here's the thing that happens in the game and we can also do this in the movie, but it doesn't need to be in, like, similar contexts or whatever. So like I really liked how when Sonic turns into Super Sonic, he gets serious. He doesn't talk. Like he just wrecks Eggman's shit and then turns back, which is canon, from what I understand.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I also liked how, like, once again. Yeah, go ahead.
Did we get a good Super Sonic in live action before we got a good Super Saiyan X from Dragon Ball?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, I would say so. But yeah, I also, like, once again, I just really liked how Jim Carrey is the vacuum man to the entire world's straight man. Like, everybody, okay, his minion, technically, I guess, I don't know, because he's playing it straight most of the time as well. Like, he's just the closest straight man, I suppose, in that way. Whatever. Because I was going to say, well, he does wacky shit as well, but no, not really. Whenever wacky stuff happens to him, it's because of Eggman. So, not really, no. I also really liked how, this is just me going, I like this scene, I like that scene, I like this scene. But yeah. There's a part where...
The movie, you like the movie.
Yeah. There's a part where he makes the egg robot from the second game, I want to say. The one with the drill arms?
Yeah.
Yeah, he makes that. And they're inside of the thing, and he's telling the minion to pilot the robot. And the minion doesn't know how to do it. And he just goes, "Have you looked at the manual?" Then 2 scenes later, the minion is looking at the manual. It looks like an old instruction manual for the Mega Drive. And I really like that.
Nice, I like that.
Yeah. And the whole movie is filled with shit like that. Like, it's it's shit that you can miss it very easily. But it's there's a lot of callbacks. There's a dance scene where Sonic does his pose on the cover of Adventure 2, for example. And things like that. Like, it's I just enjoyed the callbacks too. Now, for the bad parts, well, it's pretty much just the soundtrack. It's not even what the soundtrack is, because like Sonic is supposed to be, you know, what's hip, and so most of the soundtrack being like hip hop, I'm fine with, because I also don't mind the hip hop that they use. Like, you know, it's I'm okay with it's tricky, but they don't use it. Like,
She's great.
Yeah, I agree. But they don't, for the movie they don't use it well, in my opinion, because it's just here's an action scene while It's Tricky is playing, instead of here's an action scene set to the beat of It's Tricky, and there's a difference.
Well,
like, you know, it's
misusing Run DMC should be a crime punishable with prison time.
Yeah. And like that's what really disappointed me, because It's Tricky has a really nice beat that you can edit well onto. Like, you know, you need like fast moving action, but it's fucking Sonic the Hedgehog. That's kind of his thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Like, when they have a really fast beat, just have him kick Eggman in the face in tune with it at high speed. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like, I would have been fine with that, but no, it's just this this high octane like car chase action scene that they have at the start of the second movie. That too is tricky, and there's no cut set to the beat, which bothered me. Because if you're gonna pay money to use a licensed song, at least fucking edit to the beat, please. Make it actually interact with the movie somehow.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all of my pet peeves with the both of the movies. Now, I guess spoilers for the third movie, which everyone already knows, but whatever. So it leaked the end credits scene. So I knew about it beforehand, but I didn't actually watch it until I saw the movie. But the third movie is Shadow. And I'm of two minds on this. On one, I hope that since they are adapting Adventure 2, more or less, and then they said that after the third movie they're just gonna do whatever games they want to adapt, instead of going by chronologically. But
I switched the phone real quick. My earbuds are out of power.
All right.
But go ahead and keep talking. I'll be quick.
Yeah.
Because I've just figured out a new trick that I will be. Oh wait, that's not my phone.
The trick is harder than it seems, I guess. All right.
Hang on.
Yeah.
It's easy if you use your actual phone. I should have figured it out based off the fact that I had notifications for Pinterest, an app I don't even have.
It's easy if you use the actual phone instead of your decoy phone that he used only for, I don't know, getting stolen on the street, I guess.
Behold!
Alright, the crust is back.
Yeah, the stink!
But it's fine. So yeah, where was I?
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah, so like, if they're actually adapting Sonic Adventure 2, then I have some sliver of hope that they actually will adapt that version of Sonic or Shadow instead of, you know, the one that came after. Because like I like Shadow when he has some edge, but I don't like Shadow being like damn Fort Chaos Emerald edge. But one thing that I am kind of afraid of with the third movie is that Jim Carrey said that he's retiring from acting with this movie, the second Sonic movie, and I want him back for the third one, because Shadow only makes sense to me as a character when he's misled by Eggman, for his introduction, I mean. And like
yeah.
And like, technically they could use another like military person, but I want Jim Carrey just because he's Jim Carrey, and it would be really like, I want a scene where Shadow is being acting really cool, and he's like talking in a low growly voice, and Eggman is doing Fortnite dances next to him. I need that.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
yeah.
Can they not do? Didn't Eggman have an evil dad as well?
No, he had a technically a good grandpa who made Shadow.
Oh, right. I thought he wanted to destroy the world and sell everyone out to the aliens or something like that.
No, it's the other way around. The aliens wanted to attack the Earth, and he made Shadow to save the Earth. And also,
okay.
And also to save his daughter, I don't know who Maria was to them, but Maria matters for some reason, and Maria is the person who told Shadow to save the world, which is why he kills himself in Sonic Adventure 2 to save the world. And
I
then,
see.
And then his character
Would
regressed.
that imply then that that's Eggman's aunt?
Maybe. I don't know. That's the problem. I don't remember. I don't remember the plot stuff regarding Maria at all, because I barely remembered Maria. She gets like 2 scenes in Sonic Adventure 2, and I didn't really look into Shadow the Hedgehog's story that much yet. But I did. I just don't remember what happens, because most of the story discussions around that game is just how Shadow is kind of racist, more or less. Okay, have you heard some of the voice lines in that game?
Not heard of anyone being big old racist.
Well, there's multiple lines when it's like when Shadow's like I have to kill these foul black creatures.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. Whoop.
Yeah, whoops.
Whoopsie doodles.
So yeah, that's most of the story discussion is mostly just like those lines, or the damn Fort Chaos Emerald. But yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like for the third for the third Sonic movie, I think they can do it right, but I think they need to somehow convince Jim Carrey to come back one last time for this one. After that, they can kill him off, because if they wanna jump through whatever games, then they can just fucking do an adaptation of like fucking Sonic 06, and Eggman doesn't need to be there for that. It doesn't really matter for that one.
For me, it's just like hard to imagine the idea of Sonic without Eggman, right? Because I mean, honestly, I can think of Mario without Bowser pretty easily, or Link without Ganon, but Sonic without Eggman just doesn't sound right.
I mean, you are right, but the thing is, like, you know, if Jim Carrey doesn't want to act, then I don't know how many times they can convince him to come back to do other additional roles for the series. And I don't want them to recast him, because Jim Carrey is the perfect man for the role, at least how he's been portrayed so far.
Yeah.
So like it's a thing of like, it sucks, but also like when I think about it, if they don't want to go chronologically, then all of the antagonists that Sonic has had don't really need Eggman to be there. Like he usually is just sort of there, and then he brings them in as like an ally, but their inspiration or whatever to actually fight Sonic is not inherently tied to Eggman. Like Infinite in Forces wants to destroy the world because Shadow's dick is too big.
No.
Memphis, Tennessee is evil. Like genuinely, I think Memphis, Tennessee is legitimately just supposed to be like like an earthly form of evil, straight up. Who else is there? They can do Sonic and the Black Knight. I'm not saying they should, but they could, technically.
Yeah.
What else is there? They can do Sonic Unleashed because that one is kind of tied to Eggman. Like technically, that's one of those things where like they could have another like evil scientist guy break the Earth and unleash Chaos's like great grandfather, but it only really works with Eggman. And also they would need to do the Werehog, and there's enough furry porn of the Werehog probably already out there. We don't need that.
Yeah, I think we can do without Werehog, honestly.
I mean, I'd pop, but I like the Werehog. I'm like one of 5 people who are fine with it.
The trouble is, I think they're going to want to focus on mostly doing stuff from either the like Genesis era games or doing stuff from the adventure games. But other than that, I think they probably are going to handle anything that was post 06 as just general clusterfuck, right?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, we could have Sonic Heroes then.
If I'm wrong, the Werewolf hasn't come back for any games after Unleashed, right?
He has recently for Sonic Dash on phones.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, aside from that, not really, but that's partially because that's partially because the gimmick wasn't well received, and partially because it was a separate gimmick, and so for when they brought back levels from Unleashed in Generations, they couldn't really do the Werehog levels without designing a whole separate character, you know? Like
Yeah.
I would pop it for a release of on Unleashed, or a remake or whatever. Like I would actually buy it. But then, like, once again, I am one of five people who actually likes the Werehog unironically. So
Yeah, I mean, Sonic. There are a lot of series that have games that are just left behind on the 360 and on the Wii. Sonic is definitely one of those, and it'll be interesting to see how they get handled in the next decade.
Yeah, I mean, Colors got released recently, and that came after Unleashed, I think. I don't remember. But yeah, that was stuck on the Wii for the longest time. Yeah?
It would be interesting if they did like a curiosity collection of oddball Sonic games, and it's like a package of 06, Black Knight, The Rings, and Unleashed. That would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'd buy that. Partially because for 06, like, that's a game where I need to know the stink. Like, I've seen the stink, but I need to know, I need to smell it.
I've seen the stink lines, but I ain't been able to smell it yet.
Yeah. That just add Shadow the Hedgehog to that list, and honestly, I think you could just do a Sonic's worst hits collection, and just sell it as that, and I would buy it, honestly. But no, I say that, but there was one worst hit for Sonic that you probably don't even know about, but there was a DS RPG game that was made by BioWare, I think.
Yeah,
And
BioWare made it.
yeah, that's the thing that got them sued. If you don't know already, but that's the reason Ken Pender sued them. That game.
Wasn't there some other weird trouble with like the music? Like, I heard that game was phenomenal, except that the music was god awful.
Yes, the music is god awful. Out of all of the Sonic games, like, there is arguments to be had about whether or not they, like, whether or not this and that game's soundtrack is good enough or not. But that game is the one sole one where the soundtrack just sucks. That and Sonic Spinball. Not I don't remember which version, but there's a Sonic Pinball game. It may be Spinball. That one of the versions just had the worst sound, like, font, I guess, and it was horrible. Like, actually ear hurting bad.
Oh, that's a special title you can claim there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess for the movies, that is one of my grievances. That for, like, I get the soundtrack being K-pop, but I also kind of wish that they used at least one Crush 40 song.
Well, that would be Crush. That generation, Crush 40 was the best part of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, I get why they're using hip hop now, but to me, like, Sonic is like the shitty, like, Sonic is like, the more, like, carefree pop version of pop punk to me. That's his, like, soundtrack as a character, which, I mean,
Yeah.
that probably explains why fucking Zebrahead was the people who did the his version of his world for Sonic 06, and that's, I I don't know why I know that shit. The best part of that song is that they had a version made for all three main characters. I don't think anybody knows who the composer for Silvers is. I have yet to come across that information recently. It may have existed at one point, but like, Crush 40 made Shadows one, Zebrahead made Sonics. Who the hell knows who made Silvers? And for the movies, I guess that's one of those things where, like, it's not likely that they will actually adapt 06, but I kind of want to see how they tackle Elise kissing Sonic. Like, it's,
Oh God, they won't.
and I know they won't, but I kind of want to see just how, like, do they try to justify it, or do they try to downplay it or something? I don't know how they could actually make it work, because they couldn't, more or less.
There is no way to make her getting that hedgehog dick work.
She didn't get the hedgehog dick yet. So Sonic didn't consent. Sonic was the what's the word? The victim.
Aren't you forgetting about somebody?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Amy.
Yeah. Yeah, the fucking picture of Sonic and the girl going, I consent, and then Amy butts in, I don't.
Yeah. It's a picture. It's an angry picture of Amy with the hammer.
Any which way, so the Sonic movies you actually thought were pretty good?
Yes, the first one is all right. Like, you know, it's a good way to get people up to speed on the lore. The second movie is just straight up actually good. I'd say both of the movies are partially carried by Jim Carrey. Funnily enough,
How is Idris Elba as Knuckles? I thought that was such a weird casting choice.
I don't know because I watched the movies dubbed.
Oh, right. Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, that they just straight up didn't even have like an option to watch it in English, which kind of sucked. But yeah, I can tell you that the Hungarian dub for both Sonic and Knuckles doesn't really fit. Like, I'm used to them now, but the Sonic voice actor is too like aloof, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, Sonic to me is very, like, you know, he's a very nasally, but like very nasally attitude kind of voice. Well, yeah,
that's definitely the Sonic we get over here.
yeah, and the version of him that we got, it has the attitude, but it's not nasally enough or not high pitched enough, I guess. I don't know which one it is, but it doesn't work as well. And Knuckles sounds like Knuckles sounds like a power lifter, which, I mean, I suppose it works, but you know, it's not the voice I associate with Knuckles.
Do you think that they got the do you think that they went with the guy who voices Knuckles in the cartoon, the kids cartoon? Because that Knuckles is 100% supposed to be power lifter.
I don't know because I don't remember if they no I remember his voice, and wait, no, it's not the same. I don't think it's the same voice actor, because I remember Sonic Boom Knuckles, and he was higher pitched, funnily enough, like the similar cadence and shit, but the Knuckles in the movie sounds deeper for some reason. And like, it's a thing where, like, if they got the same voice actor, I don't see why they would have given them the direction to talk the same way but deeper.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, honestly, from those three movies, I kind of enjoyed the bad guys the most. Because, like, it's the Sonic movies are great. Like, I enjoyed them a lot. But the bad guys was the movie that I left the most at, really, I guess, or I don't know how to say it. Like, it felt like the most complete package out of those three movies. And like,
yeah.
Which is funny to say when I spent the last, I don't know how many minutes just singing the praises of the Sonic movie. But, you know, like,
because that one's a bit more of a surprise. That's one you expect to be a bit more of like a shit cash in, you know?
Yeah. But the bad guys, like, once again, it doesn't do anything particularly, like, new with the story. The twists you can see coming a mile away if you're not like 5. But
that's Disney movies nowadays.
Yeah, technically it's not a Disney movie. It's a DreamWorks movie, which is the same thing. But, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I liked the characterization for all of the characters. For most of them, there's I didn't like how the the team is consists of the main character, who is called Wolf. Then you have the snake guy. Actually, most of them don't have real names. Oh, well, whatever. So yeah, so there's the main character, who is Wolf. You have his best friend, the snake. They have a tarantula. They have a shark, a piranha, and I think that's the team initially.
So all the animals that are usually stereotyped as being man eaters and such.
Yes, and that's the whole message of the movie, to not judge a book by its cover, because, you know, even if people do bad things and they are born into bad circumstances, they may want to be good.
Yeah.
And yeah, I didn't like how the shark was a bit too dumb. Like, I get that was his character archetype, but like most of the characters got some sort of nuance. except for him and the piranha, which I also didn't like as much, because the piranha was just, well, for one, I didn't like how they took the character who is supposed to be Hispanic, I think, because he kept calling Wolf Chico, and that's the only way I can tell in the Hungarian dub. But you know,
Yeah.
but they took the character who is supposed to be Hispanic and made them the berserker. But also, his gimmick is farting, which like they use with more care and thought than most kids cartoons, but it's still a bit played out to me, you know.
Yeah.
Like at least thankfully they don't overplay it, and it's not played for laughs usually. It's the first time it's introduced as a thing that happens, it's played for laughs. Then the second time, it costs them a job, and that's what gets them into jail. Is the piranha farting, and then near the ending, there's they use it to as a utility. So you know, it's a thing where like I'm kind of sick of it, but at least they use it in a creative way, so I can appreciate it somewhat.
Yeah.
And then what else? I really like the animation of the movie. It wasn't quite like people would hate it because it's cel shaded, from what I could tell, but it's like it's trying to do it's trying to do Guilty Gear is the best way I can put it. Like it's trying to appear like a drawn animation while remaining 3D and cel shaded.
Huh. All right.
Yeah. And I really enjoyed that, because some of them, like, it's one of those things where like you either love it or hate it. I liked it, but I can see why other people would hate it, and I don't think that's wrong, because some of the instant transitions from a character standing to, you know, floating in the air with the legs in the air and stuff, like, that can be a bit jarring. But considering that the whole style, the whole visual style that the movie seems to go for with that sort of stuff is like pretty much calling back to Merry Melodies. I forget the proper name for it. Looney Tunes. Yeah. So considering it's more or less calling back to Looney Tunes, I actually liked it. But then that may just be nostalgia. So yeah, overall I'd say that if you're fine with like if you're fine with the story being cliche, then the bad guys may not be a waste of time. And if you like Jim Carrey or can Sonic him, Sonic is also not horrible. You know?
Not horrible. That's amazing praise. Stop sucking them off there. Jesus. Oh.
Oh yeah, okay. There was one scene I disliked in Sonic 2 that I just remembered. The dance scene that I brought up a bit earlier. So there's this part. I don't think it's too big of a spoiler, but here's a spoiler warning anyway. It's around the middle of the movie. Like nothing really happens. It's only plot relevant. It's just there because we needed to take a music break, I think. But there's a part where they end up in Russia, and they're like in the mountains in Russia. They go into a pub, and then the locals want to kill Sonic and Tails, so they basically they challenge the Russians to a dance duel, and you know the Russian people do Russian dance because of course, and Sonic goes over to the jukebox and puts on Uptown Funk, and they do a half choreographed dance where the part that is choreographed isn't anything like particularly impressive, and then the second half of the dance is just them spawning clones and then spinning in the air as Tails is holding Sonic, and that's supposed to be a dance move.
Spawning clones?
Yes, because Tails' character is that he makes fucking tools, more or less. Like he makes gadgets, and because of that, they pretty much just use him as the get shit out of my ass for CG effects character, which is not great. Like they don't go too hard on it, which is good, but they still went over my limit with that shit, and that is just because of this dance scene. because it's a thing where like he pulls out this communicator thing, and then he presses a couple of buttons on the screen, and then holograms start spawning of both him and Sonic, and the holograms do dance moves too. And they spawn in first, and it looks like they're just gonna be background dancers, and I would be fine with that, because then you can say, hey, they're literally just copying what the originals do, and then just project that out and whatever, and we can actually have a choreographed dance, and then they start doing the flying shit, and then clones start doing different things than what Sonic and Tails are doing, and that's bad. I don't like that. Like it just felt lazy to me. Like if you want to have a music break where the main point is that your characters are dancing, then please actually choreograph a full dance routine at least. Like if you want to use the full song, or just take whatever length you want to use of the song, and there you can make a choreographed dance routine for that length of song, and use that, please. I don't think that's asking too much, is it?
No, I don't think that's like asking too much.
But yeah. So that's all of that. Let's see what else. That's pretty much about it. There's other stuff that I could talk about, but like if you don't have time for it, then I can just cut it.
It's getting kind of late. I'd like to start work on some schoolwork and probably also visit with my family because I haven't gotten to yet today.
Yeah, then I guess
I straight up just woke up, got on the podcast.
Yeah, then you can go ahead with your weekend. And if we have time, then I can bring it up.
Well, if it's short and quick, then just go ahead and bring it up.
I don't know if it's quick. That's why I'm saying that we should do it this way.
What is it?
It's personal stuff mostly. That's why I'm saying it can be cut.
Oh no, go ahead.
Let me see if I can summarize this real quick. Basically, how do I put this? Maybe it would have been easier if you went ahead, whatever. But yeah, so I stopped bringing up the whole Ace thing on the podcast just because, well, my family stopped bugging me about it as much, and that's pretty much why I brought it up to vent about. But so sometimes it really is like a weird thing. I don't know how to properly put it, but because it's so hard to define, and or how should I say this, like because it's so hard to prove the lack of something rather than actually something being there feels harder, even to me. A lot of times people get into like, what if I'm just wrong, and that happens to me too. And
yeah.
A lot of times this extends to the, okay, how do I put this? Because it's not really that like complex of an issue that I'm trying to talk about. I just don't know how to put it properly. But basically, I wanted to bring this up because you and I figured Pink would be here when we hit this, but he's not. But oh well. But I figured that you two, since you actually like you can actually look at like a person and be like, hey, they look good, I guess. That you could actually help with whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah.
But a lot of times I do think about whether or not I'm gay, and a part of that is that a lot of times, like, first off, I just don't find any actual person attractive. Like, for whatever reason, I can't. But on the off chance that I actually can find, like, say a like, I don't know what to say, whatever, like a like a non-existent character, so somehow like aesthetically attractive, it usually tends to be like men, And that's a hard thing to actually know what the fuck it's about, because the big thing is that I can also like female characters when they're not designed like overly sexualized. So
Yeah.
the big question is, am I actually fucking gay, or is it just the thing of like men are less sexualized than women, so it's easier for me to actually find them like aesthetically attractive, I guess. Which I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a thing of it can be a thing of differing tastes, and it changes from person to person.
Yeah.
I could definitely say that if you are not into the super sexualized designs, then there is definitely a type for that. There is a type for everything. People are very unique. We were just talking probably 8 hours ago now. Yeah, 8 hours ago now about how Tony Atlas jerks off to women stepping on his face.
Yeah, true.
I think that there's definitely, you could probably talk quite a bit with Mike about that, honestly, because I think Mike probably would have his own views in terms of like, oh, let me tell you, a librarian fully clothed with glasses. Oh, you know?
Yeah, I get that. But it's like that. Like technically, I suppose I do have a type, and I know what that type is. But it's like the most like nothing blend shit.
Well, in that case, count yourself lucky, because then you got a lot of fish in the sea.
Yeah, like basically like how can I put this? Because like because I freaking I lurk around furry circles a lot. I see what gay men are into, and that's too sexualized too for me. Because like do you know what butter is?
Did you start that with a B or a P?
With a B.
A B. Yes, I believe vaguely aware of what that is, but I couldn't tell you what exactly it is. It's Japanese gay porn, right?
No, I don't think so. Maybe, but no, I think that's boys' love.
Oh
No,
yes.
but
Something
yeah,
related to the Japanese lesbian thing, which even then that's more of a comic thing than a porn thing, right?
I think so. But yeah, butter is a body type, I suppose, like a body type, whatever the fuck, I don't know. But basically, it's like fat buff fat buff men. That's apparently like the in thing with gay people right now.
Well, like Hulk Hogan.
No, like I don't know who to say. I wanted to say Fat Hulk, but I don't actually remember what he looked like. So no. Like I could legitimately, I know the name of a character who fits that bill, but I don't feel like looking them up right now and sending you a picture because whatever. I mean, I guess I could. But yeah, it's like I suppose yeah, Zangief could fit, but with like more of a beer belly. Like a mix of Zangief and not Abigail, Birdie in SF5. If Birdie's stomach wasn't as big, I guess.
Yeah.
And so that seems to be like the over sexualization of men right now. And like that, I don't find that any more attractive than I do like Baiken, which like with Baiken, I like Baiken because she's tough. I don't like looking at Baiken. she's scary. Which like that's where we differ, I guess, the two of us. Because like I think Baiken looks scary, like she's imposing, which is good. It works for her character, but
that only makes her hotter.
Yeah. Like I would be more pissed if Baiken was like this cutesy anime girl. Because like she's like once again, she looks imposing, but that works. That's her character. She is supposed to be imposing.
It's intimidating how naked this woman is.
Yes.
It's funny. You remember earlier I mentioned the toe armor, and Soon said, "Oh, did Millennia strip yet?" And I was like, "Well, she strips. What the hell?" Because Millennia is the iconic Elden Ring character, the one we've been seeing in golden armor the whole time, the redheaded chick.
Yeah.
And yeah, I gotta say, I did manage to get her down to the second phase. Yep, she tears all of her armor off and grows wings. And you are being attacked by a naked redheaded woman, and it actually is kind of intimidating.
Yeah, because you're not used to. Yeah, you're not used to people just being like not caring about that shit. At least in the West, you're not used to people not caring about that shit and just being like whatever and attacking you anyway. And that's I think that works to both that character and Baiken's, like strong suit, I guess. Where like Baiken is like, I don't like Baiken's design because I don't like how over sexualized she is. At the same time, I can see an argument for how that makes her scarier, and it does.
Speaking from one of my favorite fighting game characters in fighting game mains, Melina being sexualized has always been a vital part of her character design.
Yeah, that's true. But with Melina, for me, like I dislike Melina just because for me the way she's sexualized doesn't really work as much, because it's supposed to be a thing of like, oh, she's this hot, but then she takes out the mask candy, she's ugly. Oh no, now you can jerk off.
It definitely started as that, but by now I think it's more so supposed to be that she's compensating, right? Especially because in Mortal Kombat X and possibly Mortal Kombat 11 as well, you can have her just not wear the mask outright.
Yeah. I mean, if they're moving away from that and they're actually like trying to give her a character reason for trying to act sexily, I'm fine with that. Like I can be okay with that. It's just when it's when female characters or like just overall women are just portrayed as sexy for the sake of sexy, that is when it bothers me.
Yeah, Mortal Kombat 9.
Yeah.
And there will never be a more ridiculous female over-sexualized design in history to me than Sonya in Mortal Kombat 9. Why is this cop dressed like this?
Yeah. And like that's also why like you dislike you dislike the masochistic characters. I like Whip and the one girl from Uni because they're like awkward about it. Like are they over sexualized? Yes, I would agree that they are. At the same time, like for me it works that they don't know what they're doing, and it's played for jokes.
I don't have a problem with Whip at all. I love Whip.
That I don't remember which character it was that
I don't.
Yeah.
I think I don't like the chick with the whip in Uni, but that's because she's supposed to be a teenager, if not a kid. Because most Uni characters are teenagers, if not kids.
Yeah.
But Whip, I love. Whip, I think, is fantastic. One of the best characters introduced in that generation of KOF. And I think most people agree, because now they sell her as DLC in every game.
Yeah. Yeah, for my part, like I'm fine with the Uni character. Like I understand your problems with her. I really it's more of a thing of like, I wish that they did this with a character in a game where most of the characters are not children. Like
yeah.
Like I just really like this thing of her going, oh, my superpower, my stand is a whip, so I now have to be a freaking dom. And then she's like, she starts a fight and she's like, what do doms do?
Yeah.
I don't know why, but that's really funny to me. That and how her boss, like she goes to the most evil being in the universe because she is the best dom, and she wants to learn how to do her gimmick better. And they discuss this. That's the thing leading to the boss fight, is them discussing this.
Yeah, Hilda, right?
Yeah, Hilda.
So, yeah, that is something I do remember reading about Uni's story that I really liked, is that Hilda is the main villain, but that doesn't mean she's like particularly smart or scheming. As a matter of fact, her being stupid as hell is part of why she's the villain. So it's like, oh god, we do not want this chick to get her hands on world-ending power. God knows what she'd do with it.
Yeah. And I just really liked how they use that character stuff. Yeah.
So fun character relationship has been a bit lacking in fighting games for a while.
Yeah, I wish there was more single. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Mortal Kombat, I think, could get pretty good about it at times, and 9 had a lot of it, but then 10 started to slip a little bit, and then I think 11 slipped a lot. But then 11 ruined lots of characters. Like, hey, let's kill Scorpion, even though he's completed his redemption arc and now is a very different, fun version of the character. Hey, let's make Jax turn evil for scant, oddball reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Mortal Kombat 11, its story sucks bad.
Yeah, I wish they actually knew what they want to do with the story, and I also wish that the story, like the way the story modes are structured, wasn't so like bad.
There needs to be some kind of change there, especially because there are so many like it wasn't noticeable in 9 because 9 was structured in such a way that there was a couple goofy unnatural fights where it's like Jax beats up Johnny Cage for being a pervert. But for the most part, it didn't feel awkward in Mortal Kombat 9. It didn't feel like it was just constant dunking on Reptile and Baraka.
Yeah.
Whereas like Mortal Kombat X and Mortal Kombat 11 just feel like constant dunking on Kotal Khan. You know?
Yeah, Kotal Khan and Ermac.
Yeah. And like the thing is, you got to sneak into the chapters where it's like, wait, I'm playing as this guy? Because Mortal Kombat 9, there are several points where it's like, Mortal Kombat 9, the smoke chapter. And it's like, what? Smoke?
Yeah.
The Cabal chapter. What?
Yeah, like honestly, I think if they want to improve on the story modes, they should look at Soul Calibur. Like the Tale of the Sword modes were nice. I don't think that they should go that in depth necessarily, but I think they should look at that as like inspiration and try to make it so you can have a non-arcade ladder. Like, yeah, you can have a non-arcade ladder like story mode where you can play as all of the characters and then maybe do one thing where like it's all like, you know what? Yeah. They could do a thing where it takes inspiration, I guess, from that, or episode mode from Guilty Gear, where it's all leading up to the main story mode, and the main story mode is what you want out of the game, or using the characters that you want to use in the game, while also still giving all of the characters character development.
Yeah, I do think that. Well, I think one of the things that's also gone a bit wrong is having the arcade mode endings either be like Tekken and be a complete joke, or have the arcade mode endings be like Mortal Kombat, where it's like, this is super non-canon, by the way.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't feel rewarding. Whereas when everybody had their arcade mode endings and it showed their side of the story of what was going on, that could be pretty fun.
Yeah.
That is part of the thing with making fighting game narratives is that you need to have the characters like
do stuff.
Everybody wants to play their dude, but every character, that means then everyone needs to be involved in the story somehow, which is really hard to write around.
Yeah.
And why even back in the days of having arcade modes where all the arcade endings are canon, you still had guys like Paul Phoenix and Martial Law who just aren't involved in the main story and are just off doing their whole own thing that doesn't matter to everyone else on the roster, you know?
Yeah. But I mean, like, even if you don't want to write everyone into your main story, you can have workarounds for that. Like Akuma's story for that. Yeah.
Come to think of it, shouldn't we save this for Fighting Games R on Tuesday?
I guess. But yeah,
that'll be the theme of Fighting Games R on Tuesday, because I don't think there's been a lot of fighting game news this past 2 weeks. Just screw it. Arcade mode talk, story mode talk.
Yeah, but yeah, like you could do a fighting game story, like, or if you don't want to write for a character, you can just go the Akuma route and be like, hey, this guy came up with a new move, and then when they next appear, they can do that move.
Yeah, that's neat, but I think it's like people still want a little bit of like character change, or at least character bits as well.
Oh, yeah,
and Akuma learning a new move shows how hard he's working, but at the same time, like, I don't think that necessarily everyone who is playing the Street Fighter Long series is going to be like, oh, that's a new move that Akuma's never done before. And so they're going to be like, well, I guess it was cool that he blew that submarine in half, but what?
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is that, like, you can only do it so much, and I feel like Street Fighter did it too many times. Like, actually give my man something to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like his arcade ending, or technically not in Street Fighter 5, because in Street Fighter 5 it was his episode ending or whatever. But Akuma's ending in the past 4 games, I wanna say, was just him coming up with a new move. and like I get it, but I would also like some character development. Like, it's a thing where yeah, go ahead.
And like with Street Fighter 5, he even had a little bit of a story beat in that he finally killed Gen like Gen wanted, but that could have just been his arcade ending for 4.
Yeah, and like
And Gen
yeah,
4, have both of them have the same arcade mode ending where they go charging at each other and then the camera cuts right as they impact, right?
I think so. I also disliked freaking his episode ending or whatever, because he comes up with the new move, the Mudo Tensho, and it's nothing. Like it's like, the thing is, like, we didn't see the Mudo Tensho because the Mudo Tensho kills Nekali, and Nekali ate Akuma. And so Akuma has Mudo Tensho and Nekali blows up, and that's the Mudo Tensho. We don't know what it do. How it be.
If Akuma wants to do it in Street Fighter 6, Akuma will get a new super where he has to force himself down the opponent's throat.
Yeah,
He forces
Akuma
to war him, and then he explodes out of him.
in Street Fighter 6, Akuma's new character gimmick is Vor, getting Vored. That's most of his moves work off of that.
Would it be reversed though?
But no, getting Vored.
Oh yeah, you're right. He learned a new move that just brings himself down so he can fit. That's it.
Yeah.
What if
Akuma's
Akuma jumps into you and it just starts up a new fight, and the opponent has to fight as the opponent's immune system, and you're just fighting his white blood cells.
I'm imagining a thing where like, it's not a new move that Akuma goes inside people. He does like a well-spaced freaking Hyaki Gojin. You know the demon flip dive kick. He does that, and then he just enters their mouth doing that. And then
it would kill almost all the characters outright for him to just like break their neck to fit in.
It's fine, they're all snakes. Oh shit.
Oh Jesus.
So someone needs to make that a Mugen mod.
He'll be a ghost anyway, so it won't matter for him.
Yeah.
It falls through him. And it just lands flat on his face.
Yeah. That or like Akuma's new super in Street Fighter 6 is summoning Boo, and then Boo turns him into chocolate.
How does nobody talk about the fact that Boo, who is now accepted as a hero in Dragon Ball, used to eat people and probably still does want to eat people?
It's fine, he doesn't know better.
Yeah, I guess. Does it not ever bother Oob that, like, oh yeah, I'm the second coming of the guy who just walked around eating a lot of people?
Oob is not canon anymore.
Experiences cannibalistic cravings?
Oob is not canon anymore, I don't think. Well, technically he should be, but I don't think he is.
Right, because he's GT, isn't he?
No.
Still, didn't Kid Boo's death still, they said that he'd reincarnate somewhere? They just didn't show Oob until GT?
No. The Oob is the last character introduced in Dragon Ball Z.
You're right.
So he should be canon. He should be canon. But the thing is, Boo was in the Tournament of Power. So Oob doesn't exist yet.
No, I think Boo and Oob coexist.
Oh.
Because I know almost for certain that after the Boo arc, that every time you see Mr. Satan, whether it's the movies or whatever, he's always with Boo.
Okay, then never mind. Oob may still exist. I just didn't see him in whatever time I actually watched Super.
I guess the idea is that it's like two different personalities within Kid Boo, and when Kid Boo was killed, both were freed.
Yeah, I guess so.
The other one just happened to turn good, I guess.
Yeah.
But to be fair, Boo wasn't supposed to be that bad until he ate one of the Kais, right? Something like that.
I don't remember, but a lot of how the characters work is very dumb. Like, do you know how Goku Black works?
No, I know he has a purple laser scythe coming out of his hand. That's all I know.
Goku Black is black and therefore evil, but also that was the easiest joke I could go for.
Why did they need to do Goku Black when they already had Turles?
Remind me, who's Turles?
Exactly. He's the Saiyan they fight in one of the movies who's identical to Goku, but he's obsessed with this tree or something.
Ah, because that's not canon anymore.
That is likely true, yes.
But yeah, so Goku Black is there's an evil Kai called Zamasu, and I forget if he's from Universe 6 or Universe 7. It doesn't really matter now, does it? but
No.
But there's an evil Kai called Zamasu, and he goes into the future, and I forget how, but he takes over Goku's body, who's died. And he's like, yo, shit, this body has like limitless possibilities. The guy who inhabited it before was dumb, and he goes back in time and helps himself get Goku's body faster. And yeah, that's pretty much it. After that, he comes over to the main universe. So I guess he may have been from Universe 7. I forget, but he comes over to Future Trunks. Future Trunks' universe has Zamasu, and he comes back from the future to ask for help. So yeah, and then both Zamasu and Goku Black, who is also Zamasu, come back from Future Trunks' timeline and wreck shit, and then they die eventually.
So that's the excuse why they brought back Future Trunks for an arc, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, that makes. And
then they send the way they kill Zamasu, if I remember correctly, is they send him back to Future Trunks' timeline and delete it. So Future Trunks has nowhere to go.
Future Trunks is just stuck in present day now?
Yes.
Does that mean? Hang on, I also gotta follow that up with. Does that mean Future Trunks meets Kid Trunks?
I don't know. By the time that I quit watching Super, he just kind of disappeared from the cast.
Fair enough.
I guess Kid Trunks and Future Trunks met, and then that deleted Future Trunks.
Does Vegeta? Honestly, I would think it would be hilarious if at some point someone points out to Vegeta, this means, fool, now you got 3 kids you need to take care of. And Vegeta's like, damn it. I hate this. And his mustache just gets bigger.
Yeah. Who's his second
for
kid?
how many kids he had. What?
Who's his second kid?
What's her name? Boxers or Briefs or something like that?
Bra?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't think Bra's canon.
I think she was already there for the Boo arc as a baby, because I almost am for certain remember Bulma running around with her. But yeah, she's definitely older in GT, and Mustache Vegeta is a real like Vegeta spoils her is the whole thing with her. So she's kind of a prick to everyone else, but Vegeta's always super protective of her and gets her whatever she wants.
Imagine like being the daughter of an alien and they name you Bra.
Yeah. Well, imagine that your dad is named Vegetable and his number one rival is named Carrot.
I suppose. And the biggest threat in the universe is broccoli.
Yeah. Your grandpa was also named Vegetable.
And
wait, and your mother's maiden name was Briefs, wasn't it? Bulma Briefs?
Oh yeah, and Chi-Chi is just tits.
Oh, of course it is.
Chi-Chi is Japanese slang for tits.
No, good old Toriyama.
Like it's I now want a freaking want a Dragon Ball character whose name is Chin Chin. Because if I got my Japanese right, that's the Japanese slang for balls.
That could have been an alternative name for Tien's little sidekick. Or Krillin.
Instead of Chatsu, it's Chin Chin.
Instead of carrying around Senzu beans, Krillin just carries around a bag of testicles. Here, Goku, eat this.
Why is it white? You don't want to know.
It carries the power to make life, Goku.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have 30.
Instead of senzu beans, it's a it carries around like a freaking just a bottle with liquefied liquid.
Imagine after Goku eats it, he just goes, "Am I pregnant now?" And Piccolo just goes, "God damn it, Goku!"
Piccolo goes, no. Piccolo goes, yes.
Yeah, Goku, yes you are. Go tell Chi-Chi.
And then he runs off, Chi-Chi, we're gonna have a third son. Do you know any other name? The name that means like freaking supper or something like that. I forget. Gohan it means just like lunch or something like that.
And there's another character who's just named Lunch.
Yeah, there is another character just named Lunch. You're right.
Who Toriyama forgot he made.
Yeah. But you know, but we never talk. We never talk.
Probably had to just entirely intentionally forget that he made Lunch, because Lunch gets rid of Roshi's like main character trait, being a pervert.
Yeah. You know, Toriyama forgot Lunch, but we never talk about her twin sister Brunch.
That would be interesting. And her normal personality is being an asshole, but every now and then she gets taken over by an alternate personality that's nice.
Yeah.
Why didn't Lunch just beat all the Dragon Ball villains by shooting them?
I mean, for most of them, it would have worked, but I don't know about Mecha Hitler.
Yeah.
Like out of all of the Dragon Ball villains, I think a bullet might bounce off of him.
I'm just imagining Goku's having a standoff with him, and they're doing the whole Dragon Ball talk at each other in the sky for a bit, and you just see a rocket fly past Goku, hit Mecha Hitler in the face, he explodes, and it's just the narrator says, "And that's another episode of Dragon Ball Z."
Yeah.
And chunks of Mecha Hitler hit the ground.
Yeah.
His decapitated head just falls to the sky, shouting, "Scheisse!"
And then Baby's there for some reason.
Yeah.
And then he comes back as Mecha Baby Hitler. Did you watch GT?
Never seen an episode of it, but know of it through technically.
Oh boy, I did watch GT, and yeah, there was a lot of Goku being naked in front of his granddaughter.
Of course, because that's the Japan classic. Naked people are funny.
Yeah, and I mean Goku was turned back into a kid, but still, the whole joke is that Penny's uncomfortable with seeing her grandpa's dick, and I understand her, you know.
I think we all would.
Yeah. I mean, like regardless of relations or like thereof, I don't want to see anyone else's dick. I barely want to see mine. But yeah. Freaking like GT had some interesting ideas, like Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 4.
Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing was them actually remembering the whole gorilla thing.
Yeah. Baby was an interesting design. Like I think his design as a character, like his character design is interesting. His storyline is bad, but his character design is kind of interesting. Like the main thing that makes him not work is that, if I remember correctly, like he was a parasite and worked kind of like Boo, so he had to take over people's bodies to take their power, and he took over Vegeta, and then after a while he just kind of spat Vegeta out while still having his powers. I didn't like that. Like, you know, it's a thing of like, I guess I get why they did it. Like they wanted they wanted to make Vegeta or Gogeta, I forget. But still, like I wish they could have found a better way to write that. And oh my gosh, Shannon was just kind of boring. He talked a lot and made like squeaky noises with his legs. That was his character. Like legitimately, I tried to pay attention to GT because I liked Dragon Ball at one point. I don't know what changed that I just don't like the world anymore. But really like with shonen that's a lot of what matters to me is that like do I like the world or not, because the protagonists are usually like lame or boring or both.
Yeah.
And like that's I suppose that is why I like Naruto, because like even if the writing is shit and the protagonists are unbearable, the world is interesting when you can when you can actually get to see it. That's why Shippuden sucks, because you don't get to see it.
Yeah.
But yeah, with Dragon Ball, like at one point I just lost interest in the.
Recording going on for 9 hours?
Yeah, you cut out, I think, on my end.
Is this recording going on for 9 or 10 hours now?
Nearly 8.
And Mike ducked out like a couple hours ago. We're just as bad as he is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
Naruto. Back to Naruto.
Actually, I was gonna go back to Dragon Ball. Because I figured we talk about Naruto enough anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, like with Dragon Ball, I guess at one point I just got sick of the world too, and like it just kind of stuck that way. Like I would still watch the Abridged series if they were still making it, but you know, they're not.
Yeah.
And aside from that, like I just don't really care anymore. But like it's partially a thing of like, I never like was really there for the designs of most things in the world, and then the story was kind of fine. And then I watched GT, and I was like, the story is bad, but you know people hate this one, so whatever. Maybe this is the outlier. And then I watched Super, and people liked Super. I don't get that. And Super had its moments, and Super has some characters that I like Beerus and Hit are some of my favorite characters in Dragon Ball overall. But like, I hate Jiren. Jiren killed Dragon Ball for me, I think. I don't know why, but I just really fucking hate Space Jesus. And that's saying something, considering Goku is also Space Jesus, but he's like somehow less Jesus.
I mean, like, it was a fun idea to have a Dragon Ball arc antagonist that wasn't even a bad person. But I can see where that'd get tiring, and supposedly it went on for a long time.
It did go on for a long time. It also was a thing of like, you know, Goku is a good person, Jiren is better. And that was that whole arc. Goku does good thing, Jiren does better. Goku gets a new transformation, Jiren already knows how to counter it. Which, like, I didn't like the new transformation. Yeah?
That could be fun for an episode or two, but dragging out for a while I don't think would work. I think, like, because didn't they pretty well with Beerus establish, okay, Goku is not the strongest thing in the Dragon Ball universe?
Yes.
Like, it took everything Goku had to just slightly annoy Beerus.
Yes. I don't think Beerus has yet, or at least up until the point that I watched, I don't think Beerus has yet gone past like lightly sweating when both Goku and Vegeta were fighting him full force at the same time.
Like, I respect that Toriyama is listening to complaints people are having and trying to deal with it, but you still got to do it the right way. Just listening to your complaints and addressing them in a bad way still doesn't really work, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad to hear that it's no longer just the Goku show, and they even did that whole Tournament of Power arc partly just as an excuse to put the spotlight on some other characters every now and then.
Yeah, and I enjoyed that.
A little better.
Yeah, and I enjoyed the Tournament of Power for the most part, because it was like, hey, here's Android 17. He barely exists, so we're actually gonna give him some moments.
Yeah, didn't 17 actually end up winning the whole thing?
I don't remember. No, but okay, I was going to say I don't remember. No, I didn't watch the ending because Jiren killed it. Jiren was on screen for too long.
My understanding was that 17 actually ends up winning the whole tournament, which raises the question of, well, he obviously didn't beat Jiren, so did Jiren just like 17 so much he gave up?
I guess so. But yeah, like I like that. I liked Frieza being obviously evil to everyone. I liked how Frieza is obviously evil to everyone, but that's not Goku. But then everyone has to play along with Frieza because Goku wants Frieza to help him because Frieza's a good guy now, according to Goku. And there's a good part where Vegeta is in trouble, and it looks like Frieza wants to kill him, and he sends a destructo disc towards Vegeta, and then Vegeta jocks it, and it kills the guy that was trying to kill Vegeta. And Frieza like pretty well gives him a high five.
Yeah.
And then he still betrays them. That's the best part.
Well, yeah, of course he's still Frieza.
Yeah, like I like that. I liked how they let the other characters shine. I particularly liked how Frieza was handled because he was obviously evil, but did good guy things, and then was still obviously evil and did evil things too.
Yeah.
And I also like some of the other like the other universe characters. Like once again, Hit is obviously one of my favorites just because of his relationship with Goku actually, because it's very dumb. Goku pays him money to try and kill him so he can get stronger.
Yeah, I heard about that and I was like, oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That is such a perfect shonen villain because shonen's always boiled down to I want to get stronger and be the strongest of the strongers. Yes. So yeah, of course, like these assholes would hire some other dude to kill him so he could beat him to get stronger.
Yeah, and so I like that. I also liked I didn't like the alternate universe Saiyans, but I did like Vegeta's relationship with the kid. Because there's a kid that Vegeta fights that doesn't know how to go Super Saiyan, and Vegeta spends the whole Tournament of Power trying to get him to go Super Saiyan.
Was that how they introduced Kefla?
Yes, I didn't like Kefla because I actually just didn't like their personality. Like either of the I don't know. I actually don't remember if it's Kefla is the fusion or not.
Oh, I know that Kefla is the female Super Saiyan. That's all I know about her.
Yeah, there's a fusion Super Saiyan that either one half of it is Kefla or both of them are called Kefla together. I forget, but
I'll look it up.
all right. But yeah, they were introduced, and I didn't like either of their personalities when they were separate, and then when they were together, it was just like femme Broly. And it's a thing of like, and people were saying, oh, it's better Broly, and I disagreed because like, you know, different characters. it like it, I don't know how to properly put it, but like I just didn't. Yeah. Go ahead.
She's a fusion.
Yeah. Like I didn't like how when they were fused together, they were just Broly from what I could tell, and then when they weren't, one of them was too arrogant for their own britches, and the other one was just there, barely existing. Like I need to look into Super Broly, but from what I understand, Super Broly also spends a lot of time not looking like Broly. Like he doesn't have the legendary Super Saiyan look, and that's the only thing Broly has going for him. So, you know.
Well, it'd be if it was feel more special when he did that because that is his thing, right?
But yeah, I guess I can get that, but I don't know. Like from what I hear, they also rewrote him so his character doesn't suck ass anymore, and that's cool. But it's a thing of like when I think of Broly, I think of the Hawk who's not green, and like
yeah,
and that's what I want out of my Broly. Like I don't mind him actually being intelligent and shit, but I want my Broly to look like he just shot all of the steroids straight into his veins. I don't know why.
More
yeah. I don't know why, because I usually like I don't have a like particular thing about like muscly characters or whatever, but like Broly like, oh, I know what it is. I think Broly's outfit looks really dumb when he's not that buff, because when he's that buff, then he doesn't have legs and you can barely see his pants. That's the only reason that I prefer his like Super Saiyan look to his normal one, because when he's normal, then you can actually see his accessories and his clothes, and they look dumb. So yeah, I guess that's a weird complaint to have. Do you have one of these like weird complaints for character design?
Not that I can immediately think of right now. No.
But yeah, I guess we discussed my week, so you can go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Give me just a second. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. I only really did two big things this week outside of school that I can think of off the top of my head, which is I obviously put a lot of time into Elden Ring. I won't talk a whole lot about that, but I have hit the very, very, very end game. I'm pretty sure I am down to just two bosses, one being the final boss and one being one of the secret bosses. I beat one of the secret bosses really easily because they introduced the Ash summoning system in this game where you can summon NPCs for help. And one of the NPCs you can summon is what is called a mimic tier, which is a slime that turns into you.
I heard about it.
So you can
By the
just
way,
summon an extra copy of yourself, and turns out it is mega OP.
nice. But yeah, by the way, the summoning friendly NPCs is like it's a thing where like it's not a From innovation, but I'm happy that they took it out of Neo 2 because
Yeah.
in Neo 2 you can summon other people's I don't know how their imprints get left, but you can summon other people's ghosts and they can help you out for a bit before dispelling.
Yeah. Like there's always been, of course, co-op summoning, and that's the crazy thing is that you can combine co-op summoning with that. And there's one boss fight in particular. Ordinarily in Dark Souls, you can only summon a maximum of two people. Throw in an extra summon if you use a certain item, but other than that, you can only summon two people. And that rule stays for Elden Ring, and there's far less NPC summons in this game because the player can pretty well make their own summons with the ashes. But there's one boss fight in Elden Ring that as soon as you enter the boss arena, you are just surrounded by summon signs. And it's like, oh, well, I got to pick one of these guys, I guess, as my partner. No, you can summon all of them.
Nice.
And it is honestly just all the warriors moment of like you and 6 other dudes all taking on a boss together.
Yeah, and then the boss starts playing Dynasty Warriors on you.
Yes, actually. You can see why he's the one you summon all of them for, because that guy is a motherfucker. Well, the best part is one of the characters you summon is Patches. Patches is Miyazaki's signature character that is in every one of Miyazaki's games. Patches is a lovable shit-heel coward. So you summon him, and literally he walks up to the boss, and the first time anyone hits one of Patches' teammates, Patches will leave the game. And you just get a notification. Patches went back to his own world. I love that. Oh, you know what? Actually, fuck this. I don't want any part of this. Fuck this shit. I'm out of here.
I did think about picking up Sekiro because I don't think I would actually like be able to finish Elden Ring. Not because of the difficulty, but because of the length.
Sekiro, I do some research because Sekiro is supposed to be the most brutally difficult of the game. But Sekiro definitely looks very different and very unique from the FromSoft typical style.
Yeah, I mean, I did some research. It does seem harder, but it's also, I think, like, it's, I don't know, because like on one hand, like, because I would actually like to play a Souls game from FromSoft so I can judge them fairly, more or less. Because otherwise,
Yeah.
I have no fucking reason to actually buy a FromSoft game because I don't like them. But yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I could buy Elden Ring, and it does have all of the best parts of their other games, but it's also like 5 million hours, and like
yeah, I've nearly 100%ed it, I think, but I'm at 150 hours.
Yeah, and I like shorter games.
And yeah, that's absolutely fair.
And I also dislike the fighting mechanic for Souls games usually anyway. So it's like, hey, spend the next 200 hours doing the thing that you don't like. That sounds great.
Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely understandable. What was I going to say? But I wanted to say just real quick, there is a boss right before the final boss, and I'm actually really sad that I wound up beating him too quickly. Because the first phase He's a big dude with an axe and a stand. And now, I mean, an actual honest to God stand. He has a lion that matches a lot of his like motions, and it's just hanging over his shoulder like a stand.
Nice.
And then once you beat him, he goes, "Oh, the regal and refined style, it ain't working. I need to go back to the old ways." And he dismisses his stand. He tears his clothes off. He throws away his axe, and he fights you as just hand to hand.
Nice.
And sadly, like, because I had the summon out, the summon just fucking nuked him as soon as he got to the hand to hand phase.
Oh.
I was just like, "Oh, god damn it! I wanted to actually see what he did."
I was
These
going to
last
say
two
something.
boss
Oh
fights
yeah.
though are fucking me. I've not been able to get far with them. What'd you say?
Can we say Elden Ring spoilers, and can you describe the last boss that you see, like the actual last supposed to be last boss?
You know, without thinking, I'm pretty sure we've already spoiled most of the major in-game bosses. So yeah, I guess Elden Ring spoilers ahead. Yeah, that final boss. It's funny, we were just saying, you know, ordinarily in Dark Souls, the final boss is kind of a disappointment. That final boss is just like, what the fuck?
What did you see? The cult of personality?
Well, I definitely beat Radagon / Marika and got to the phase where he turns into the Elden Beast, and that is something.
Okay, I believe. Yeah.
It's a big, like, goo whale with 6 fins and 3 arms, and it's got a tree for a tail, and what the hell?
The way I heard it described, the final boss is a turtle.
It is not a turtle.
Okay.
Someone lied to you.
Oh wait, no, I'm mixing it up.
Friendly.
Yeah, I am mixing it up because I'm mixing it up with the turtle pope, but I do remember there being it is the elder beast, I believe, or the Elden beast, but fucking how was it described to me?
You know what it reminds me of?
Yeah.
It reminds me of the goo monster that was the villain of Sonic Adventures 1.
Chaos.
Yeah, it reminds me of him. Imagine if he had kind of a vague whale shape, but he still had that long, like, elongated head that's all coily and shit.
Yeah, that's.
But he's goo, and you can see that he's got like kind of a bizarre nervous system inside the goo.
Yeah, that does seem to check out with what I read about the final boss. So yeah.
Yeah. And like his first phase is more or less just a really scarred up, relatively tall, good-looking, redheaded man who is missing a chunk of his ribcage that has been replaced with the Elden Ring.
And then when you beat him, when you beat him, the game goes into Halo.
Yeah. Could you imagine if it started playing the good old Halo theme and you see a warthog drive up?
Yeah. Get in, Chief. We need to go.
You accidentally run over a grunt on the way out in typical Halo fashion.
Yeah. The secret summons where if you clip through the wall, then you can actually summon grunts to help you take down the Elden Beast.
What would be really great would be if you could summon Arbiter and he's actually voiced by Keith David.
You can't summon Arbiter, but you can summon Carmine. Well, not Carmine, French Carmine. What was his name?
Oh, Emile.
Yeah, Emile.
Emile with his big ass knife actually would kind of fit.
I like how I just call him French Carmine. I know you know the guy.
Yeah. Well, I know it's the kind of sound of someone having a name that's like my whatever. You know, you understand what I say.
Yeah. I mean, I called him that as a reference to the time we played freaking Gears together.
Yeah, Carmine. Yes.
Yeah, and then I was playing as Emile, and the one time I got down, and you went Carmine, Carmine went down, and I go, yeah, French Carmine.
Yeah. You have an incredible memory for the recordings we make, man. I did not remember that at all.
I mean, I rewatch them sometimes. I mean, aside from editing them at all, as well. But yeah.
Well, I definitely rewatched some of our old videos, but I've actually never gone back and rewatched the Gears one. Come to think of it.
Yeah, it's funny because that video was 8 minutes long or something like that, and that video took us 4 hours, I think, to shoot because we didn't know that there's a way to stop the horde mode and just come back to it later.
Yeah, I remember when we find that at the very end, and it's like, wait, we can just
Yeah,
we can just come back here. God damn it!
Yeah, because we all got the rare achievement for finishing horde mode in a single session.
Yeah,
Oh, that was rich.
yeah.
But yeah.
Right, that's what it was. That's what we all found out. It said in a single session, and I went, in a single session? You're telling me we could have done multiple?
Yeah. I mean that was funny though because like you were playing as Ric Flair, and then Pink was playing as Batista, I think, and I was Emil.
Yeah. Which Emil could probably be a luchador, so he worked.
Yeah. I also like. Do you even remember who I called Ric Flair?
Sarah Connor.
Yeah.
The old Sarah Connor. Emil could be La Parka.
Yeah.
Imagine if that was the game start animation for any round that Emil is in. You just see Emil come in playing a steel chair like it's a guitar.
Yeah. He comes in playing his gun like a guitar, and then he does the parkour dance.
That is almost certainly already a taunt in the game.
Nice.
But
yeah, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, whatever. Continue.
I was just gonna say with Elden Ring, I've hit an unfortunate spot where I've, at least while we're doing this, I was fighting those bosses while we were recording, while we were doing a podcast, so I wasn't able to put my full focus in it. But it seems I may have hit a small brick wall at the very, 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 very end of the road because these two motherfuckers, like, it has gone from me absolutely stomping the hell out of the other bosses at this point to these bosses stomp the hell out of me.
I mean, it's easy. Just start playing God Hand Forehead. God Hand Forehead.
God Hand.
Yeah, just put them on your knee and spank them. They'll die.
Maybe it would make me more efficient if I listened to old Godfist or Godsmack songs. I don't know. Help.
I don't know. You summon like 5 million summons and then start playing I Stand Alone.
Yeah.
That song sucks. I hate it so much.
I'm fine with it, but I came up in the time where it was actually considered cool here in the States.
I mean, I grew up during the time that sort of music was cool too, and I still hate it. That's the thing. Like I can like that sort of music. That it's just that one that I particularly hate. Because like even with music from around the same time that I don't like, I just go, oh, I don't like it because of this reason or that reason and whatever. I actually legitimately just fucking hate that song for some reason. Like Dig by Mudvayne. That one has a hard rap verse technically, but it's like not impressive hard. It's just like how do I put this? Like it is technically impressive. It just doesn't sound good, which kind of ruins it for me. Like, and that's kind of the whole song. Like the choruses sound bad, and then you get to the rap part, and it's technically impressive. Like if you know how hard it is to actually do speed rapping before getting accustomed to it, then whatever, it is kind of impressive. But it also, like, I wish it was better done in a better song.
Yeah.
It's a similar thing with like a Busta Rhymes' verse in "Look at Me Now," which is one of his fastest verses, and it's a really good verse overall. Like it's very nice. It's also stuck in a Chris Brown song. So whenever I
no.
Yeah, so whenever I'm like, hey, I want to listen to that verse, I have to listen to Chris Brown freaking telling me to say hi to his dick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then he tells his girlfriend to say hi to his fist.
No, that's another song. That's Deuces, which he also made with 3 people. Actually, like technically, the verse stage thing in "Look at Me Now" is Lil Wayne's verse, because he uses the cigarette term.
Oh.
Yeah.
So Wait, you're telling me Chris Brown actually made a song about beating up his girlfriend?
Yes.
Oh my god.
He made multiple actually, but Deuces is the worst one because that's just full on victim blaming, like freaking you didn't know how not to be a drama queen, so I'm throwing off the deuces and leaving you.
What the fuck?
I don't know how he keeps doing it, but he somehow keeps doing these songs where he has guest verses by people, and he ends up being not the worst just by virtue of someone else making a verse that's worse than his. Like Lil Wayne's verse aged worse. It was better. It was better executed and like for a time it was better. But he also uses the cigarette term, so it aged worse. And then in Deuces, there's a no-name guy that didn't really take off from what I can tell. And one of his lines is I'm a dick, so I shouldn't be that hard to swallow. And like, maybe that's a good line, but not for this song, not for this context. Please choose another.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I can just discuss shit like this because I find it funny in like a sad way.
I mean, I can talk about it. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah, you don't want to. I mean, it's still better than that one time. I forget which rapper it was, but there's a rapper guy who accidentally implied that he's a pedo by trying to sound tough.
Of course.
Cause like, or no, it wasn't that he's a. But maybe I forget. It was something like he talked about how he's fucking women next to his like 2-year-old daughter or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty of bad. So anyway, Elden Ring.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess maybe ideally I'll come back next week saying I beat Elden Ring. Anyways, the other thing I did this week was I watched Spider-Man No Way Home.
I didn't get a chance. It was taken off out of the theater. Otherwise, I would have went to watch it too.
Yeah, well, it's at Redbox now. In case you have anything, well, of course you have something that plays DVDs.
Well, I have stuff that plays DVDs. I don't. That Redbox doesn't exist over here.
Yeah. Ooh, well, then do you have old style movie rental stores there?
No, not anymore.
Huh.
It's Nerf for nothing, pretty much. It's Netflix for nothing, I guess. The best part with the Hungarian Netflix stuff is that half of the shit that they have on Netflix doesn't even have like Hungarian subtitles, let alone dubs. So most of
my god.
Yeah, so most of the people wouldn't be able to use Netflix. I could, but I'm not paying them money because I can't.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's nice.
Oh boy.
Anyway, so yes, Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah, I'll try to walk around spoilers, but
you don't need to. We can say spoilers and you can talk spoilers for all I care. Honestly, I know some stuff already.
Yeah, well, there's actually one surprise that's being very well hidden right now, which is amazing because there's a lot of surprises they did not hide well during the build up of this movie.
Yeah, but my favorite scene that I heard about, if you're fine with spoiler talk, is the one where the Green Goblin just does a fucking Canadian destroyer to Spider-Man through 3 buildings.
I don't know that it was there was I can't remember exactly, but I feel
I'm over exaggerating for purpose of making sure that spoilers are technically not in the thing, but yeah.
I'm not entirely certain that Goblin doesn't do some kind of flip move, almost like a Canadian destroyer to Pete at some point when they're fighting in the hallway.
There's a specific scene that I'm thinking of that I heard about that's like from what I heard well executed, And then it also involves like the reason I heard about it is because it was like very like athletic heavy stunt to do, and Willem Dafoe would not let them hire out a stunt double.
Yes. I think there were a couple scenes where they had to use one, but Dafoe insisted, let me do as many stunts as possible. And you can tell in a lot of the fight scenes, yeah, that's actually Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, I appreciate that in him. And then last time this got brought up, with Pink and I made a joke about how he's doing all of these wrestling moves to Peter, going through buildings and shit.
I see. That explains it then. Okay.
Yeah, my favorite one was the one where the stagehands were telling Dafoe that he can't do the hard punch on Spider-Man because he'll die.
Yeah.
And then he did it anyway.
With Goblin strength, that wouldn't be the heart punch. That'd be a Kano-style heart rip.
Yeah. But anyway, continue.
Or his face like Kotal Khan.
Yeah.
Either which way.
He does the Sub-Zero Injustice 2 fatality.
What?
Did you not see the Sub-Zero Injustice 2 fatality?
No. He didn't have fatalities in that game.
His like super move or whatever, or maybe it's one of his run-ending animations, I forget, is him ripping the cameraman's head off with his spine.
Oh yes, I remember that. That was his round win animation. Yeah, or the match win animation. Yes. But what was I gonna say? Right. Yeah, that is just a really good movie. Lots of progression for all the MCU characters involved. They successfully wrapped up the arcs of all the previous Raimi and Garfield era Spider-Man dudes involved.
Nice.
Lots of fun, cute little interactions because they knew that okay, we get to have Raimi, Defoe, we get to have Goblin and Otto in the same scene, and we never got to have that in the old Raimi movie, so we should probably have a cute little interaction between them. How does Sandman interact between them? Did Lizard and Electro ever meet, and so on?
Do they have Venom?
Only in the post-credits scene.
Okay. Because I was going to say if they have Venom, then I don't know how they balance it. They probably wouldn't have, but I don't know how they'd handle it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Do they have 3 Venoms with one of them being Eminem again?
Venom actually only gets like a goofy little scene where he's like, "So wait, there's loads of superheroes here." It's Tom Hardy Venom, right? The new Venom.
Oh, the Sony Venom?
Yeah, Sony Venom.
So wait, that wasn't I have heard of that scene, but from what I understood, it was the end credits scene to the Venom, the second Venom movie. Yeah.
It's the Venom they have in the movies now, right?
Yeah.
They just fought Carnage, so it's him in a Mexican bar in Tijuana, going like, "So there's superheroes everywhere here, right? I should see more of this." Oh wait, shit! And then he accidentally gets sent back to his world. But then the camera pans to the counter of the bar, and it zooms in, and there's a little goop of symbiote left on the counter, still in the main queue.
I see.
So, so we know what Spider-Man 4 is going to be about.
Harry.
Well, that'll be cool in the Spider-Man PS4 too. That'll be rad. But anyways, right back to it. Yeah, they just wrap everything up, and I think I've mentioned before on the forum that the one problem I only have one problem with Tom Holland Spider-Man, that he doesn't really have a dark side to him like Peter ordinarily should. Boy, he sure does in this movie.
Nice.
Let's see. They knew that they only got one scene with Daredevil, so they got their most out of it. He comes
Which
in,
one?
gives perfectly. Not Ben Affleck. Not Ben Affleck. Thank God.
That would have been funny though.
Bring me to life.
That would have been funny though. Especially, especially if they started playing Bring Me to Life, and it turns out that Ben Affleck's Daredevil just has that playing on an iPod constantly.
Oh no. So yeah, they recognize they only got one scene with him, so he like gets Peter out of a bunch of legal troubles, gives him a lot of perfect legal advice, and then somebody tries to throw a brick at Peter, and Daredevil, as Matt Murdock, his regular civvy clothes,
Yeah.
without even looking, just simply reaches out his hands and catches the brick in midair.
Nice.
And Peter goes, "Holy, how'd you catch that?" And Matt just simply says, "I'm a really good lawyer." They had a lot of fun with this movie while still having a good serious story and setting up sequels brilliantly.
Yeah.
I gotta say, like Spider-Man, like they've also finally landed on one of the other core aspects of Spider-Man's identity, which is the world says fuck Spider-Man and just shits on him constantly.
Man, I look forward to Spider-Man 4 with Silk.
Yeah.
Silk is like the freaking the highest point of the world just shitting on Peter. Silk's entire existence is the world shitting on Peter, even this one.
Well, I wouldn't be shocked if they did introduce Silk in some of these later MCU movies, but the way they're building it up, Peter is not going to ever end up seriously with anyone but MJ. So thank God.
Yeah. I mean, I want them to do the thing from like in the comics. Like I don't know how they could properly do it, but if they introduce Deadpool, then I do kind of want Deadpool to team up with one of the Spider-Men.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like Tom Holland would be the obvious one.
Yeah,
but if they
but
keep,
he's a
like,
bit too young.
I believe that Tobey Maguire was, if not announced as part of the cast, he was on set for Doctor Strange 2.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, that I was as a joke going to suggest Tobey Maguire, but I feel like he could actually work with is it Reynolds who does Deadpool? I forget.
Ryan Reynolds, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like he could work because like okay, on one hand, yeah, obviously it's nostalgia because freaking Maguire was Spider-Man when I was small, but also like he has that sort of like awkward energy that Peter needs to have to balance out Deadpool for me.
And Deadpool works best teaming up with adult Spider-Man, not teenage or college-age Spider-Man. And
Yeah.
Tobey Maguire is the one who is best positioned to play adult Peter.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a great little scene. They had lots of great little scenes between all three of the Peters, but they had one in particular where they are sitting around waiting to ambush the villains. And Andrew Garfield asks, like, "Oh man, did you guys ever have like any like really weird bad guys you had to fight?" And Toby steps up and says, "One time I fought an alien that was made out of goo." And Tom Holland steps down and says, "I had to go up to space to fight an alien so he couldn't kill everyone." And then Garfield just looks at both of them and goes, "You guys fought aliens?"
That's
and
nice.
Tobey Maguire says, "I'm confused about the space part. How'd you end up in space?" And Garfield just says, "Man, I fought a dude in a rhino machine. I'm the lamest Spider-Man." And Tobey Maguire turns to him and says, "No, man, you're amazing."
And then he pulls up a gif of him dancing in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
I wish that I told this to Pink. I asked him if it was in the movie, and he said it wasn't. But I wish one of the bonding moments between the Peters was Maguire Peter teaching the other two how to dance.
Oh, they had a bit of fun, but sadly, no, they didn't get to do anything for the Spider-Man 3 Goofery, which, honestly, if they're going to have... Because Doctor Strange 2 is going to be directed by Sam Raimi, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like if they want to do a bit about, wasn't Spider-Man 3 dumb, then they probably would want to do it when Raimi's there, so Raimi can also poke fun at his own mistakes with that movie.
Yeah. I could actually go and watch Doctor Strange 2, but I don't know how much I'd understand at this point.
Yeah. Well, Doctor Strange 2 looks like it's going to be a clusterfuck of canon. It's going to be a crossover, it looks like, between Strange himself, Spider-Man, Scarlet Witch with the whole WandaVision thing that was running last year.
Yeah.
It's going to introduce Miss America, and it's also looking like it's going to reintroduce the X-Men.
Wait, Miss America?
Yeah, Miss America.
That's a
America
superhero?
Yeah, America Chavez.
I have not heard of her.
Yeah. She was one of the Young Avengers.
Ah, that's why.
That movie sounds like a clusterfuck, but I'm excited to see it. But either which way, they have a little bit of fun with Maguire that way too. At one point, of course, the classic thing with Maguire, my back. Maguire says to the other one, "Oh, my back, web swinging, it just the lower back, just ugh." And Andrew Garfield says, "Oh, don't worry, I figured out a way to do that." And they do a whole bit of Andrew Garfield hugging Maguire from behind and lifting him up and trying to crack his spine.
Nice.
Oh, they had a lot of fun with that, and getting reintroducing Garfield and Maguire to their old villains, which I'll hit this one as well, just because it's a cute little bit, but it's not spoiling the movie too bad.
Yeah.
When they beat Electro, Garfield gets a little bit of time to talk with him, and it's Jamie Foxx Electro, right?
Yeah.
And Electro admits, like, yeah, I was kind of an asshole. I just went from being a nobody to being so strong, and I didn't want to go back, you know. And Garfield says, "Yeah, I get it." And Electro just looks at him and says, "Man," well, Garfield Spider-Man takes off his mask because by that point everybody knows Peter is Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And Garfield, Electro goes, "Man, you're just a kid. I always figured you being young guy from Queens, always fighting to protect poor people. Honestly, I always thought you were black." Garfield Peter says, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." And Electro goes, "No, it's fine, but there's got to be a black Spider-Man out there somewhere, right?" And the camera just hangs on that shot for a poignant second where it's like, you bastards.
We have to get Miles in. He's not allowed to be anything other than Peter but black.
Hopefully the MCU will be a bit smarter written, so they'll know some ways to make Miles not just Peter again. But with that said, they are going to have some trouble because MCU Peter is honestly just kind of Miles Morales already. He even stole his best friend.
Yeah, which and honestly, like if Miles needs to get rid of all of the worst parts of his run of Spider-Man, his best friend is one of them. I don't know why, but I just really fucking hate Miles' best friend.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward because it's like part of the appeal of Spider-Man ordinarily is that he's kind of lonely and it's kind of life shits on him, but he keeps going anyways. And when you give him a best friend, it makes it seem like it's not so bad.
That too, and also for me, I guess it's just a thing of like, he's just a fat Asian kid, and like usually because like gypsies are not very well represented, and I already look fucking Asian. Usually I'm just like, hey, Asian representation, cool. That's me. But like, freaking like he's just like from the parts of of Ultimate Spider-Man that I read, he was just yet another like fat dumb Asian character, and like there's too many of those already.
It's a little bit of stereotype. Yeah, fat Asian kid is an idiot. Yeah. Though, fun as we're talking about comic books, it's actually funny to mention two of the most important comic book characters ever are Romani. Doctor Doom and Nightwing are both Romani.
Oh, I forgot that Doctor Doom is a gypsy.
Oh, it's a super important part of his identity. Like that's the core part of his origin story. Is he was raised part of a Romani caravan, and the Latvian nobility got pissed at his family, and they forced him on the run. And while Doctor Doom's dad was protecting him from the Latvian authorities and running through a blizzard, he froze to death. So that's part of why Doom. That's part of why Doom is pissed at the world. That and Satan abducting his mom.
Yeah, I can understand him, honestly.
And then that hell portal he was trying to build to save his mom, Reed Richards told him, "Hey, Vic, the numbers don't work out on this. It's going to blow up in your face." And Vic goes, "Shut up, Richards!" And then he turns it on and it blows up in his face.
Dormammu steps down.
Doctor Doom's one.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say Doctor Doom's the best.
Yeah. And who was the other one? Yeah.
Nightwing, Dick Grayson, the original Robin.
Oh, fucking Dick Grayson is a Romani?
His parents were with a circus.
I mean, yeah, but that doesn't inherently mean that someone's the fucking Romani. I don't work or live in a circus.
Really? I thought I heard a clown pass by a second ago.
No, that's just corn.
He's sleeping. He's shacking up at your house while his girlfriend's mad at him.
Yeah.
But yeah, they. I don't remember when exactly this was, but they did eventually at some point explicitly say, "Oh yeah, Dick Grayson is Romani."
All right, nice. I mean, that's good for me because I like both of those characters anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then for Hungarian representation, we have a Nazi. Yeah.
I'm not for certain if I can recall any Hungarian comic book characters.
Oh, there's the Hydra woman.
Madam Hydra?
Maybe it was a woman with black hair and a like green onesie.
Oh yeah, that's Madam Hydra. Madam Hydra is actually like part of the thing with Hydra is that Skull's, of course, the Nazi one, and whenever he's in charge of Hydra, he makes it all Nazi-ish, whereas Madam Hydra, I think, is more just cult of personality. Worship me, don't worship the Aryan race, worship me. And then she fucks Wolverine.
Ah.
Her and Wolverine are supposed to be exes. I think they were like even married at one point.
That's weird, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how it played out in the comics, but I really wish that it was just casually revealed at one point, like, oh my god, it's all the secret agents of the world are here at this diplomatic meeting. Wolverine is here. He's for the Canadian government, and Madam Hydra, and Logan and her just pass each other by, and Logan just says something like, "I thought I wasn't going to see you after the divorce," something like that.
No, I kind of wish they did a thing where like the X-Men bust down her door. And then she doesn't know that Wolverine is part of the X-Men. So they look at each other and they just go, "Why are you here?" at the same time.
Where's my alimony?
Yeah.
Well, Logan just says, "Well, I lived for 150 years. I got pretty rich, but then I divorced a crazy super secret agent, and it was all downhill from there." I was about to joke about her being twice his size, but then come to think of it, every woman Logan's with is twice his size.
Yeah, it's not a hard thing to match.
That's convenient at sometimes, though. His head is perfectly at crotch level.
Yeah, and when he wants to have sex, he just needs to put on the freaking oh shit.
I just thought of something stupid. What if when Logan gets an erection, it also makes a snicked noise?
I'm gonna look at the name of the thing I'm trying to reference. Bloody hell. It bothers me that I forgot the name of this thing because I actually like it, and I don't want to reveal what it is because then that ruins the joke.
Alright.
Yes, the thing. Oh yeah. When he wants to have sex, Logan puts on the Shadow of the Colossus soundtrack.
Oh man, I saw someone point out, and it was correct, but nonetheless disturbing. Someone asked, like, would it even be physically possible for Thing to have sex? And someone pointed out, well, the Thing's skin is rocks, but I mean, when you look in it, he's still got eyeballs, and inside his mouth, he's still got teeth and gums and a tongue. So really, it's just the skin, and also he's bigger. So yes, Thing likely has a functioning penis.
Ah. And then he shoots out like these little white pellets. They're like very small rocks.
That reminds me of a shitty old comic that was always making jokes about superheroes, and it showed a bunch of superheroes in the paternity ward at the hospital, right, seeing their babies or whatever.
Yeah.
The first time. They did a couple gags, like Wolverine's kid is already born with a cigar in his mouth. Batman's baby immediately climbs out of the cradle and climbs up into the ceiling. And then it goes to Thing's kid, and Thing's kid is just a rock.
It's a pet rock with sunglasses.
And I'm just imagining, like, whoever the mother is, presumably Alicia Masters, just gives birth to a rock, and the doctor just hands it to her to hold.
Yeah.
It'll in the cloth and everything.
Oh shit. That's tough.
You know, I'm pretty certain it was also confirmed at one point that yes, Mr. Fantastic can also stretch his dick. So Fantastic Four just got weird shit going on all over.
I mean, that's just most like stretchy people. Anything just eventually confirms that yes, character can stretch penis. Like
okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
I had a disturbing thought. I was trying to
Bunky
think. Okay,
Luffy.
well, how did the other yes, the Luffy, of course, got brought up, and I remember someone also asked that guy once whether Nico Robin could make extra boobs, and he also confirmed that, which is bizarre. But the thought occurred to me, oh God, what would the other weird sex things for Fantastic Four be? And I don't see how you could make a weird sex thing out of Johnny being able to light himself on fire.
That's kink, I guess.
But Sue, it occurred to me, when Sue turns invisible, you don't see like what she's eaten that day. It's not like what's inside her it is visible. So if she turned invisible during sex, and this feels so stupid to say, but when you think about it, it's horrifying. That means if she turns invisible during sex, Reed's dick disappears too.
I just thought you were going to say that Reed watches his cum flow up too.
We don't. What I was just saying, we don't see what Sue had for lunch that morning. So clearly, whatever Sue disappears with her. Oh God! Now that is cursed. Cursed is the word for that. Cursed.
Which one? Because either works.
All of them.
But yeah, the fucking.
Oh man!
I just want you to consider Naruto.
Yeah. Boruto happened somehow, didn't he?
Well, yes, but the thing is, like, I don't know if it's properly canon, but it is very well fan canon. That Naruto and Hinata do it with Naruto gangbanging her with clones.
That they almost kind of implied that in Watchmen at one point with Dr. Manhattan, honestly. He at least wanted to do it, I think. Oh man. You want to talk about weird superhero sex things? At one point in X-Men, they introduced a new chick she was called like Skin or something. Some really lame super name.
I remember her. Or at least her name.
Yeah, she was Cannonball's sister, and her superpower was she could shed her skin and underneath be made out of any material. But this, of course, meant she had to strip naked every time she used her powers because the writer was a pervert. And I remember at some point, I believe Chuck Dixon wrote this because Chuck Dixon's a hack. She was in a relationship with Angel, and I guess she was already naked after a fight. So Angel just rips off all of his own clothes, picks her up, and then they start having sex in the air above the other X-Men. While, like, Logan, of course, being Logan, just looks up and keeps smoking his cigar, while the other X-Men all cover their eyes and go, "Oh God, what's wrong with you people?"
Yeah, and then skin turns into styrofoam.
Oh wow, yeah. Come to think of it, there's a lot of perverted possibilities there, aren't there?
Yeah.
Oh, that was going along the same time as another weird superhero sex thing with the X-Men. Oh God, that was such a weird timing. Emma Frost using her mind powers to make Scott think she was Jean, so he'd have sex. That one was bad because that one was just straight up rape.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they just kept on letting Emma be part of the X-Men for decades after that. She's still one of the integral X-Men.
I mean, look, if I was going to talk about Marvel, but she was raped, and that's different. Freaking Hank, I guess. Hank's the closest.
Hank's weird. Oh God, there was definitely a Spider-Man comic where at some point they implied Peter and MJ are into BDSM using the webs, which is disgusting on several levels.
But I mean, they're biodegradable. They go away after half an hour.
That is true, but don't they leave still like a gross wet stain afterward?
Not every time.
That would make more sense. Spider-Man, I could see a Spider-Man comic where he leaves a web on just like the sidewalk one day after a fight with, I don't know, Rhino or something, and it melts down into the fluid, and later that day someone slips on it, breaks their back, and then sues Spider-Man.
It's Jameson.
Yeah. No, Jameson would pay for the guy's legal fees.
No, Jameson would be the lawyer.
Yeah. Spider-Man would be like, I have a confidential identity. You can't even sue me. I'm not admissible in court.
And then Jameson is also Spider-Man's lawyer. Like I'm just imagining him walking between the two lawyer stands, and then just trying to make sure that Spider-Man gets put away. He paid off the court so he can be both the defendant and the freaking I forget the other side's name.
See that you want to talk about conflict of interests. Jameson hates Spider-Man, of course, but right now in the comics, he's also Peter's brother-in-law. Or not brother-in-law, stepbrother. He's Peter's stepbrother.
Yeah, I think you told me this before.
Because Aunt May married JJ's senior.
But didn't she used to go out with Jonah?
I don't know if she went out with JJ the second, and I really hope she didn't ever go out with JJ the third, because that'd be well, he's legal certainly, but it'd be horrifying. Then again, she was definitely robbing the cradle a bit with Otto, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Not that Otto's the most attractive man in the world, but he doesn't look like he's 70.
It's fine. There won't be as much of a freaking an age difference if we use like Tom Holland and May or whatever. Or was it Garfield that had like the 18-year-old Aunt May?
So she was like, of course, she was like 70 for Maguire. Then she's like 60 for Garfield, because it was Sally. I forget her name. And she's like late 40s, early 50s for Tom Holland, Peter.
Okay, so I guess it may be one of the games where she's very, very young for some reason.
Well, the thing is, she's played by an actress who is aged spectacularly. So she's late 40s, early 50s, but she looks fantastic, right?
Yeah.
But Ultimate May was definitely a good bit younger than regular May. Ultimate May was also I remember they had some bit in the Ultimate Comics at some point where Jonah reamed Peter for something. I don't even remember. And Peter later told May about it. And I think what it was, Jonah fired Peter. Peter goes home and tells May he's been fired. May just simply picks up the phone, calls Jonah. We don't get to see the conversation. We just see the next day Jonah goes up to Peter and says, "You're rehired. Never make me talk to your aunt again."
Nice. And I always want to make the fucking the Spider Seaman joke for Ultimate Spider-Man, even though it's not Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah. Ultimate Spider-Man died before he even could have thought of conceiving kids.
Yeah.
I don't think Ultimate Spider-Man got to graduate high school before he died.
Oh. I don't know. It's just a thing of like I associate the Ultimate Universe with like all of the pre-existing heroes being assholes. So I'm like,
mostly.
Yeah.
Ultimate Tony's nicer than regular Tony, but other than that, yeah, mostly true.
So I'm like, obviously that's the one that would kill freaking Mary Jane with radioactive spider semen, because we need to make him more asshole-ish. Even if he didn't mean to, it's asshole-ish, I guess.
That was Spider-Man Reign, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
God, that was dumb. Yeah, and what Spider-Man is it? Was it? Oh, this is one of those ones you'd know better than me. What's the Spider-Man that's older and has the jacket?
Oh, Last Stand.
Last Stand Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, I mean that's not its proper name. That's just how everyone calls that outfit, because it's literally in the outfit he wears in his Last Stand, and that's it. That's the only time we see it.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think now of all the older Spider-Man variants, right? And of course, now we got Maguire's Spider-Man is older, established.
Yeah.
Oh, the older Spider-Man from Spider-Verse. And there's that universe where MJ never miscarried, so they wound up having Spider-Girl, right? So Spider-Man would be older in that universe as well.
You mean the universe when Peter didn't cast Fetus Deletus?
Wait, no. That was I understand your confusion.
That was a different time.
It's actually different. So there was during the Clone Saga, MJ got pregnant and it miscarried.
Ah, okay.
But you are right on that leading into there is also an alternate universe where Spider-Man and MJ where One More Day didn't happen, or at least it didn't go down like that. But I want to say that one exists in like the newspaper comics or something. Yeah. Oh man.
The Peter is only allowed to be happy next to Garfield.
Oh man. What's the
like you open up the newspaper and then Garfield says, "I hate Mondays," and then you look down and Peter says, "I love my wife and my kids. I would never sell never sell them to the devil."
It's just a one panel comic in both cases.
Yeah. It's a joint effort. There's two panels, but it's different comics for both of them. I still can't believe one more day. Like I don't even particularly like comics, but still, like, fuck, dude. How?
It is 100% a we need to make Spider-Man more acceptable for the kids thing. Which the funny thing is, me and Sue were actually talking about this shortly after I finished No Way Home. No Way Home is kind of actually secretly an adaptation of One More Day.
Who did they feed us delete us? From
there was none of that. It was a much harder version of One More Day. It was a version of One More Day where, unlike with the One More Day we got, where it's like fuck all that, delete all that, whatever, Peter and MJ no longer a thing. It's instead a version of One More Day that ends with a very, very, very strong implication of now Peter needs to try and rebuild the relationship he had with MJ from scratch.
Yeah.
And with also some implications of they're going to have to undo part of it because there's a distinct possibility of another character becoming a villain that depends on their memory of Peter.
I'm just I'm imagining the edited One More Day, and instead of Peter sacrificing his unborn son or whatever daughter, child, daughter. All right, I didn't know that we knew the gender or sex or whatever. Yeah.
I believe because that either which way is just assumed. Anytime MJ gets pregnant, it's with Mayday, even though that's not how genetics work. But
Yeah. But yeah, like I imagine instead of that, it's the reverse where he sacrifices Aunt May so that he can have a child at like age 16 with MJ. Like without conceiving, I mean.
And while we're at it, Mephisto, can we just skip the whole pregnancy thing? Just give us a baby.
Yeah. And then Mephisto takes Aunt May and gives him a Polly Pocket.
Well, that would be pretty delightfully dumb, but also, wouldn't it, since it's just May, since the kid is also named May, wouldn't it, like, people just think, oh no, she reincarnated?
Yeah.
All Mephisto did was make May, like, a couple weeks old and then hand her as a baby to Peter and MJ.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this does remind me of, when Scarlet Witch had kids with Vision, right? But the thing was, Vision can't conceive kids, he's a robot. So Scarlet Witch just used magic bullshit to make kids, right?
Yeah.
And then later on in the comic, Mephisto shows up and says, "Hey, you made those kids out of magic, and I'm the devil, so those are basically my kids. I'm taking them back. Okay, bye." And just zaps Wanda's kids away, which of course is part of the whole thing of Wanda losing her shit. But come to think of it, in Marvel, Mephisto is the master of getting rid of people's kids.
He's the Child Protective Services.
Yeah. Catwoman being pregnant on the DC side, they got to watch out. Mephisto's, rubbing his hands sinisterly, like, I'm going to be making that crossover switch.
Yeah, he's gonna come out of the freaking the like, the egg or whatever that was left in the DC universe.
Yeah, the Krona egg.
Yeah.
After all this time, after all this like potential build up, oh no, it's just Mephisto. He's here to steal Batman and Catwoman's baby and then leave.
Yeah. It's literally just like they will do a whole big like storyline of Catwoman being pregnant, and in the middle of the storyline, there's just like 5 panels of Mephisto sneaking in, and then stealing the baby and sneaking out. And the rest of the arc is Catwoman trying to figure out where her baby went.
Oh no, did the baby inherit my cat-like agility and walked out?
Shit. I'm just imagining, Catwoman being. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I said I just love the idea of the Krona egg. After all this time, it's just Mephisto. Fuck it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why, but I just really enjoyed the idea of them doing like DC actually fucking like securing the rights to do this crossover and shit. And it's literally just like a panel, like Mephisto walks in from off panel, like literally you can see Mephisto walking in from the page into the panel, and then he. And like you don't see him taking the baby, but like Catwoman is like close to being in labor, and he just shows up from off the panel off of the stage or whatever the page. Yeah, words. He walks in into the panel. There's like a panel of him freaking like just T-posing over Catwoman or something like that, and then he walks out, and then Catwoman's baby is gone. It's just not there anymore.
I just somehow imagine Mephisto showing up at the bedside as she's giving birth, and Batman just whips out a crucifix immediately.
Mephisto is just like those freaking like, the like nuns or whatever that help women deliver babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mephisto's just like one of those.
A midwife.
He's incognito.
A Mephisto midwife.
Yeah. Mephisto wife.
So that's what marriage is like.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Shit. Yeah. So No Way Home. Do you have anything else to add to it?
Nothing in particular without like just getting down into nitty gritty details. It is a really good movie. Yes, it's possibly the best MCU's ever done.
Ah, that's nice.
And yeah. All right. I believe then we can call that a podcast.
Well, there's one more thing I suppose that I remembered while we were talking is
that?
Well, I brought up that I'm quit making videos, and I didn't elaborate. Yes. So basically, what happened is like that I I say I quit, but it's not really quitting like forever. I don't think. Maybe it may be, but I don't know yet. But basically it's a thing of like I made those for like I made the first batch of videos, and that was fine. And then I made like 2 more, and that was getting more stressful. And like the closer I got to running out of a safety net of videos, the more stressful it got. And I was just like, well, is it worse to stress out over these videos that nobody watches when their quality is shit? Like those videos are at best mediocre. There were some jokes that I made in the recent videos that I liked, but there was one of those jokes every like 2 videos, and that's not a good ratio for, content that's supposed to be entertaining, in my opinion.
I mean, I think, well, yeah, you should work on what pleases you, working at like what videos you can consider yourself proud of. At the same time, I think that perhaps you can judge yourself. You judge yourself a little harshly there.
Maybe, but yeah, it just wasn't what I like. I felt disappointed in myself in what I put forward. It felt like I was phoning it in, so I just privated all of the videos that I made recently, and then I'll come back to it when I will feel like I will come back to it when I feel like I've progressed enough in like, I guess, in my presentation or whatever was missing to actually be entertaining.
All right.
And that's why I'm saying, like, I'm quitting for now. I may come back to it, I may not. It depends on whether or not I actually like improve. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's the podcast.
All right.
So,
Eddie, say bye.